Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 218 to Chapter 279. Ness heard Sunder's words as well. He stomped his foot in anger. So Sunders knew the truth about the grey mist. Ness spent several years of his cultivation to obtain the data of a new soul spell from Angor. Then, he could copy and learn it with his years of experience as a soul wizard. But, he never thought that it was not a soul spell at all, it was the materialization of a law. It was the rhythm of a law. How could he possibly learn the rhythm of a law? It was a gift from the world's consciousness to the lucky ones. Anyone who wanted to learn the power of a law and analyze it would have to become a legendary wizard at least. Ness would never become a level 2 wizard in his life, let alone a legendary one. That was why he yelled at Sunders for tricking him. Sunders was the owner of the Gravity Garden. He did not know the law of gravity, but he had been learning it every day. There was no way he could not see the truth behind the grey mist. Ness felt like crying. He was tricked by this shameless pair of master and disciple. He lost his cultivation and did not get anything out of it. He worked for nothing all day. How could he not be angry? You already knew, didn't you? Ness questioned Sunders with great resentment. Sunders remained calm. I saw the ripple just now. I had an idea, but I couldn't confirm it. So you tricked me? Ness looked aggrieved. Sunders did not change his expression. It's just an experiment. If it's not what I think it is, you'll be lucky. I didn't trick you. You're just unlucky. Angor once released the grey mist when fighting against Parasite Queen. However, that was only a way for the grey mist to leave his soul and spread to the surroundings. Since there was no kinetic energy involved, the grey mist could not be fully unleashed. At most, the grey mist could only be found somewhere else. This time, however, he had used the pure soul power that Ness had transmitted to him to completely activate the grey mist. This was the first time the grey mist had shown its true effects. As soon as the grey mist was released, Angor immediately understood its function. Just like when he cast other cantrips, he had absolute control over the grey mist. Gravity. He could feel that this was the vein of gravity. It was no wonder that the grey mist felt familiar to him. It was because Toby had comprehended the sequence of gravity. He often sparred with Toby, so how could he be unfamiliar with Toby's sequence of gravity? The sequence of gravity allowed him to comprehend many things. He casually pointed at the iron block not far away, and the iron block weighing tens of kilograms immediately floated into the air. Aim it at me. Unleash all the power you can control and attack me. Sunders appeared in front of Angor in a flash. Angor tried to figure out where to attack Iron Dunzi when Sunders stepped forward. Angor nodded without hesitation. Next, he wrapped all the gravity power he could on the Iron Dungeon seed and attacked Sunders. He didn't know how powerful the strike was, but he wasn't worried about Iron Dunzi's safety at all. Iron Dunzi was already floating in the air. As soon as Angor used the sequence of gravity on it, it was pushed to its maximum speed. Like a meteor falling from the sky, it created sparks as it rubbed against the combustible gas in the air and created a loud noise. Then, it hit Sunders directly. Sunders stood still. The Iron Dungeon seed did not hit Sunders. Instead, it was blocked by a translucent barrier. With a loud screeching sound, Tai Dunzi disintegrated into a large amount of iron shards, scattering in all directions like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. After a series of whooshing noises, the pieces of iron sank into the metal walls around them. At the same time, the translucent barrier around Sunders' body trembled a little, but it soon returned to normal. The Iron Dungeon seed, which had been rubbed into a round ball, fell to the ground with a clear sound while emitting green smoke. Such power! It's already slightly above the level of a cantrip. It's still a long way from becoming a spell, but as long as Sunders understands the sequence of gravity better, he'll be able to make it stronger in the future. Ness looked envious. What a lucky guy. When he becomes a wizard, he'll have an instant spell that doesn't cost any spell slots. And it's a powerful attack. Damn, I'm so jealous. Angor had used up all the soul energy that did not belong to him. The feeling of fullness was gone, and he felt extremely refreshed. After being calcined by Soul Furnace, Angor's soul became purer and purer. Angor flew to Sunders with a refreshed look on his face. Professor, I can feel it. It's the sequence of gravity, Angor said excitedly. Sunders nodded. Yes, it is. Compared to Toby, your understanding of the sequence of gravity is much deeper. Toby can only apply gravity to himself, but you can already apply it to other objects. Sunders' expression did not change, but he was actually feeling very conflicted. As the owner of the gravity garden, it was normal for him to not have comprehended the law of gravity. However, his disciple had comprehended it. Not only that, even his disciple's magic pet had comprehended it. How could he accept this, however, for a wizard like Sunders who had seen all kinds of things in the world? Such negative emotions only flashed through his mind for a brief moment before disappearing. Your understanding of the sequence of gravity is deeper than Toby's, but at the same time, it's a pity that you can't use it again, said Sunders. He looked a little confused as he continued, but there's something else. Did you really not feel anything when the gravity garden was completed? Normally speaking, when a sorcerer's garden was built, the world's consciousness would begin to instill the law into the garden. Once someone understood the sequence of the law, they would know it themselves. For example, Toby immediately realized that it was the sequence of gravity. It was a very mysterious thing. Angor did not understand the gray mist earlier, but after using it, he gained a clear understanding of the sequence of gravity. When Angor said that he did not understand the sequence of gravity, he meant it. Angor considered for a moment. I didn't understand the law of gravity. But, when the world's consciousness instilled the law into me, I was in a strange state. A strange state? Angor tried his best to describe it. It's something I've never experienced before. It's not meditation. But I felt empty and quiet around me. My mind felt like a vast grassland that could accommodate endless wind, endless clouds, and endless blue sky. In this state, I could clearly see everything happening around me, including the rhythm of the world's consciousness instilling the law into me. Ness sent a telepathic message to Sunders. Why do I feel like he's describing something like tranquility? Both Sunders and Ness said the word at the same time. Body, mind, and soul. They corresponded to the 3 stages of meditation. Body tranquility, also known as absolute silence, was the first obstacle between mortals and supernaturals. Mortals could not achieve absolute silence because their minds were too chaotic. Only when their body tranquility was achieved could they enter meditation. Mind tranquility, on the other hand, was relative silence. Even in the middle of a bustling city, he was able to quickly enter a meditative state. This was the calmness of the heart. Generally speaking, only magi could achieve this. The higher level of soul tranquility meant soul tranquility. When one's soul quieted down, everything around it would no longer be a disturbance, but a springboard to improve one's mind. The state of spiritual stillness was an unattainable state for magi. In this state, one would be able to see through almost everything, and one's comprehension ability would be heaven-defying. It was the state of meditation that all magi dreamed of. How to enter soul tranquility? This was a controversial topic in the southern wizarding region. All wizards who entered soul tranquility before were not of a fixed level. Some of them were legendary wizards, while the weaker ones were apprentices. Therefore, the requirement to enter soul tranquility was not one's power level. However, there were also people who disagreed. They took out ancient parchment scrolls, which stated that only high-ranking wizards could enter soul tranquility. Ancient high-grade sorcerers were at least rank 6 sorcerers in terms of the current sorcerers. What did level 6 wizards mean? To become a legendary wizard in the southern wizarding region, one had to be a level 4 wizard and embark on the path of truth. A level 6 wizard was 2 levels higher than a legendary wizard. Ever since Barzil the Great Twisted Wizard left the southern wizarding region 1,000 years ago, there had never been another legendary wizard in the southern wizarding region. Therefore, the ancient parchment scrolls these people found could not be verified. Therefore, most wizards in the southern wizarding region still considered the requirement to enter soul tranquility as destiny. Did Angor get lucky and enter soul tranquility? But this is too much of a coincidence. Of all times, he entered soul tranquility when the world's consciousness was pouring its law into him. Ness spoke using voice transmission. Maybe entering soul tranquility is not just a matter of destiny. There are conditions to it. Maybe the arrival of the world's consciousness was the trigger for a qualitative change in the condition? Sunders thought. He did not believe in such coincidences. There had to be a condition to enter soul tranquility, and Angor just happened to meet that condition. Angor continued, I felt the rhythm when the law was pouring into me. It was like a lively musical note. But it didn't last long before the heavy drumming broke it. Under the pressure of the drumming, I was forced to the ground. I only felt better when the law was finished. Think about it. You've just become a supernatural. Apart from your spirit, you're still immortal. There's no way a mortal can withstand the pressure of soul quiescence for too long. Ness spoke in a jealous tone, if your soul wasn't stronger than a mortal's, you would have been kicked out as soon as you entered the state. Such a great opportunity should be given to wizards like us. Why did it give you? Ness pointed at Angor and shook his head in regret. Soul quiescence? Ness had been talking to Angor through telepathy, so he didn't know that the state he just described was the highest level of meditation. Sunders briefly explained the concept of soul quiescence to Angor. Soul quiescence refers to the stillness of one's soul. Perhaps you accidentally reached the threshold of soul quiescence and were triggered by the world's consciousness. That's why you entered the state at that time. But as Ness said, your body is too weak to fully absorb the essence of soul quiescence. But that makes sense. When you're in a state of spiritual stillness, you're able to sense some of the sequence of gravity. But because you were interrupted halfway, the rhythm of the law was incomplete. That's why you didn't feel anything after the law was injected. But the laws you learned didn't disappear either. The soul tranquility is a state of soul comprehension, and the interrupted laws are still sleeping in your soul. Sunders sounded a little regretful when he said this. You're right. If you can fully understand it, it won't be sleeping in your soul. Instead, it will appear in your mind space. And you won't have to rely on your soul energy to activate it. You can use your mana. That's a shame, Ness added. Nessie added, in other words, the sequence of gravity you've comprehended is equivalent to a spell. That can only be activated by expending soul force. Even soul manipulators usually use their mana to cast spells. It's too wasteful to use soul energy to cast spells. Angor finally understood. The sequence of gravity he learned seemed powerful, but he needed to use his soul energy to cast it. Soul energy recovery was much slower than mana recovery, and he didn't have much soul energy left. If he wanted to use the sequence of gravity, he would have to wait a long time. Still, it's not bad. At the very least, it's an instantaneous spell. Although Ness had explained a lot about the disadvantages of consuming soul force, he still couldn't help but speak his mind in the end. It wasn't like he couldn't recover his soul power. Having an additional instant cast spell was equivalent to having an additional ability to protect himself. Perhaps this instantaneous spell would be the key to saving your life in a moment of crisis. The test results are out. We can prepare for the final step. The final step, the fusion of soul and body. Back in the lab, Ness was still grumbling, I've been screwed over by you two this time. Not only did I not earn anything, I even lost 5 years of my cultivation. My life is too bitter. I was just staying in my own territory, but disaster still fell from the sky. Angor felt a little guilty when he heard Ness' complaint. The benefits he gained this time were too great. Although the sequence of gravity was a huge benefit, it still had its limits. He couldn't use it now, and it could only be used as a trump card in the future. However, after absorbing Ness' pure soul energy, Angor's soul was refined by the soul furnace, which improved the quality of his soul. This was the biggest benefit of all. There were too many benefits to having a high-quality soul. When the quality of his soul reached a certain level, Angor's soul could directly interfere with the material world even without learning any soul spells. Like soul manipulators, he could even survive without a body for a long time. However, Angor's regret was quickly dispelled by Ness' words. From now on, I'm going to teach Sokka a good lesson. I'm counting on him to pay me back in the future. Ness gave Angor a wicked grin. Sunders still didn't say anything. Angor silently told himself to work harder. Not only for himself, but also for John. He would kill anyone who wanted to kill him first. The fusion of soul and body was the easiest step. Ness cast a spell to open Angor's soul space. All Angor needed to do was to go back inside. The process went smoothly. Several minutes later, Angor slowly opened his eyes while soaking in the nutrient solution. He didn't feel anything wrong and climbed out of the glass chamber. The towel he used to wipe his body was already placed aside. He wiped the nutrient solution off his body. His skin still smelled like a magical plant. He put on his clothes and walked to Sunders. Sunders and Ness were chatting. Ness seemed to have calmed down. He didn't sneer at Angor anymore. "Those people are still bothering you?" Ness asked. Sunders nodded nonchalantly. "Looks like they won't give up until they get what they want. After all, they're after the descendant of that VIP. Ness snickered. "You're right. They need you to break their illusions." Sunders shook his head. "Illusions are secondary. They're probably after my gravity garden. You know, smuggling living creatures is a good deal too. Could it be that the Carabits are behind the smuggling of living creatures?" "I think so. The Carabits are quite generous when it comes to biological research." Sunders nodded. He didn't like the Carabits very much. "So you're not going to go to the front lines then?" Ness asked. "If you don't do anything to the descendant of that VIP, you won't get involved, right? These things can't be explained clearly, who knows? Anyway, I can't be bothered to get involved in these matters. But sometimes you have no choice. If Mr. Monkey dares to do something to that VIP's descendant, he's probably going to die if he can't become a legend," Ness sighed. "Don't worry. They're only looking for you to make up the numbers. Now that your soul energy is greatly weakened, I don't think they'll be interested in you anymore." Sunders chuckled. "So, you didn't lose anything this time." This time, Ness didn't insist that he had lost. Instead, he sighed. The people of Moonfrost Moon seem to have put the cart before the horse. A wizard's path is to explore the unknown and seek the truth. They prioritize the exploration of the unknown and give up on seeking the truth. Such a Moonfrost Union will eventually be destroyed. The path of truth isn't decided by us. Your standards are different from theirs. Maybe they're still laughing at us for having a wrong understanding of the truth." Sunders was a higher wizard after all, so he had more ideas than Ness. There was no absolute truth in this world. Different perspectives could lead to different views of the world. Sunders and Ness stopped talking about this topic. Angor had no idea what they were talking about. But when he thought about it, he realized that they must be talking about something important. It had nothing to do with him anyway, so he just let it be. "It's about time. We should go. There's an old man waiting for me to deal with." Sunders stood up and chuckled. "Old man?" "An old fox who infiltrated the enemy's territory with an ulterior motive." Sunders didn't mention who Ness was. "Oh right, I almost forgot about this." Sunders flipped his hand and took out a bottle filled with pink liquid, the bloodline essence of the succubus. Sunders tossed the bottle to Ness. "If you really want to study the effect of bloodline essence on a man, you can give it to your student while he's trapped. I promise he won't feel anything in his illusion." Ness waved a hand. "Nah. If I give it to him, he'll use a forbidden spell to change his body right away." Angor's ears twitched a little when he heard Ness' words. From what Ness said, Sokka could use a forbidden spell to change his body even if his body was destroyed. Angor knew that he had to think carefully if he wanted to kill Ness. He wondered if Hookdick knew such a forbidden spell. "Didn't you take in another student last year?" "For Hookdick, you say?" Ness rubbed his chin and considered. "That's a good idea. Hookdick is desperate to become stronger. Besides, he just entered the wizarding world not long ago. Maybe we can trick him a little." Angor was a little worried about Ness' intention of giving Hookdick the bloodline essence. But at the same time, he couldn't help but give Sunders a thumbs up. He couldn't wait to see what Hookdick would look like after being injected with the succubus blood. A female Hookdick. Angor was excited just thinking about it. Before leaving the Valley of Souls, Ness suddenly spoke to Angor. "The sequence of gravity is connected to your soul. This is the first time I've seen something like this. You can use it as a soul spell for now, but I don't know if it'll affect your soul in the future. Unless your soul is mutated, it's better to keep it as pure as possible." Angor wasn't sure if Ness was exaggerating or not, but he still needed to be careful. John always said that misfortune and fortune came hand in hand. Angor's current situation seemed to be a blessing. But who knew if the blessing would cover up the misfortune? Angor couldn't help but feel worried. On their way back, Sunders continued, once you become a wizard, every decision you make will come with risks. Therefore, what you need to do is to study the risks thoroughly before they arrive and then avoid them. Even if you can't, you need to minimize the damage to yourself. There will be answers to all of your questions. And that's what wizards seek, said Sunders. A wizard's ultimate goal was to find an answer. But there's more than one way to find the answer. Sunders stood on the demon falcon's back and held the brim of his hat. His black cloak was fluttering in the wind. For a moment, Angor felt as if he had gone back in time. Let's not talk about the process. Sometimes, there's more than one answer. Sunders suddenly looked at the sky in the distance. Dark clouds were gathering. A storm was coming. Angor followed Sunders' gaze and saw 7 or 8 apprentices carefully recording something. It was a familiar scene. Angor saw it many times in Brute Cavern. A philosopher from Earth once said that knowledge and action should be combined. Only by combining thoughts with practice could one's thoughts be turned into life experience. And those apprentices were doing exactly that. They observed the dark clouds. Some were gathering water elements in their hands, some were surrounded by clouds, and some were applying external forces to the clouds to observe their changes. They have the same question, but they all get different answers. Do you know why? Sunders looked at Angor. Because they learn different things. Their personal understanding and logic are different. Their answers must be different, Angor explained. Yes. They learn different things, so they have to walk their own paths. If you can't find your own path, you might never reach the end of it if you're too greedy. Angor was a little surprised. Of course he understood what Sunders was trying to say. Sunders was worried that Angor would be blinded by the power of the sequence of gravity and forget about his true goal. Sunders knew that powerful things were the most attractive, especially for newbies who just entered the wizarding world. He saw many examples in the Sky Tower. There were many people who abandoned basic knowledge and pursued powerful spells. The sequence of gravity was extremely powerful. Of course, it was more attractive. If Angor was too eager for quick success and gave up on his future, Sunders would be very disappointed. I know what's more important, Angor said seriously. Sunders nodded and did not say anything else. As a matter of fact, Sunders was being overly concerned. Even if Angor was eager for quick success, it was not for personal growth. Half of the 5-year agreement between him and John had already passed. He hadn't even finished the water in his cup. How could he pay attention to the clouds and the moon in the sky? He flew all the way back to the Tree of Eternity. They were about to arrive at Phantom Island, but there were still some things he wanted to ask before they landed. Professor, was the illusion you used to trap Sokka a basic illusion? Sunders nodded and asked, you've been studying for a long time. What else did you find apart from basic illusions? Angor explained what he saw in detail. At the same time, he was also restoring the nodes of the basic illusion technique in his palm. Illusory images could be seen on his palm, reminiscent of the legendary Divine Kingdom on the palm. Nice use of microscopic illusions. Sunders did not hesitate to praise the boy's progress. Angor chuckled. He was only enlightened because of the falcon demon ornament he made earlier. That was why he decided to use it on his palm. You're right. Nodes, logic, mana distribution, and even the content of the illusion are all correct. So you've mastered basic illusions quite well. Sunders paused. So, you want to know about melodious illusion? Angor nodded repeatedly. His eyes were filled with the desire for more knowledge. Sunders didn't say anything. He simply grabbed Angor's collar and jumped down from the demon falcon's back while Angor watched in horror. Angor was not worried at all since Sunders was carrying him. However, he did not sense any mana ripples coming from Sunders until they reached the ground. He quickly turned around and saw Sunders standing in the air, looking at him with an expressionless face. Angor heard his heart beating like a drum. His mind went blank. He had no idea what Sunders was going to do. When he was about 10 meters away from the ground, his face and lips turned pale. He felt as if he had returned to the day when the world's consciousness arrived. He was blown away by the hurricane and fell from the sky. It was just like today. But I had Lady Mirror to save me that day. Will Sunders save me this time? No way. For some reason, he was sure that Sunders would not save him this time. Angor felt weak for a second, but he quickly regained his composure. Why should he give his life to someone else's charity? He did not need anyone to save him. He could save himself, save himself. Many cantrip models flashed across Angor's mind. He didn't know many cantrips, but he knew a lot of improved cantrip models. Which cantrip should he use? How should he save himself? Angor's mind was spinning fast. He suddenly remembered a model he saw when he first deconstructed the cleanse spell. Cleanse was actually a combination of water and wind elements. The model consisted of two parts, plane and magatama. If the cantrip model was broken magatama, the balance of water and wind elements would focus on water. If the cantrip model was plane and complete magatama, the balance of water and wind elements would focus on wind. Back then, Angor used his hologram tablet to calculate all the possible combinations of cleanse. One of them took the tablet 15 minutes to complete. After the calculation of the feng shui arrangement and the calculation of the magic formula, the cantrip model was a complete magatama and a complete plane. Angor believed that it was a cantrip model that leaned toward wind element. Maybe wind can slow me down. Angor's eyes were bloodshot as he tried to arrange the model in his mind. Back then, Angor recklessly tried to arrange a combination that took the tablet 13 minutes to calculate. The spell backfired and took him half a month to recover. Since then, Angor never took the risk again. But this time, he had no choice. He never learned a wind cantrip. Even if he did, it would not help him. A level 0 wind cantrip could not allow him to fly. This was the only model of the wind class that had been calculated with the holographic tablet for the longest time. Let's do it. When he was about to touch the ground, Angor used the cantrip model. His mana pool was being squeezed like crazy. He was halfway through the model, but his mana suddenly ran out. Just like the last time when the spell backfired, the model began to show signs of collapsing the moment the magic power was exhausted. I'm done. Angor's face was filled with despair. He overestimated his mana pool. The model was at least a level 1 cantrip, or even higher. In desperation, he closed his eyes. When he thought he was going to be smashed into a pile of meat, a gentle, non-elemental mana flowed into his body. There's mana? Angor did not have time to think about where the mana came from. He quickly guided the mana into the collapsing model. Finally, thanks to the endless supply of mana, the model was completed before he hit the ground. A complete magatama. A complete plane. It was a very complete model. As soon as the model was completed, Angor guided it under his feet. In an instant, a gust of wind with the power of rotation quickly took shape. Angor faintly heard the cry of a bird. Before he could figure out why it came from below, he felt himself being lifted into the air. Suddenly, he found himself rising into the air. A 2-meter-wide tornado helped him rise into the air. This cantrip model was tornado? Tornado was indeed a combination of water and wind elements, but his tornado was way too small. It was completely different from the genuine level 3 tornado spell. So what if he was small? At least he was still alive. Angor sighed in relief and tried to comfort himself. You actually managed to injure a demon falcon, how disobedient. A low but gentle male voice rang in his ears. Angor saw the scenery in front of him completely changed. He should have landed, but he was actually thousands of meters high in the air. Sunders grabbed him by the back of his collar. Not far from him, the demon falcon was flapping its wings and crying in pain. There was a bloody hole on its back. There were wind and water elements left on the wound. Was that an illusion? Angor's face was pale. Maybe it was because his mana pool was drained, or because he was too scared. Heh. Sunders chuckled. Unlike his usual deep voice, his voice sounded much clearer. It was like a gust of wind blowing through the leaves, bringing about a rustling sound that was pleasant to the ear and calming to the heart. Sunders' laughter replaced all other answers. Angor silently reached out his spirit feelers and sensed the mana ripples around him. There were traces of basic illusion nodes. the truth was revealed. Everything just now was really just an illusion. Angor felt his face burning. Did Sunders see how he gritted his teeth, how his veins were bulging, and how his face was twisted? There was no doubt about it. Angor covered his face in self-pity. His image, the gentle and humble one he worked so hard to maintain, Angor lowered his head. His face was as pale as a corpse. Sunders lifted him up by the collar and carried him onto the demon falcon's back. The demon falcon gave Angor a vicious glare, which made Angor lower his head even more. Sunders quickly healed the demon falcon's wound. However, the wound was completely bare, which was in stark contrast to the beautiful black feathers around it. Angor sat on the demon falcon's side without saying anything. Was that an improved version of Tornado? Sunders broke the silence with a chuckle. Angor mumbled, I don't know. It was my first time using it. Sunders nodded. The model is a complete magatama placed on a flat surface. Was the original combination a cleanse spell? After hearing Sunders' description of the model, Angor was sure that the sudden surge of mana that appeared when his mana pool was exhausted came from Sunders. Yes, it was cleanse. Angor hesitated and gave Sunders an awkward look. Thank you, sir, for helping me. I would have been hit by another spell if it wasn't for you. Last time, you were hit by a spell backlash because you used a cleanse spell recklessly. So, this is the improved version of Tornado you created last time? Sunders was quite interested in the Tornado. It was a level 0 cantrip for cleaning, and after some modification, it was close to a level 2 cantrip. No, it wasn't. Angor muttered in his mind. Yes, sir. Angor lowered his head again. Not bad. A simple level 0 cantrip improved to this level. There are still some imperfections, but it's good enough to be recorded in books. Sunders put a hand on Angor's shoulder. If you want, you can send the improved cleanse spell to a magazine for apprentices. I'm sure it'll be well received. Angor mumbled but didn't say anything. He only lowered his head and continued to lick his vanishing image. Sunders chuckled in his mind. Did you notice the effect of melodious illusion in the basic illusion just now? Sunders decided to change the topic so that Angor wouldn't feel depressed. Melodious illusion? Melodious illusion just now? Angor was still licking his wounds, but Sunders' words just scratched an itch in his heart. Angor couldn't help but think about what he experienced in the illusion, but he couldn't find anything useful. You didn't notice anything? Angor was sure that there was a basic illusion in the illusion because he clearly saw the nodes. As for melodious illusion, he didn't notice it at all. Melodious illusion required sound to cast, but he didn't hear anything. So was there really a melodious illusion, sound? Was it the wind? Angor frowned. Speaking of wind, at this moment, they were hundreds of meters high in the sky. Accompanied by the ever-changing clouds and mist, the demon falcon spread its wings and soared. The whistling sound of the wind made threatening gestures, constantly slapping their exposed skin. As far as Angor could remember, the wind was loud, but its frequency never changed. How could it trigger the illusion nodes if the wind did not change? In other words, Sunders' melodious illusion did not use the sound of wind. Then what could it be? He frowned. Did he hear anything else other than the wind? Was it the sound of birds singing? That's not right. The only bird around is the demon falcon. The demon falcon did not make any other noise except for the cry it made when it was injured. If it wasn't the sound of birds, could it be cloud flow? Probably not. Cloud flow sound was too faint, and Sunders could easily set it up. However, using the sound of flowing clouds to test Sunders was a little out of his expectation. Angor thought for a while but still could not figure it out. He looked at Sunders for help, and the latter pointed to a spot. It was the center of the demon falcon's back. Sunders asked Angor to sit there. What's so special about this seat? Angor went to the designated seat and sat down in confusion. About half a minute after he sat down, he suddenly felt something vibrating under his butt. It sounded like the beating of a drum. Another half a minute later, the second vibration came. Is that the heartbeat of a demon falcon? Angor thought to himself. Angor's eyes lit up when he heard the answer. Only now did he realize that when he was trapped in the illusion, he had excluded all the sounds from the outside world, but he had forgotten that there were sounds in his body as well, if he thought about it carefully, he would find that the sounds inside his body were much more complicated. Angor also felt like he was about to be smashed into a meat patty. His heart was beating so fast that his mind went blank, which only served to make his heartbeat even louder. Thump. 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 Angor put his hand on his chest to feel his heartbeat. At this moment, his heartbeat had calmed down slightly, but he could still feel that it was different from before when his heart was beating like a drum. Did you find it? Sunder's voice reached his ears. Angor nodded. That's my heartbeat. So it's not just artificial or natural sounds that can be used to set up melodious illusion. You can also use the physiological sounds inside your body. Angor felt like he had learned something new about melodious illusion. But before he could celebrate for more than a few minutes, Sunders poured cold water on him. You've accumulated a lot of knowledge among your peers, and your way of thinking is up to standard. But you're still too narrow-minded. You're still stuck in the ignorance of mortals. If you want to become a truth finder, you need to be more open-minded. Otherwise, you'll be nothing but a nobody even if you become a wizard in the end. Angor's mind calmed down again after hearing Sunders' words. As Sunders said, Angor's mind was a little rigid. He only focused on the small piece of land in front of him and forgot that there was a bigger land and a bigger sky. Sunders was, and he could see the corners of his mouth. Back to the topic, Sunders said, you're right. It's a heartbeat. But did you find out what it does? The question was back to the original question. What was the purpose of the melodious illusion and the illusion that trapped Sokka? What was the use of heartbeat? Or to put it more simply, why did the melodious illusion have sound? What was the use of its sound? Angor did not know how to answer this question. He believed that he could at least understand the concept of melodious illusions even though he could not cast them yet. But when he was asked to explain the effects of the melodious illusion, he was dumbfounded. He recalled the first sentence of the Level 1 cantrip, Melodious Illusion, in the notebook Professor Sunders gave him. The cantrip described son of a bitch as son of a bitch, which was to create illusions in people's minds using sound. Use sound to create illusions of people's hearts? Angor realized that he had misunderstood the meaning of the sentence. It was not about sound or illusions. It was about people's hearts. If people's hearts were the key, then sound was just a way to distract, confuse, or even guide people's minds. So, the heartbeat was not the main point of Sunders' melodious illusion. What did it do to Sunders? A moment later, he regained his composure and spoke in a calm tone. Detection ability. I lost the ability to see the outside world. Sunders chuckled. So you figured it out. What Angor meant was that he lost his ability to see the outside world after being disturbed by the heartbeat in the illusion. First, he became cautious. He did not trust anyone, and he did not believe that Sunders would save him. Next, he misjudged his surroundings. He did not move at all, so he did not sense any disturbance in the wind, nor did he feel weightlessness under his feet. Angor was a very careful person, so he would not overlook such obvious anomalies even if he was in a life-or-death situation. Therefore, needless to say, the heartbeat was actually interfering with his ability to think and judge. Since you figured it out yourself, you must have guessed the effect of the melodious illusion and the illusion that trapped Sokka, right? It's the same as what happened to me, Angor said. I lost my judgment because of the melodious illusion. Your answer is correct, but the process is wrong. Angor was puzzled by the question. I used the sound of your heartbeat to create a near-death hallucination that left a deep impression in your mind, thus interfering with your decision-making. You're right about that, but I used a different method to deal with Sokka. Hypnosis. Sunders did not keep Angor in suspense. The experiment to examine your soul will take at least half a day. Using the sound of a pendulum to put him to sleep and make him lose his judgment. That's the easiest way. Sunders patted Angor's shoulder. Melodious illusion is only a level 1 cantrip, but it's still a complicated one. If you can figure it out so easily, why would other wizards spend hundreds, or even thousands of years studying it? It's not just melodious illusion. All other illusions are complicated. But most of them involve the human mind. If you're interested, you can look for books on psychology. They should help you with your studies. Back at Phantom Island, he was still pondering over the illusion created by Sunders. A basic illusion that was so simple that it could not even make sense was combined with a melodious illusion to confuse people's minds. It was a bit embarrassing, but Angor learned a lot from it. If basic illusions were used to confuse people's eyes, melodious illusion could be used to confuse people's minds. Each of them had their own flaws. But when combined together, Angor's illusion went from a plate of loose sand to a whole new level. It told Angor that in the wizarding world, 1 + 1 was not the same as 2. The answer might be unknown. As soon as he landed, Angor noticed the strange atmosphere in the manor. Usually, there were many phantasmal beasts on Phantom Island, and the sounds of birds chirping and beasts roaring could be heard. Why was it so quiet today? Angor followed behind Sunders. As soon as they stepped through the gate, they saw the phantom servants standing in a row in a serious manner. Next, a wave of stagnant mana surrounded him. Angor was surprised. He wanted to ask what was going on, but when he opened his mouth, he found that he could not speak. Was his voice silenced? Was it a level 1 cantrip? No. Silencing only targeted a single person. Was it a level 2 cantrip, silencing enchantment? Angor already saw the power of silencing enchantment from Mara before he came to the wizarding world. Either way, it was a provocation to use silencing enchantment in a wizard's manner. Even Flora would not dare to do such a thing. Was it Sunders' enemy? Angor glanced at Sunders and saw the man frowning. The man was looking at the end of the hallway with a confused look. "I've been waiting for you, Sunders." Someone walked out of the hallway. The newcomer was an old man with a tall and straight posture. He was wearing gray trousers, a white shirt, and a coffee-colored checkered vest. Every detail of his appearance was neatly groomed. Even his hair was combed into a slicked-back hairstyle. Angor's first impression was that the old man was very strict with himself. "Mr. Rain, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" Sunders took off his hat and bowed to the old man. The other phantom servants followed suit and bowed to Sunders as well. Angor wondered who this old man was. But since Sunders bowed to him, he must be someone important. Angor was a little nervous, but he did not show it on his face. He followed the crowd and bowed to the old man. The old man, called Mr. Rain, ignored the others and walked to Sunders with a helpless expression. "You should have guessed it already." "Who is it?" Sunders remained silent. Ryan said, "It's Samantha. She asked me to come." "So it's her." "I can't think of anyone else who can make Mr. Rain come personally." "Looks like I can't refuse this time," Sunders said. Rain opened his mouth and tried to say something. But in the end, he did not say anything. He only sighed. "Sigh. It's not a difficult task. Let's talk inside." Rain and Sunders headed to the living room. Angor wondered if he should follow them or just turn around and go home. Sunders' voice suddenly reached his ears. "Don't be in such a hurry. I have something to tell you later." As their footsteps faded away, they also disappeared at the end of the hallway. Angor was still puzzled by the question. The old man named Rain did not emit any mana ripples, and his aura was calm and peaceful. He looked like a strict, old-school gentleman. However, both the phantom servants and Sunders treated him with respect. Clearly, he was not as simple as he looked. "Mr. Pat, would you like something to eat?" Good dismissed the phantom servants and walked to Angor. "Good. Butler." Angor thought Good's voice was gone. But when he tried to greet Good, he realized that the old man could still speak, but his voice was as soft as a kitten's meowing. Angor tried to clear his throat and cleared his throat. However, the volume of his voice was even softer than before. "What's going on?" Angor's eyes widened. He could not speak before, but now his voice was even softer than a kitten's meowing. "Mr. Pat, just keep your voice down. That mister doesn't like to talk loudly." "The louder you are, the softer your voice will be," Good reminded Angor. "Is that Lord referring to the old man just now?" He lowered his voice and found that the conversation was much more normal. Still, the volume was much lower than usual. "Yes. Your meal is ready. Mr. Pat, would you like to have your meal first?" While eating, Angor kept asking Good about Rain's identity. When Good told him who the man was, Angor finally realized something. He had read about the man more than once, even though it was his first time meeting him. Rain Mute, the Silencer, the real leader of Brute Cavern, and one of the few level 3 wizards in the southern wizardry region who had the potential to become legendary. Almost every apprentice in Brute Cavern had heard about Mr. Rain's legendary deeds. Rain had studied the power of silence to the extreme and almost touched the law of nature. Even the world's consciousness had to keep quiet around him. He did not need to release any mana to create a large area of silence. No wonder Angor felt strange when he landed on Phantom Island. This Mr. was here. Normally, Rain would stay on top of the Cloud Tower. The Cloud Tower was located at the top of the Eternal Tree. No matter where you were in the mirror world, you could see the shadow of the Cloud Tower. Angor heard that the old man had not left the tower for decades. Why did he suddenly come here? He was curious, but he knew he was far away from such matters. He was not qualified to know anything about wizards, let alone Sunders and Rain, who were already powerful wizards. He suppressed his curiosity and decided to get some fresh air outside the manor after finishing his meal. Although Lord Rhine's silence domain only lowered his voice, the forced silence made him feel a little depressed. Although it was very quiet outside the manor, the smell of the plants in the forest and the breeze that blew past his ears made him feel slightly more at ease. He sat by the brook beside the manor and closed his eyes to meditate. With Sunders' help, Angor used up all his mana to cast the modified tornado spell. His body was empty now. He did not know why Sunders asked him to stay, but since he had nothing else to do, he decided to use this chance to replenish his mana. Time slowly passed. When the day faded away and the curtain of night was lifted, Angor finally stopped meditating. His mana pool had reached its limit. He stopped meditating, but he did not leave his mind space. He noticed that his mana pool had completely adapted to the current speed of backflow and would not become unstable again. It was time for him to build another spirit tunnel. His spirit model now looked like a sea urchin. From the center of the singularity, there were several spirit channels scattered around. Every mental channel could absorb primal mana. This way, whether it was the efficiency of his meditation or the speed of his mana flow, they both reached the peak. Angor estimated that he only needed to build a few more spirit channels to expand his mana pool further. When the time came, he would release the improved tornado, and he shouldn't run out of mana. As he pondered, he suddenly heard the sounds of animals in the forest, the sound of running water, and the howling wind as if a switch had been switched on in his ears. Angor looked up and saw a figure flying across Phantom Island toward the top of the Tree of Eternity, which was the Cloud Tower. Mr. Rain left. Angor watched the figure disappear into the darkness. Not long after Rain left, Angor heard Sunders' voice calling him. Angor, come to the study. Angor received the message and quickly headed to the manor. On his way, he saw someone approaching him from the other side of the path. Someone else? Under the soft moonlight, he saw a man wearing a black wizard robe. His face was covered by a hood, but Angor couldn't see his face. His back was straight, and his steps carried the elegant rhythm of a noble. Coupled with his casual movements, it made his temperament seem arrogant and cold. Angor felt that the man's appearance, body shape, and temperament all gave him a strange sense of familiarity. Angor also saw something even more familiar perched on the man's shoulder. It was a gray-feathered seabird wearing an animal skin coat and having a chieftain's plume on its head. Toby? Angor frowned. The seagull, which was dressed like a primitive man, no, a primitive bird, heard Angor's call. It chirped and flapped its wings in joy as it flew toward Angor. Angor reached out to catch the bird. The look, movement, and temperament all belonged to Toby. Toby kept chirping and flapping its wings. Angor could tell that the bird was asking for a reward. The man in the black robe came closer. Angor felt even more ridiculous when he looked closer. The man in the black robe had the exact same body shape as him. It almost felt like he was looking at another Angor. Good evening, Mr. Pat. The man's voice was cold and arrogant, but Angor was very familiar with the tone. Wasn't this the cold barren milk he always pretended to be? Who are you? Angor was confused. The fake barren milk took off his robe and revealed his real face. Well, it wasn't his real face. He was wearing a long robe with a mask. The familiar patterned mask helped Angor recognize the man's identity. A phantom servant? Yes. My number is 233. You may call me by my number, Mr. Pat. While speaking, number 233's body shape and voice began to change. In front of Angor, number 233 grew a lot taller in just a few seconds. His voice also changed from barren milk to a sharper one. Were you imitating me? Number 233 nodded. Mr. Toby asked me to pretend to be Mr. Pat and take your place in the Sky Tower matches. You're going to replace me in the next 2 days? Angor asked in disbelief. Number 233 shook his head. My special abilities are shapeshifting and imitation. I'm not good at fighting. I fought 17 matches in the past 3 days, all by myself, Mr. Toby. Toby raised his head proudly as he said this. It looked like he was asking for praise. 17 matches? Did you win all of them? Number 233 nodded again. Yes. Mr. Pat has reached level 14, and he's very famous in the Sky Tower. I don't care. Are you hurt, Toby? Angor put Toby on his hand to check. Mr. Toby won all the matches in one hit. That's why people like to call you One-Hit Man these days. Angor frowned after making sure Toby was fine. One-Hit Man? Wasn't Toby the one who did it? Shouldn't he be called One-Hit Bird? Number 233 continued, I've never heard of One-Hit Bird before. But there are people who call you One-Hit Bird Man, though not as popular as One-Hit Man. Angor led Toby to the manor while number 233 followed him. On their way, number 233 gave Angor a general report about the matches in the past few days. Angor felt a headache coming on. He killed the champion of level 13, which made him famous. Of course, he had a negative reputation. Number 233 didn't do anything in the past 3 days. He let Toby do all the fighting. Angor's negative reputation got even worse. People said that he relied on a powerful pet to act shamelessly without any real skills. Someone even checked Angor's past records and found out that Angor's shameless methods were not only limited to his pet. He won almost all of his previous matches by relying on his alchemy weapons. In order to exaggerate the power of his alchemy weapons, he ignored the fact that Angor also used spells to help him. People loved to spread rumors. Angor killed their goddess, so it was inevitable that he would be criticized. As long as he kept a low profile, everything would be fine. But Toby was not the type to keep a low profile. Without Angor's help, Toby's first matches were not bloody. However, there were too many fans who wanted to avenge Parasite Queen, and many of them cursed barren milk during the confrontation. Under such circumstances, Toby became enraged and killed everyone he saw. He stepped on corpses all the way to level 14. And so, Angor's cold and aloof reputation was turned into softy, one-hit man, and shameless man by Toby in just 3 days. One hit was a way to describe Toby's strength, and also a way to slander barren milk. Of course, Angor's reputation of killing women without mercy also spread. Angor didn't want to argue about it anymore. He already had too many negative reputations. It didn't matter if he took another one. Number 233 suddenly spoke, actually, there are some women who support you, young master. Huh? When you fought against Parasite Queen, you showed half of your face. They were all captivated by your handsome face. Angor didn't know what to say. So his persona became handsome and perverted foppish? Then he would rather have a negative reputation. If Angor told number 233 what he was thinking, number 233 would probably reply, perverted spoiled brat is not enough. Maybe you should add a suffix, such as second generation spoiled brat. Barren Milk's powerful pet and alchemy weapon were not something a level 1 apprentice could have. Therefore, many people believed that Barren Milk must have a very powerful background. Because of this, no one dared to mess with Barren Milk outside of the arena, even if they hated his guts. When he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something. I still have my profile card with me. How can you take my place if the tower doesn't verify it? Number 233 took out a profile card from his robe and handed it to Angor. I was wondering about this at first. I told Mr. Baroque that I forgot to bring my profile card, and he didn't ask anything. He even gave me an anonymous profile card. The data from the past few days are all in this card. Next time you go to the Sky Tower, you can go to the management office and transfer the data into your original profile card. Angor noticed something else. Baroque didn't ask anything. With this lord's ability, he must have seen through your true identity long ago. It's not that he didn't ask anything. He's just trying to save face for the professor. Or maybe he's feeling guilty, Angor mocked. Number 233 didn't say anything. He knew Angor was implying something. As a smart servant, he only needed to stay quiet. Anyway, thank you for your help these days, Angor thanked number 233. I didn't do anything. Mr. Toby is the one who did the hard work. Toby raised his head proudly and waited for Angor's compliment. Angor smiled wryly. His reputation might be ruined, but it was not a big deal. Apart from a few people, no one knew who he really was. And those who knew who he was wouldn't gossip about it. Even Sokka didn't think that Sokka would reveal his identity to the public. After saying goodbye to number 233, Angor quickly went to the study on the second floor. He pushed the door open and saw Sunder sitting in front of the desk with one hand resting on his chin and his eyes closed. When Angor approached, Sunders opened his eyes and spoke in a low and hoarse voice, "You're here." Angor sat down on one side of the table. Angor sat down but didn't hear Sunders' voice for a long time. He looked up and saw Sunders lost in his thoughts again. "Professor?" Angor called softly. Sunders looked at him with an apologetic look. Angor was a little hesitant. Should he show some concern to his student? He asked tentatively, "Teacher, why is Lord Rhine looking for you?" Sunders was surprised. Sunders smiled when he saw Angor's concerned look. "But it's nothing. He just wanted to borrow my sorcerer's garden." Sorcerer's garden? Not long ago, Sunders mentioned that someone wanted to use Sunders' gravity garden to smuggle living creatures into the garden. To smuggle living creatures? Angor asked. Sunders nodded. He knew that Angor was a meticulous man who knew what to ask and what to say. Sunders didn't ask Angor to stay away from the conversation. "You can smuggle living creatures?" Angor frowned. "Are you talking about phantom beasts?" "There are phantom beasts, but not all of them. Most of them are intelligent beings from other worlds." "Intelligent beings, from other worlds?" Angor's heart skipped a beat. "As I said, otherworldly beings who want to enter the wizarding world must go through the proper passage and register their names. Otherwise, if the Supreme Cult's adepts find out, they will go crazy and come after you. However, otherworldly lifeforms that travel through the proper channels are basically all planes that have signed peace agreements with the world of adepts. Both sides have certain restrictions on each other's worlds. That is why we usually don't go to war with these otherworldly lifeforms that have obtained proof of residence." Sunders paused for a moment before continuing. "However, the study of living creatures has always been a hot topic for wizards. Among them, otherworldly beings are the most valuable. So, they can often be sold at a good price. That's why people often say that living creatures are smuggled into the wizarding world. The Supreme Cult doesn't care about the smuggling of living creatures. These otherworldly beings all end up dead in the end. It's in line with the ideology of the Supreme Cult, so they don't care." It was rare for Sunders to talk about otherworldly beings, so Angor tried to think of a way to change the topic. But before Angor could think of a way to ask, Sunders cut off the topic. "You don't have to worry about that yet. Just learn a little about it." Sunders cut to the chase. "I asked you to come because I want to talk to you about your bloodline." "Bloodline?" "Just now, Ness wanted to inject a succubus bloodline into you, but you refused." "I agree. Not because the bloodline is bad, but because you're a rare nightmare form. If you want to implant a bloodline into a monster from the nightmare realm, it's best to do so. Most of the monsters in the nightmare realm can be found in the real world. But the bloodlines of the monsters in the nightmare realm contain even more incredible power. Also, most of the bloodlines of the monsters in the nightmare realm have strange effects on illusions." Sunders paused. "Some of my spells can't be separated from the bloodlines of the monsters in the nightmare realm. Even Flora's Red Reaper has something to do with the bloodline of the nightmare realm. Of course, it's up to you to choose your bloodline. But I suggest you be careful about it." "I understand." Angor did not know why Sunders chose to talk about bloodlines at this moment. But since Sunders already mentioned it, Angor decided to be more careful about his choice of bloodline. Alright, that's all for now. If you don't have anything else to say, you can go now. Angor bowed to Sunders and prepared to leave. When Angor pushed the door open, Sunders saw the demon falcon on the table. Flora told me that Lady Mira likes new things. She saved your life last time. Don't forget to thank her. As expected, Angor saw Butler Good in the hallway after leaving the study. Butler Good, can I return these clothes after I wash them? Angor pointed at the clothes he was wearing. I don't think you'll mind such things, sir. Besides, these clothes are useless to you. If you don't feel comfortable wearing them, you can just throw them away. Angor waved a hand. It's fine. They're comfortable. I'm just a little embarrassed. Then please keep it on, Mr. Pat. Looking at you now makes me feel like I'm looking at a young man, Good said. That's a beautiful memory. Seeing that Good was going to give a long speech, Angor quickly bid farewell and left before Good could finish his words. Angor left Phantom Island and boarded a Vine bus at Falling Cloud bus stop. Inside the carriage, Angor recalled Sunders' last words while enjoying the chilly night breeze. Of course, he didn't forget how Mirror Lady saved his life. But when he thought about Mirror Lady's request, he felt troubled. Sunders didn't seem interested in Mirror Lady, and he didn't know what to do. Did he really need to wear a face like Sunders said? Angor couldn't bring himself to do that. Fortunately, Sunders mentioned that Lady Mira likes new gadgets. Speaking of new things, Angor immediately thought of the music box he had yet to make. A music box wasn't anything special. But if he could combine beautiful music with a beautiful illusion, it should be something new, right? Angor didn't have anything else he could offer. Lady Mira wouldn't be interested in anything about power. He could only try to find something about entertainment. While thinking, Angor returned to Apprentice Town. The town was quiet in the middle of the night. Only the lights of the market in the distance flickered. Angor didn't go home right away. Instead, he went to the underground market first. According to number 233, Angor had drawn a match for tomorrow, which meant he had to fight 5 matches. He didn't know if anyone else picked him in the pool. He would have to check the bulletin board of the Sky Tower himself. Apart from checking tomorrow's match, there was something else he needed to do in the underground market. He needed to buy a wizard robe. His robe was lost by Sunders, so he had to buy a new one in order not to expose his identity. If he wasn't in a hurry, and he didn't know how to make clothes, he would make an alchemy robe himself. It was already night outside, but the underground market was still as bright as day. When Angor arrived at the Sky Tower, it was already past 10 at night. There were only a few people in front of the bulletin board. After checking the bulletin board, Angor saw Baron Milk's name appearing 11 times. The matches started at 7 in the morning and continued until 7 in the evening. There were no other contestants on the same level. Almost every hour was his match. Apart from the 5 matches he drew, there were 6 other contestants in the pool who drew him. The frequency of matches was strange. Angor guessed that Baroque wanted him to get the points and leave as soon as possible. Angor's guess was correct, but it wasn't because Baroque wanted him to leave. For the higher-ups of the Sky Tower, Angor's shameless way of winning his matches did not look good or sell any tickets. They all wanted him to finish his matches as soon as possible. Angor did some calculations. After these 11 matches, his points would be enough for him to reach level 15. He also checked his opponent's name. He didn't really care who his opponent was. Since Toby was already on the stage, and Angor's reputation was already bad enough, he decided to let Toby join the fight. Speaking of bad reputation, Angor didn't have much of an impression when number 233 told him about it. He didn't know how bad his reputation was until he experienced it with his own eyes. Angor saw an apprentice who was about to buy a ticket and was hesitating about which match to watch. Someone beside him quickly advised him not to buy One-Hit Man's match. The man then explained, and insulted Baron Milk. The passionate speech made Angor feel that Baron Milk was an unforgivable evil person. The other apprentices also agreed with him. Even some mortals were enraged. Angor quietly left. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would join the crowd to criticize Baron Milk. Not long after he left, a man wearing a white bear costume approached him from afar. "Tonight is the night of fate," the white bear mumbled. When he reached the bottom of the sky tower, he looked around but did not see the person he was looking for. Ugh, fate can go wrong sometimes. I'm too late. The buildings in the underground market were densely packed together. They varied in height, color, and architectural style. But when combined together, they all looked like something out of a fantasy. He walked along a street filled with shops. People were walking back and forth, shoulder to shoulder. It was unbelievably lively. 100 meters above his head, it was still dark. Smiths, grocery stores, bars. There were so many shops that Angor couldn't see clearly. It took him a while to find a tailor. There was an endless stream of people in front of the shop, but most of them were women. Angor stepped into the shop and was about to ask the shopkeeper about wizard robes when he noticed that all the clothes hanging on the walls were for women. Even the designs on the counters were for women. "How may I help you, sir?" A round-faced girl approached Angor with a blushing face. Angor smiled subconsciously when talking to a girl. "Do you only sell women's clothes here?" The girl hesitated for a moment before answering shyly, "No, sir. We also have men coming here to buy clothes. It's just that our designers are mainly for young ladies. We don't have many men's clothes. But, if you need them, you can place an order." "A fashion designer? Shouldn't she be an alchemist? Do you sell wizard robes here?" Angor asked. The girl nodded. "We have all the basic robes here. You can customize the color and design. Have you heard of Night Witch, sir? Her robe was carefully designed by our designer. It's called Ballad of Midnight." Angor had heard of the name before. Night Sage Kayla took her in 30 years ago. She was now a level 3 apprentice. She and Xylem studied under the same teacher, so Angor once heard about her from Xylem. However, their identities were completely different. After all, Xylem only received an ordinary poster, while the Night Witch received a golden poster. While speaking, the girl took a design from the counter and handed it to Angor. The design of the Ballad of Midnight was a large purple robe with multi-layered edges, layers of tassels, and black diamonds embroidered on it. It looked quite luxurious. However, the design was too complicated. Almost every place was embroidered with hidden lines. The girl was standing on the side while a group of female apprentices were winking at her from time to time. The girl blushed and secretly waved her fist at her friends. "Sir, what do you think of this design? Although our designer prefers women's clothing, men's clothing is not a problem. It will definitely make you look more handsome." "Very beautiful." Linley could not deny that the design was indeed beautiful. However, these dark patterns are a little dense. Will they hinder the Mageweth from taking effect? Perhaps there were demonic patterns hidden within these dark patterns, and they were both beautiful and practical? Magic patterns? The girl was stunned for a moment, and it took her a while to recover. "Sir, are you talking about enchantment and alchemy?" Angor scratched his head. He almost forgot. The mainstream of alchemy right now was synthesis. His last standard robe was enchanted with dust removal and stealth runes, so he thought that all the other robes should be enchanted as well. Obviously, his thoughts had not turned around. Yes. Angor did not want to admit that he made a mistake. He added, "You mean synthesis?" The girl's expression stiffened. Sir, we only sell regular clothes here. We don't have the alchemy robes you mentioned." "You don't have them?" Angor was confused. He purposely avoided the mortal area, and weren't the people here all apprentices? "A regular robe will do, like the standard ones," Angor said. The girl shook her head again. "We mainly sell designs here. We don't have the ones you mentioned, sir." "Then where can I buy them?" "You can go to the stalls. But alchemy robes are all very valuable. I don't think many people will sell them. But standard robes don't look good. Maybe someone will sell them." "Valuable?" Angor felt that he overestimated Brute Cavern's alchemy skills again. Seeing Angor's regretful expression, the girl considered and said, "If you can't find anything in the stalls, I recommend Prom's alchemy shop. Maybe you can find something." Prom's alchemy shop? He was planning to go there today, but he just wanted to thank Dave. As for the robe, he never thought he would find one there. He assumed that girls were better at tailoring. Prom was a man. Why would he know how to make alchemy robes? But he forgot that the robes he was looking for had the word alchemy in front of them. Angor left the shop and went to the stalls again. As the girl said, he did not find anything. Angor took a detour and finally returned to Prom's alchemy shop. It was almost midnight. According to Dave, he would close the shop at 11 o'clock at night. Luckily, the shop was still wide open when Angor arrived. Through the lamplight, Angor saw several people inside the shop. Before he entered, he could already hear the clamor of conversations coming from the store. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a strange laugh sounded. Don't think I won't do anything to you just because Master Prom is behind you. Let me ask you, are you going to sell the sword or not? This was a sharp voice. I said I won't sell it until next week. And it's not a sword. It's a knife. Angor recognized the voice. It was Dave. We need it urgently. 15 magic crystals is a great deal for you. The voice sounded deep and low. Angor heard 4 voices. Apart from Dave, the other 3 sounded familiar. Angor adjusted his bow tie, slowly pushed open the gate, and entered the shop. Angor straightened his back. He did not care about his appearance when he was wearing a wizard robe. But when he put on his teacher's robe, he subconsciously acted like a noble in pat manner. Angor? Dave was surprised. Angor? The high-pitched voice and the low voice called out at the same time. Dave looked at the fat man and the pockmarked young man in front of him. They knew Angor too. Angor nodded to Dave and looked at the other 3 people on the other side. As expected, they were all acquaintances. And they were not on good terms. Foza, Lafitte, and Blackjack, who was wearing a black gentleman's suit. Foza, Lafitte. Nice to see you here, Angor greeted them with a smile. Foza and Lafitte exchanged glances. Foza stepped forward and smiled at Angor. I didn't expect to see you here either. Great. I was just about to apologize to you. I misunderstood you last time. I hope you don't mind. Angor was puzzled. Apologizing? What kind of trick was this? Aren't you Hoopdik's lackeys? Even if you don't come here looking for trouble like in novels, you should at least act like you don't care about me. Otherwise, how can you face Hoopdik, could it be? Angor glanced at Blackjack. Did they become his lackeys again? Or did they follow this weirdo? Foza said, that woman last time. She's called Melaner. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have misunderstood you. She's such a loser. I heard from my boss that Melaner went to someone else the next day, and it was an old man. Angor had no idea what Foza was up to. Don't worry about it. I forgot about it already. You're here to buy something too? Foza asked in a friendly tone. His eyes glinted. He and Lafitte had decided to maintain a good relationship with Angor. Even if they could not be friends, they would not become enemies. After all, Angor's teacher was the god of slaughter in the south. Only an idiot like Hookdick could not see the situation clearly. Even if wizards were cold-hearted and did not care about the lives of their students, what if something happened? It was better to be safe than sorry. He and Lafitte cherished their lives very much. It was fine for them to talk, but they were not willing to do it for real. Angor shook his head. I'm just here to have a look. Foza did not believe Angor's words, but he did not show it. He still maintained his honest smile. Oh, I almost forgot. Let me introduce you. This is our boss, Mr. Blackjack. Both Foza and Lafitte looked at Blackjack with admiration. Their expressions looked sincere, but Angor still remembered that they used the same expression on Hoopdik's face when they were talking to him. So, these two were henchmen for a living? Why did they have a new boss in such a short time? Blackjack humped and walked to Angor with a ferocious expression. Angor almost thought that Blackjack recognized him as Baron Milk and wanted to give him a hard time. But in the next second, Blackjack's expression returned to normal, and his eyes were still flashing with porphyrin light. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. You have good taste, brother. Angor remained calm and waited for Blackjack's next words. Where did you design this? Tell your big brother, it's too similar to. Blackjack suddenly stopped. Everyone was confused. Too similar to what? Blackjack let out his usual strange laugh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. I mean, it's too nice. The glint in Blackjack's eyes almost became real. Angor did not know what to say. He almost forgot that Blackjack was a crazy fan of Sunders. Someone gave it to me. I don't know where they designed it. Sorry. Angor walked around Blackjack and went to Dave. They want to buy a Tang Dao, Dave whispered to Angor as soon as he walked over. A Tang sword? Angor glanced at the counter and saw the 3 huaxia weapons he crafted on display. Blackjack and his men came again. Foza glanced at Angor with a smile and said to Dave, the sword. All right. Our boss paid 15 magic crystals for it. That's the best we can do. You know, an alchemy weapon like this without any special effects can only be sold for 10 magic crystals at most. If it wasn't for the Moonfrost passage, we wouldn't want to spend so much money on it. Foza continued, I promise, 15 magic crystals is the highest price on the market right now. Even if the Moonfrost passage caused the price of alchemy weapons to skyrocket, this weapon is still only worth 15 magic crystals. Foza seemed to be very sincere when he explained everything to Dave. Dave also understood that the price they offered was way above the market's highest price. He estimated the Tang saber to be worth around 10 magic crystals, which was about 15 magic crystals was already a third of the original price, which was an astronomical price for a Tang saber. But Dave sneaked a glance at Angor, who shook his head slightly. If the owner of the saber did not want to sell, Dave could not go against the rules. Dave smiled bitterly. I'm not selling it now. If you want it, you can come back next week. Foza's face was full of question marks. Can you tell us why next week? Dave did not know what to say. He did not know why Angor wanted to sell it next week. Foza narrowed his eyes. You're not going to sell it to us, are you? Next week is just an excuse. Dave did not say anything. He did not know how to respond. Angor spoke in a small voice, maybe you're offering too little? You know, there are a lot of things happening and about to happen. Weapons will only get more expensive. Foza's tone softened a little. I know you're talking about the Moonfrost passage. But the passage has been open for half a month now. Everyone who wants to buy weapons has already bought them. The price of this saber won't go up any further. Yeah. It won't go up any further. Lafitte said, even if the second passage is opened, the price won't go up. People who go to the second passage all need tiered alchemy weapons. They don't want the saber at all. I don't know, Angor said. You don't know about the market. My father is a minister of economy. I'm sure the price won't go up any further. Foza and Lafitte did not waste time arguing with Angor. They were here to argue with Dave, not Angor. I'm not selling it now. Maybe, the price will go up next week. Dave did not feel confident when he mentioned price. I'm telling you, if it does, I'll kick my head around like a ball. You know, I can buy at least 2 similar weapons at Twilight Auction for 15 crystals, Lafitte complained. Then go to the Twilight Auction and buy it, David said indifferently. It's not for sale today. You. Lafitte pointed at David, his eyes fierce. David might be a little afraid of Blackjack, but he was not afraid of Lafitte and Foza, who had just entered the wizarding world. What? You want to do it in Master Prome's alchemy shop? Dave purposely uttered Prome's name with a sneer. Only a handful of people dared to offend Prome in the underground market. A few days ago, Prome rescued Baron Milk from the arena and killed a lot of people. But until now, no one dared to mess with him. This was the confidence of an alchemist. Lafitte's face softened at the mention of Master Prome. He stole a glance at Blackjack. At the same time, Foza also looked at Blackjack with his beady eyes. His meaning was obvious, your underling is dead, boss, come and save the day. Blackjack frowned and cursed in his heart, how can I be a coward now? You guys can continue to attack him until he sells the knife to me. Even if Prome came, it had nothing to do with me. Blackjack was dreaming. When the time came, he could just use his 2 underlings to take the knife for him. However, he did not know Foza and Lafitte's personalities well enough. These two looked arrogant, but they would cower faster than anyone else in front of a tough opponent. Seeing his underling's pleading eyes, Blackjack could not stay on the sidelines any longer. Blackjack walked up and pointed at David with a ferocious expression. He did not say anything for a long time. He did not want to offend Master Prom either. After a while, Blackjack hurriedly said something indifferent, "Stay under Master Prom's shadow for the rest of your life if you dare. Or I'll show you what I'm made of." After that, Blackjack turned around and walked away. Along the way, he continued to laugh with his weird whoosh 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 laughter, as if he had won a battle. Foza and Lafitte exchanged glances and followed Blackjack. Before leaving, Foza smiled at Angor and said, "We're leaving now. Next time, I'll treat you to a drink at Pinky's bar." Angor did not say anything. After the unimportant people left, David sighed. 15 crystals is really a good price. This blade. I don't think I can raise the price any further. Angor was not very confident, but he did not care about such a small profit anyway. It's fine. You know it's easy to make. I don't think you'll have a problem making it. I don't know how to make weapons. David pursed his lips. You want to do alchemy with me, right? Just watch it a few more times and you'll understand. Angor remembered how Dave risked everything to save him in the arena. He was really grateful for that. Alchemy was the only thing he could repay David's kindness. He also knew that his alchemy skills were built on the shoulders of his predecessors. He lacked experience. Working together with David was not only because David was asking for his advice, but he also had the intention to learn from David. David smiled. But I'm not interested in your music box. You can come to me next time when you're doing alchemy. Didn't you stay at home these days? Every time you finished a match, I went to your place to wait for you. But I couldn't find you until midnight, David said angrily. Ugh. Angor wanted to tell him that it was number 233, not him. I've been living with my professor these days. I'm only going back home today. Oh, I almost forgot. Your professor is Mr. Sunders. If I can be taught by him, I'll never leave Phantom Island. David recalled the day when Sunders suddenly appeared in front of him. He still could not recover from the shock. I'm so jealous of you. No wonder you're so good under that mister's guidance. Let's not talk about this. David always thought about his professor when talking about this. He decided to change the topic. What happened during your match with Parasite Queen? Why did you suddenly faint? Whenever David mentioned Parasite Queen, he no longer felt any admiration for her. He only felt sorry for her death. That woman, while Angor and David were talking, Blackjack and his 2 lackeys had left. That kid thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he has someone to back him up. I really want to beat him up. Lafitte saw Blackjack's long face and rolled his eyes. But Master Prom is nothing. Mr. Blackjack is our support from now on. That kid won't even have the chance to suck up to Master Blackjack. Foza chimed in, even now, many people want to suck up to Master Blackjack. Blackjack remained expressionless, but his anger toward his lackeys had somewhat dissipated. That kid who dressed like me, but looked a lot worse than me. Do you know him? You mean Angor? He's in the same class as us, Foza said. His suit is not bad. Unfortunately, I don't know where it was custom made. Did he wear it before joining Brute Cavern? Blackjack asked. Who would pay attention to a man's clothes? Lafitte was stopped by Foza before he could finish. Foza said to Blackjack, I think Angor used to be a noble. But as far as we know, he never wore such a mature gentleman's suit. Lafitte also remembered something. He never wore it. But I think his professor liked it. His professor? Who's his professor? Blackjack asked curiously. His professor is Phantom Master Sunders, the god of slaughter in the southern wizarding region. Speaking of which, he's really lucky. I don't know what their relationship is, but Sunders already looked at him differently before he came to Brute Cavern, Lafitte spoke in a jealous tone. Blackjack stopped abruptly when he heard Sunders' name. What did you say? Blackjack suddenly grabbed Lafitte's collar and pulled him to his face. Lafitte had no idea what was going on. I didn't say anything. I just said he's really lucky. Who's his professor? Who is it? Lafitte was startled by Blackjack's manic tone. He stuttered, Mr. Sunders. Blackjack shoved Lafitte away. I heard Mr. Sunders took in a student. But it's a brat. Damn you. Blackjack suddenly turned around and stormed toward Prom's alchemy shop with a dark expression. Boss, what's going on? I'm going to kill that bastard. How dare he steal my spot? This is absolutely unforgivable. Blackjack was furious and charged back with an unstoppable momentum. Foza and Lafitte exchanged a puzzled look. They did not know what was going on. Steal his spot? What spot, and why did their boss have to go against Angor? When Blackjack returned to Prom's alchemy shop, a chubby middle-aged man stepped inside as well. Blackjack did not notice who it was. He immediately yelled at Angor, "Get out here, you bastard. No one is going to save you today. I'm going to cut you in half." As he spoke, Blackjack took out a card at the same time. The card depicted a withered man whose neck was tied up with a rope. Card, Death's Invitation of the Hanged Man. As he spoke, a shadow of a man hanging upside down crawled out of the card and lunged at Angor with a rope in his hand. Angor watched the approaching shadow with an expressionless face. Shit. A deep voice suddenly came from beside Blackjack. Before Blackjack could react, he felt himself being kicked out of the shop. At the same time, the card in his hand was cut in half by a slash. When the card broke, Blackjack spat out a mouthful of blood. You dare to fight in my shop? Don't think I won't kill you, Blackjack. Blackjack only felt that the world was spinning. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was kicked out and fell heavily in front of the stairs. Then, he rolled onto the solid ground like a roller. Boss. Foza and Lafitte ran over from afar and squatted beside Blackjack. Blackjack pushed them away and struggled to stand up. It's Master Prom. Foza suddenly pointed at the man by the door and shouted. Blackjack jerked his head up. Prometheus was already at the stairs, followed by David. Angor, the man whom Blackjack hated, was leaning against the door and staring at him with a cold expression. Master Prom, I'm not here to cause you trouble. Blackjack put away his arrogance in front of Prom. I just have a grudge against him. Blackjack pointed at Angor with an angry look. I don't care who you have a grudge against. Not only did you attack me in my shop, but you also attacked me in front of me. Did you get addicted to bullying newbies in Sky Tower? Do you have a death wish? Prom didn't want to listen to Blackjack's explanation. Angor's identity aside, the fact that Blackjack dared to look down on him was enough reason for Prom to kill him. Prom glanced at the card that was cut in half. Since you like hanging upside down so much, I'll let you do it. Prom took out a sturdy rope from somewhere and tied Blackjack up. Then he hung Blackjack upside down at the door. Prom was much stronger than Blackjack, so Blackjack couldn't even resist. Blackjack's mouth was stuffed with a piece of rag. His eyes were bloodshot, and he swayed helplessly in the wind. So you're with Blackjack? After tying up Blackjack, Prom dusted his hands and looked at the two men on the other side. Foza and Lafitte didn't move at all. Foza finally spoke up in a trembling voice, Blackjack is our boss, BBB, but we're friends with Angor. Friends? Prom was ready to attack right after Foza finished his first sentence. But when he heard the second half of Foza's words, he looked back at Angor. Angor glanced at Foza and Lafitte. Foza and Lafitte looked at him pitifully. Angor finally spoke in a casual tone, they entered Brute Cavern with me. He didn't say that they were friends, but he didn't say that they were enemies either. As someone who had lived for decades, Prom understood what Angor was trying to say. After releasing Foza, Prom returned to the shop and greeted Angor with a smile. Foza and Lafitte sighed in relief when they saw Prom's attitude. Luckily, they managed to gain a good impression just now. But how did Angor know Prom? Why was Prometheus treating him so eagerly? Dave walked up to Foza and pointed at Blackjack. Hey, Blackjack, you're right. What's wrong with this guy? He was fine just a moment ago. Why did he suddenly come here, claiming to hate Angor and threatening to kill him? Did you two talk behind Angor's back? Foza quickly shook his head. His chubby cheeks looked like jelly. I don't know. He asked us where Angwar's clothes were made, and we didn't know either. Then Lafitte said Angwar's clothes looked like Mr. Sunder's, so he changed his attitude and came back. We couldn't stop him. Angwar had a vague idea of what was going on. But Prom was faster than him. Prom snickered. I see. Do you know why, Master Prom? Foza bowed down in front of Prom. Lafitte didn't forget what happened next. Blackjack's story was famous years ago. But most of the apprentices in his class either advanced or died. The underground market is full of newbies now, so the story has died down. Prom ignored the two and spoke to Angor. Blackjack's quite talented. Mr. Tree Spirit even praised him a little. However, this guy kept saying that he wanted to be Mr. Sunder's student. Even when Mr. Sunders sent him a poster, he refused. Blackjack's cheeks turned red. No one knew whether it was because he was angry or because his blood was dripping from his face. He kept trying to signal Prom to stop talking, but Prom didn't care. Blackjack winked at his minions again, but they were too busy looking at Prom, eager to get on his good side. They had no time to pay attention to Blackjack. No one taught him all these years, which is why he stuck like this. If he was willing to accept posters from other wizards, he wouldn't be like this. But he never did. He kept insisting on becoming Mr. Sunder's disciple like a crazy demon. He even tried to imitate Mr. Sunder's clothes. Why is he so stubborn? Could it be that his talent is illusionary? David asked doubtfully. Prom shook his head. Of course not. His talent has nothing to do with illusions. As for why he wants to become Mr. Sunder's disciple, I don't know either. I only know that he's related to Mr. Sunders in some way. Of course, they're not related. They're from a branch family hundreds of years ago. I don't know how this guy learned about Mr. Sunders. He's been haunted by Mr. Sunders ever since he came to Brute Cavern. Prom shook his head. Now you know why Mr. Sunders doesn't like you. You're his student now, aren't you? Angor glanced at Blackjack. I think it's just an excuse. Prom was taken aback for a second. Excuse? What do you mean? Blackjack glared at Angor and mumbled something. It sounded like he was cursing. I don't think he's obsessed with a man that long ago. They're not lovers. They're just distant relatives from hundreds of years ago. How can he be so obsessed with someone like that? Angor shook his head. Blackjack's anger was written all over his face. He kept swinging his body and tried to use the momentum to ram at Angor. But it was all in vain. If he's obsessed with someone, he won't stay as a speck of dust forever. If I were him, I'd do everything I can to get close to him, or even surpass him, even if he's standing in the clouds. Why would he refuse other wizards' invitation cards and not improve himself in the name of being Mr. Sunder's disciple? What a joke. So, if he's not an idiot, he's just using this as an excuse. I'll let him go this time, Angor said. If he dares to bother me again, I'll just kill him. Angor felt a little guilty when he fought against Blackjack before. But now, he had hundreds of experience. Killing Blackjack was a piece of cake for him. Angor and Dave entered the shop first while Prom took out a knife and cut the rope. Foza and Lafitte quickly helped Blackjack up. Blackjack slowly stood up and spat out the rags in his mouth. Even an outsider can see it. I suggest you stop treating your own life like a joke. Stop being so arrogant. Mr. Wanji won't wait for you to come back. Prom spoke in a cold tone. I'll let you go this time for Angor's sake. Next time you try to mess around in my territory, I'll make sure you pay for it. Blackjack quietly wiped the filth from his mouth. His eyes were as dark as the deep sea under the night mist. After Prom left, Foza approached Blackjack and asked, Boss, should we go to Twilight Well? Maybe the auction there has already started? Blackjack stared at the three people in the shop, especially Angor. He clenched his fists so hard that his veins were bulging. After a while, he turned around and said, Let's go back first. We'll buy a knife next week. Inside the shop, the lights were dim. Prom was sitting on a unique wooden table with a smile on his face as he took out a bottle of Xianxia red wine he had been keeping for a long time. This is from Chambord Seaside. It's one of the best Xianxia red wines. It was said that when the raw materials were harvested, the most plump young married women would use their fragrant lips to spit them out one by one. When the music was stepped on, it was done by the purest and most beautiful virgins using their jade-like feet that had been bathed in morning dew. The ingredients used are very particular, and the taste is sweet and delicious. I also added some moonlight grass powder, which can stimulate the blood circulation and help the body. Angor looked at the bottle and suddenly remembered something from many years ago. Back when Pad Manor was producing red wine, it was very popular among the nobles of Waterford. The slogan used to be, "The most fragrant wine is made by the purest young girls, and the most delicious wine is made by the most beautiful young married women." If the upper class of Waterford were to find out that the people who stepped on the wine were all ugly brutes with smelly feet, would they spit out all the wine they drank over the years? "Thank you very much, but I'll pass." Angor's refusal made Prom feel a little awkward. "My professor told me not to drink before I'm 18. It's bad for my brain." Angor was referring to John, but Prom misunderstood it as Sunders. Still, Prom was not sure if Sunders would really say something like that. But Prom still put the wine away, and the awkwardness on his face disappeared. "Tea then. I have some high-quality black tea from the Midnight Fiend Kingdom." "Don't bother. I'm here to thank you. If you didn't save me during my match against Parasite Queen, I would have become a corpse by now." Prom couldn't help but sigh when he heard Angor's story about his fight against Parasite Queen. "I didn't know Parasite Queen could do something like that. She can corrode your soul directly. That's so hard to defend against." Dave nodded. "If we tell everyone how ugly Parasite Queen really is, maybe those crazy fans won't hate you so much." "It doesn't matter. Apart from you, no one else knows who I really am." Angor was quite optimistic. "Oh, by the way, tomorrow should be the last day of the match. After that, I should have time to discuss the alchemy weapon with you, Master Prom." Angor looked at Prom. "Master Prom, can you tell us about the weapon you want to make? What are your requirements?" Before the match against Fox Master, Dave mentioned this to Angor. Angor only knew that Prom wanted to work with him to craft a long-range alchemy weapon. Prom didn't hesitate to tell Angor his request. To craft a tiered long-range alchemy weapon, it had to be able to shock undead creatures. "An old friend of mine asked me to do this. I've crafted many alchemy weapons, but I couldn't find the right fit for them." "It's been half a year," said Prom. Prom sighed. Alchemy synthesis has a wide range of possibilities, but it also depends on the alchemist's creativity and experience. "I didn't want to disappoint my friend, so I thought of your enchantment skill." Angor wasn't interested in the story. "As you know, I haven't been in the alchemy world for long, and I only know a little about synthesis." "What can you do, Master Prom?" "The best I can do is to imbue the weapon with holy light. But the holy light can only be activated after a long period of infusion of mana, which means the weapon has to be held in close proximity. Otherwise, I won't be able to inject mana steadily." Angor asked again, "An enchantment that can shock undead creatures? I've never heard of it before. Can you tell me more about it, Master Prom?" Prom gave him an awkward look. "I don't know much about alchemy runes. I only know some common ones." "Then can you tell me how to deal with undead creatures? Let me see if there are any runes I know that have similar effects." Angor recorded Enchantment Cyclopedia in the Nightmare Realm, from the introductory chapter to the final chapter. Even Cloud Library probably didn't have as many alchemy runes as Angor. If we want to talk about ways to deal with the undead, we must first understand what they are. Following Prom's explanation, Angor learned a lot about undead creatures and their characteristics. The so-called undead were actually fallen souls. He was different from the soul. The soul itself was a pure body of energy. It was absolutely righteous, and any exorcism method would not work on it. Undead creatures, on the other hand, were also a type of soul, but they were fallen souls. Almost all undead creatures were filled with evil, negative energy, bloodshed, and darkness. They were born with curses and all kinds of strange abilities. It wasn't easy to completely destroy them. Among the spells that could deal with undead creatures, only purification spells were effective. However, there were also differences among purification spells. Cleanse and dust removal were also called purification spells, but they were completely useless against undead creatures. Only purification spells such as Banish, Devour, and Holy Light were effective against undead creatures. Angor had a rough idea of how to deal with an undead creature. Banish it to a faraway place, for example, to another continent, or a sorcerer's garden or another dimension, etc. This method was the most negative. In any case, he would just throw him far away. Out of sight, out of mind. If he wanted to harm others, he would harm others. Disintegrate the undead creatures, and its consciousness to disappear. The essence of this method was actually the disintegration of energy. Although the undead had fallen, they were still bodies of energy. A specific spell could disintegrate, burn, or devour an undead creature. Or purify it. By purify, it meant dispersing the corrupted energy inside the undead creature and turning it back into a pure body of energy. This was a darkness-type technique that he specialized in. The most common way to deal with undead creatures was to use banish spells. Generally speaking, wizards hated troublesome things, so they usually used banish spells. However, banish spells such as Dark Banish, Spatial Banish, Planar Banish, and even the legendary Time Banish were all level 1 spells that couldn't be used by non-official wizards. Therefore, only apprentices would choose to destroy or purify undead creatures. Destroy, purify, or banish. Angor put a hand on his forehead. Let me think. Prom sipped his wine and looked at Angor expectantly. After a while, Angor said, I don't know any runes that can do this. Prom's expression was one of disappointment. But I don't know many runes myself. I'll check them for you when I get back. I think there should be something similar, Angor comforted her. He recalled Enchantment Cyclopedia, for beginners, which didn't mention any runes with similar effects, so he assumed such runes would only appear in the later chapters of Basic or Advanced. Thank you so much. I've been racking my brain for this, but I don't know what to do right now. If worst comes to worst, I'll have to go to the wizard fair or an auction and buy the finished product. Prom sighed. Wizard fair? Is it a market for wizards? Angor asked out of curiosity. Prom shook his head with a smile. No, it's not. Most of the items sold there are related to supernatural. For example, alchemy items, special plants, magic ores, professional books, and so on. But the underground market sells them too, right? Angor tried to explain. That's not the same. The items sold in the underground market are mostly for apprentices. Also, haven't you noticed that most of the peddlers in the underground market are ordinary people? Most of the items sold are still in the category of ordinary people. There are very few alchemy items, but there are some alchemy materials. Prom paused a little and continued, of course, there are also some hidden treasures. Even wizards come here to look for them when they have nothing better to do. However, most magi don't come here. They go to the Magus Bazaar. Most of the intermediate and advanced apprentices go to the wizard fair instead of the underground market, Prom said. No wonder he couldn't find a wizard robe in the underground market. Where's the wizard fair then? Is it under an apprentice's town? Angor asked curiously. Prom shook his head. The wizard fair isn't inside the mirror world. Some of them are mobile, and some are fixed. As I recall, the nearest mobile wizard fair is located in a tribe on Parmajai Highlands, about 100 kilometers away from the mirror world. Unfortunately, a large-scale blood meltdown happened there not long ago, and some wizards even died. Therefore, the Sorcerer Bazaar moved to the Evernight Kingdom. As far as I know, the closest wizard fair to Brute Cavern is the capital city of Darkaville Empire, which is about 1,000 kilometers away from here. Blood meltdown? Angor recalled that Flora went there to deal with the blood meltdown. She hadn't returned to Brute Cavern yet. 1,000 kilometers? That's still a long way, Angor sighed. I was planning to go there and check it out. Is it? Prom and Dave asked at the same time. It's not that far? Angor asked. Dave didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're not from a primitive tribe, are you? Now, even mortals could afford to take the steam train. From here to the capital of the Dark Fiend Empire, it only took 3 days to take the geocentric tunnel train. If you take an airship from Parmajai Highlands, it won't even take half a day. If you know how to fly, or have a flying item, you can reach the capital city in one day, tops. Angor felt a little embarrassed. His mind was still stuck at the marginalized island, where he had to walk to get out of the house and shout at the top of his lungs. If he wanted to travel 1,000 kilometers, it would take him at least 1.5 months to get there. Are you curious about the wizard fair? Dave asked. A little, Angor admitted. You can come with me next time if you want, Prom said. I'm going to the wizard fair regardless of whether you can find a rune that can suppress the undead. If I can't find one, I'll buy the finished product. If I can find one, I'll buy the materials. There are a lot of valuable materials there. Maybe you can find something you need. Angor did have some materials he needed. Before Sunders built the Sorcerer's Garden, he collected a lot of gray space microbes, which were the main materials for making space equipment. Ever since he learned alchemy, he always wanted to buy enough materials to start with a basic space equipment. However, he didn't have any of them here. The resource distribution hall had a lot of them, but they cost a lot of merit points. Bring me with you next time. I have some alchemy materials I want to buy as well, Angor said. Prom nodded. Bringing Angor along would help him gain some favor. You want to buy alchemy materials? You don't have them in the store? Dave was confused. Angor nodded. You don't have them in the store? Do you have a new alchemy plan? Or are you looking for your music box? Dave looked at Angor expectantly. It's not a music box. It's another alchemy plan, but I haven't finished it yet. I'll tell you when I start. Angor wouldn't go back on his word. Music box? You're interested in a little toy like a music box? Prom asked. Maybe it was because they had finished talking about serious matters, but his interest was piqued. Toby likes music, so I made it for him. Toby is Angor's familiar. He's the bird that's so powerful, Dave explained. I see. Prom was still curious about Toby, but he didn't ask since it was a personal matter. He could be reckless with other people, but he couldn't do that with Angor. Do you want it when I'm done, Dave? Since you gave me the echo flower as the main material, Angor said to Dave. David immediately refused. I don't want this kind of cultured and sissy thing. You sure? I'm going to draw Tranquility Rune on the bottom of the box. Tranquility Rune didn't refer to absolute silence. It was a supportive rune used to calm the mind and focus the mind. Dave hesitated and shook his head. I've heard about music boxes before. Those metal clanking noises won't help. Is that so? Don't regret it then. Angor was very confident about his music box. I won't regret it, Dave answered without hesitation. Prom watched the interaction between David and Angor with a smile on his face. Of course, Prom was happy to see them getting along so well. He had always admired Dave's cleverness. Now, with Angor's help, Dave's position in Prom's heart improved even more. Prom thought to himself. Maybe I can teach Dave more when I'm done with my savior's request. Because of Black Jack, my thoughts were disrupted. I almost forgot to ask. Why are you here today? Don't tell me you're waiting for Master Prom. He came here on a whim, Dave asked. If you hadn't asked, I would have forgotten. Angor scratched his head in confusion. I came here to thank you. But something happened on my way here, so I'm here to see if you have any wizard robes for sale. Angor briefly explained how he bought the robe. Prom chuckled. A wizard robe is a low-level alchemy robe, but it's still a tiered item. You'll need at least an apprentice alchemist to make one. We're not in the wizard fair. How can a tailor shop hire an apprentice alchemist? Even if you can afford it, no one will go there. I'm sorry. We don't have any here. Dave hesitated. But if you don't mind, I can lend you my robe. Angor considered for a moment. It was a bit rude to borrow someone else's robe, but he would only borrow it for one day. He already borrowed Sunder's robes, so it shouldn't be a problem to borrow Dave's. With that in mind, Angor decided to ask for Dave's robe for one day. Prom suddenly spoke up, I still have the robe I got from the resource allocation hall. I gave it up long ago and replaced it with a more functional one. If you need it, I can give you my robe. Angor quickly waved his hand. No need. I'll buy it. Prom didn't insist. He just wanted to let Angor know that he was being nice to him. That's fine too. I haven't worn that robe for more than 40 years, and the edges are a little damaged. I don't want to charge you too much. How about 2 magic crystals? He didn't know how expensive the robes were. But since every apprentice in Brute Cavern could get one, even a tiered alchemy robe shouldn't be too expensive. Alright, I don't have any magic crystals with me. Can I use my bone card? Of course. After paying the bill, Prom pulled out an old box from a corner of the room. The robe Prom took out from the box was still as good as new, but the robe he took out was still as good as new. Thank goodness the robe is enchanted with dust removal. Otherwise, it would have rotted together with the box, Prom joked as he handed the robe to Angor. Angor stared at the robe in front of him and frowned. Damn it, the color of this magus robe was actually a flamboyant and gay bright purple, although there were no other patterns on the robe, the color alone was enough to make him panic. He didn't hate the color purple in the past. He had several purple handkerchiefs. Purple represented mystery, melancholy, and tranquility. But the robe in front of him was nothing like the purple color he remembered. He never thought that such a flamboyant color existed in this world. Angor looked at Prom. The robe Prom was wearing was also flamboyant purple with sequins, gold, and silver decorations. He had always thought that Prom's purple robe was just an exception, just like how he and his brother Lion also had a pink shirt with lace edges in their wardrobes. Wearing it once in a while would not remind anyone of the meaning behind the pink color. But he did not expect that behind Prom's kind and benevolent face, there was a heart as cold as it was cold on the inside. You don't like it? There was only one of this color, and it took me a lot of effort to get it. Prom's middle-aged face showed a proud young man expression. Why yes, it's nice. Angor forced a smile. It was only for one day anyway. Angor could already foresee that he, Baron Milk, was going to be known as a freak soon. The flamboyant purple robe was already the biggest evil in the world. When the bell chimes echoed throughout the underground market, it was time for Angor to say goodbye. I'll be there to support you in tomorrow's match. Dave waved at Angor, who was already far away. Angor staggered and turned around. No need. I'm not going to do anything anyway. Besides, wearing a flamboyant purple robe was embarrassing. Dave took out a stack of tickets from his pocket. I'll buy all 11 matches. Angor chuckled and left without hesitation. The next day, Angor saw for the first time how terrible the Baron Milk name was. He hadn't even gone on stage yet, but there were already players gathered in the backstage area to denounce him. When Angor approached them, they all stopped talking. The fear and disgust on their faces were self-evident. When the match began, Angor once again felt the endless hostility. There were not many people in the audience, but they were all looking at him with murderous intent. Angor did not see any of the female fans mentioned by number 233. They must have been scared away by his flamboyant purple robe. Angor's expression darkened as he listened to the whispers of freaks around him. He felt that life was really a drama filled with ups and downs. Luckily, he was good at resisting pressure. If it were someone else, his spine would have been crushed by the angry voices. During the confrontation, the contestants learned their lesson and stopped swearing. They were afraid that Toby would mercilessly turn them into corpses. Of course, there were also some who talked big in the matches today. Angor already planned to ask Toby to go all out. However, when the countdown ended, the opponent simply threw away his card without giving Angor a chance to do anything. When he left the stage, he stood on the stage and enjoyed the cheers and praises from the audience as if he just won a beautiful battle. He looked like a retard. Under the deliberate manipulation of Sky Tower, Angor's opponents were not the elites on the ranking list. They were all weaklings. Angor won all 11 matches today without any suspense. By the end of the last match, Baron Milk's flamboyant purple robe had turned into a smear of mosquito blood, which made people want to swallow their disgust. When Angor took the information card from Baroque, the matches for the past 2 months finally came to an end. You've achieved your goal, young man. Will you come again? Baroque put down the pornographic book in his hand and smiled at Angor. I don't know, Angor replied coldly. Angor was grateful that he set Baron Milk's image as a cold and arrogant person. Otherwise, he would not be able to talk to Baroque so nicely. Then I'll give you a warning, young man. The matches on level 15 will not be the same as today's. If you want to rely on that bird that learned the sequence of gravity, it might be a little difficult. Baroque looked like he was smiling, but there was a hint of threat in his words. The eyes under the hood drooped slightly, and a trace of hatred flashed through them. Is that so? Thanks for the advice. Angor's tone did not change at all. He turned and left. Baroque watched Angor's back and felt a little strange. Something is wrong with this guy's attitude. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared behind Baroque. The green velvet spores in his body are gone. Only Sunders can remove them so quickly. He even sent a phantom servant to replace him. Looks like he really thinks highly of Angor, the female voice reached Baroque's ears. Sunders knows we can see through the phantom servant's identity, but he still sent a replacement. Maybe he's warning us. You mean Sunders knows about our connection with Bowie, sir? I don't know. But I don't think Sunders knows about it yet. Maybe he's worried about his student getting hurt in Sky Tower, so he sent a phantom servant to warn us. Baroque paused. Anyway, Angor has reached the top already. There shouldn't be any problems. You're right. But if Sunders thinks so highly of Angor, why didn't he just give him a spot in the Purification Garden? Why did he have to work so hard to join the competition? Who knows? Milanda, did you hear anything? Baroque asked in a serious tone. A little. But I don't know if it has something to do with that place being sealed off, Milanda said. Go ahead. Samantha sent her replacement to find Rain Mute. Yesterday, Rain Mute went to Phantom Island, and that place was sealed off by Rain. I know. They're here for Sunder Sorcerer's Garden, Baroque sneered. They want to go after the descendant of that demon god? They're overestimating themselves. But I don't think Rain will let Sunders get involved. If something goes wrong, we'll lose more than 1 or 2 people. Baroque frowned. But this has nothing to do with sealing off that place. Is there something else we don't know about? When Angor left the Sky Tower, he finally felt a little better about facing Baroque. It was such a terrible day. Even if Baroque didn't test him, Angor wouldn't want to come to the tower again. It was already 5:30. Angor's purple robe was too eye-catching. Anyone who watched his matches today would recognize him. People were pointing at Angor along the way. Some of them even followed him with malicious intentions. Angor walked to a secluded area and ordered Toby to attack them before they realized what was going on. With Toby's speed advantage, these people were as vulnerable as building blocks. Angor didn't even need to do anything. Several minutes later, a bunch of people were lying on the ground. He didn't ask Toby to hold back, so he didn't know if anyone was dead or alive. But that wasn't important. After making sure everyone was on the ground, Angor humphed and left. Time passed. 2 days later. Inside the soundproof room, Angor constructed a spell model in his mind. It was a simple spatial structure, which looked like a W when viewed from the side. As the model was completed, his mana pool began to extract mana from it. In just a few seconds, the model was completed. In an instant, a faint crescent mark appeared on Angor's palm. Wind elements in the surroundings began to crazily rush into the crescent mark. With a thought, Angor pushed his palm forward, and a faintly visible crescent wind blade was thrown out of the crescent mark. The crescent-shaped wind blade hit the touchstone in the corner at an extremely fast speed, leaving a shallow mark. A simple wind blade doesn't do much. Angor looked at the mark. But this isn't a wind blade cantrip. Next, dozens of crescent wind blades emerged from Angor's palm and hit the touchstone wave after wave like a string of bullets. One wind blade might only be a shallow mark, but when dozens of wind blades came at the same time, the touchstone could not withstand it and was cut in half. By the time the crescent mark on his palm completely disappeared, Angor had released 27 wind blades in total. Wind blade, a level 0 cantrip. Blades made of wind could be released from a long distance. The further the distance, the lower the damage. Crescent barrage, a level 1 cantrip. Create a mark that could absorb wind and turn it into wind blades. The amount of wind blades absorbed was determined by the level of perfection of the cantrip. Angor just used the level 1 cantrip, Crescent Barrage. Moreover, the first cantrip model he constructed was almost perfect. Crescent barrage could convert at least 3 wind blades. The more perfect the cantrip model was, the more wind blades the mark could store. A perfect cantrip could store at least 10 times the amount of wind blades, which was 30 wind blades. Angor's first cantrip model already had 9 times the amount of wind blades stored. This was a shocking number. Most apprentices' crescent barrage could only store 2 to 3 times the amount of wind blades at most, and it was almost impossible to improve it further. But Angor was different. His cantrip model was almost perfect because of the powerful positioning function of the axis of the universe. As long as Angor got more familiar with the cantrip, he could easily store 10 times the amount of wind blades. One level 1 cantrip was equal to 30 level 0 cantrips in Angor's hands. This was a miracle. He took out a pen and paper and jotted down the key points of his first level 1 cantrip. At the same time, he turned on his tablet and tried to rearrange the elemental arrangement of crescent barrage. There were a total of 417 permutations, and it would take 126 hours to calculate all of them. Ever since he started the Sky Tower matches, he placed the tablet in his soundproof room and used it to rearrange the cantrips he learned. Excluding the level 1 crescent blade that he learned today, he had learned 23 level 0 cantrips so far. Most of them were defensive skill sets. The combination and arrangement of the elements of these cantrips had been calculated by the holographic tablet in the past 2 months. Just these 23 level 0 cantrips alone had 14,000 transformations. Most of them were useless transformations, but there should be some outstanding improvements. But he did not test them all, so he could only use probably. At the very least, the improved version of the cleaning spell that he used. Last time, the tornado, was a pretty good improvement. Angor let the tablet enter the back end and began to retrace his mana source to check how much mana was left in his mana pool. A crescent barrage with 9 times amplification only consumed a quarter of his mana pool. Angor was delighted. This meant that he could use the same cantrip at least 4 times when he had enough mana. 4 times might not seem like much, but this was a level 1 cantrip. Just 2 days ago, he couldn't even cast a level 1 cantrip. Forcefully casting a spell would result in a model collapse spell. How could he not be satisfied with what he had achieved in just 2 days? Still, this was within his expectations. Quantitative changes could lead to qualitative changes. Angor had been building a new spirit tunnel for his spirit model. This tunnel was very special. Once it was completed, the speed of mana flow would change drastically. Unlike the others, it was a flat, circular tunnel that surrounded the singularity in the center. On the circular channel, there were also 6 scattered mental channels whose starting points were singularities that were connected to each other. When the tunnel was completed, Angor's mana pool capacity increased by 10 times. This was why Angor was able to test Crescent Barrage. When he returned to his mind space, he saw that his spirit model had changed again. Other people's spirit models had already been finalized. The speed of mana flow and the capacity of their mana pool were all fixed. Angor's spirit model, however, was not completed yet. Even so, Angor's mana pool was much better than his peers. His spirit model could now be divided into 3 parts. The first part was the singularity, which was the sphere in the center. The second part was the vertical tubes on the surface of the sphere. So far, Angor had built 81 of them, which made his spirit model look like a sea urchin. The third part was the flat, circular tunnel he built today. When combined with the sphere in the center, it looked like a planetary belt outside some planets. However, this planetary belt was connected to 6 vertical tubes, which could be used to directly exchange mana with the singularity in the center. The 3 parts combined to form his current spirit model. It looked a little strange, but its effect was already the best of all known channeling methods in the southern region. When Angor finished building all the models recorded in the channeling method, the effect would be even greater than other channeling methods. It was a pity that singularity dispersive meditation was incomplete. Angor wondered what it would be like if he had the complete version. No matter how perfect a channeling method was, it was still impossible to reach the sky in 1 step. Meditation was a process that required a lot of time. Angor had tasted the sweetness of increasing his mana pool, but he still had to go back to the slow process. Even so, the capacity of his mana pool was still increasing day by day. A week later, he was able to cast 5 level 1 cantrips with full mana. With the current level of his mana pool, he could already be ranked in the middle of the pack among the level 1 apprentices. However, with his overall strength, alchemy weapons, and Toby's help, he could probably defeat level 3 apprentices. His strength was steadily increasing. On the other hand, Angor spent a week and a half reading through Enchantment Cyclopedia, Beginner, Basic, and finally found the first enchantment that could counter undead creatures in Enchantment Cyclopedia, Advanced. The enchantment was called Prelude to Elimination. The name was quite different from the XX rune in Enchantment Cyclopedia, Beginner. Obviously, it was not a low-level spell. Since the predecessors were willing to use their brains to name it from a literary point of view, it meant this enchantment was not simple. As for how it was not simple, a simple comparison would show that from the amount of carvings, information, and complexity, this enchantment was probably 100 times more difficult than Rune of Sharpness. Because this was not a rune at all. It was a magic array. Rune enchantment and magic array enchantment were both enchantments, but there was a huge difference in difficulty. A magic array was formed by combining multiple runes. Unlike a single alchemy rune, a magic array could be automatically enchanted on an alchemy item. For example, Angor's scythe was engraved with Rune of Sharpness, which could increase the sharpness of the scythe and make it easier to cut grass. This was only a single rune enchantment, which could only passively increase the effect of an alchemy item. However, with a magic array enchantment, the scythe might be able to freeze everything around it with a casual wave of his hand. Or he could throw the scythe into the air and use it as a means of transportation. If the material was good enough, he could even turn the scythe into a portable space. Magic arrays had all kinds of strange enchantments. Generally speaking, they were not as good as synthesis, but they were still unique. Rune enchantment, on the other hand, could only help an alchemy item to be graded. These two enchantments were two completely different things, and they were not on the same level of difficulty. For alchemists, all they needed to do was to memorize runes and enchantments, and then rely on their proficiency to support it. But for magic array enchantments, memorization was not enough. The enchantment involved certain operating rules. If they looked away, they would lose their memory of certain key areas. If he wanted to enchant a magic array, he would have to understand how the different mageways matched the axis of the axis. For Angor, his enchantment was a direct projection, which was not much different from rune enchantment. However, he cheated by using his projection. After a few times of drawing rune enchantments, he could abandon the projection and draw with his own hands. Even if the space he drew was small and the runes had to be compressed, he could still do it without making any mistakes. As for magic array enchantments, he was not confident that he could draw them without using his projection. Angor looked at the Prelude to Elimination again. This magic array was made up of 6 runes. He used to think that Rune of Sharpness and Rune of Frost were complicated. But when he looked at this Prelude to Elimination, he realized that all the runes he drew before were child's play. Angor projected the diagram of Prelude to Elimination onto a piece of paper. This was a magic array of equal proportions. From afar, it looked like a blob of melted ink. From a closer look, it was still a blob of melted ink. When Angor looked closer, he realized that it was not a blob of darkness. The runes were so dense that they looked like a blob of darkness to the naked eye. It would be a difficult task to replicate such a fine and tight pattern. Even Prelude to Elimination, which was of a normal scale, could only be carved on small alchemical items. If he wanted to use it on small alchemy items such as the golden arrow, he would have to use a smaller magic array. Prelude to Elimination was already pitch black, and it would only get darker if he shrunk it further. He would not be able to see it with the naked eye. Even a fine brush would be too thick to draw. However, he would have to wait for a long time. Before that, he had to successfully draw the pattern of Prelude to Elimination. He did not start right away. Instead, he took out Enchantment Cyclopedia, Advanced, and continued reading. The pattern of Prelude to Elimination was very complicated, but its function was very simple. Once this magic array was activated, it could release an extremely low frequency of sound to make the already chaotic energy inside the specters lose balance and achieve the purpose of eliminating the specters. As far as Angor knew, it was a kind of infrasound attack. Infrasound waves with a frequency lower than 20 Hz were known as infrasound waves, which had extremely long wavelengths and did not dissipate easily in ordinary media. Angor speculated that the low frequency of sound released by Prelude to Elimination must have resonated with some kind of energy inside the undead creature, which would cause the undead creature to be destroyed. Of course, this was only his speculation. He did not have an acoustic spectrum detector, so he could only use logic to analyze the situation. Angor did not stop there. He kept reading the rest of Prelude to Elimination. He wanted to see if there were any other enchantments that could destroy undead creatures apart from Prelude to Elimination. It would be best if they were simpler than Prelude to Elimination. He spent half a day reading Enchantment Cyclopedia, Advanced. There were nearly 10,000 enchantment patterns. When he finished reading, he felt dizzy and his vision went dark. Almost all the patterns were as difficult as Prelude to Elimination. Only after a closer look would one notice the difference between the patterns. From afar, they were all black. In the book, he also found 13 different magic arrays that could be used against undead creatures. Some of them were not meant to be used against undead creatures. For example, there was a magic array called Mass Magnificence. It was originally used to purify filth and dispel darkness, but it could also be used to purify the filth within the undead, allowing their souls to be sublimated. The effects of Mass Magnificence were outstanding and had a wide range of applications. Correspondingly, the number of mageweths that formed it was also astonishing. There were as many as 36 mageweths, each of which was extremely complicated. According to the book, the Mass Magnificence was basically engraved on large alchemy items. The materials that were compatible with the Mass Magnificence were priceless. Once it was successfully made, it could be used as a strategic tool. With his current ability, he could not afford the cost of the materials, let alone whether he could actually draw it. It was probably equivalent to the income of a small wizard organization for 100 years. However, even if they did, they might not be able to buy them. Some of the materials were almost extinct in the sorcerer world and the pan-sorcerer world. Even if he did, he would not be able to melt the materials with his current level. Perhaps he could give it a try when he became an official magus. To sum it up, there was only one word to describe it: no chance. Most of the other magic arrays that could eliminate the undead were like the Massachusetts. They were either hopeless or more complicated than the Prelude to Elimination. In the end, Angor had no choice but to return to Prelude to Elimination. Before that, he hesitated for a moment and opened the next folder, Enchantment Encyclopedia, Perfect Chapter. He only opened this folder when he was sorting out the pictures in the document. After that, he never touched it again. He did not read the contents of the folder either. When he opened the folder, he saw a lot of pictures in front of him. He took a quick look and saw about 2,000 images. If one magic array took up 2 pictures, one for the pattern, and the other for the explanation, then there were about 1,000 magic arrays in the folder. Compared to the introductory, foundational, and advanced chapters, the perfect chapter contained much less information. As for the difficulty, Angor opened the first picture. After a quick glance, he was so scared that he closed his eyes. What did he see? Densely packed patterns. Angor was already used to seeing simple runes. However, this particular pattern scared him because it was not simple at all. Was this really a magic array? Not a 3-dimensional one? The magic array did not look difficult. There were only 16 runes, and they were not arranged too closely together. Angor could still see the white space with his eyes. However, the 16 runes were not all on the same plane. Several of them had 3-dimensional intersections, 3-dimensional overlaps, and mirror image splits. Alchemy items were 3-dimensional objects, yes. But how was he supposed to draw a 3-dimensional magic array? Heh. Until we meet again. Angor silently pressed the X in the upper right corner. He would not open this folder again. At least, not before he became a wizard. Angor returned to the pattern of Prelude to Elimination. After going through so much trouble, when he looked at the lines of the Prelude to Elimination again, he felt that it was very easy and simple. It was such a simple and unpretentious pattern. He had to learn how to be grateful and cherish it. Although Lucian felt a lot less pressure when he was faced with the lines of the prelude to elimination, he still needed to figure out how to practice it. Angor soon came up with a solution. Normal scale patterns were too dense, and the pattern was too dark. Let's see how to magnify it. He adjusted the projection and easily magnified the prelude to elimination by 10 times, which was something no other alchemist could do. Although scaling up and scaling down was indeed the foundation of enchantment alchemy, it was still not enough. However, other alchemists would only spend a lot of time and effort trying to do so after mastering a pattern of normal scale. Angor simply magnified the pattern so that he could quickly find the most suitable scale for his practice. In this way, his progress in enchantment alchemy was much faster than other alchemists. After magnifying prelude to elimination by 10 times, Angor could clearly see the white space between the patterns. At the same time, the complicated pattern of prelude to elimination was revealed. Angor looked at the full pattern and sighed. This is too much work. It'll take me a day or two to copy it completely. Never mind. Let's try it out first. Angor only had one goal in mind when copying a magic array for the first time. He wanted to see if the axis between the two runes could make a smooth transition. Enchantment of magic arrays involved a certain mysterious law. For other alchemists, memory alone was not enough. They had to understand the meaning of the runes. However, he was only copying, so he should not lose his memory. Still, he needed to test it out to make sure. The first time, he did not achieve his goal. On the 69th stroke, the sweat on his nose dripped onto the pen and caused it to tremble a little, which caused the pattern to deviate. The second time, he still did not achieve his goal. On the 419th stroke, he failed. The third time, he failed. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh. On the 8th try, Angor finally completed the first rune. Now came the crucial moment. Could he successfully connect the axis and make a smooth transition to the second rune, a hook, a stroke, a turn, and a circle? When he reached 2/3 of the rune, he moved back counterclockwise. After about half an hour, the tip of the pen finally reached the second rune after a diagonal pull. Angor was so happy that he lost control of his emotions that the lines on his pen fell into a slight slumber. This marked the end of his copy. He failed again, but he was still happy about it. At least he was sure that he could draw a complete magic array with his cheating method. But there was another problem. Even if he could copy the magic array completely, he could only do it on a piece of white paper. When it came to real alchemy, drawing a magic array required a steady supply of mana. It would take him 2 days just to copy it once. He did not have enough stamina to last that long, and his mana consumption was already a problem. Even if he was very familiar with prelude to elimination, it would still take him about a day. Angor did some calculations. If he only needed a steady supply of mana to enchant the rune, he should be able to last half a day. But where should he find enough mana for the rest of the day? Also, he had to keep using Thaw and Hand of Spell continuously during the process, which would consume a lot of mana. So, before he solved the problem of magic power, he couldn't continue. After disappearing for a week, Angor came to Prome's alchemy shop again. When he arrived, it was the most leisurely time of the day. David was quietly wiping a rough-looking machete on the counter with some kind of green liquid. The machete looked completely different from the one in the wizarding world. It was called Chinese kitchen knife. Angor gave most of his alchemy creations to Dave to sell. This was his second alchemy creation, which he made for the sake of experimenting with a complete set. It had no other advantages apart from its sharpness. When Dave covered the machete with the green liquid, he noticed someone else standing in front of him. Angor? Dave put the machete aside and said, "You're finally here. Master Prome has been waiting for you in the shop these days. He only left last night." Angor felt a little guilty when he heard that Prome had been waiting for him for a whole week. He was so engrossed in his training that he never thought that Prome would be waiting for him in the shop. Too much misleading information. Ahem. It took me a long time to find some clues. Angor tilted his head and pretended to cough while speaking vaguely. I see. Dave nodded. Dave's expression changed again. It's good that you didn't come. Master Prome taught me a lot of alchemy knowledge in the shop these days. I feel that as long as I master it for a period of time, I can try basic synthesis. You're going to do synthesis right away? You're not going to try enchantment? Angor asked. Dave shook his head. I'm afraid I won't be able to do synthesis after that. For orthodox alchemists, enchantment, whether it was mage-wealth enchantment or magic array enchantment, was just a temporary relief. If they wanted to study alchemy for a long time, they had to walk the path of synthesis. Dave's devotion to alchemy was similar to Nausicaa's obsession with power. Dave knew that Angor was an enchantment expert, and that Angor would probably teach him. However, he still did not want to indulge in a moment of greed. He did not want to focus on the present instead of the future. You're right. I guess I've reached the end of my path in enchantment, Angor sighed. Will you try synthesis in the future? Dave hesitated. I think so. Learning enchantment was only a way for him to get through the early stages of his wizardry journey safely. If he wanted to study alchemy in the future, he would definitely choose synthesis. After all, 80% of the alchemy books he recorded in the Nightmare Realm were about synthesis. Would he just keep them for decoration if he did not learn them? Dave grinned. Good. I was worried that you'd go all the way to the end of your life. But I think enchantment has a bright future too. There are so few alchemists in the southern wizarding region. Now that he had explained everything clearly, he felt a lot more relaxed in his speech. Angor chuckled. What's the point of working with me if you don't want to learn enchantment? Enchantment is the only thing I'm good at. I'm not as good at crafting as you are. I haven't even learned smelt and freeze yet. Learning from you, of course. David pointed at the Chinese kitchen knife on the table, and then at the other 3 Chinese weapons. Your alchemy ideas are very interesting. The shapes of these weapons are simple and strange, but they are also very powerful. They contain a very novel idea. Plus, the trigger crossbow you designed, even Master Prometheus is impressed by your ideas. In any case, I'm here to see how your mind works. What Dave did not know was that Angor's imagination was not strange. It was because Angor had been learning about a different civilization ever since he was a kid. Earth's technology might not have reached the same level as the wizarding civilization, but Angor had inherited the way of thinking that followed the path of technology. So far, he had not really developed his own ideas. He was still learning from his predecessors. But he was not ashamed of it. Creativity was a good way to expand one's mind, but without a solid foundation, one would only be a daydreamer no matter how many ideas one had. Only when one had a solid foundation and could bear the risks and opportunities that came with creativity could one truly put one's ideas into practice. Angor was currently at the stage of accumulating knowledge. He needed to broaden his knowledge, learn more knowledge, and compare different common sense. After a long time, all the scattered details would be connected by a certain thread and become his own knowledge base that would never fade away. Angor responded with a smile and changed the topic. Since Master Prom isn't here, should I go visit him at his mansion? No need. Master Prom only went back to get something last night. He said he'll come again today. Dave looked at the clock on the wall. It's almost noon. I think the master will be here soon. How about we go for lunch first? Sure. I've been eating rations for almost a week. Now's a good time to have a good meal. Angor rubbed his empty stomach. Dave closed the shop and spoke to Angor in a mysterious tone. I'll take you to a nice place later. I'm sure you'll want to go again after lunch. Dave sighed and showed a pained expression. But it's too expensive. One meal costs dozens, even hundreds of merit points. Angor's interest was piqued by Dave's words. He always ate rations to fill his stomach, but he loved good food as well. It was a pity that ever since John's health problem, he never had anything that could satisfy his appetite. He thought that David would take him to an elegant and luxurious restaurant or a small food stall. But he did neither. They went to one of the most crowded streets in the underground market. The street was filled with dark alleys of various sizes. It was not easy to find a dark place in the underground market that was always bright. As for the dark alleys here, they fulfilled all of their negative needs. Looking into any dark alleys, they would only see a stretch of deep and dark. Each alley was like a giant mouth waiting to devour someone, releasing a foul stench and blood. He once stopped Chloe and Chloe in one of the alleys here. Are you sure there's food here? Angor was puzzled. Don't worry, trust me, I'm more familiar with this place than you are, David said as he waved at a few fierce-looking acolytes. The apprentices smiled back at him, although their smiles were quite ferocious. About 5 minutes later, Dave dragged Angor into a small alley. The further they walked, the darker it became. Only when they reached the end of the alley did they see some light. The light came from a sign stuck on the wall, Barterfly Pub. A pub? Angor frowned. A pub in the middle of the day? Are you kidding me? You know I don't drink. He told Prometheus a few days ago that he still had 3 years before he was old enough to drink, but that was just an excuse. It was not that he did not drink. He only drank one kind of wine, the milk wine brewed in Pat Manor. He had not touched any since he left Gru Town. No, I'm not talking about wine. I'm talking about the barbecue here. Follow me and you'll see. To Angor's surprise, Barterfly Pub was quite crowded despite its secluded location. Angor also needed a membership card to enter the pub. It wasn't until the two of them sat in a corner, and David ordered a glass of champagne rum. After taking a big gulp, his doubts were answered. You need to apply for a membership card yourself. 1 magic crystal is enough for a basic iron card. There are also bronze, silver, and gold cards above that. The higher the level of the card, the better the place you can eat and the better the food. Dave handed the card to Angor. I'm an iron card, so I can only eat in the main hall, and I can't order much food. Angor felt something familiar. Cards with different levels? Isn't that Candy House's system? You know about Candy House too? Dave's eyes lit up. I heard the chef here is a neighbor of Lady Greya and Lady Felicia's student. They've been following the spirit of Candy House and following the card system to the end. Angor chuckled in response. Haha. Greya's Barbie's restaurant and Felicia's Butterfly Tavern were the best places for gourmet wizards in the southern wizardry region. The owner of this place simply combined Barbie and Butterfly and named it Barterfly Pub. How ridiculous. So, the chef is a gourmet wizard? Angor asked. Dave shook his head. There aren't that many gourmet wizards. The chef here isn't a gourmet wizard, but his food is still delicious. When a plate of roast meat was placed on the table, Angor tasted it. It tasted good. Angor put away his initial prejudice. He noticed that the barbecue sauce had honey and milk added to it. Dave watched Angor munching on the meat and said proudly, I was right, wasn't I? It's delicious, isn't it? They finished their meal and were about to leave. A man dressed in luxurious clothing suddenly rushed out of a private room, panting as he whispered into the ear of a burly man holding a sword. The burly man exclaimed, Is what you said true? I'm sure. The burly man pulled the man along with the other 2 people at the same table and hurriedly walked out. Dave was standing in front of the bar when the burly man barged in and yelled, Get out of my way. Before Dave could react, the burly man grabbed his shoulder and tossed him aside. Dave was not hurt, but he still cursed out loud. You want to die, you bastard? The burly man glared at Angor. Dave cowered. Angor was about to step forward when the man in luxurious clothes said to the burly man, Don't mind them. Let's go back to Sky Tower and fight as many matches as we can before the news gets out. The burly man also remembered the news and spat on the ground. He turned around and left. Although the spit did not land on David, his face was still green and white, and there was a hint of anger in it. Neru, Angor helped Dave up and heard the man mumbling, What did you say? That's Neru, the Mad Blade. I'll remember him. Dave's expression was filled with anger and grievance. He wished he could take out a small notebook and write down Neru's name so he could curse him hundreds of times every day. Do you want me to lend you my trigger crossbow? No need. I'll make my own after I learn how to synthesize. I mean, let's go kill him now. Angor's eyes glinted. On their way back, Dave spoke again. Barterfly Bar has another benefit for gold card users. They sell information. Judging from that man's tone, he must have bought some important information. I think it's about Sky Tower. Something important about Sky Tower? Angor tried to recall. Could it be about the purification garden? As he pondered, he noticed that they had arrived at Prom's alchemy shop. Two people were chatting by the stairs in front of the shop. When they saw Angor coming, they quickly stood up and greeted him with a smile. What a coincidence. I didn't think I'd run into them again, Angor muttered. They were Foza and Lafitte, the two professional henchmen Angor met last week. Angor. Foza greeted Angor with a smile. What a coincidence. You're here twice already. Are you going to learn alchemy from Master Prom too? Good afternoon, Angor. Lafitte also smiled at Angor. Angor was confused by Foza's sudden kindness last time. He wondered if it was some kind of trick. Regardless, Angor did not want to offend Foza since they were being nice. Good afternoon, Angor said. I'm here to talk to Master Prom about something. Are you saying that Master Prom is going to take in a new student? Angor glanced at Dave. The latter was confused. Why didn't he hear about this before? You don't know? There's a rumor going around that Master Prom wants to take in a new student. He's been staying in his shop for a whole week just to find a good student. Dave suddenly realized something. I didn't pay much attention to people who came to me from time to time. No wonder there are so many people here these days. Someone's been spreading the rumor. It's just a rumor? Foza glanced at Lafitte in surprise. Lafitte was also confused. A rumor? Then Mr. Blackjack, Foza cleared his throat and interrupted Lafitte. Mr. Blackjack asked us to come here to buy an alchemy weapon. The rapier you wanted last week, Mr. Rapier. Oh, it's a rapier. When they went to lunch at noon, David locked up the shop. Dave opened the door and pointed at Foza and Lafitte. You two wait outside. Angor and I will go inside and get some stuff ready. Foza and Lafitte knew when to back down. They were so arrogant because they had Blackjack's support the other day. Now that they were alone, they did not dare to talk back. When Angor entered the shop, Dave curled his lips. Did you hear that? The pockmarked man looked like he wanted to say something. I think Blackjack wants to be Master Prom's student too. Look at that arrogant and rude guy. There's no way Master Prom will take him in. But it's strange. I remember Master Prom said Blackjack never wants to be a student. Why would he suddenly have this idea? Could it be that your words that day made him repent? Who knows? Angor did not really care. He did not think his words could enlighten a stubborn person. There must be another reason. Why did you lock them up outside? David took the tang sword from the wall and said, I just wanted to ask you, are you going to raise the price of this sword? If not, I'll sell it at the price they said. Did anything happen this week? What is it? Ngu pondered for a moment and said, For example, something that can increase the price of this saber. How can there be such a coincidence? Something like the Frost Moon Passage can only be encountered by chance. Since I told them to come here in a week, let's do it. Anyway, they're all worthless things. See? Like I said, we still have to sell it sooner or later. David rubbed his face and said, and I promised to raise the price the other day. Looks like I'm going to lose all my face this time. David called Foza and Lafitte in and placed the tang sword in front of him. You want to buy it, right? Name your price. You didn't raise the price, did you? Foza asked with a smile. David looked a little uncomfortable. Don't ask so many questions. Just name your price. Lafitte rolled his eyes and said, 10 magic crystals. David slammed the table. Last time, they offered 15 crystals. He did not want to lower the price again. Before David could say anything, Foza gave Lafitte an angry glare and pulled him behind him. It's 15 crystals. You heard wrong. Lafitte was a little anxious. He moved to Foza's ear and tried to argue. Foza lowered his voice and said, listen to me. Sometimes, friendship is more important than 5 crystals. We don't need to lower the price now. Foza was talking to Lafitte in a low voice, but both Angor and Dave heard it. David showed an amused expression. You're an interesting fatty. You said that just for me, right? Foza waved his hand. I'm here to buy the weapon for my boss. Nothing else. David glanced at Angor, but Angor did not seem to mind at all, so he made up his mind. All right then. 15 crystals it is. Foza put on a everything is under control expression and took out his money pouch to pay. However, right at that moment, an unforeseen event occurred. A sudden voice came from the entrance of the shop. Wait. I'll take the sword. I'll pay 20 crystals. The speaker was a man wearing a luxurious shirt and fine leather pants. There was a gemstone dagger hanging on his waist. He strode in from outside the shop and seemed to be a little out of breath. Where the hell did you come from? We already bought the sword. Lafitte's expression darkened. They just said that they would not raise the price, and someone just showed up and slapped them in the face. Foza also felt that it was too much of a coincidence. Could it be that the shop hired someone to do this? Foza glanced at Dave. Dave's face was normal a moment ago, but when he saw the newcomer, his face darkened. It was not an actor. Also, this person seemed to have a grudge with the shop assistant. Foza recalled the man's words. The man did not know that the sword was not a sword, but a blade. He did not think it was a blade, but since the shop assistant said so, then it must be a blade. Judging from all the signs, this was not an actor. Then, why did the price suddenly go up? Don't show up in front of me, lowly person. The newcomer sneered and threw a money pouch to the counter, 20 crystals. I'll take it. With that, the luxurious man reached for the tang sword. Foza suddenly pressed down on his tang saber. What are you doing, lowly person? Get your hands off me. Foza's expression darkened. The man was definitely stronger than them, but he promised Mr. Blackjack to bring the weapon back. He had no choice. The shop assistant has agreed to sell it to us. Do you know what first come, first served means? Foza was nervous when he said that. He said that on the premise that David had to support him. If even David didn't support him at this time, then what he said was meaningless. Sell it to you? You pay 15 crystals, and I'll pay 20. You haven't paid yet, but I've already done so. Who do you think the shop assistant will sell it to? The luxurious man sneered. Foza knew that even though he was right, the wizarding world was not a place to be reasoned with. Therefore, it all depended on David's attitude. Both of them looked at David at the same time. David's face was filled with uncertainty. He was conflicted as well. 20 crystals for the sword was definitely a great deal. However, this luxurious man was the one who stood beside Neru the mad demon Warblade in the Barterfly bar. The fight between him and Neru was not a big deal, and he was not injured. He would have forgotten about it in a day or two. However, it happened not long ago, and David's anger was still at its peak. Naturally, he felt disgusted when he saw the man. However, even if he hated the person opposite him, he didn't hate money. Besides, the sword belonged to Angor. Even if he wanted to annoy the luxurious man, he still had to consider the real owner of the sword. David did not say anything, and Foza's expression became a little awkward. The luxurious man pushed Foza away. Do you know what the highest bidder wins means? Only poor people will try to reason with others and put all their hope on other people's morals. That's right, I'm talking about you, lowlifes. Once you have money, you'll realize that reasoning with others is a joke. The luxurious man's words struck Foza's heart. Before entering the wizarding world, Foza was the son of an economy minister in a mortal kingdom. He never lacked money since he was young, and he was very sensitive about money. Back then, he had the same philosophy as the man in front of him. Now, in the wizarding world, he wanted to reason because he had no money. Foza blushed. Lafitte glared at the man. What? Do you think I'm wrong? Raise the price if you have money. You. Lafitte was furious. Foza quickly held him back. They only brought 15 magic crystals. Both Foza and Lafitte had done a lot of quests recently. They had some savings, but they did not even have 5 magic crystals in total. The noble-looking man sneered. At this moment, another person walked into the shop. It was a woman with curly hair that covered half of her face. The other half of her face looked very seductive. Her body was wrapped in a tattered black robe. The upper part of the robe was still intact, and only the armor on her upper body could be vaguely seen. The lower part of the robe was in a mess, revealing the woman's plump and slender white thighs. "What the hell are you doing, Tesla? Just buy the weapon and leave." The woman walked to the luxurious man in a seductive manner. "Let me tell you a joke, Kuna. A lowlife is trying to reason with me," Tesla said in disdain. Kuna glanced at Foza and Lafitte, then at Angor and Dave. She was about to say something when her eyes were attracted by a crescent-shaped light. "What's that?" Kuna pointed at the tool table behind Dave. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw that the tool table was in a mess, filled with all sorts of miscellaneous items. There was a glass box on one of the shelves. Inside the box was a crescent moon that was emitting a cold light. "Can you show it to us, mister?" Kuna pointed at the crescent moon. Kuna was one of Nara's followers. Dave was furious, but in the end, he took out the glass box with an expressionless face. When the glass box was placed on the counter, everyone's attention was drawn to what was inside. There was a short scythe inside, which had faint patterns on the blade. The crescent moon they saw was the blade of the scythe, which had a beautiful curve and a faint blue light. The light was refracted by the glass itself, which gave them the illusion that they were looking at a crescent moon. "It's a tiered alchemy weapon." Kuna was overjoyed when she saw the faint magic runes on the blade. Every time Prom put up a new weapon, countless people would come to buy it. A tiered alchemy weapon would be sold out in a matter of minutes. They never thought they would see a tiered alchemy weapon here. Of course they were happy. While everyone was still looking at the scythe, Tesla took out a bigger money pouch and threw it on the table. "This scythe? I'll take it." Tesla tossed the pouch aside and reached for the scythe. Dave quickly grabbed the scythe. "Hey, we haven't settled the price yet, and you want to take it away?" Tesla pointed at the pouch on the table. 100 magic crystals. Definitely the market price. The scythe with rune of sharpness was indeed worth about 100 magic crystals in the market. However, scythes were not popular weapons, so they might be cheaper. Therefore, when Tesla offered 100 magic crystals, David hesitated. He really did not want to sell anything in the shop to these two people. It would be fine if it was something else, but these two weapons belonged to Angor, and Angor was right beside them. "What? You think it's too low? Then sell it to them." Tesla pointed at Foza and Lafitte. Foza remained expressionless while staring at the Tang Dao in Tesla's hand. "Will you sell it or not?" "My price is absolutely fair." Tesla knocked on the table with his fingers, which made some noises. Dave hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he slowly put the scythe on the table. With a smile on her face, Queena winked at Tesla. Tesla squinted at Foza. "See? If you have money, you can reason with me. If you don't be an eyesore here." Queena pouted. "Enough. Don't waste your breath on these people. Boss Naru is still waiting." Fine. I'll take it and leave," Tesla said. Tesla felt like he had everything under control. No one dared to say anything. The two lowlifes glared at him but did not dare to say anything. The shop assistant in front of him could change his mind by spending money. What was principle? Money was principle. He had money. He could even get the information from Barterfly Bar earlier. He had money and could even make Barterfly Bar. Announce the news later. Tesla slowly reached out his hand. He wanted everyone to see his movement. He picked up the scythe. "Huh? Why can't I pick it up?" Tesla lowered his head and saw another hand pressing down on the scythe. It was a young hand. The patterns on the back of the hand, the color of the fingernails, and the shape of the fingers. The young man simply put his hand on the scythe to stop Tesla from taking it. Tesla looked up and saw the hand belonged to a young man he had never noticed before. "Lowly human, let go of your hand," Tesla said coldly. Everyone in the shop was now looking at Angor, who was standing beside Dave. "Aren't you rich?" Angor suddenly looked up at Tesla and smiled. His handsome face seemed to have a halo around it. "Then I'd like to talk some sense into you." Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard that. Foza, on the other hand, was surprised but also delighted. Was Angor helping him? Queena raised her eyebrows and gently placed her finger on Tesla's chest. "Pretty little brother, are you trying to reason with Tesla?" I'm afraid his reason is so great that it's hard for you to imagine. Following her metaphorical words, her finger slowly moved down from Tesla's chest. Finally, she gently placed it on Tesla's lower abdomen and even drew a circle teasingly. It was full of meaning. Tesla sneered. Since you want to be reasonable, I'll be reasonable with you. Tesla loosened his grip on the scythe. Tell me, how much are you offering? Let's see who's right here. Angor remained calm. He pointed at the Tang Dao in Tesla's other hand. Let's not talk about the scythe for now. Let's talk about this knife first. Tesla was surprised. And here I thought you were going to give me a big price to scare me. So you just want to reason with this cheap weapon? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Angor took the Tang Dao from Tesla's hand. Tesla frowned but did not stop him. He wanted to see what this young man who pretended to be an idiot was going to do. However, Angor's next action made Tesla's eyes widen. Angor did not even look at the Tang Dao before tossing it to Foza in front of everyone. Foza hurriedly grabbed the Tang saber. Looking at the Tang saber that he had lost and regained, he was still in a daze. What's the meaning of this? A lowly human helping each other? Tesla mocked. I'm being reasonable, Angor said in a plain tone. What are you talking about? What's your price? Tesla asked. Angor looked at Tesla with a half-smile. David, who had been watching them from the side, also chuckled and put a hand on Angor's shoulder. Does this guy have ears? He can't even understand what we're talking about. I said I'm being reasonable, and now I'm being reasonable. Tesla's face darkened at David's mockery. It was only then that he came to his senses. The logic that the youth in front of him was talking to him was not the logic that he understood. So, you're going to help them? Of course not. I'm just being reasonable. Angor spread his hands. 1 Tang Dao, 15 magic crystals. Foza was still confused, but that did not stop him from taking out 15 magic crystals and placing them in Angor's hand. Since he already had the knife, he would not let it go just like that. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he took out 2 magic crystals from the pile and handed them to Dave. He then put the rest into his pocket. What's the meaning of this? Tesla's expression turned dark. I'm being reasonable. They came here first, and you came later. We already agreed to sell the Tang Dao to them. No matter how much you pay, I'll keep my promise first. That's what I want, Angor said. Tesla ignored Angor and looked at David. You think an outsider can make a decision for the seller? David's response to Tesla was to shrug his shoulders, as if it had nothing to do with him. You think 20 magic crystals is too little? So lowly humans want to fight against me? Haha. Tesla sneered at David. You're an employee, aren't you? If Master Prom finds out about your negligence, you'll be fired as well. Fired? Of course not. A deep voice suddenly came from the door. Everyone turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a luxurious purple magus robe walking in leisurely. Master Prom. Foza was so scared that he almost pissed his pants when he saw his target boss. Master Prometheus. Tesla was shocked. He had only mentioned it casually. Why did Master Prometheus really come? Angor thought to himself. Speak of the devil. He really came at the right time. Prom did not know what was going on in the shop, but he heard Tesla's words. David's recent performance had been outstanding. When Prom explained alchemy to David this week, he found that David's alchemy ideas were not rigid. Moreover, the young man was firm in his alchemy path, which made Prom very satisfied. Besides, Angor was Dave's friend. There was no way he would fire Dave. Master. David welcomed Prom inside. Prom's sudden appearance and his protection of David were like a slap to Tesla's face. Tesla looked a little embarrassed. But when he thought about what happened just now, he did not think he did anything wrong. Besides, the young man put the magic crystals into his pocket. If Prom knew about it, he would not help him anymore. Thinking of this, Tesla felt a little more confident. What's going on? Dave was about to explain, but Foza and Lafitte had already finished their explanation. Prom did not show it on his face, but he actually agreed with Tesla's words. However, since Angor wanted to teach them a lesson, Prom would not help him. It was just an alchemy weapon. He could always make a new one. Prom did not know that he was not the one who made the Tang saber. Prom was about to comment and help Angor take down Tesla's reputation, but Tesla interrupted him. Master Prom, Tesla said, the young man only gave 2 magic crystals to the clerk and kept the rest for himself after he gave the weapons to the 2 gentlemen. That's why I said that just now. In front of Prom, Tesla no longer kept calling him a lowly person. It seemed that he was very good at adapting to the situation. Prometheus glanced at Foza, waiting for someone to back him up. Foza hesitated a little and nodded. Well. Prom did not know what to say. If Angor really wanted the magic crystals, there were many other ways. Why did he have to do this in front of so many people? Maybe he should help Angor make a false statement first. Tesla was pleased to see Prom's reaction. Angor spoke up, I didn't finish my explanation. Let's continue. First come, first served? Tesla pointed at Foza. Why don't you ask him? If he has money, will he try to reason with me because he's late? Foza was used as a target again. He wanted to cry but failed to shed any tears, so he decided to lie. Angor was helping him. Even if Foza had the same idea as Tesla, he would not say it out loud. Foza shook his head firmly. I will. I'll follow the rule of first come, first served. Foza's expression was sincere, but no one believed him. Angor included. Of course you have a point. I believe Foza won't try to reason with you if he has money too. Foza stared at Angor in disbelief. Bro, I'm helping you with your self-examination. Why did you ruin my plan? Even Tesla was surprised by Angor's words. He was going to mock Foza a little, but he did not say anything now. Angor continued, you're being unreasonable. Foza is being unreasonable. You're both being unreasonable. But it doesn't matter. I'm being reasonable. Angor smiled brightly. I don't care if you're being reasonable or not, as long as I'm being reasonable. Tesla humphed. What's the use of that? You think you're as strong as Master Prom? Of course I'm not as strong as Master Prom. Angor pointed at the Tang Dao in Foza's arms. But I have the right to reason with this weapon. Why? Because this saber is mine. Apart from Dave, everyone was shocked when they heard Angor's words. Even Prom turned around to look at the weapon. When he saw the design of the weapon, he silently wiped the sweat off his forehead. Thank God I didn't say anything. Otherwise, I'd be so embarrassed. He thought that he was selling the alchemy weapon that he had made. Tesla didn't know what to say. If this was true, as Angor said, the saber was his to begin with, and he had the right to own it. I don't care if you're being reasonable or not. I'm being reasonable myself. He was the only one who could say that. Tesla's heart skipped a beat when he saw that Dave and Master Prom did not say anything. So, the weapon really was made by Prom. Now that he thought about it, the shop assistant only took 2 magic crystals and did not say anything. That was a sign. Tesla did not know what to say. His face turned red in embarrassment. Everything he said and did just now was so embarrassing. Before Tesla could find a hole to hide in, Angor's voice reached his ears again. Angor picked up the scythe on the table and looked at Tesla with a smile. That's all I can say. Now, it's your turn. Angor handed the scythe to Tesla. I hope you're reasonable enough to convince me to sell you the scythe. Oh right, I forgot to mention that the scythe is mine too. When Angor mentioned that the scythe was also his, Tesla's hand trembled a little. He turned to Prom, only to see Prom smiling at him. This scythe is engraved with Rune of Sharpness, a typical enchantment in enchantment alchemy. Almost everyone in the underground market knew that Prom was an alchemist. By pointing out that the scythe was an enchantment, he was clearly trying to distance himself from the scythe. Tesla felt a bit numb after hearing Prom's words. He suddenly felt that he shouldn't have come here today. But he couldn't back down now. Since he had decided to go against this young man, he could only grit his teeth and walk down the dark path. You're the seller. Sell it if you want. Don't give me this bullshit. Tesla slammed the scythe on the table and made a loud noise. Angor remained calm. You're the one who wants to be reasonable, aren't you? Since I put the weapon in my shop, I'm going to sell it. So I'm giving it to you now, right? If you're going to sell it, why do you need to be reasonable? You don't get it, do you? I'll say it again. It's your reason, not mine. Angor didn't care about Tesla's anger at all. What do you mean by my reason and yours? You think you're playing word games? Angor sneered at Tesla's words. Dave, Foza, and Lafitte all shook their heads. Even Prom closed his eyes. He couldn't bear to listen to it anymore. Before Tesla realized what was going on, Quina whispered into his ear, "He's asking you to make a bid. Don't be fooled by him." Kuna also felt embarrassed and couldn't help but urge, "Aren't you embarrassed? Come on, let's go. The boss is still waiting for us." It was not until this moment that Tesla finally realized that this was indeed his reason, being rich was reason. The other party wanted him to be reasonable, so wasn't that the same as asking him to bid? Recalling how he had yelled at the other party to stop yelling if you want to sell it, Tesla felt that he had been utterly humiliated. His face began to burn. Look at that red butt. So you still know how to be embarrassed. If you don't even care about reason, why care about this little bit of shame? It was Lafitte who spoke. He had been called a lowly person by Tesla for so long that the resentment in his heart had accumulated to the point of overflowing. Now that he saw Lafitte's embarrassment, how could he hold back from mocking him? Tesla flew into a rage out of humiliation. With a threatening look in his eyes, he said, "Lowly person, shut your mouth, or else, or what?" It was Prom, not Lafitte. His eyes were cold. Recently, there are more and more daring people. Someone actually dares to be impudent in my shop. Are you really tired of living? Not to mention Prom's identity, his strength as a level 3 apprentice alone was enough to suppress Tesla. "Master, I didn't mean that. He mocked me first, so Prom's eyes were fierce. You can fight and scheme against each other as much as you like. But if you dare to make a move in my shop, I'll let you know how wonderful life is." After being taught a lesson by Prom, Tesla's calm demeanor was replaced by panic. Angor spoke at the right time, "Where's your reason? If you can't convince me, then put your weapon back and get the hell out of here." Tesla was about to throw a tantrum, but Prom's snort silenced his anger. Seeing this, Quina put a hand on her forehead and did not want to watch this. Tesla forced himself to calm down and spoke in a calm tone, "I've already put the money on the table." There were 2 cloth bags on the table, one big and one small. The small one was given by Tesla when he wanted to buy the Tang Dao for 20 magic crystals, while the big one was given to him for 100 crystals when he wanted to buy the scythe. Angor picked up the big bag and weighed it in his hand. "Not enough. That won't convince me. 100 magic crystals is already the market price. If you don't know, you can ask someone else. For example, the shop assistant beside you. He sold many alchemy weapons, so he should know the price of this scythe." Dave was quite pleased with Angor's teasing of Tesla earlier. Now that the topic was back to him, he did not know what to say. Tesla was right. 100 magic crystals was indeed the market price. Besides, this was not a long scythe. It was a shorter scythe with a smaller utility. 100 magic crystals was still a bit high. David did not say anything for a long time. Tesla felt that he had regained some of his dignity and was feeling smug again. However, he did not dare to show it on his face because Prom was there to keep the situation under control. "Like I said, the scythe is mine. Your reason must satisfy me." Angor considered. "As for the market price, it's not like Wizard's iron rules can be changed at will. There are too many factors that can affect the price." Foza, the son of a former minister of economy, also spoke up, "Supply and demand in the objective market is the biggest factor that affects the price. Besides, people can manipulate the market price." Angor gave Foza a thumbs up. "So, don't talk about your market price. In my heart, your price is still not enough for me." Tesla always believed in money, so he was just as astute as Foza when it came to money. He chuckled. "Supply and demand works only if someone is willing to buy it. Only then can you raise the price. This scythe of yours is extremely niche. I don't think anyone would be willing to pay for it." "Are you not a human?" Angor retorted. Tesla did not know how to respond. "You're being unreasonable." You should feel honored that I'm willing to buy a niche weapon like this. Angor said, special circumstances call for special treatment, right? If someone is in urgent need, I can raise the price. Isn't that an unspoken rule in the market? You're wrong. I'm not in urgent need. Is that so? Good luck then. Angor did not care whether he could sell the scythe or not. You. Tesla was going to argue with Angor, but Angor did not listen to him at all. He was so angry that he lost his words. When Tesla was too angry to say anything, Quina, who had been watching from the side, finally spoke up. She leaned toward Angor and winked at him. Mister, I apologize on Tesla's behalf. He's too mean. I can't stand it sometimes. How about this? I'll buy the scythe. What do you say? Sure. You name your price. Quina pointed at her chest and pouted. I'm only offering 100 magic crystals. Do you think it's enough for you? A young man of 14 or 15 years old, hot-blooded and lustful. Quina thought she could seduce Angor with her act. Unfortunately, she did not know that Angor could even kill Red Butterfly without hesitation. Quina was trying to seduce the wrong person. No, Angor said without hesitation. Kuana's seductive manner stiffened, and the expression on her face instantly vanished. Then what's your ideal price? Angor did not waste time this time. 300 magic crystals. Almost everyone looked at Angor in surprise when they heard the price. Did he really have the guts to ask for such a price? It was 3 times higher than the original price. Even a tiered alchemy item made by a master alchemist would only cost about this much. But I like it. Angor is asking for too much. But I like it. 300 magic crystals? You don't want to sell it at all, do you? Tesla sneered. Tesla's words echoed everyone else's thoughts. Clearly, Angor was taunting them by offering such a price. A tiered scythe was not worth that much. Of course I'm going to sell it. I'm not going to sell it as a decoration. As long as you can afford it, I'll sell it to you. But this scythe is not worth 300 magic crystals. Even 100 magic crystals is not enough. Angor chuckled. Not worth it? Isn't your boss, Battleblade Naru, waiting for you at Sky Tower? Tesla and Quina's pupils shrank when they heard Angor mention Sky Tower. Quina chuckled awkwardly. What are you talking about? I don't get it. Is that so? It's fine if you don't. Angor put the scythe back into its case. I believe you can sell it at this price in a few days. What do you think, Tesla? What do you know? Tesla was confused. Didn't you just buy the information? Why are you asking me? Information? What information? Foza and Lafitte exchanged a puzzled look. Angor smiled. Something that will make me sell this scythe for 300 crystals. Tesla and Quina looked at Angor with fear in their eyes. Who the hell are you? How do you know this information? Angor did not answer. Are you sure you don't want it? You want to buy it at a low price before the news gets out, right? What, 300 magic crystals is too much? Everyone was puzzled. What kind of information was Angor talking about? They could not believe what they were hearing. Or maybe a rich man who thinks he's right doesn't even have 300 magic crystals? Angor's mocking tone made Tesla's face turn red. He was mocking Foza like this, and he did not expect to be mocked back in such a short time. What upset Tesla the most was that he did not have 300 magic crystals. Moreover, 300 magic crystals was an unbearable price even for an ordinary level 3 apprentice magus. You're right. They don't have 300 magic crystals, Dave said. Although David didn't know what the news was, he was happy to be able to deal a blow to the other party. Tesla was only a level 1 apprentice, and he only had 150 magic crystals on him. There was also the team's public money, so there was no way he would pay 300 magic crystals. Fine, fine, fine. I'll remember you. Just you wait. Tesla had never felt so humiliated in his life. Not only was he slapped in the face, but he was also exposed. Even his beliefs were trampled on. He believed that he had more money than his peers, but today, he was beaten by a kid who was at the same level as him. How could he be happy about that? Tesla was about to turn around and leave after spitting out some harmless harsh words. Prom suddenly spoke up, "You mean the purification garden in Floating Mech City is going to be opened?" Prom's words made Tesla and Quina stop moving. Their eyes flickered, and they looked a little guilty. "I think the questing hall already announced it when I came here," said Prom. A group of apprentices rushed into Prom's alchemy shop from afar. They were led by a man who was also wearing luxurious clothes. However, Tesla's clothes were only for decoration, while this man was wearing a real wizard robe. He quickly bought all kinds of alchemy weapons on the counter and handed them to his apprentices behind him. They swept away all the weapons on display, including the Chinese cleaver. Suddenly, the man noticed the scythe in the glass case, and his eyes lit up. "How much is it?" the man asked anxiously while staring at Tesla's group cautiously. He was afraid that they would take the scythe away. "400 magic crystals," Angor said without batting an eyelid. Everyone widened their eyes at the price. In just a few minutes, Angor raised the price by another 100 magic crystals. Was this really not a scam? It was 4 times more expensive than Tesla's price. Everyone secretly glanced at Tesla. If someone would buy it even if the price was 4 times higher. Then, wouldn't Tesla be humiliating himself by making a fuss just now? The man frowned and muttered, "Not bad." Then he took out his bone card and paid 40,000 merit points without hesitation. 400 magic crystals, and it was cash. Including the other alchemy weapons he had bought, the luxurious man had spent more than 600 magic crystals. It was a price that everyone found hard to believe. Even Prom, who was used to big events, couldn't help but cast sidelong glances at the man. Tesla recalled the time when he yelled at Angor, "You don't want to sell, do you?" Angor offered 300 magic crystals. In the blink of an eye, someone bought the scythe for 400 magical crystals without even bargaining. To him, this was definitely a slap in the face, even worse than the previous slap in the face. Tesla's face was flushed with embarrassment. Quina, who was standing next to him, looked embarrassed. She had previously supported Tesla, saying that Tesla's reason was unimaginably great. It was truly unimaginably huge. Quina was so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to jump into. She looked at Tesla with a trace of resentment. On the other side, after the deal was done, the luxurious man played with the sickle in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he was. "Ha ha ha ha, I got lucky today. With this sickle, reaching the top of the sky tower will be no problem." The man laughed loudly. Reaching the top of the sky tower was not that difficult. Normally, level 3 apprentices would not come here. A level 2 apprentice with a tiered alchemy weapon might be able to reach the top, not to mention the fact that he was quite talented himself. Angor looked at the man who sold him the sickle gratefully. "I'll remember you. If you need any help, just mention my name, Ramanbel." Just like Tesla, Ramanbel also said "I'll remember you" to Angor because of the same thing. However, the 2 words meant different things. Ramanbel bought the sickle for 400 magic crystals, and he still acted like he got a bargain. He even thanked the seller on the spot. Angor sold it to Tesla for 300 magic crystals, and he still got scolded. Comparing the two, it was obvious how unkind Tesla was. Tesla's face turned from red to black. He even wanted to run away right now. But that would only embarrass him even more. "Thank you. I'm Angor." Angor nodded slightly. After getting the sickle, Ramanbel did not waste any time and left right away. When he walked past Foza and Lafitte, he saw the tang knives in their hands. He curled his lips and did not say anything. However, when he walked past Tesla and Quina and saw their empty hands, Ramanbel could not help but mock them. Poor bastards. Under the watchful eyes of the apprentices, Tesla and Quina did not dare to talk back. Ramanbel laughed loudly and led his followers away in high spirits. Just like how he came, they disappeared at the end of the street like clouds of dust. After Ramanbel left, the shop remained silent for a while. Several seconds later, someone laughed. "Poor bastards? Ha 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 ha, what a great show today." Foza's face was fat to begin with, and he was laughing so hard that his eyes could not be seen. Lafitte gave Tesla a disdainful look. "Look at that guy." Angor was kind enough to lower the price, but he got a bargain and now he's blaming the seller for being unkind. Who's the unkind one here? Pretending to be rich when you have no money? What a joke. Tesla was not in the mood to argue with them. He had already suffered so much today that he could barely control himself. Especially when Ramanbel mocked him for being a poor bastard. He felt like his belief had been shattered. Humph. Why aren't you leaving? What are you doing here? To keep humiliating yourself? Queena did not have time to care about other people's mockery. She dragged Tesla away. Before leaving, she gave Angor a meaningful glance. Her gaze was as cunning and vicious as a viper's. After they left, David laughed loudly and said, "That's right. Angor, you're so cool this time. Too bad they're just some unimportant people. If only Nera was here. Wasn't I cool before?" Angor raised an eyebrow. "You're cool too." Dave cheered. However, Dave still sounded a little worried. That woman left a scary look in her eyes. "I'm guessing they already hate you." Angor waved a hand. "Fine. As long as they don't mess with me, I'll let them go." "Provoking me?" "Haha." Foza stepped forward and bowed to Angor. "Thank you so much. If you didn't help us, we would have lost face. Also, if we couldn't finish our mission, we'd have to find another place to stay." Foza glanced at Angor carefully when he mentioned changing docks. Angor quickly refused. "I'm not helping you. Please don't misunderstand. If you don't have anything else to say, just turn left." Foza wanted to ask where Angor got the 2 alchemy weapons, but since Angor refused so blatantly, and he wanted to maintain a good relationship with Angor, he forced a smile and left with Lafitte. "Master, what do you mean by the Garden of Purification? Why is everyone running here to buy alchemy weapons? It's unbelievable that someone is willing to buy it for 400 magic crystals," David asked. Prom chuckled. "You should ask Angor. He knew about it way before we did. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the Sky Tower. Am I right?" Angor chuckled and told Dave about the Sky Tower and the Garden of Purification. "No wonder you told me to wait for a month and a half. You knew the price would go up one day," Dave said. Dave didn't mind that Angor didn't tell him beforehand. Even if Angor did, he wouldn't be able to reach the top anyway. They talked for a while about what had just happened. Prom couldn't help but cut to the chase. "Angor, did you find a rune that can restrain undead creatures?" Prom asked expectantly. "I didn't find anything that can only restrain undead creatures," Angor said. Prom's eyes dimmed a little, but Angor's next words gave him hope again. "But I found a magic array that can restrain undead creatures. It's called Prelude to Elimination. Have you heard of it?" "Prelude to Elimination?" Prom thought for a moment and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I don't know much about runes or enchantments, let alone magic arrays. I only know some common ones. As for the one you just mentioned, I've never heard of it before. Angor, you've learned how to enchant magic arrays?" As far as Dave was concerned, a magic array enchanted item had to be at least a mid-tier or even a high-tier item. If Angor could really craft one, wouldn't that mean he was as good as Master Prom, or even better? Prom looked at Angor curiously as well. "I don't know if I can do it or not, but I've tried it myself. I don't know if I can learn it or not. The biggest problem for me right now is that I don't have enough mana. How am I supposed to draw magic arrays without enough mana?" Angor left a lot of space for himself. He could solve all the problems one by one. "You're right. You don't have enough mana right now. Even if you can learn it, it'll take you a long time to draw a magic array." Prom sighed. "I guess I'll have to go to the wizard fair and try my luck." "Is there really no way to solve this problem?" Angor asked. "Magic arrays aside, I failed to draw many runes because I don't have enough mana." Prom pondered for a moment. "If you want to solve your mana problem, there's a way. The simplest and most direct way is to burn money. You can use magic crystals as your energy source." Angor knew that magic crystals could be used as energy sources for alchemy items. However, isn't the mana contained in magic crystals primal mana? Primal mana needs to be converted once it enters my body. "I don't have enough time," Angor wondered. "There's always a solution," Prom said. As for how to solve the problem of primal mana in magic crystals, someone already found a way a long time ago. There are many ways to solve it. I'll skip the ones that are too cumbersome or beyond your reach. Considering your current situation, the only solution is to buy an energy converter. Energy stabilizer? Angor was familiar with the name. I think I've heard of it before. You saw it in Cloud Library, right? Prom chuckled. If I remember correctly, the alchemy manuscript for energy stabilizer costs 1,000,000 merit points. 1 million? David was shocked by the number. If converted to magic crystals, it would be a total of 11,000 magic crystals. David believed he could never earn that much money in his entire life. Angor, on the other hand, was calm. He already saw the price of energy stabilizer in Cloud Library. And he was sure that the blueprint of energy stabilizer was recorded in Encyclopedia of Basic Alchemy. He knew there was a blueprint for an energy stabilizer in Encyclopedia of Basic Alchemy, but he did not read the book carefully. He only noticed it when he was sorting the folders. That was why Prom didn't know what the energy stabilizer was when he mentioned its name. As we all know, primal mana is an extremely violent type of energy. It's almost impossible to control it carefully. Wizards build their spirit models to channel the primal mana into their spirit models so that they can circulate the primal mana inside. Once the primal mana goes through the internal circulation, the primal mana will be completely removed, and the primal mana will become pure mana. Prom explained briefly about the primal mana and then explained the function of the energy stabilizer. Energy stabilizer is a tool that divides energy into different layers. When an unstable type of energy is introduced, it will push the unstable elements down to the bottom layer, while the pure energy will rise to the top layer. It's like pouring oil and water into a cup. The oil will float to the top layer, while the water will sink to the bottom layer. Primal mana is also a kind of unstable energy. Through the energy stabilizer, the violent energy in the primal mana can be pushed down, and the pure mana can be pushed up. In that case, you can directly absorb the pure magic power and use it. The first thing that came to his mind was not to use the energy stabilizer to solve the problem. Instead, he wondered if he could use this method to obtain more pure mana to strengthen his own mana pool. If he could, he would only need to spend magic crystals to quickly improve his strength. Angor shared the same thought with everyone who learned about the energy stabilizer for the first time. So, Master Prom, can you use the stabilizer to train yourself? Dave asked for Angor's opinion. My mana flow is very slow. If I can use an energy stabilizer. Prom cut him off mercilessly. You're just an average-looking guy, but you sure are dreaming. David scratched his face and grinned. Prom explained, if the power of the will is the foundation of a wizard, then the mana pool is the foundation of a wizard. You can only rely on your own mana flow to transform your mana pool. No external energy, no matter how pure it is, can enter your mana pool. Of course, you can also directly channel pure mana into the mental power channel, but even the pure mana still has to go through the mana backflow to reach the mana source, so the final speed is no different from the speed at which you absorb the original mana. There's one more thing I have to say. The energy stabilizer does not filter the primal mana inside a magic crystal. Instead, it allows the unstable mana to sink down. Primal mana may be unstable, but it also contains relatively pure mana. The energy stabilizer only extracts the pure mana from the crystal and allows the unstable mana to sink down. It does not convert all primal mana into pure mana like mana flow. This leads to a problem. The reason why I call this method burning money is that a magic crystal contains a lot of primal mana. But in the end, only a small amount of pure mana will be released through the energy stabilizer. Once you use a magic crystal, no matter how much pure mana you extract from it, it will shatter into pieces. The pure mana contained in one magical crystal isn't even enough to support a single level 0 spell. Angor frowned. How many magic crystals do I need to purify for one level 0 cantrip using the energy stabilizer? Prom considered. I've never done something like this before. But I can give you a rough estimate. Prom took out a few magic crystals and examined them with his power of the will. The amount of primal mana in each crystal is about the same, but the purity of the mana is different. I estimate that it'll take at least 2 to 3 magic crystals to cast a level 0 cantrip with pure mana. If you're casting a level 0 cantrip that lasts for a long time, you'll need even more. Angor did a quick calculation. 3 magic crystals equaled to 1 level 0 cantrip's mana. If he had full mana, he would need about 510 magic crystals to set up Prelude to Elimination during an alchemy process. If he added the mana required to maintain the level 0 cantrip's Hand of Mana and Thaw, he estimated that he would need around 600 mana crystals. 600 magic crystals just to set up an alchemy item that contained Prelude to Elimination. It would be fine if he succeeded. But if something went wrong, all his previous investments would go to waste, and that would be a real waste of money. 600 magic crystals. Angor was about to give up. But when he remembered that Prom saved his life in the arena, he decided to give it a try. However, he did not tell Prom about his plan. There were still many things that needed to be taken care of. For example, magic crystals, materials, and so on. Also, if Prom found an alchemy weapon that could counter undead creatures in the wizard fair, Angor could give up on wasting money for now. So, Master Prom, the energy stabilizer isn't that useful? Why are the blueprints so expensive? How much does the finished product cost? Prom chuckled. Who told you that energy stabilizers are used to extract pure mana from magic crystals? They have a wide range of applications. Almost all experiments involving energy applications need them. Apart from those wizards who don't want to improve themselves, it's better to have one. It is precisely because of his high demand that the blueprints are so expensive. Of course. Anything related to alchemy is expensive. As for the finished product, it's not that expensive. I heard that it costs less than 200 magic crystals to buy one in Floating Mech City. But here, where alchemy talents are scarce, I think it'll cost dozens of magic crystals. Master Prom, do you know how to make energy stabilizers? Prom cleared his throat and said, if I knew how to make energy stabilizers, I wouldn't be running a shop in this small town. I've already set up a stall in the wizard fair. It's an endless market. Even if I only sell one energy stabilizer every day, I'll make a lot of money. Prom saw that Angor was still thinking about the energy stabilizer. He walked to Angor and smiled. Don't worry about it. I've already prepared for the worst. I've already collected enough magic crystals. I'm going to check out the Twilight Well auction next week. Twilight Well was the name of the wizard fair in Darkaville Empire. The Twilight Auction was the local auction house in Twilight Well. On the surface, it was run by several local wizard clans, but it was actually supported by Brute Cavern. Apart from the monthly auctions, the Twilight Auction would also hold 2 big auctions each year, one at the middle of the year and the other at the end of the year. I'll go with you. I can get some knowledge and buy some alchemy materials, Angor said. Last time, he told Prom that he and Prom would go to the wizard fair together. Luck was on their side. They just happened to be in the Twilight Auction. Prom, sure. Dave, you come too. Go buy a single-use space capsule for the shop. Since Angor decided to go to the wizard fair, he had to make some preparations. The first thing he needed to do was to make money. If Prom couldn't find anything useful in the fair, he would have to burn money to make one. He didn't have enough money to do so. Besides, he also planned to buy some auxiliary materials for making space storage equipment. If he found something valuable, he would buy some. Therefore, he had to prepare more magic crystals. Twilight Well's mid-year auction would be held in the second half of month of Soothing Wind. There were only 10 days left. Master, are we going to the wizard fair next week by train or by airship? Angor hesitated. Can we go by airship? I was going to take the airship. But the ticket is 2 magic crystals, which is a bit more expensive than the train. There are a lot of people going there. If we want to go, we better book it now. Angor was going to book the tickets himself, but Dave took the job because he earned 50 magic crystals today. Ramonbel bought all of Angor's alchemy weapons. As promised, Angor would give Dave 10% of the sales, which was about 50 magic crystals in total. Dave was going to give Prom half of the money, but Prom didn't take it. Today, Dave earned more than 2 months of his previous salary. Dave happily went to buy the tickets. Angor and Prom discussed their alchemy experiences. Basically, it was Prom talking while Angor listened. Prom also taught Angor a lot about synthesis techniques. Angor was already interested in synthesis, so he played the role of a student and asked a lot of childish questions. Prom did not hesitate to give Angor a lot of guidance and suggestions. Prom was planning to build a good relationship with Angor, so he basically answered all of Angor's questions as long as he could. Even if the questions involved some secret techniques, he would subtly point out the key points. By the time Dave came back, Angor already had a basic understanding of the art of synthesis. Angor took the ticket from Dave and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Angor spoke to Dave, "I'm going to make some weapons in the next few days to get some money for the wizard fair. Do you want to come?" Angor made it clear that he only wanted to make money this time, so he would not have a detailed alchemy plan. Dave considered. "Sure. But I have to guard the shop during the day. I'll come at night." After leaving Prom's alchemy shop, Angor did not go straight home. Instead, he headed to the cave field. In order to reach the top of Sky Tower and not to expose his name, Angor did not contact Xylem and Nausicaa while he was climbing the tower. Now that the challenge was over, he had some free time. Angor wanted to say hi to them and tell them about Twilight Well while he was at it. He mentioned that he was going to take them to the underground market, but for various reasons, they did not go. In the end, they had to find the place themselves. Therefore, he decided to use Twilight Well to make up for his regret from the last time. However, Angor believed that since he did not know about Twilight Well, his peers should not know about it either. Little did he know that he was the most special one. He was still a level 1 apprentice, but he was already living the life of an old wizard. Angor entered the cave and felt the damp, dry air. He saw several gatehouses with their doors wide open. Most of the apprentices inside were bare-chested. They did not look like supernaturals at all. Instead, they looked more like laborers working at the docks. The weather in the mirror world was pleasant all year round, but there were still some differences between seasons. It was the month of soothing breath, July. The outside world was still cool, but the cave was damp and stuffy. Staying in such an environment for a long time would make one's bones sour. They should have some savings if they work a little harder, right? I need to persuade them to leave this place as soon as possible, Angor thought to himself. However, when he arrived at his destination, he saw that the gate was closed. Neither Xylem nor Nausicaa was home. Is he still on a quest? He had no choice but to go back. When he returned to the crypt field, he bumped into Foza and Lafitte, who were on their way back. He asked them about Xylem and Nausicaa, but neither of them knew anything about them. Lafitte considered for a moment. Maybe you can ask Orlando? Orlando also has a good relationship with them. Xylem did mention Orlando many times. Even the news about Hoopdik's poor talent came from Orlando. Since he was already at the cave field, he didn't mind going further. He might as well go back and take a look at Orlando. Foza offered to lead the way, but Angor turned him down without hesitation. Xylem had taken him to Orlando's room when he was looking for Baluba, so he remembered the way. After turning left and right, they walked for about a quarter of an hour. Angor stopped in front of a door. The door was slightly ajar. Candlelight came from inside. Angor closed his eyes and heard someone's breathing. But it sounded a little rushed, as if someone had just finished a strenuous exercise. Angor immediately thought of something he couldn't describe. The hand that was knocking on the door also stopped in midair. Would it be inappropriate for him to knock on someone's door like this? He wondered if he should use his spirit feelers to check the situation. At this moment, a murmur came from inside the door. Rafig, it's not enough, I still want to eat, Rafig? A mustached man appeared in his mind. He was Orlando's best friend. But he remembered that Xylem once said that Rafi was sent to the world outside the mirror. Why did he come back? Since Rafig was inside, Angor didn't think there was anything he couldn't tell, so he knocked on the door without hesitation. Angor knocked for a while, but there was no answer. He reached out his spirit feelers and peeked into the door. Orlando was alone in the room, snoring on his bed while chewing. It seemed he was dreaming about food. This roast lamb is so good. Rafig. I need more. Orlando's mouth moved again while he took a deep breath through his nose. It seemed he was sniffing the aroma of the lamb. Angor didn't know what to say. He thought something strange was going on. Since when did his mind become so dirty? He needed to do some self-reflection. Since Orlando was sleeping, Angor didn't want to disturb him. Angor reached out his hand of spell and took out a greasy sock that had turned yellow. TSK TSK TSK. What a nice young man. Look at you. You must have aged this for at least a month, right? Angor was still in the mood to complain since he was using hand of spell. Through the door, Angor controlled the hand of spell to place the stinky sock in front of Orlando's nose. Orlando was still sniffing the roasted lamb in his dream. Suddenly, a mysterious smell crawled into his nostrils and stimulated his olfactory sensors, sending the mysterious information into his brain through the nerve signals. His beautiful dream had turned into a nightmare at this moment. Orlando shuddered. His closed eyeballs began to move around. Angor quickly stuffed the sock back into his boots. In the next second, Orlando sat up abruptly from the bed and kept gasping for air. He was like a fish that was about to suffocate after staying on land for too long and had finally returned to the water. He frantically opened his mouth to breathe and dissolve the oxygen in the water. For a second, Angor wondered if he was being too mean. Why did he use chemical weapons before even meeting Orlando? When Orlando calmed down a little, Angor knocked on the door as if nothing had happened. Orlando looked in the direction of the door in a daze, with a trace of red tears in the corner of his eyes. Please come in. Good afternoon. Sorry to disturb you. Angor pushed the door open and was surprised to see Orlando's face. Huh? What's wrong? This was what Angor wanted to say, but he didn't say it out loud since he wasn't familiar with Orlando. Orlando rubbed his nose and looked at Angor in confusion. Oh, it's you, Angor. What are you doing here? Angor put away his unnecessary expression and smiled. I'm here to ask you something. Do you know where Xylem and Nausicaa went? I went to look for them and didn't find them. I'm worried, so I came to ask you. Orlando was still rubbing his nose, which was already red. He replied in a muffled voice, You're talking about them? I think they went out for a mission. I haven't seen them for days. But Nausicaa still goes to the underground market regularly, but I don't know why. Angor's answer was similar to his own guess. Thank you. I won't disturb you any longer. Please go back to your rest. Angor didn't realize that he was the one who woke Orlando up. Wait. What do you want from Nausicaa? He then told Orlando about the auction in Twilight Well. You're going to watch the mid-year auction too? Orlando asked excitedly. I'm going too. It's a big event. But I heard the seats are really expensive. I guess I can only watch from the big screen outside the hall. That's fine. I'm not really going to the auction anyway. I'm just going to see my best friend. You know what? Rafig. Rafig's a great cook, and he's very reliable. Orlando never stopped talking. Angor couldn't even get a word in between, especially when Orlando took over the topic. Orlando was so excited that he didn't even care who Angor was talking to. As long as he could hear Angor's voice, he didn't care. Angor remembered Xylem telling him that Orlando often came to harass them in tears after being separated from Rafig. Even Hookdick wasn't spared. Orlando even asked for Angor's address, but Xylem refused, which saved Angor's life. Angor managed to escape from the separation of his best friend, but he did not escape from the reunion of his best friend. He regretted answering Orlando's question. He could have just turned around and left. When he left Orlando's place, he felt a lot more relaxed. 100 crows cawed at Angor, which was probably better than talking to Orlando. At least the crows wouldn't ask him to answer. Orlando, on the other hand, kept asking questions like, Is Rafig a great cook? Is he a good person? What do you think? What's so good about him? What's so bad about him? Angor had to listen to Orlando's words. If he casually brushed it off, Orlando would repeat it again. You must remember it. Still, it wasn't a bad thing. At least he was closer to Orlando now, and he wasn't as estranged as before. No wonder other people avoided Orlando, but they didn't seem to be on bad terms. This guy's self-familiarity and thick skin were simply incredible. He gave off a feeling that made you want to hit him, but you didn't know where to start. Angor didn't know Rafig well, but he respected the man a lot. 2. Be able to become close friends with Orlando, there should be something extraordinary about him. At the very least, his patience and tolerance were not something that ordinary people could compare to. Angor went to the underground market again. His target was Sky Tower. He thought he wouldn't come to Sky Tower for a long time, but he came again after a week. This time, however, he was no longer the infamous Baron Milk. Instead, he came to Sky Tower as a spectator. Of course, he came to Sky Tower to find out how Nausicaa's matches were going. To his surprise, the first floor of Sky Tower was packed with people. They weren't spectators, but contestants. There was no place for them to stand, so they all went to the main hall to wait. Noisy shouts, low murmurs, and angry shouts filled the hall. The entire hall was even more chaotic than a wet market. The news about the purification garden really is a bomb. So many apprentices were hiding in the water. Angor exclaimed as he tried to squeeze his way through the crowd. It took him a while to reach a worker. He wanted to ask her about Nausicaa, but the worker was too busy to talk to him. In the end, Angor was pushed out of the hall again. Angor stood outside the gate and sighed. Forget it. The news just came out today, and it's still a busy day. I'll come again in a few days when there are fewer people around. When Angor was about to leave, he heard a familiar voice. Fate led us to each other. He glanced around and saw a man wearing a ridiculous white bear costume and holding a pitch-black cane. The man was mumbling to himself as he approached them from a small path. Angor frowned a little when he saw who it was. Thank goodness I'm here in my real body. This guy shouldn't recognize me. But Angor soon noticed that the man wasn't ignoring him. Instead, the man was walking toward him with a joyful look. White Bear held the cane in his hand and stood beside Angor with an honest smile. Fate has brought us together again. White Bear's chubby face was filled with joy. Angor noticed his choice of words. Again. Did this mean that White Bear had recognized him? Who are you? I don't know what you mean. Angor looked at White Bear. White Bear grinned. Great. You're finally talking to me. I don't know you. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Angor remained polite. Of course not. I don't find people by sight. It's fate that guides me. White Bear bowed to Angor. We had a lot of misunderstandings last time. I'm here to make friends with you. Last time? Which time? When you fought against Blackjack. Trust me, I know you're Baron Milk. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone who you are. White Bear lowered his voice when speaking Baron Milk. White Bear's words confirmed Angor's suspicion. White Bear really did recognize him. He had planned to leave, but after being recognized by the White Bear, his interest was piqued. Why did the White Bear keep using fate to communicate with him? He had even used fate to identify his true identity. So, was there really such a thing as fate in this world? Angor didn't deny or admit his identity. He calmly observed White Bear's expression. Fate's guide, huh? What did it tell you? White Bear scratched his head in embarrassment. Fate told me that my life is full of troubles, and that I have to become a supernatural to escape from them. That's how fate guided me here. Here? Angor was not sure if here was referring to the place in front of him or Brute Cavern. The White Bear said, I was born in the Goman Kingdom. Guided by fate, it took me 13 years to come here from the Goman Kingdom. 13 years to reach Brute Cavern? He estimated that the White Bear was no more than 30 years old. If that was the case, it was going to be a long journey, and there must be a lot of sad stories. But, why should he care about that? And then? White Bear thought Angor would at least say something or at least show a disbelief expression. However, Angor did not ask anything. He did not look curious at all. And then I'm free. White Bear chuckled. I joined Brute Cavern, and I'm free. My enemies won't dare to take another step forward, my family won't be implicated by me, and my friends won't die because of me. Angor did not know what this had to do with him, but he was not Baron Milk, who was supposed to be cold and aloof. That's great news. White Bear noticed Angwar's impatience and went straight to the point. After I became a supernatural, fate guided me again. If I want to climb out of the swamp of darkness and go further on the path of becoming a supernatural and return to my true home, I need to meet someone. Angwar did not mind the way White Bear phrased his words. So that person is me? I'm not sure. Fate's words are vague. I only saw a bird and a faint figure, your bird. White Bear gestured with his hands, pointing at the sky and Angwar's shoulder. Angwar knew he was talking about Toby. Toby's symbol was too obvious, so Angwar did not bring him with him. Although he was clear about this, White Bear's words still made him think of something else. I think the person Fate is talking about is the owner of the bird, White Bear said. Angwar nodded. I think so too. White Bear, do you think so too? That's great, so are we friends now? Angwar did not know why White Bear suddenly jumped to friends. Did he skip something in the middle? Angwar did not mind. He smiled. Your story is interesting. But I'm sorry to tell you that Toby, the bird that rejected your love, I'm not its master. I'm just a caretaker who looks after Toby on behalf of its master. White Bear was surprised to see Angwar's clear eyes. Was he really looking for the wrong person all this time? With all due respect, although I'm not the person you're looking for, I'd like to know how you recognized me. He always thought that no one would recognize him apart from wizards. However, reality always slapped him in the face. His identity was exposed one after another. First, Sokka used a soul to identify him. That was fine. But now, White Bear showed up. Unlike Sokka, who was a level 2 apprentice, this one was a level 1 apprentice. How did White Bear recognize him? White Bear was still immersed in the thought of mistaking him for someone else. He subconsciously said, it was fate that led us to meet again. Fate again. Angwar chuckled. If there really is a goddess of fate, she must be too busy to worry about you every day. It's fine if she's worried about something important, but she also has to worry about trivial things. White Bear only realized what he just said after hearing Angwar's sarcastic words. He quickly waved his hands. This fate is different from the one I told you about. Don't get me wrong. I didn't get you wrong. It really has nothing to do with me. If the person you're looking for is Toby's master, I can tell you that she's not in the wizarding world right now. Angwar felt that he had done enough for White Bear and prepared to leave. White Bear continued, the fate that led me to this place is a mysterious world sequence. But it's not the fate that led me to you. It's this, White Bear pointed at the black cane in his hand. It's just a wooden cane. Yes, it is. But for fate walkers like us, it's called the proof of guidance. Fate walkers? An image flashed across his mind. You're a prophet? White Bear nodded. Yes. I'm an apprentice of prophet. I used a prophet's cantrip to track you down. It's called fate guidance. Hearing this, Angwar finally understood what was going on. Alright, I think I understand a little now. But I still want to tell you that you're looking for the wrong person. You're looking for a real wizard, while I'm just an apprentice who just joined the wizarding world. I hope you won't use fate guidance on me again. It makes me feel like I'm being watched all the time. With that, he turned around and left without saying anything else. Then can we be friends? White Bear yelled from behind. Angwar considered. Maybe Toby didn't like White Bear, but he didn't mind at all. Besides, having a friend who was a prophet might be a good idea. Sure. I'm Angwar. Angwar's voice reached White Bear's ears again. White Bear replied in a loud voice, I'm Hobson. Hobson Seeley. White Bear didn't see Angwar's shadow anymore, so he didn't know if Angwar heard his name or not. White Bear wasn't sure if his new friend was the one he was looking for, but he still used proof of guidance to check Angwar's fate. Pale gray. White Bear frowned. Looks like my new friend isn't having much luck today. Angwar was already far away from the sky tower, so he didn't hear White Bear's mumbling. Since he didn't hear anything from Nausicaa, he had to leave the underground market and return to the apprentice town. At this time, the sky was close to dusk. From the forest in the distance to the nearby rooftops, everything was gradually dyed with a warm orange color. Since Dave would be here in the evening, Angor decided to go to the questing hall before the sun went out. He remembered Dave mentioning that there were many quests for purchasing alchemy weapons in the questing hall. There were still 10 days before the auction at Twilight Well. Angor was in urgent need of money, and he didn't want to keep bothering Dave. So, he decided to check if there were any quests he could take. Speaking of which, Angor had never visited the questing hall since he came to Brute Cavern. The questing hall was located in the center of Tree Spirit Garden. Angor took a bus made of vines as usual. There was another young apprentice on the same bus. Angor didn't notice him at first because he was sitting on a chair. When the bus reached about 300 meters above the ground along the vines of the Tree of Eternity and was surrounded by clouds, the young apprentice kept uttering ah and oh, which attracted Angor's attention. Angor looked over and saw the young apprentice leaning on the handle of the bus while looking outside. What made him exclaim was a middle-aged witch in a black wizard's robe and a crescent moon wizard's hat. She flew past the bus on a broomstick. Awesome! I wish I have a flying vehicle too. Too bad it costs too much merit points. The young apprentice sighed in disappointment, but he was still staring at the other apprentices with an infatuated look. A flying vehicle? Angor suddenly realized that he should get himself a flying vehicle as well. He had been traveling on foot for a long time. He could use the vine bus in the mirror world, but he couldn't stay in the mirror world forever. Angor still remembered Leon's old saying, "A man's romance is like a wild horse." Vehicles were attractive to most men, and Angor was no exception. However, compared to Fast and Furious, he was more interested in whether he needed them or not. At the very least, before he learned any flying techniques, a flying vehicle was something he urgently needed. The closer he got to the center of Tree Spirit Garden, the more buildings there became. As Angor stepped into the central area, he saw many advanced apprentices. Every now and then, he could feel a strong aura coming from somewhere. The most common thing in the central area was screams and conflicts. Angor saw several pursuers flying over his head like flickering lights. In such a violent area, more and more people were showing indifference on their faces. Not long ago, a man covered in blood was lying at the feet of a passerby. He reached out to the passerby for help, but the passerby did not even look at him. Seeing such a scene, Angor suddenly felt that the apprentice town outside the city was like a paradise. The mission hall was located right in front of the central square. Unlike the small houses around it, the mission hall was especially magnificent. It was inlaid with gold and stone, with gorgeous glass, and had a red roof like the peak of a mountain. It looked like a sacred church. There were more people here. Everyone was in a hurry, coming and going like the wind. He entered the questing hall and saw a dozen large, round counters. Each counter had a 360-degree screen above it, on which words and numbers were flashing rapidly. Behind the counters, there were attendants quickly recording the information about the quests they accepted. The arc-shaped screen was filled with mission information. On the walls on both sides of the hall, there were also giant glass screens about 10 meters in length and width, which were showing the quest information. Angor also noticed that the screens were divided into sections. Quests issued by wizards and organizations were at the top section, while those issued by apprentices were at the bottom right section. The bottom left section was for more important information. It was Angor's first time coming to the questing hall, so he was still unfamiliar with the process of accepting quests. So he simply found a remote corner and observed the other apprentices. After observing for a while, Angor learned how to accept a quest. Most apprentices would read the quest information on the screen. When they saw a quest they were interested in, they would write down the number of the quest and register it with the attendant at the counter. Some of them would directly ask the attendant for more information. Just like the others, Angor also checked the information on the screen. He noticed that many high-cost quests disappeared as soon as they appeared on the screen. Most of the quests on the screen had low rewards or took a long time. For example, the quest to find talents from other continents was always on the screen. There were also missions with high rewards but high difficulty, such as exploring ruins, outposts and planar expeditions, and so on. Although these missions were for apprentices, they all knew that apprentices were basically cannon fodder for these missions. There were also some quests with high rewards and short time, but no one was willing to accept them. Angor was confused at first, but when he saw who it was, he understood everything. Martin Bayer, nicknamed Miniature World. He was a sorcerer who was known for his cruel experiments on living creatures. Martin's mission was, find an apprentice who would cooperate with the experiment. The requirement was to have a spiritual power of 15 or above. Reward, 100 magic crystals per day. There was another type of quest with a high reward, but still very few people accepted them. They were the quests that involved technical skills, such as magic arrays or alchemy. Angor also paid attention to them. Since Brood Cavern did not have many alchemists, alchemy quests were the most common, and the rewards were always high. In fact, they were getting more and more expensive. Angor saw someone buying White Orchid Potion. The reward was 200 magic crystals a moment ago, and the next moment, it increased to 230 magic crystals. The seller already had the materials ready. All that was left was an apothecary alchemist. Angor did not know much about apothecaries, but he remembered Mara once said that Morning Dew had the same effect as White Orchid Potion, which could help apprentices break through the bottleneck. He still had a lot of Morning Dew left, but he did not plan to give it away. Angor then checked some alchemy quests related to tooling. Among them, there were several necessary experiment tools for wizards. Energy stabilizers were on the list, which cost more than 300 magic crystals. There were also many quests related to alchemy weapons. A month ago, Dave mentioned that tiered alchemy weapons could cost as much as 200 magic crystals. Now, he realized that 200 magic crystals was only the lowest requirement. Most of the alchemy weapons sold for more than 300, and the most expensive ones even went as high as 1,000. Angor expected such a huge price increase. When he heard that the purification garden was about to be opened, a random scythe he crafted was already sold for 400 magic crystals, not to mention other weapons. Angor checked the quests with the highest reward and chose the ones he could accept. He could craft some of the items that cost more than 1,000 magic crystals. However, considering the problem of efficiency and the idea of keeping a low profile, he gave up on them. Angor also noticed that the custom-made weapons were usually expensive. Even low-tiered weapons were sold for 50 magic crystals. As for tiered weapons, they cost more than 500 magic crystals. He only had 10 days, and he did not plan to meet the sellers one by one. So, he chose the ones that had fewer requirements, were easy to craft, and had the best materials he could bring himself. Angor chose 7 quests at a time, and the total reward was about 3,000 magic crystals. Angor did not go to the counter right away. Instead, he checked the bulletin board at the bottom left of the screen. Most of the information on the bulletin board was related to sorcerer apprentices. As expected, the purification garden was about to open. Angor kept reading and saw that the second tunnel to the Moonfrost Moon was about to open. Angor took a quick look at the screen and did not find anything else worth his attention. He turned around, picked a counter with fewer people, and walked over. Most of the waiters were mortals, so they all showed enough respect to a supernatural. Angor read out the number of the quests he chose. There were many people who accepted multiple missions at once, so the staff didn't think much of it. "Sir, please show me your bone card." A moment later, the waiter showed him a strange look. "Sir, your record is 0. If you want to accept a quest, you have to pay 10% of the reward as a deposit." And a young man in a white robe with golden edges stepped out from behind Angor and continued, "Also, you'll have to pay for some quests that require the publisher to provide their own materials." The waiter nodded. "You're right, sir." Angor frowned and looked at the stranger. The young man smiled. "Excuse me. I accidentally overheard your quest number, so I know it's an alchemy quest." Accidentally overheard? Angor did not believe it. This person was definitely not behind him before. It was clear that this person walked towards him after the service staff took his bone card to check. Angor sneered and glanced at the waiter, who lowered his head and did not dare to look at him. As expected. The young man did not mind that Angor saw through his trick. He kept smiling. "If you don't mind, sir, are you an alchemist? Does it have anything to do with you?" Angor kept a straight face. The young man did not mind Angor's coldness at all. "Don't be so cold to me. I respect alchemists very much. I used some tricks, but even if I don't, someone else will. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Every quest you take is being watched by countless people. The waiter who was named by the white-robed young man shuddered. After a long while, he said, "Indeed." Angor's expression turned even darker. "Did you tell the others?" The waiter shook his head. "Not yet." The young man continued, "My price is much higher than the others, so I should be the first one to know. But I'm sure the others have noticed me talking to you." "They'll notice you soon, sir." "Just because I took an alchemy quest?" Angor frowned. The young man admitted frankly, "That's right. You know how precious alchemists are in this place. My quest has been up for almost half a year, and no one took it. You can imagine why. But don't worry, sir. The others, including me, are just trying to get closer to alchemists. Apart from a very small number of people, no one will harm you." "You're one of the very small number?" The young man was surprised. Even if he asked those who wanted to harm Angor, they would probably not admit it. The young man finally noticed that Angor was too young. He was probably not even 16 years old. At this age, Angor had not completely fallen into darkness and still had hope for humanity. No wonder he would ask such a childish question. "Of course not," the young man said, "so, are you willing to listen to me? What do you want to say? Again, are you an alchemist?" Angor considered for a moment and nodded. The young man's eyes brightened up. "Great. I'll get straight to the point. I saw that you took a tiered alchemy weapon quest. Are you interested in quest number 5428? Angor's impression of the white-robed young man improved a little when he got straight to the point. Angor looked at the screen and saw the mission number 5428. As he expected, it was a custom-made alchemy mission. There was no description of the items required. However, the reward was quite high, 1,100 magic crystals. "Are you interested in this mission, mister?" Angor did not give a definite answer. "There's nothing substantial about it other than the reward. I won't accept such a mission. Since it's custom-made, we can talk about it. If we can't, we'll talk about it. There's a guest room on the second floor. How about we go there and talk? There's also a safe exit on the second floor," the white-robed young man pointed out. Angor noticed that some people were looking at him and whispering to each other. Some of them even took out their walkie-talkies to send messages when they saw the white-robed young man. Angor considered for a moment. "Wait." Angor turned to the waiter. "I'll take all the missions. Just deduct the deposit from my bone card." The waiter was still trembling from Angor's cold glare. He quickly nodded and began to operate the device in front of him. "You'll give me the deposit when I hand over the missions, right?" "Yes, you'll get it back. But some missions have time limits. If you exceed the time limit..." Angor waved a hand. "Don't worry about that." The white-robed young man frowned when Angor handed over the missions. Angor had taken too many. Who knew how long it would take for him to finish them? But as an outsider, he could not stop someone from taking a mission. The young man sighed in his mind. He had been waiting for half a year anyway. It would not hurt to wait a little longer. The most important thing now was to build a good relationship with this young alchemist. Several minutes later, the mission was handed over. Of the 7 missions he accepted, 3 of them had already been given the materials. Angor took back his bone card and 3 single-use space capsules from the waiter. "Lead the way," Angor said to the white-robed young man after he finished the task. Angor followed the young man to the second floor of the mission hall. Along the way, he learned Babota's name. "People who hear my name for the first time will find it strange. Actually, this is a custom where I come from. Our names must never be forgotten, even if we have to go against time." Babota chuckled. "It's the biggest insult to us if someone forgets our names. A long time ago, our names were actually the same as other places, but the clan rules were so. Thus, the older generation began to change our style in order to leave a deep impression on others. My name is considered normal now. My sister's name is weird. Flower sparrow is our national bird. My father named her Flower Sparrow to make people remember her name. Don't you think that's funny? Baboda used the name as a starting point and explained a lot of local customs. Angor felt that their ancestors were quite interesting. Not only did they have easy names, but they could also quickly get closer to strangers by making fun of their own names. He didn't even need to find a topic to talk about. What foresight his ancestors had. Baboda, long time no see. Ah, who's this gentleman? Is he your new friend? At this time, a muscular man with a greasy smell all over his body suddenly shouted from a very, very, very far away place. Baboda curled his lip. See? Someone's looking for you. Let's go. There'll be more people coming soon. The second passage to Moonfrost Moon recently opened, and they're all looking for alchemists like crazy. With that, Baboda led Angor to the parlor. The muscular man was still far away. Angor didn't even get a clear look at his face, yet the man was already introducing himself. Mister, I'm Hercules. Nice to meet you. May I have a handshake? Angor didn't know what to say. He's 800 meters away from me. Luckily, Hercules was still far away from them. When Baboda closed the door to the parlor, the man was still quite a distance away. Knock knock knock. Open the door, Baboda. Long time no see. Let's get to know each other. Mister, I don't know if you're an alchemist or not, but please pay attention to mission number 5487. The reward is, before the man could finish his words, Baboda activated the soundproof barrier around the room. The world became quiet again. Don't mind him. He's all brawn and no brains. Good thing I rented this parlor because I had a meeting with someone yesterday. Otherwise, I would have been blocked by him. Baboda pointed to a corner. There's a teleportation array over there that can take you to any node in Tree Spirit Garden. You don't have to worry about being blocked. Angor nodded after making sure that it was a teleportation array that could be activated at any time. As usual, Baboda didn't waste time on small talk. He didn't even ask for Angor's name. Instead, he invited Angor to take a seat. I don't know what you're looking for, but I'll tell you my situation first. First of all, I only make alchemy weapons. It wasn't that he didn't know how to make other things, but alchemy weapons were the only ones he was confident in. That won't be a problem. I'm looking for an alchemy weapon with a special design. Also, I need to use the Blood Soul Altar. Blood Soul Altar? Angor gave Baboda a strange look but didn't say anything. What was a Blood Soul Altar? It was as infamous as the Crown Clown's real name, which was related to a powerful demon god from the Abyss Plane. So you know about Blood Soul Altar, Baboda said. I do. But I don't care what you're looking for. I'll tell you my situation. I'm working on enchantment alchemy, not synthesis. Most of the effects are fixed. You won't get any unexpected effects. Baboda's eyes brightened up. A qualified wizard doesn't need to worry about odds. One more thing. I'll allocate the time according to the difficulty of the item. I can't tell you how long I'll need. Angor was worried that he wouldn't be able to gather enough magic crystals in 10 days to make Baboda's weapon. Baboda didn't object. He had been waiting for half a year, and he didn't mind waiting a bit longer. After all, it wouldn't happen so soon. When Angor finished explaining his situation, it was time for Baboda to talk about the weapon. Angor frowned a little when he heard Baboda's request. Baboda's request wasn't too difficult. But, was it really a weapon? What Baboda was trying to craft was actually a chain. The heavier the material, the better. It would be best if the chained person couldn't even struggle free. The rune he wanted to inscribe was a silence rune. A chain with a silencing effect? Why didn't he just use a silence barrier? This chain had both weight and silencing effect. If it was given to an alchemist who specialized in synthesis, they would need more experience and familiarity with the materials. No wonder no one had taken it for half a year. But for an enchantment alchemist like Angor, it wasn't hard at all. He just needed to inscribe a silence rune. It wasn't a difficult task for Angor. But he was a little curious. What was he going to do with a chain like this? Why would someone use a Blood Soul Altar to make such a useless item? Can you make it? Baboda looked at Angor eagerly. Angor considered for a moment and nodded. Sure. Angor didn't care what he was going to do with it. Making the chain wasn't too difficult for him. Wonderful. Babota stood up and clenched his fists in excitement. He waited for half a year, and he finally found an alchemist who could make the chain for him. As long as the refinement was successful and he accomplished that great task, his path as an adept would be smooth sailing. I'm not familiar with alchemy materials, so you need to prepare the materials yourself. The heavier, the better. Babota took out 200 magic crystals and handed them to Angor. Here's the down payment. I'll give you the remaining 900 when the time comes. We're not going to the questing hall? The questing hall will take a commission. Don't worry, we can do it in private. Also, don't worry, I'll cheat you. You can decide the location. Of course, Angor wouldn't refuse Babota's offer. After confirming the deal, Angor exchanged contact details with Babota and left through the teleportation array. Even after Angor left, Babota was still in a state of excitement. Angor had to make sure everything went smoothly. It would be best if he could shut this alchemist up forever. But before that, he needed to confirm the alchemist's identity. He didn't even know the name of the alchemist. Babota considered and left the questing hall. A moment later, Babota arrived at a familiar place, Barterfly Bar. When he left the place, Babota frowned a little. He recorded Angor's face with his transmitter so that he could go to Barterfly Bar and ask around. He thought it would take some time for someone to find the information. However, as soon as he showed Angor's picture to the seller recognized him right away. Other information wasn't important. The fact that Angor was Sunder's student was enough to make Babota pale. I guess I can't touch him for now. While Babota was trying to come up with a plan, Angor felt that he was really unlucky today. He left the central area of Tree Spirit Garden on a Vine bus and got off at Cave Field Station. However, before he could enter the apprentice town, he was ambushed. It was a female soul hiding in the shade of a tree. It was Sylvia. Sylvia was still using Soul Hull. Angor only felt a slight pain in his mind. Then he heard someone laughing in a low voice. As I thought. Soul-shocking debuffs don't affect you at all. The speaker was standing on a tree branch. He was wearing a loose wizard robe and a hood that completely covered his face. Angor could not see the man's face, but he did not need to look at him to know who it was just by the paranoid laughter. Sokka. Are you really that eager to die? Angor scowled. He didn't want to go after Sokka, but he didn't expect the guy to come to him first. Sokka didn't mind at all. Don't be mad. I'm just here to give you a message. Also, I'm going to test the soul of my future third star. While Sokka was talking, Angor had already constructed a model in his mind space. Thanks to the axes of the universe, he was able to construct models faster than most people, even if he couldn't cast them instantly. When Sokka sensed the mana ripples coming from Angor's body, Angor's cantrip was already completed. At the same time, a crescent mark appeared on his palm. Whoosh! A transparent crescent-shaped wind blade flew toward Sokka. Sokka jumped up in the nick of time. The wind blade only managed to cut off part of his wizard robe and the tree trunk behind him. Branches and leaves fell to the ground. Sokka did a perfect somersault and landed on the ground. He landed beside Sylvia. Didn't I tell you? I'm just here to give you a... Before Sokka could finish, Angor's second attack came. It was still a crescent-shaped wind blade, but this time, it was accompanied by an extremely fast shadow. Both the crescent-shaped wind blade and the golden arrow were used at the same time. One aimed at Sokka's waist, while the other aimed at his head. In a battle between apprentices, being the first to strike was always the most beneficial. Most of the time, it was because of talking nonsense that they lost the initiative. One wrong step could lead to many wrong steps. Sokka didn't have any bloodline, so he couldn't dodge the two-pronged attack easily. However, he wasn't alone. After a cloud of dust, a muscular man appeared in front of him. Harrington, Planet Daisy. It was the second soul under Sokka's control. A thin air barrier around Harrington, which blocked Angor's wind blade and golden arrow. Alright, I originally thought that after I passed the news to you, you would be so moved that you would take the initiative to cooperate with my test. If that's the case, I'll take the initiative. Sokka's voice came from behind Harrington. Can you? As soon as he heard Sokka's voice, Harrington suddenly dashed at Angor with unprecedented speed. Harrington, with Sokka, Sokka's a direct attack, Sokka's with that with Sokka's by Sokka. With Sokka with a plan. Angor instinctively put up an ice wall in front of him. However, when he saw Harrington's translucent body going through the ice wall, he realized that his enemy was a soul. He had no choice but to roll to the side and dodge the attack. Since he didn't know how to attack souls directly, he was still aiming for Sokka's body. As long as he could get rid of Sokka, nothing else mattered. Angor's left palm touched the ground. As he rolled to the side, the crescent-shaped mark on his right hand released wind blades in rapid succession. More than 10 wind blades were released in an instant, all of which were aimed at Sokka's vitals and even the space where Sokka was trying to dodge. Angor didn't believe that there would be another Harrington to block the attack. Yo, you're improving fast. Crescent-shaped barrage, and it's more than 5 times that. Sokka's voice sounded amused. You're the soul I chose. As Angor expected, Sokka couldn't dodge the attack. However, Angor believed that Sokka could still activate a defensive spell and survive one more round. Angor didn't expect to kill Sokka in one hit. He had a revolver and a trigger crossbow with him, plus his crescent-shaped barrage, which had 30 rounds. He planned to wear down the enemy first. However, Angor's plan failed. Sokka didn't activate any barrier at all, and all the wind blades hit him. Sokka was cut into several pieces in an instant. That's it? No way. Angor frowned after rolling to the side. However, the blood on the ground and the gushing blood from Sokka's broken arteries told him that this wasn't an illusion. While he was still in a daze, his vision suddenly went dark. Harrington suddenly landed on top of him and swung his glowing fist at Angor. Angor tried to dodge, but it was too late. The fist landed on Angor's chest. No. It wasn't a real punch. Harrington suddenly opened his hand, and a beam of light shot into Angor's soul from the center of his palm. The beam of light was too small to be seen in the boundless space of soul space. However, it quickly reached Angor's soul as if it had a navigation system. Without outside interference, Angor's soul couldn't move at all. Before the beam of light reached Angor's soul, several green petals turned into an armor and covered Angor's soul. The beam of light hit the petals and left a hole in them. Even though the petal armor blocked most of the damage, the remaining shockwave still reached Angor's soul. He felt an intense pain coming from the depth of his soul, which quickly spread to his body. Sweat began to ooze out of his forehead in front of his eyes. At the same time, his eyes became bloodshot, and his muscles began to spasm. This lasted for several seconds. When the pain subsided, Angor collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted. In the land of the soul, a wound appeared on the soul body that had been hit by the aftershock of the light. At the same time, the green velvet near the soul body spat out bits of green light, covering the wound. Under the green light, Angor's soul finally showed signs of coming back together. He didn't know much about the soul land yet, so he didn't know much about it. He was now lying on the ground, panting heavily. After launching that attack, Harrington completely dissipated. Angor glanced at Sokka's body, which was still emitting a strong smell of blood. So, I won in the end? Angor still felt that something was wrong. But judging from the current situation, the result was in his favor. Before Angor could rejoice, Sokka's voice came from somewhere. Experiment results show that attacking the soul directly is effective. But 80% of the force was neutralized. What an amazing soul. Angor widened his eyes. Sokka? You're not dead? Sokka tried his best not to laugh. Death is just the beginning for a soul wizard. However, before I become an adept, I don't dare to give up my body. I'm happy to see you again this time. This short meeting is for a better one next time. Sokka's voice gradually faded away. The last few words were blown away by the wind until they were completely gone. Angor lay on the ground for a long time. When he regained some of his strength, he struggled to stand up. Sokka didn't attack him when he was so weak. It seemed that Sokka was really gone. But how did he do it? Angor looked at the scattered body parts on the ground and wondered. Suddenly, he saw a round object near one of the body parts covered by a wizard's robe. It looked like a crystal ball communicator. Angor was completely exhausted when he was attacked by Harrington. He felt better now, but he still couldn't walk properly. He planned to check if the round object was a crystal ball communicator. Just in case, he decided to walk into the range of the magic hand and use it to check the items. However, as he tried to move, he heard a disgusting chuckle in his ears. "TSK TSK TSK. You were so arrogant before, but now you look so pitiful. It's really sad." Angor looked back and saw 3 people crawling out of the bushes not far away. The 2 on the left and right were Quina and Tesla, whom he met at Prom's alchemy shop. The one in the middle was Neru, Mad Demon Warblade. The current Berserk Demon Warblade was no longer as arrogant as when he was facing David. At this moment, his entire body was covered in wounds, looking like a defeated rooster. "Boss, that's the guy I was talking about. If he didn't raise the price, you wouldn't have lost to those people." Tesla pointed at Angor and yelled. Quina also sneered at Tesla. Nara gave Angor a vicious glare. "So, it's you?" Angor sighed. Misfortunes never come singly. His luck today was just too good. "If you want to kill me, just do it. I don't want to waste time." Angor didn't want to waste any time. He didn't show any fear on his face either. Nara felt something was wrong when he saw Angor's calm attitude. They arrived when Harrington attacked Angor. At first, they planned to take advantage of Angor. But now, they changed their minds. "You still dare to talk big in this situation? The 2 of you go up and teach him a lesson." As Nalu spoke, he himself took a few steps back. Tesla grinned viciously and stared at Angor viciously. "Weren't you so cocky just now? Ha 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 ha. Karma. I was going to find you later, but I didn't think I'd run into such a wonderful opportunity on my way here." When Tesla was about to teach Angor a lesson, Quina suddenly stopped him. Quina gave Angor a flirtatious smile. "You're doomed this time, mister. But if you tell me where you got those alchemy weapons, maybe I'll show mercy and beg the boss to spare your life." Nero agreed with Quina's words. They all pricked up their ears and waited for Angor's answer. "You want to kill me?" Angor asked. "You'll die if you don't tell us the truth," Tesla said in a harsh tone. Angor sighed deeply. "I didn't want to kill you if I didn't have a grudge against you." "Too bad." Before Angor could finish, Nara sensed something was wrong. He quickly retreated a distance away from them. However, Angor already reached out his hand and released several wind blades at Quina and Tesla. Caught off guard, they were decapitated by the wind blades. Blood gushed out from their severed necks. Their bodies, which were still warm a second ago, were now headless. "How can you still have crescent barrage?" Nara yelled in shock. Angor already released 5 times the damage of the wind blades. This was beyond his imagination. How could Angor's model be so perfect? Nara turned around and ran. As a bloodline wizard, he was able to cover several dozen meters in a second. Wind blades could hardly hit him at this distance. Angor shook his head and took out his revolver. He aimed at Neru's head and fired. The bullet, which was covered in rune of precision, sank into the back of Neru's head and exited between his eyebrows. Gunshot. Death. Angor didn't feel excited at all. Neru, the strongest of the 3, was only at the 7th or 8th level of Sky Tower. If they didn't want to kill him, Angor wouldn't be interested at all. After making sure there were no survivors, Angor walked to Sokka's body and used Hand of Spell to lift up his tattered robe. As Angor expected, the round object was a crystal ball communicator. Puzzled, Angor released some mana into the crystal ball. A line of characters slowly appeared on the surface of the crystal ball. "My precious star, to be opened." Instead of injecting mana into the crystal ball, Angor walked to Sokka's head. While enduring the stench of blood, Angor removed his tattered hood. As he expected, he didn't kill Sokka. It was a stranger he didn't know. He checked the rest of the body parts and found nothing useful. On the other hand, he found some miscellaneous items and a few money pouches on the bodies of Neru and the other 2. He put away the money pouches and set the body parts on fire. Some apprentices saw what Angor did, but no one came to ask. Even if they had to pass by this place, they would take a long detour and stay away from it. Just like the central area of Tree Spirit Garden, indifference seeped into every apprentice's bones. No one wanted to get involved in trouble if possible. Angor waited until the fire died down and the moon was high in the sky, leaving only broken bones on the ground. Angor had mixed feelings. He went through too many bad things today, saw too many cruel realities, and even killed an innocent stranger who was used as a pawn. With mixed feelings, he felt that he had gained a clearer understanding of certain things. Before leaving Gru Town and the Old Earth, Angor reminded himself to be careful of human nature. He also read many books about the dark side of humanity. Angor believed that he was fully armed from the inside out. However, the knowledge from books was still shallow. Some truths had to be experienced by oneself before one could think deeper and understand them. This was the real life. What one heard from others and read from books was the life of others. One had to measure one's own life with one's own feet. We all know the truth, but we still can't live a good life. It sounded reasonable, but it wasn't. People only knew the truth of others, the truth passed down by their elders, and the truth they heard from others. It wasn't their own life. The long road, the quiet lamp, and the waning night. When Angor reached home with a tired heart, he saw a man leaning against the gate of the yard, studying a metal machine in his hand under the illumination of an oil lamp. Angor chuckled at the sight. In the wizarding world, there were indifferent people, and there were also people who worked tirelessly to achieve their goals. Darkness and light always existed together. Without darkness, how would one know how to look forward to the light? Angor. The figure under the door was awakened by the footsteps. He looked up and waved at him with a smile. You came back at the right time. I just had a super genius idea. Listen to me, I call it the mechanical wizard's eye. Using mechanical alchemy to simulate the sorcerer's eye, look here. With the metal object in hand, Dave walked to Angor's side and began to explain his idea. Angor chuckled and nodded while expressing his opinion on Dave's ideas from time to time. When the discussion was about to end, Dave noticed Angor's pale face and the smell of sweat and blood coming from his body. What happened to you? David saw some blood stains on Angor's clothes under the light of the doorpost. Nothing much. I just met a few unreasonable people. Then, I helped you take revenge. He opened the door and invited Dave inside. I'll go take a shower. I smell awful. Seeing Angor's relaxed expression, Dave's worry disappeared. Avenge me? What do you mean? Angor took off his clothes in the bathroom and poured hot water from his head to his feet. That narrow guy. He brought his two subordinates, Tesla and Queena. So I took care of them. Neru, the Berserker Blade? You don't mean you killed them, do you? Dave was surprised. Something like that. Angor rubbed his greasy hair and answered vaguely. David wailed, I said that I would personally go and fight him after I finished refining the weapon. Dave had no doubt that Angor could defeat Neru. Angor had already reached the top of Sky Tower. There was no way he would lose. The only thing he regretted was that he didn't fight with Neru personally. I didn't want to kill them. Too bad they tried to kill me. After washing his face, Angor returned to his handsome young man form. He walked out of the bathroom with his wet blonde hair. I went to the questing hall and accepted a few alchemy quests. Shall we start with them? Angor tossed his bone card to Dave and showed him the quests he accepted. Whatever. I'll help you anyway. I've never crafted a weapon before. The materials are too expensive, so I don't want to use them, Dave said. You can do whatever you want today. Angor pointed at several alchemy quests, which were all about crafting weapons. You can craft these embryos. I'll do the enchantment later. It'll be faster this way. It's fine if there's something wrong with the embryos. The materials aren't that expensive anyway. Dave's eyes glowed when he heard Angor's generous words. He already knew a lot about alchemy theories. It was a pity that he lacked money and practical experience. This time, Angor allowed him to practice alchemy freely. What a great help. Even if he didn't learn anything from Angor's alchemy ideas this time, the experience alone was already a great reward. They went to the underground lab and each took a workbench to work on their own. Angor kept an eye on Dave at first. However, he noticed how careful the man was when he was doing his job. Even if he made a mistake, it was only a small one, and he didn't waste any materials. Angor, on the other hand, was too careless. Every time he made a mistake, it would be an absolute mistake, and he would have to start all over again. This made Angor quite embarrassed. Angor was motivated by Dave's careful attitude. The 2 quests he was working on would normally take him 2 nights to finish. However, because of his high concentration and someone else's help, he finished them in 1 night. When the night faded away and a white light appeared on the horizon, Angor had successfully crafted the 2 alchemy weapons in his hands, a broadsword and a cylindrical rapier. The runes on the weapons glowed brightly. Together with the sharp edges of the weapons, they gave off a cold and murderous aura. Apart from the lack of artistry, these 2 weapons were much better than the scythe he sold yesterday. At the same time, after many failures, Dave finally crafted the embryo of a wave scimitar under Angor's guidance. Under the control of Thaw, the embryo began to shine like a weapon. I did it! Angor, I did it! Dave couldn't hide his excitement. He was not an apprentice alchemist yet, but he could make an alchemy weapon. Even if it wasn't a tiered one, it was enough to solve his money problem. Angor's Tang saber, without any enchantment, was sold for 20 magic crystals, while the materials used to make it cost at most 1 or 2 magic crystals. A net profit of 18 magic crystals was close to his monthly salary. Calm down. Keep using Thaw. I'll do the enchantment, said Angor. Thaw was the most dangerous spell to cast. Since Dave didn't have the axes of the universe, it was easy for him to get stuck while channeling his mana. Dave nodded quickly and placed the embryo in front of Angor with his hand of spell. Angor also began to draw the runes on the scimitar. The runes required were frost runes. Angor was so familiar with these basic runes that he didn't need to use a hologram to do it. A moment later, a tiered weapon was created under Dave's watch. Dave's excitement aside, Angor made 3 alchemy weapons in 1 night. This was beyond his imagination. At this rate, he could finish the 7 quests he accepted in 2 or 3 days. That was almost 3,000 magic crystals worth of work. While Angor was still thinking, he heard someone snoring beside him. After a night of hard work, Dave couldn't stand it anymore and fell asleep on the workbench. Despite his exhaustion, he still had a smile on his face. Angor didn't sleep either. He ate something and was about to go to bed when he saw Dave dragging his tired body out of the basement. I have to go back to the shop. So, we're going to rest here? I have some food here. Want some? Dave waved a hand. It's fine. I have to go to the shop even if I need to rest. It'll be bad if I'm not there for an important quest. And thank you so much for last night. I learned a lot from you. Dave bowed to Angor in a serious manner. Angor waved his hand and smiled. We're just helping each other out. The quests I've accepted all pay well. I'll give you half of them according to your contribution. Dave tried to refuse again, but Angor stopped him. You saw it just now. Enchantment is much easier for me than crafting vessel embryos. I'll feel bad if I give you half. Dave was too tired to think properly, so Angor easily brushed him off with a few words. When he came back to his senses, he was already pushed out of the door. David could only keep his feelings of gratitude to the bottom of his heart. After thanking him silently, he walked towards the underground market. Angor went straight to his bedroom and took a long nap. When he woke up, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Toby's concert was about to begin in the attic. Angor went to his soundproof room to meditate. After a while, he remembered the crystal ball he got from Sokka yesterday. He remembered Sokka telling him that Sokka had something to tell him yesterday. Angor injected his mana into the crystal ball, and a line of text appeared. My precious star, to be opened. Angor only snorted at the name treasure star. He continued to flip through the pages, and another row of words appeared. I'm guessing that by the time you read this letter, you've already killed the body that I possessed, right? What a pity, this physical body is the vessel that I chose carefully, the one that is most compatible with my soul. Still, it's an honor to die in your hands. I really did want to tell you something. Hook Dick has returned from the soul soil. Oh, I'm sorry. I know you have a grudge against him. Good news, right? I have a grudge against you too, Angor thought. There's one more thing. My professor gave Hookdik the succubus bloodline, and the bloodline fusion process was successful. Here's a picture of Hookdik. I hope you like it. Angor kept reading until a pink image appeared in the crystal ball. His eyes widened in shock when he saw the person in the image. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the image again. Is this really Hookdik? In Angor's mind, Hookdik was a bulky, rough-looking man with needle-like hair who dressed like a chief of a primitive tribe. However, the person in the crystal ball was a tall woman with a voluptuous body, big breasts, and a perky butt. She only wore a thin veil over her body. As for her appearance, Angor found it rather unsightly. She still had stubble on her mouth, which reminded Angor of Hookdik's appearance. Hookdik looked neither male nor female, but none of Angor's peers would associate the transvestite in the crystal ball with Hookdik. Angor patted his chest to calm himself down. He was glad that he refused to take the bloodline of succubus. Otherwise, he would have broken down by now. He would rather change his gender completely than accept the fact that he was neither a man nor a woman. Angor put away the crystal ball. Although Hookdik's current appearance had frightened him, it was still a useful piece of information. He would be able to avoid losing the upper hand against Hookdik in the future if Hookdik's personality changed. At the same time, it was also an interesting topic for conversation. Angor decided to keep it well. Maybe it would come in handy one day. In the afternoon, Angor rested for a bit before he continued to work on his alchemy weapon list. When the clock on the wall pointed to 8 in the evening, Angor finished another alchemy weapon. At the same time, Dave came again. Just like last night, Angor gave Dave a simple task of making a weapon embryo. The two of them then went back to their work. Compared to last night, David had made great progress today. He still only managed to make one weapon embryo by the next morning, but he began to modify the weapon's appearance. He took out his crystal ball, found the illustration of a certain monster, and began to sculpt it according to the illustration. The final product was a dagger with a fire raven engraved on the handle. Dave also embedded several gems into the weapon. The gems were just ordinary ones, but they did look better. Angor still found the fire raven engraved on the dagger a bit immature. But it was better than nothing. He also crafted 2 alchemy weapons in one night, but he was not in the mood to decorate them. They looked simple and crude, which was in sharp contrast to Dave's fire raven dagger. When I first accepted the mission, I thought it would take at least 7 to 8 days to complete it. I didn't expect it to be completed in just 2 days. It's all thanks to you. They then discussed whether they should accept more alchemy quests. After tasting the sweetness of squandering materials, David was already addicted to it. How could he not continue? Angor, on the other hand, wanted to earn more magic crystals, so they decided to accept more quests. But this time, Dave was the one who accepted the quest. He was a helper at Prom's alchemy shop, and many people knew him. If he accepted the mission, he could effectively avoid being surrounded and intercepted. As for the 7 alchemy weapons he crafted in the past 2 days, he did not hand them over immediately. He decided to wait for the new missions to be completed before submitting them together. David had to go to the alchemy shop during the day, so he had to wait until the night to accept the mission. After a good night's sleep, Angor had nothing else to do, so he decided to learn a new cantrip. Level 1 cantrips were much more difficult than level 0 cantrips. Take Crescent Barrage as an example. It was one of the easiest level 1 cantrips to learn. It was similar to level 0 cantrips. One only needed to construct the model and nothing else. Even so, Crescent Barrage was still a challenge for many people. Most people did not have a perfect model, so they could not use Crescent Barrage to its fullest potential. Crescent Barrage without a perfect model was at most a collection of multiple level 0 cantrips. It could not exert the power of a level 1 cantrip. But for Angor, with the help of the axes of the universe, Crescent Barrage was the easiest level 1 cantrip to learn. This was why he chose Crescent Barrage as his first level 1 cantrip. However, not all level 1 cantrips were like Crescent Barrage. As long as the model was well constructed, the cantrip could achieve the desired effect. The reason why level 1 cantrips were so difficult was that many of them involved the application of knowledge. For example, there was the most popular level 1 cantrip, Detect Disease. As its name suggested, it was a simple way to detect if a living creature was infected with a disease. The effect was simple, but it was not so easy to learn and master the cantrip. To learn this cantrip, one had to have a basic understanding of the human body. Without a basic understanding of the human body, no matter how perfect the model of the cantrip was, it would still be a waste of effort. There were 3 level 1 cantrips that were similar to Secret Voice. They were voice transmission, distant voice, and mind synchronization. Voice transmission was to bind one's voice and transmit it to a specific target. One had to have a basic understanding of sound waves. Distant voice transmission was divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. The advanced distant voice transmission could directly select a target and send one's voice through the air. One had to have a certain understanding of space. Mind synchronization allowed one to communicate with the target's mind directly, as long as the target did not resist. To learn mind synchronization, one had to understand the meaning of spirit waves. Just like sign language, one had to spend a long time to learn which spirit waves represented different emotions. From these few examples, it could be seen that most level 1 cantrips required a deep study of the relevant knowledge to reach the level of basic or master. This was why many level 2 apprentices still used level 0 cantrips when they were still level 2. They did not have enough knowledge. For him, the education he received since he was a child was very professional, which gave him an advantage over other apprentices. At least, he knew something about human body, sound waves, and even space. However, there were still some differences between the subjects taught on Earth and in the wizarding world. He still needed to compare them before he could truly apply them to cantrips. Angor knew that there was a special class in Tree Spirit Garden that taught similar subjects, but the tuition was not cheap. He planned to attend a few classes later to compare the differences between the 2 disciplines so that he would not take the wrong path. Before that, he did not plan to learn a cantrip no matter how familiar he was with a certain subject. The level 1 cantrip he was going to learn today was something he already knew and was taught by Sunders in detail: Melodious Illusion. This cantrip also involved a lot of knowledge, but with Sunders' guidance and his own knowledge of sound waves, it was not too difficult for Angor to learn. Almost like water flowing through a canal, Angor successfully applied Melodious Illusion to his own use. Apart from his talent, Angor could only say that John's knowledge gave him a solid foundation. Many things he did not understand could be filled up by the hologram tablet. This was why Angor was able to learn so quickly that even Sunders would be shocked. After successfully learning Melodious Illusion, Angor stopped. Learning a cantrip was one thing, but how to apply it was the key. If he could make illusions come at him through the sound of his heartbeat, that would be the best performance of a cantrip. He was not in a hurry to learn other cantrips. Instead, he began to explore the potential of Melodious Illusion so that he could develop and apply it further. Time went by slowly as Angor continued to study. When the sky was covered by darkness again, Dave left the questing hall and came to Angor's place after accepting 10 alchemy quests. When he saw Angor, Dave saw Angor snap his fingers at him. In the next second, Angor was cut in half. Blood spurted everywhere, some of which even landed on Dave's cheeks. Angor? Dave collapsed to the ground in fear. Angor? I don't like Red Butterfly using my name to fool people. But she did sleep with me. She's my woman. A fat man walked out of Angor's body with a blood-stained blade in his hand. You got lucky by killing him in one hit. Vice. David exclaimed when he saw who it was. But as soon as he exclaimed, David frowned. Why did I call him Vice? Is this Vice? But he doesn't look like him. Why is Vice so fat? Dave was confused when he saw a red spot on the back of his hand. It was Angor's blood that splashed out when he was chopped in half. Dave sniffed his hand. There was no smell of blood at all. He wiped his hand again. It was not wet at all. Of course, Dave knew that he was in an illusion. He sighed. Angor, don't test your illusions on me. You really gave me a fright. And there are so many loopholes. Didn't I tell you that Vice is really handsome, and he has more fans than Parasite Queen? Besides, Vice doesn't talk much. He won't tell you why he killed someone. Do you think this is a stage play? As David's voice fell, he heard a sound of huh? Is that so? The illusion shattered completely, and Angor was still standing in front of him with his finger-snapping gesture. Angor rubbed his chin. It's not easy to create a perfect illusion. Someone I know will be able to see through it right away. Maybe I should ask him to add a line like I've been eating too much lately, so I got fat next time? Dave rolled his eyes. That's even worse. Who's going to say something like I've gotten fat in the beginning? Angor raised an eyebrow. Maybe someone will believe that. Then he's an idiot. You don't even need an illusion to deal with someone like that. Just tell him look. There's a ghost behind you. And kill him when he turns around, Dave complained. You're right. I think it's best not to set up a character to avoid making mistakes. Or maybe I should just make a masked one. Angor considered. You did a great job at the beginning of the illusion. I almost fell for it. If I'm your enemy, all you need to do is to take advantage of my weakness at the beginning and make yourself invincible, Dave suggested. Of course, Angor understood Dave's suggestion. However, he had only scratched the surface of Melodious' illusion. Since he was the one who created the illusion, he had to stay focused at all times. Once he lost focus, the illusion would disappear. If he could hypnotize his opponent with just his voice, evoking the fear in his opponent's heart, then the lethality of the Melodious illusion would increase exponentially. However, this was not an easy feat. He had to learn how to control people's minds. Angor could not do that yet. The more I study illusions, the more insignificant I feel, Angor sighed. Let's go. Let's do more alchemy tonight. Let me see what you've accepted. David handed over his bone card and said, the more you study, the more insignificant you become. Alchemy is the same. Alchemy? I think it's fine, Angor replied without thinking while checking the information in his bone card. When David heard this, he wanted to cry but had no tears. He almost forgot that the young man beside him was incredibly talented in alchemy. Dave accepted 10 quests in total, and the difficulty level was about the same as last time. The total reward was more than 4,500 magic crystals. Not bad. After these missions, I should have enough crystals to pay for the big auction in Twilight Well, right? Angor muttered to himself. If you don't compete with wizards, you'll get enough from the last 7 quests. Even if you compete with wizards, you should be able to get some materials that aren't too valuable. But whether you can take them away with you is another question. Dave didn't say that out loud. I don't know how to bid for expensive materials. I'm not that good yet. Angor knew his limits. That should be enough. And you'll have a lot left. Dave often went to Twilight Well with Prom, so he knew the price of materials very well. They spent the next few days working tirelessly. Finally, on the morning of the 4th day, they completed all 10 quests. They could have finished earlier, but Angor failed several times when drawing runes, so they had to start all over again. Angor felt guilty, but Dave didn't think it was a big deal. It would be strange if Angor's enchantments worked every time. As far as Dave knew, Angor's success rate had reached a terrifying level. If Angor did not draw runes in front of him every time, he would never believe that someone could achieve such a high success rate. However, after being surprised for a long time, David calmed down a lot. I'll go find you in the afternoon. We'll go together then, Angor said. Because David used his own bone card to complete the 10 missions, he had to be present when the missions were handed over. All right. After several days of hard work, Angor could at least rest during the day. Dave, on the other hand, had to look after the shop, so the man had dark circles under his eyes. But no matter how tired he looked, David was always in high spirits. Every time he made an alchemy embryo, he could get 200 to 300 magic crystals. How could he not be happy? After these days of hard work, not only had he earned over 1,000 magic crystals, but his alchemy experience had also increased greatly. Even though he was very tired, David felt that this kind of life was the most fulfilling. Thinking back to his previous life, he felt like he was wasting time. After handing in the mission, I won't be refining any more for the time being. You've worked hard these days as well. You should rest well at night from tomorrow onwards, Angor said. David felt a little regretful. But he knew that Angwar's help was the main reason why he could gain so much in the past few days. Going from knowing nothing to crafting weapon embryos was a great achievement. David had been stuck at the same spot for a long time, but he was already satisfied. "Thank you so much for helping me these days." David did not know how to express his gratitude. He could only thank Angwar repeatedly. "Don't mention it. It's a win-win situation. I can't make them so fast if I did it alone," Angwar said sincerely, just like David. After working together for several days, Angwar realized the convenience of an assembly line. If it were not for the fact that he had too many secrets, Angwar would like to continue working with him. After David left, Angwar rested for a while before returning to his underground lab. He had another personal mission, which was to make a chain for Boboda. The chain was not difficult to make, but since it was his first custom-made mission, Angwar valued it a lot. The chain itself was not difficult to make, so in order to make it worth the price Boboda offered, Lucien decided to focus on the aesthetics. He checked the holographic tablet to see if there were any patterns that could be carved in a small space. Boboda asked for weight, and since he was going to make a bloody altar, Angwar had to choose a material that would not be corroded by blood. In the end, Angwar chose vacuum iron as the main material. The material had a light blue color, just like the sky. Angwar thought for a while and decided to carve a white cloud pattern on the chain, which was similar to ancient Huaxia paintings. Blue and white should look good together, right? About half a day later, the 6-meter-long chain was ready. Before drawing the silence rune, Angwar began to carefully carve the cloud pattern on the chain. When the cloud pattern was done, the plain blue chain immediately changed its appearance. The white cloud pattern gave it an exotic look, which was both simple and elegant. Angwar could imagine how beautiful it would look when he wielded the chain. Next, Angwar drew the silence rune. It was a rare rune, and Angwar was not good enough to draw it by hand, so he had to rely on his projection. The rune was done successfully. Finally, he used condense, and an exquisite chain with shining runes on it was completed. Angwar liked the chain, but he wondered if Boboda would like it. When it was almost 4 in the afternoon, Angwar put the chain into a space capsule. The other alchemy weapons were all stored in another space capsule. Apart from the capsule provided by Boboda, the other single-use capsules were all provided by the questing hall. They would be deducted when handing in a quest. Angwar put away the capsules and left his house. He first went to the cave field, but Nausicaa and Silam were still not home. Angwar wondered if they had already moved out. But if they did, the door of the underground room would be open for other people to enter. Angwar went to the underground market and took a detour to check the sky tower. It was still crowded. Angwar was worried about his friend's safety. When he arrived at Prom's alchemy shop, he wondered if he should spend some money to hire someone to ask about Nausicaa's condition. Dave rarely saw Angwar in such a bad mood. He smiled and said, "If you want to know more about your friends, you can spend some money at Butterfly Bar. As long as it's not too strange, you can get it there." Angwar remembered Tesla buying information about Sky Tower from Butterfly Bar. However, Butterfly Bar was only a few hours faster than the questing hall, so Angwar did not think the place was very well informed. Besides, the name Butterfly Pub sounded cheap to him. But since Dave said so, Angwar decided to give it a try. Dave closed the shop and went to Butterfly Bar with Angwar. The seller was a middle-aged bartender. The bartender recognized Angwar's name without hesitation. "Mr. Pat, how may I help you?" "You know me?" The bartender nodded. "You've become famous ever since you came to Brute Cavern, haven't you?" Angwar recalled what happened at the resource allocation hall. He did become famous during that time. He even met people who knew him when he was taking the Vine bus. Angwar was still a little confused. But since the bartender was a seller, he might have other sources. Angwar decided not to ask further. "I came here this time to ask you about a person's recent situation." "Who is it?" "Nausicaa Aspel." The bartender thought for a moment and took out a golden book with an eye on the cover. He flipped through it and said, "Are you talking about the lady nicknamed the Queen of Blackberries?" Angwar nodded. "Do you know anything about her?" The bartender held out a hand. 2 magic crystals. "If I'm not mistaken, this lady accepted a quest and went to the Moonfrost Passage." "Moonfrost Passage?" She didn't go to the Sky Tower? She stayed in the 11th level for a week. Judging from her performance, it didn't seem to be a good result. It's already a miracle that she made it this far with only a tiered alchemy weapon and a few scrolls. But she still needs her own strength to go further. I think she went to the Moonfrost Passage to find her destiny. Angor could accept that Nausicaa went to the Moonfrost Passage because it was connected to the Abyss Plane. There were monsters everywhere in the Abyss Plane. Many bloodline wizards liked to fuse the bloodlines of Abyss monsters with their bodies. The succubus bloodline Sokka found last time was also from the Abyss Plane. Is there a boy called Xylem with her? Angor asked again. 2 magic crystals. The bartender held out another hand. Yes, sir, the bartender said after paying the bill. Before Angor could say anything, Dave complained, that's a lot of money for just 1 word? That's easy money, isn't it? The bartender didn't even look up. You're asking for personal information. Of course it's based on head count. How are they doing? Angor stopped Dave. How are they doing? Are they safe? The bartender shrugged. I don't know. But they went there as a team, and they just left a week ago. I don't think anything bad happened. Angor didn't ask any more questions. He only needed to know that they were safe for now. After leaving Barterfly Pub, Angor and Dave took a bus to the questing hall together. As soon as he stepped into the questing hall, he saw Babota waving at him with a smile before he reached the area where quests were handed in. Who's that? Dave asked curiously. Someone who asked me to do a quest, Angor answered without hesitation. Go ahead. I'll come to you later. After sending Dave away, Angor approached Babota. Do you want to check it? Angor took out a space capsule and handed it to Babota. Babota was surprised. You're done already? Already? Babota was surprised by Angor's speed, but he still needed to check it out. However, there were too many people in the questing hall, so Babota took Angor to a private room on the 2nd floor just in case. When they arrived at the guest room, Babota couldn't wait any longer and crushed the single-use space capsule. The next moment, a long, light blue chain appeared in the air. Out of instinct, Babota reached out his hand to grab the chain, but he felt a great weight pressing down on his palm. Babota quickly pulled back his hand, and the chain fell to the ground with a loud thud. Babota could faintly see some cracks on the ground. It was obvious how heavy the chains were. Judging from the current situation, the weight he requested was fine. Babota tested the mute effect again, and it worked just as well. While Babota did his experiment, Angor explained the materials used and what he should pay attention to. When Angor was about done, Babota finished his experiment as well. The effect, the weight, and even the appearance are all as good as I wanted. I'm very satisfied. Babota held the chain in his hand and showed a look of excitement. With this chain, he had a 90% success rate in whatever he wanted to do. Babota was a straightforward person, just like the way he spoke. After making sure that the chain was correct, he immediately paid the rest of the money. After paying the balance, Angor's bone card now had 100,000 merit points. Well then, I'll be on my way. Angor was about to leave without wasting any time after receiving the payment. Aren't you going to use the teleportation array? I went upstairs with you just now. Many people saw us. Angor waved a hand. My friends are waiting for me outside. With that, Angor turned around and left without looking back. Babota was generous when he paid, but he still felt sad when he looked at his empty account. But when he thought about the potential benefits the chain could bring, he quickly gave up the last bit of his unwillingness. Still, he felt a little regretful. The chain was important to him and his clansman's future, so it was best not to let outsiders know about it. Angor's identity prevented him from doing anything for now. Otherwise, things would be perfect. As Babota expected, before Angor left the 2nd floor, someone stopped him. Angor recognized the person who stopped him last time. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm Hercules. We've met before. Hercules shook his greasy muscles and stepped in front of Angor. What is it? Angor sighed in his mind and put on a poker face. Hercules' eyes lit up. Are you an alchemist? Can I ask you to craft a weapon for me? I'm not free right now. Angor considered for a moment. He didn't deny that he was an alchemist, and Hercules quickly got the hint. When are you free? I don't know. Angor walked past Hercules. Hercules didn't try to stop him either, which surprised Angor a little. He thought Hercules was a tough guy, but he didn't expect the man to be so easygoing. But this thought only lasted for a moment. When Angor and Dave finished handing over their tasks and were about to leave the questing hall, Hercules showed up again. Are you free now? Hercules was still blinking his bright eyes. Nope. Angor shuddered. He really could not stand a muscular man talking to him like a girl trying to act cute. Again, Hercules didn't stop Angor and let them leave. About 10 minutes later, Hercules showed up again and asked the same question again, are you free now? Can't you understand human language? I said I'm not free. Can you stop following me? But you didn't say when you're free, Hercules replied innocently. I'm not free today. Stop following me. Then tell me where you are. I'll come find you tomorrow, Hercules said in a matter-of-fact manner. Angor finally understood why Boboda said Hercules was all brawn and no brains. What else could he say when he couldn't understand human language? Angor sighed. What kind of weapon do you want? Tell me. An axe. A long-handled axe. Hercules described the weapon he wanted. When he finished, he added, I want the axe to have a burning effect. Can you do that? A long-handled axe with fire runes on it. He considered for a moment and decided that it was not a difficult task. How much? Angor didn't want to be bothered by this big guy. He was planning to accept the job for 300 magic crystals. But he didn't expect that. Hercules scratched his head shyly. I don't have any magic crystals. Can I pay with my body? Thanks, but no thanks. Angor turned around and left. Hercules followed them. I'm good at fighting. Just make me an axe, and I'll make a contract to protect you for a year. Angor turned around. I don't like people following me. Sorry, but I won't accept it no matter how strong you are. Angor had something else to say. With Toby by his side, he didn't think Hercules could defeat him. Hercules fell into despair after hearing Angor's words. Angor was about to leave when he heard Dave asking Hercules, can you defeat an iron hedgehog? Hercules hesitated. As long as I have a weapon, I should be able to. Dave's eyes lit up. He turned to Angor and asked, how about I pay for him, Angor? You want to go to the Moonfrost Passage too? Oh, you're going there too? The steel hedgehog was a low-grade magical beast that lived in the abyssal plane. The bloodline of this magical beast had no special effects other than its high defense. Bloodline adepts would almost never consider incorporating the bloodline of the steel hedgehog. However, because of its great defensive ability, which could reduce or even resist explosive damage, many alchemists were willing to use it. Using the bloodline of an iron hedgehog was the same as solidifying an advanced magic barrier. This was very useful for alchemists' research and experiments. Dave nodded. If I can use the bloodline of an iron hedgehog, it'll help me a lot in my alchemy career. Angor frowned. So you're going to become an alchemist? Bloodlines could be washed away, but there would always be some residue left behind. The bloodline of an iron hedgehog was only useful in alchemy. Yes, Dave answered without hesitation. Alchemy is the only thing I can use to prove my worth. He thought about it and decided that it was not a bad idea to fulfill his friend's wish. He turned to Hercules and said, I can make the weapon for you, but you have to sign a contract with Dave and protect him for a year. Also, you have to help him get the bloodline of an iron hedgehog. If you agree, I'll start working on it right now. Angor's request was a little too much. Although the bloodline of the iron-armored hedgehog was a low-level and useless bloodline, it could still be sold for thousands of magical crystals at an auction. Compared to an axe that was worth hundreds of magical crystals, Hercules was indeed at a disadvantage. Still, without Angor's axe, Hercules would not be able to defeat the hedgehog. It was just a matter of time before the chicken hatched an egg. Hercules was already in despair, but he did not expect a chance to turn the situation around. He nodded without hesitation. Deal. Under the name of the world's consciousness, they signed a contract that would last for a year. On the same night, Angor and Dave worked together to make the axe Hercules requested. Since Dave was the one who made the weapon, Angor only charged him 100 magic crystals for the runes engraved on the weapon. Angor now had nearly 800,000 merit points in his bone card, which was equivalent to 8,000 magic crystals. As a level 1 apprentice, Angor was the only one who had so many magic crystals. Some wizards did not even have so much liquid capital. There were only 3 days left until Twilight Well's big auction. Angor did not have any missions on hand, and he had already learned how to use Melodious Illusion, so he decided to use these 2 days to craft the music box he had been waiting for. Also, he would pay Lady Mirror a visit. He already made a detailed plan before he started the process. The music box he was going to craft had 2 effects. First, he could trigger melodious illusions through the music scale, which would also trigger the illusion when he played the music. However, there were many things he needed to pay attention to. What kind of illusion would fit the mood of the music? Should the illusion be dynamic or static? How wide should the illusion be? Second, he needed to engrave a tranquility rune on the music box to use gentle music to soothe the restless mind. There were some difficulties in this. For example, Dave once mentioned that music is noisy by itself. How can you calm your mind? Angor already experimented and found that playing soothing music did not affect meditation. However, he could not guarantee that his idea would work for everyone. In the end, he still needed to see how it worked. But before that, he had to deal with the appearance of the music box first. Angor made the music box because he promised to give it to Toby. Later, Sunders told him that Lady Mirror liked new things, so Angor decided to make one for her as well. After all, Lady Mirror saved his life. Angor could not come up with something too good at his current level, so he had to rely on novelty. Since he was going to give it to Lady Mirror as a gift, he had to make it exquisitely. If he made it carelessly, both Lady Mirror and Angor would feel that it was not sincere enough. Angor took out a pen and paper and began to draw the shape of the music box. Angor was quite good at sketching. It only took him a few strokes to draw the general shape of a music box. A small golden box, a black stage, and a dancer in a white dress dancing on tiptoe. It was the same music box he saw in his mother's bedroom when he was little. When he turned a spring, the music box would make a clear tinkling sound, and the dancer in the white dress would move along with it. Angor curled his lips when he finished. The music box looked more like a doll than a traditional one. Angor thought it was pretty when he was little, so he did not like it anymore. Maybe a naive girl would like it, but Lady Mirror was an old monster who had lived for God knows how long. Even if she looked as crazy as the girl, Angor didn't think Lady Mirror would fall for such a doll-like music box. Angor quickly drew the shapes of several other music boxes. Heart, circle, square. Angor drew all the traditional music boxes he saw before. But no matter how he looked, something did not feel right. Angor rubbed his hair, crumpled the paper into a ball, and tossed it aside. He began to think again. He thought about it for a moment. The secular style of a music box was because it required a certain spatial structure to place the PA core and various clockwork devices. However, the music box he refined relied on the echo flower to produce sound, and did not require clockwork devices. Therefore, there was no need to fix his thinking on the traditional style. But if he did not follow the established style, how should he design the shape of the music box? Angor could not figure it out. Other alchemists would probably go on a trip to broaden their horizons and gain some inspiration. But Angor did not. He soon realized that he was too inexperienced, which limited his vision. Angor did not have the time to broaden his horizons, so he gave up and asked for another magic weapon, the hologram tablet. If his vision wasn't broad enough, the system would make up for it. Earth had not developed a highly mysterious civilization, and its technological civilization had only been around for a few hundred years. However, in terms of spiritual enjoyment, it had developed very well because of the innate human nature. According to some of the novels he read, humans on Earth had already entered the era of sharing before they truly reached the stage of sharing. Most people were consuming their limited lives in advance, and the object of consumption was mostly entertainment. Angor once read a novel in which everyone was chasing after a female idol. The author even used the main character's success as a climax and slapped all kinds of second-generation rich kids in the face. The main character's movies and novels all moved the world. There were exaggerated descriptions in the novel, but from these details, he could tell that Earth's culture of entertainment was quite advanced. Of course, there was also entertainment in the wizarding world. For example, there were gossip magazines about wizards, erotic art collections, and inspirational, fantasy, and romance novels. But all in all, it was still in the minority stage and did not have the explosive development of the shared era. He opened the entertainment folder and began searching through them one by one. As a matter of fact, Angor rarely looked at entertainment folders. He only read a few novels when he was bored on the Cloud Whale. Ever since he came to Brute Cavern, Angor did not have enough time to meditate and study spells. He did not have the time to look at entertainment folders. He only looked at them once when he was playing music last time. This time, he did not pay attention to the music folder. It was rare for him to have some free time, so he might as well read through them casually. Maybe he could get some inspiration by analogy. Literary classics, difficult to understand. Too preachy. I don't think I can get any inspiration from them. Grassroots novels. Even if the main character travels to another world to develop his entertainment business, he would only write simple plots. There shouldn't be any professional content. Research papers. I don't want to read them. Recipes from different countries. Angor looked through the folders with great interest and found the dishes Professor John once cooked for him. He looked at the colorful pictures and almost drooled. Angor opened a random folder and saw a folder named Gallery of Famous Paintings. He opened it and saw the works of famous artists from different countries on Earth. Angor looked around curiously and found that most of the works expressed the strong personal thoughts of the authors. The visual impact made Angor exclaimed in joy. Famous paintings from Earth and those from the wizarding world each had their own merits. Perhaps the wizarding world was better. After all, the wizarding world had existed for so many years, and the number of famous artists was much more than all the famous paintings on Earth combined. This was one of the benefits of having a long history. Angor looked at the paintings for a while and found many modern images. There were skyscrapers, endless traffic, and all kinds of strange neon signs. Angor could not help but feel curious about Earth again. He wondered what a prosperous, high-tech world with a metropolis that could accommodate tens of millions of people would look like. His curiosity was soon satisfied. Angor accidentally found a folder named Film Culture. He did not know what film meant at first. When he opened one of the folders, he realized what a wonderful new world he had missed. Angor clicked on a folder named Mystery of Deep Blue. Before he could figure out what it was, the hologram tablet suddenly projected a realistic image. A gentle narration sounded in Angor's ears. The hologram showed a vast ocean. The camera fell from the sky to the bottom of the ocean. Bubbles rose from the water, and schools of fish were swimming among the corals. Angor was shocked by the sudden appearance of the image. As the image went on, Angor finally understood what film meant. However, Angor could not understand the narration. It was not Chinese. Luckily, there were Chinese subtitles. Angor learned that the file named Mystery of Deep Blue was a documentary made by a certain country about the world under the sea. Angor's eyes brightened up. If there was a documentary about the sea, could there be one about cities on Earth? Angor quickly browsed through the titles and saw a documentary called A Man and a City. He opened it and heard a familiar Chinese voice from the narration. It was the first time Angor heard someone speaking Chinese after he left John. It was only a film, but it somehow felt familiar to him. It was not a mechanical voice. Instead, it was Chinese with perfect pronunciation. A beautiful image slowly emerged from the speaker's Chinese narration. This documentary described the cities and their eyes from the perspective of each writer. Xianxia and the imperial capital, Lixi and the demon capital, Wangwu and the demon capital, Zhaolu and Chengdu. Angor finally got what he wanted. He saw the scenery of Earth in the documentary. He saw the metropolis he always dreamed of when he was a kid. Angor lost himself in the film and completely forgot about his original intention. He even forgot about finding the music box. He spent half the night reading the book. Not only did he finish A Man and a City, but he also watched other types of films, such as romance, sci-fi, and even wuxia movies. Angor was very satisfied with his work of Flowers in Bloom. However, he still liked documentaries the most. The gentle narration without subjective opinions allowed him to know more about Earth. When he felt a little tired, he finally realized that it was already midnight. Angor looked at the blank draft paper on his desk and remained silent. He planned to find inspiration from the entertainment folder. He did not expect to be so immersed in it that he did not even care about time, let alone other things. Angor twirled the quill between his fingers as images flashed across his mind. He did not think about the music box, but he saw the different cultures in the films. Even if he did not see it with his own eyes, he still felt a lot of things from the perspective of a god. Angor waved his hand and dipped his quill into the ink. With a few simple strokes, a strange yet eye-catching item appeared on the paper. The transistor circled around and left a star mark on each of its corners. These were the nodes of an illusion spell. Angor used crystal tubes to represent the illusion nodes, which gave him a great sense of design. The transistor was not complicated at all. A few simple twists and turns were enough to show the scene of a flourishing branch. At the center of the transistor, Angor designed a flower shape that looked like layers of waves pushing outward. The design was similar to the loudspeaker of a phonograph he saw in the film. However, instead of choosing the bronze-colored trumpet flower shape, Angor decided to use a transparent crystal material with a light-colored tint to show the splashing waves. Just the drawing on the paper alone was very interesting. It was a simple and elegant design, but it gave off a low-key feeling of luxury. Angor couldn't wait to see if the final product would be as amazing as the one he made. Now that he had chosen the design and inserted the illusion nodes in a clever way, all he needed to do was to select suitable auxiliary materials and decide on the music and illusion. Since the final product needed to be transparent, Angor had to replace some of the materials with similar colors. With that done, Angor began to look for a suitable music to match the illusion. He didn't plan to change the music either. He still decided to use the soothing music from City of Sky as the main theme. As for the illusion, Angor needed to think about it. What kind of illusion would be most compatible with City in the Sky? This question was just like human values. Everyone's bottom line and upper limit were different. Therefore, it was basically impossible to find the perfect answer. However, apart from a few unforgivable evildoers, human values all share the same moral order. Otherwise, a sustainable society couldn't be built. Such was the consistency of values. Angor didn't expect to find a perfect illusion for the City of Sky. What he wanted was to find a relatively perfect one that was acceptable to the public. How should he find it? It was like reading a book. Reading it 100 times would reveal its meaning. Perhaps he would find the answer if he listened carefully. He opened the music folder and played City of Sky. The soothing music gently soothed her tired spirit. His mind, which had been running for a whole day, gradually became less active. In the end, Angor even closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he rode the demon falcon and soared through the sky. The clear blue sky was his background, and the smoke-like clouds were his direction. After passing through one cloud after another, and even passing through the dangerous thunderclouds, the demon falcon still didn't change its direction and continued to fly forward. Flying among the clouds, roaming freely in the blue dome of heaven, at this moment, all of its uneasiness and inferiority, worries, pride and indulgence disappeared. Only the peace of the soul and the broad-mindedness of looking at the vast blue dome of heaven would exist forever, just like the sky that had never changed since ancient times. After flying for a long time, a large patch of dark clouds suddenly appeared in front of the demon falcon. It looked like a giant cloud vortex, indicating unknown danger. However, the demon falcon didn't stop flying. Instead, it dove into the clouds. As expected, there were endless lightning bolts hidden in the clouds. It looked like the god of thunder was swinging his lightning whip, which tore the clouds apart with each strike. Like a brave warrior, Angor controlled the demon falcon to fly through the lightning. After going through the danger, the demon falcon finally broke through the clouds. A faint mist appeared in front of Angor's eyes. He looked up and saw the mist slowly parting. When the mist completely dispersed, an island floating in the sky appeared in front of him. The island seemed to be his final reward for breaking through the clouds and getting through all the dangers he faced. At first glance, Angor thought it was Phantom Island. But when he looked closer, he saw that the island was full of reinforced concrete buildings and green flowers. It was an island that combined the urban style of Earth with the scenery of a primitive forest. The collision of modern and primitive gave the island a dreamy effect. It floated there quietly, from ancient times until now. Its quietness, its vastness, its grandeur. As if it was telling a story that connected the past, present, and the future. And this story was waiting to be discovered by people who landed on the island. Angor suddenly opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. The beautiful melody of City of Sky was still lingering in his ears. Accompanied by the music, Angor's vision blurred for a moment, as if he could still see the island full of unknown stories at the end of the mist. Angor checked the time. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. He played the same song on repeat for the whole night. It was a little loud, but he still got a lot of inspiration. Angor quickly took out a pen and paper and recorded every detail of his dream. He felt that perhaps everyone's aesthetic standards were different. However, this kind of environment where the endless firmament path has endless stories, and the boundless floating clouds narrates the impermanence of the world, coupled with the element of embarking on an adventure, parting the layers of clouds, and seeing the unknown secret realm that anyone who longed for freedom would yearn for. Maybe Lady Mirror would appreciate it too. Considering Lady Mirror's preference, Angor believed that building a tall and handsome figure of Sunders on the floating island would please Lady Mirror more. But as a disciple with integrity and taste, Angor gave up on the idea. Texture was more important than carnal desire. Angor believed so. Angor decided to use this as an illusion. Since he had all the materials and the blueprint, he began crafting. Before that, he had to go to the attic. He didn't see Toby in the attic. Due to his busy alchemy work, he didn't pay much attention to Toby. His dried fish was already stored in the attic, and there was a small stream nearby. Toby was completely self-sufficient except for the inconvenience of changing his clothes. Tisk, where did this guy go? Maybe he's in heat now and can't go home? While Toby was not around, Angor did not hold back his thoughts. He came to the attic to get the echo flower. He already got 2 echo flowers a few days ago, but he had already used them up after all his experiments and designs. Still, it wasn't all for nothing. At least he figured out how to avoid the limitation of echo flowers, which only allowed him to record once. The echo flower was the main material of the music box, so how could it be missing? This time, he decided to make 2 music boxes, one for Toby and the other for Mirror. Therefore, Toby had to use the last 2 echo flowers. As soon as he picked up the flower, he heard something whistling through the air. A colorful shadow flew through the window and landed in front of him. There was no doubt that it was Toby. Toby, who was dressed like a flower fairy, had a garland made of petals of different colors on his head. I need to make a music box. I used up the 2 flowers I got last time. Angor's bird language was perfect, so he could easily communicate with Toby. After Toby heard this, his little eyes were filled with hesitation. The City of Sky really amazed Toby. He had been looking forward to seeing his young master make a music box as soon as possible. However, nothing happened after so long that he almost forgot about it. Now that Angor mentioned it again, Toby remembered the 2 echo flowers that were cruelly used up. He was a bit reluctant to give them up, but he also wanted to listen to the City of Sky again. That was why Toby was hesitating. Don't worry. I'll make it today. There won't be any problems. Angor patted his chest confidently. However, he seemed to have forgotten that this was his first attempt at non-weapon alchemy, and the success rate was still a big question mark. Toby trusted Angor a little more, so he nodded in the end. All right, go play by yourself. I've already prepared my sketches and materials. If everything goes well, the music box should be ready by tonight. While speaking, Angor suddenly smelled the scent of flowers on Toby's body. Oh, right. Who made those flowers for you? They look fresh. There's even morning dew on them. Toby did not intend to hide anything. He flapped his wings and chirped while explaining the origin of the flowers to Angor. So you made a new friend? Good. Just don't get tricked by bad people. Angor was not worried about Toby at all. Toby was much stronger than him, so he did not need to worry about it. On the other hand, whenever Angor went out alone, Toby would be worried about his safety and would always fly in the air to protect him. Besides, Angor believed that someone who could make such a beautiful flower costume could not be a bad person. After saying goodbye to Toby, Angor took the 2 echo flowers back to his underground lab and began his crafting. The materials were melted into a strange semi-solid state under thaw. Then, Angor used Hand of Spell to reshape them into various shapes. Angor had a good plan. 2 echo flowers to make 2 music boxes. However, halfway through, when the beautiful shapes were ready, something went wrong when he was inscribing runes, which resulted in an explosion. Luckily, Angor noticed that something was wrong and ran away in time, so he did not get hurt. When he came to the conclusion of his failure, he realized that he neglected one important detail. The runes he reserved were placed inside the illusion nodes. Since the runes were very close to the nodes, Angor needed to release mana continuously to activate the illusion nodes. However, the medium used to inscribe runes was still semi-solid, which led to the final explosion. It was not difficult to solve this problem. All he needed to do was to change the order of the runes. He looked at the ruined echo flowers and silently apologized to Toby in his mind. The second crafting went much smoother. Angor already saw the shape of the music box. This time, he began to inscribe the runes first. When the Tranquility rune was completed, he carefully placed the nodes. He learned how to make the Demon Falcon ornament in Sunder's study and used it more skillfully this time. The structure of the microscopic illusion was completed in no time. Next came the most important step. He had to record the music and set up the sound source for Son of a Bitch. This was his first attempt. He had simulated it many times, but it was still his first attempt, so he still took it seriously. As soon as the music came out, Angor activated the sound source for Son of a Bitch. In order to prove that the illusion was harmless, Angor did not create the illusion instantly. Instead, he let the illusion slowly appear in the form of ripples like a water droplet falling into the sea. This would not only prove that the illusion was harmless, but also make the audience feel as if they had traveled through a time tunnel and wandered in a peaceful world. After confirming the source of the melodious illusion, Angor checked the music box again to make sure he did not miss anything. He then proceeded to the final step of alchemy, which was to use condense to finalize the final shape. When the music box glowed with a faint white mist, Angor stopped using condense. The next second, a bright light shone. Angor closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a crystal-clear object glowing in his palm. The light came from the transistor underneath. The transistor had a multifaceted prismatic structure, which looked like the cut surface of a brilliant diamond. A tiny bit of light could reflect a mesmerizing light. The twisting, branch-like transistor was already breathtakingly beautiful. The flower in the center was even more beautiful. The water droplet-like decoration and the blooming flowers had layers of patterns that looked like waves. The light blue, light yellow, and light white color, together with the transparent and delicate flower petal carvings, not only was the appearance exquisite and beautiful, but it gave people a sense of low-key extravagance even though it was clearly a simple and elegant color. Just from its appearance alone, it was definitely an outstanding piece of art. Angor was also satisfied with his design. He did not know if Mirror Lady would be impressed by it, but he himself was. Still, this was a music box. No matter how beautiful the design was, it would only be a decoration if its function was too poor. Angor quickly put away his pride and began to test the music box's function. The music box had 2 kinds of special effects. One was the calming effect brought by the Tranquility rune, while the other was the illusion created by the music. Both effects required mana to support them. Angor designed the music box to calm people's minds in the beautiful melody and dreamy scenes, so he could not let people keep pouring mana into the music box all the time. Therefore, the music box had to come with its own energy source. Angor did not know how to find more efficient alchemy energy sources yet, so he still chose the traditional magic crystal as the energy source. The energy chamber for the magic crystal was hidden in the small space at the root of the flower. Like a battery, it could be switched on at any time. As long as there was enough primal magic power in the magic crystal, the special effect of the music box could be activated by twisting the spring. The switch he designed for the music box was still a traditional clockwork mechanism. However, he only kept the appearance of a clockwork spring. He did not need to turn the switch continuously like a traditional clockwork mechanism. He designed it this way as a tribute to the traditional style of music box. When the music box was activated, all he needed to do was gently twist the spring clockwise by 2 degrees, and the music box would enter the full effect mode. Twisting one scale in the reverse direction would close the illusion, leaving only the music. Then, he turned it in the reverse direction and turned off the music box completely. He opened the energy chamber and placed a magic crystal inside. Then, he took a deep breath and twisted the spring beside the energy module. When the clockwork turned 2 notches, the whole music box suddenly became overflowing with light. A strange aura spread out from the music box, and Angor's restless mind slowly calmed down. All of the worries and pressure disappeared in this strange aura. This is the effect of the tranquility rune. As the aura spread out, Angor couldn't help but smile. Next, the flower began to play a melodious prelude to the City of Sky. The sound quality was perfect without any damage. The wonderful instrument created a foreign atmosphere and brought people into another dimension. Following the music, Angor's illusion also began to play. The water rippled around him. The next moment, he found himself in the sky. Above him was the everlasting blue sky and drifting white clouds. Below him, he could see the lush green fields, as well as the faint shadows of mountains. The melodious illusion was so perfect that Angor couldn't help but praise himself. Since he spent a long time on the cloud whale, he had a good grasp of the clear blue sky and the ever-changing clouds. The illusion was almost flawless. As the music played, the illusion slowly changed. When the clouds parted, the sky island with a story appeared in front of his eyes. After repeated tests, Angor was certain that the music box was a success. The result he wanted and the content he wanted to express were all there. If a famous artist used a 2-dimensional method to express a strong personal style, those who knew about it would understand it, while those who didn't would never understand it. Angor's music box, on the other hand, broke through the dimensional barrier and allowed the eyes, ears, and soul to travel in multiple dimensions. It was a 3-dimensional way to express one's personal desires. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could feel the sincerity of the creator. Angor's music box was full of creativity and novelty, which would surely win the favor of many people. The refinement this time could be said to be very successful. The only thing he regretted was that one of the echo flowers was destroyed, and he only managed to make a music box. So, should I give this music box to Lady Mirror first or to Toby first? Of course, Angor preferred to give it to Toby first. Toby was his closest friend after all. But Lady Mirror saved his life, and he already told her that he would pay her a visit. However, he delayed it for too long. He considered and decided to give it to Toby first since he already made a promise to Toby. It wouldn't take him too long to make a music box. He could just buy another echo flower later. With that in mind, Angor left the lab with the music box. As soon as he opened the door to the basement, he saw a colorful shadow rushing toward him. It was Toby, who was wearing the flower fairy outfit. The bird first landed on Angor's shoulder and rubbed its head against Angor's cheek. Then it saw the beautiful object in Angor's hand. Toby's eyes lit up. Under Greya's guidance, the bird's sense of beauty was similar to humans, which could be seen from its clothes. Toby happily flapped its wings and flew around the music box. Angor chuckled. Here, the music box I promised you. I said I'll deliver it today. I didn't go back on my word, did I? Toby nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. His head bobbed up and down happily. Together with his rainbow-colored clothes, he looked like a dancing butterfly. Angor explained how to use the music box and handed it to Toby. Although the music box was much bigger than Toby, Toby completely ignored the size difference. He pecked the transistor with his beak and flew back to his small attic. Soon, Angor heard the music of Sky City coming out of the attic. Following that, Toby's rhythmic chirping of birds followed. Angor shook his head in amusement. He put away his bone card and prepared to go to Dave to buy another echo flower. When he arrived at Prom's alchemy shop, he noticed that it wasn't Dave who was guarding the shop. It was the muscular man named Hercules. Angor asked around and learned that Hercules was guarding the shop while Dave himself was working on alchemy in the cargo hold. Angor didn't plan to disturb Dave and asked Hercules to check if there were any echo flowers. However, Hercules didn't know anything. Angor had no choice but to go to the cargo hold. When he arrived at the cargo hold, he saw Dave using thaw to craft the embryo of a rapier. After several days of practice, Dave's weapon embryo was getting better and better. Angor stood aside and waited for him to finish his work. Under the carving of Mana's hand, the rapier quickly took shape. When he thought Dave was going to use condense to shape the sword, Dave took out several materials and chanted an incantation. At the same time, mana surged inside the materials, and several beams of light fell from them. Synthesis? The word popped up in his mind. Before Angor could figure it out, the rapier in Dave's hand was corroded by a beam of light, and the rapier was broken into pieces. Ah, another failure. Dave was already aware of Angor's presence. This is the third time today. Angor looked at the broken pieces on the ground. It wasn't just one failure. You weren't this hardworking before, Angor teased. So you're enlightened now? Dave raised his head proudly. I didn't have money to buy materials before. Now that I have money, I have to work harder. Enough about me. What do you want from me? Did you get another alchemy quest? Dave asked curiously. Nope. I'm just here to buy an echo flower. Angor looked at the shelf nearby. Do you have any more? Dave pursed his lips. You're still crafting that music box? Did you fail again? Yeah. But I didn't fail. I already gave one to Toby, but I'm going to make another one for my savior. Angor didn't plan to tell Dave about the mirror lady. Savior? Dave knew better than to ask. You came just in time. There's an echo flower in the shop. Toby extorted 3 from me last time, so I didn't get any more. Someone came to sell some a few days ago. The demand for echo flowers isn't high. I wouldn't have bought it if I didn't think I didn't have enough stock. Dave rummaged through the shelves and took out an echo flower from a corner and handed it to Angor. Angor was about to pay with his bone card when Dave waved a hand. No need. I only spent 30 merit points to buy it. I didn't even record it in my account book. Just take it. I don't want to waste time recording it. Not long ago, Dave was still a man who would haggle over a single contribution point. But now, it made sense. Dave was a rich man with thousands of magic crystals on him. 30 contribution points were nothing compared to a drop in the ocean. Angor accepted the echo flower without hesitation. All right. I'll go back now. I need to finish the work tonight and deliver it to someone tomorrow morning. Dave nodded. Don't forget that we're leaving tomorrow afternoon. If you miss it, you'll have to wait for the big auction at the end of the year. Angor returned home with the echo flower. He planned to visit Toby and ask for his opinion on the music box so that he could use the feedback from his customers to modify the music box. But to his surprise, he did not hear any noise coming from the attic. Usually, Toby would be having a solo performance at this time. Why was there no noise coming from the music box? Angor went to the attic and saw that Toby was not home. Even the music box was taken away by Toby. Angor frowned. Did Toby take the music box to his friend? Angor did not mind Toby making friends. However, most wizards were cunning by nature. Even if Toby had some tricks up his sleeve, he would not be able to defeat a wizard. Toby always shared everything with others, which was not good. If Angor was tricked, he would feel sorry for Greya. With this in mind, Angor decided to have a talk with Toby when he came back. It would be best if he could meet Toby's friend and find out what kind of person he was. Since Toby was not here, Angor could not get any suggestions. So, he decided to use the original method and spent the whole night making a new music box. When the music box was born, it was still as bright and moving as ever. After checking that everything was fine, Angor put away the music box with satisfaction and prepared to head to Lady Mirror's residence. When leaving the house, he heard City of Sky music coming from the attic again, so he called out to Toby in the yard. Toby's little head popped out from the skylight. We're going to Twilight Well in the afternoon. Don't go out again, or I won't be able to find you. Angor wanted to ask about Toby's friend, but he decided to wait until they boarded the airship. Toby nodded his head in agreement, and impatiently shrunk back into the attic to continue singing along with the music. Angor chuckled helplessly at Toby's tone-deaf voice and left. He was going to visit Lady Mirror, after all. He did not want to be too reckless. He was dressed very formally today, wearing a custom-made noble suit with the family crest that Leon had given him. Even Angor's usually messy blonde hair was combed back. Together with his fair skin and blue eyes, he looked even more handsome than before. The only flaw was that there was a faint layer of dark circles under his eyes. After working for dozens of hours without rest, it was normal for him to be a little tired. Since he had nothing to do in the afternoon, he planned to catch up on some sleep. Lady Mirror's residence was at the entrance of the mirror world. It was the end of the chasm when he first entered Brute Cavern. The entrance and exit of the mirror world were all located in the same area. However, there was only one entrance to the mirror world, while there were many other portals to get out of the mirror world. Angor was heading to the nearest one. The portal was located in the Tree Spirit Hall. Early in the morning, the Tree Spirit Hall was deserted. Only the workers were still on duty. He glanced around and saw that Melaner, the woman who made him angry, was no longer in her post. As usual, he did not see Tree Spirit in the Tree Spirit Hall. He quickly found a teleportation array and paid a certain amount of merit points to leave the mirror world. He found himself in a brightly lit room, where a mortal was sitting on a table beside a teleportation array. The mortal was resting his chin on his hand. When he saw Angor standing on the portal, he quickly stood up and bowed to Angor with great respect. Angor walked to him and asked, "Are you a worker here?" "Why yes, sir." The man nodded with a trembling voice. "How far is this place from the entrance to the mirror world?" Angor asked. The worker pointed in a direction. "This is Windmill Town. Go that way and you'll see a cliff cave. Go through it and you'll find the entrance to the mirror world." Angor remembered that there were several towns around the mirror world. Windmill Town was one of them. On the surface, Windmill Town was under the rule of Darkaville Empire. However, the residents here all relied on Brute Cavern for their livelihood. Angor left the room and came to a town outside the mirror world for the first time. Angor wasn't too curious about Windmill Town. This place looked similar to the underground market, except that there were more green plants, shorter buildings, and people here were mostly ordinary people. It was basically a replica of the underground market. Even the artificial light source above his head was as bright as the underground market. Angor followed the direction the worker pointed out and soon arrived at the entrance to the mirror world. The giant mirror was placed at the bottom of the pit. It was dark all around, but the world inside was still shining. Angor looked down from the cliff cave and saw the Tree Spirit Garden, the Tree of Eternity, and other familiar places. Angor jumped down from the cave and landed on the mirror with both hands. The cold surface of the mirror felt like ice and glass at the same time. The coolness of the mirror lifted his tired spirit a lot. Angor was still thinking about how to summon Lady Mirror when he saw a cloud of white mist rising from the mirror. "And here I was wondering who it was that was touching my mirror." "So it's you, Angor." A teasing voice came from the mist. Angor finally realized that his hand was still touching the mirror. When he realized that this was Lady Mirror's real body, he pulled his hand back awkwardly and bowed to the mist. "Good morning, Lady Mirror. What are you doing here?" The mist wobbled and turned into a beautiful human figure. "Is Sunders not here?" Angor lowered his head. "Professor is busy, so you can come. You're mature in your beauty, and young in your sweetness. I like handsome boys like you." Lady Mirror smiled. "Do you want to have tea with me?" Angor blushed. "I'm here to thank you, Lady Mirror. If it weren't for your help last time, I would have." Lady Mirror interrupted him again. "I hate people who waste time. If you want to thank me, don't just say it. Just have tea with me and thank me enough." Angor nodded. "All right. Thank you for your hospitality, Lady Mirror." Angor nodded. Lady Mirror floated to him and held his arm. "Let's go then." Before Angor could react, his vision suddenly changed. He found himself in an exquisite hall. The hall was luxurious and grand, filled with all kinds of extravagant accessories. Even the details of the wardrobe were breathtakingly beautiful. Lady Mirror led Angor to one side of the hall, where there was a white table with golden edges and 2 armchairs of the same color. Lady Mirror waved her hand, and 2 steaming cups of tea were placed on the table. "Have a seat. Let me take a good look at you." Lady Mirror sat down and rested her chin on her hand. He couldn't see Lady Mirror's expression or look, but he knew that she was staring at him, which made him a little uncomfortable. Angor tried his best to suppress his shyness. He added some brown sugar into his tea and took a sip. "Tisk, tsk, tsk. You're so young and handsome. Like a piece of meat that's oozing blood. I really want to take a bite out of you." Lady Mirror's voice reached Angor's ears. Angor almost choked on his tea. "You're so cute even when you choke." Mirror Lady took a sip of tea, too. The tea disappeared as soon as it touched her mouth, which was shrouded in white mist. Angor didn't know what else Lady Mirror was going to say, so he put down his tea and took out a single-use space capsule from his pocket and handed it to Lady Mirror. Inside the capsule was the music box. Angor hoped the music box could distract Lady Mirror's attention so that she wouldn't look at him again. "What's this?" Lady Mirror raised her voice slightly, and Angor could almost imagine her raising an eyebrow in his mind. "Are you trying to bribe me?" Lady Mirror lifted Angor's chin. "Compared to other gifts, I like you better." No, I'm just grateful for your help last time. I don't have much to offer in return. This is a music box I made myself. I hope you can accept it," Angor said. "Music box? That's a long time ago. When was the last time I heard that name?" Lady Mirror considered for a moment. "About 10,000 years ago. A minor noble from Darkaville Empire left a music box in front of my house. That was a really ear-piercing sound. Now that I think about it, I feel uncomfortable." Angor felt a little embarrassed by Lady Mirror's comment. He tried to explain, "I made it myself. It's engraved with Tranquility Rune. It shouldn't be too loud." "Tranquility Rune? Did you learn enchantment alchemy?" Angor nodded. "That's good. Brood Cavern is in need of alchemists," Lady Mirror complimented. "But Tranquility Rune doesn't go well with a music box. Alright, let me see your gift. However, I have to give you a heads up first. If you do too badly, I will directly banish you to another dimension." With that, Lady Mirror crushed her space pouch, and an object fell onto the table. Lady Mirror was a little surprised when she saw the beautiful piece of art in front of her. Her impression of music boxes was still stuck in the traditional style. How could such an artistic object be a music box? Lady Mirror considered for a moment. Strange style. I've never seen anything like this before. But it's strangely harmonious. You made it yourself? Angor nodded. Yes. Good. At least I like the look of it. However, what mattered most about a music box was its inner quality, not its outer appearance. Lady Mirror still planned to banish the music box if it wasn't good enough, even if she liked the design. Following Angor's instructions, Lady Mirror placed her hand on the spring switch. With 2 clicks, the clockwise spring rotated 2 grids. The melodious prelude to City of Sky slowly came out, followed by the peaceful aura of Rune of Tranquility. When the soothing music came out, Lady Mirror's furrowed eyebrows relaxed a little. As long as it wasn't ear-piercing metal clanging, she would leave the music box behind. Nice prelude. Mirror Lady smiled. She could feel the peaceful aura around her, and the filth in her heart was suppressed. Just as Mirror Lady was about to enjoy the music, ripples appeared in the space around her. Lady Mirror was shocked. Melodious illusion? Following the ripples was a long journey of playing with the clouds and chasing the end of the sky. When Lady Mirror saw this beautiful illusion and was affected by the Tranquility Magewetha's aura, she felt an inexplicable sense of security that made her completely relax. She started a dreamy game with the clouds, the blue sky, the birds, the vast land, and the boundless grassland. Music and illusions, both of them were top-notch on their own. Music was the work of a master, while illusion was a flawless journey. When the two were combined, they did not feel strange at all. Instead, countless wonderful reactions were added, making it impossible not to indulge in them. Without a doubt, this was a wonderful combination, a perfect match. Because in her mind, in the journey of the music illusion, there were no other distracting thoughts at all, only pure emotions and an indescribable sense of comfort. In the long journey of Mirror Maiden's life, it was rare for her to feel so relaxed and happy. She thought the clouds and the blue sky were already the best she could do. However, at the end of the music, Angor presented her with a more sincere surprise. It was a floating island hidden behind the dark clouds. One had to go through a thrilling adventure to see through the mist and see it. With just a quick glance, Lady Mirror took in the enormous and majestic island. The primitive aura of a lush rainforest and the concrete city buildings blended together in a strange harmony. Unfortunately, time seemed to have frozen the island. Every building on the floating island was covered in thick moss. Only by looking at the mottled traces could one tell how prosperous Sky City used to be. However, this regret, together with the music of City in the Sky, seemed to be a kind of confession. The narration by the music turned into thick traces of history. It was as if an outsider was using his music to whisper into Mirror Maiden's ears, narrating the past of this floating island. In Lady Mirror's eyes, along with the gentle whispers, she seemed to be able to see the buildings on the island from countless years ago rising from the ground, the people singing and dancing around the bonfire, the shy and beautiful girl and the optimistic and handsome boy holding hands for the first time. This was an island where even a scratch, a stone tablet, or a mound of dirt could inspire people to imagine a touching story. Lady Mirror felt tears in her eyes. It was an emotion she had never experienced before, but it was brought out by this uninhabited island. As the music ended, the clouds once again covered this nostalgic island. It was as if the music was the key, and when the music ended, the island would be frozen again. The ripples appeared, and the illusion slowly disappeared. But Lady Mirror didn't move for a long time. It was as if she could still see the silent island behind time. After an unknown amount of time, Lady Mirror let out a long sigh. How wonderful. This is an uninhabited island. There are more beautiful floating islands in the mirror world, and there are more splendid buildings. But this island is the only one that can evoke my emotions, Lady Mirror sighed. Angor did not know what kind of story Lady Mirror was imagining when she saw the island, but he could understand her feelings. Maybe that's the power of music, Angor muttered. Lady Mirror smiled. It's not just the power of music. Maybe it's something the composer wanted to tell you. The composer of the music? Angor was a little surprised. He never paid attention to the composer of the song. But he did have some thoughts about what Lady Mirror said. The illusion he created was a scene in a dream while listening to the music. City of Sky was the medium of the dream. The composer created the music, and the music created the dream. What's the name of the music? Lady Mirror asked curiously. City of Sky, Angor said. That's a very interesting name. Lady Mirror took a sip of her tea. This is the best gift I've received in the past 1,000 years. I didn't expect you to give me such a great surprise. It's nothing compared to saving my life, sir. Angor chuckled. Lady Mirror chuckled. Yes, it's nothing compared to saving your life. Angor didn't know what to say. Although what he said was true, it was more of self-modesty. As expected, the modesty that Master John taught him would not work in the wizarding world. So, if you want to repay me for saving your life, you have to give me another surprise, Lady Mirror said in a half-serious manner. Another surprise? Angor was puzzled, but he did not show any hesitation. No problem. It'll be my pleasure. As soon as he agreed, he began to think about what other surprise he should give Mirror Lady. Maybe he should change the music, Angor agreed without hesitation, which made Lady Mirror feel a little surprised. He's young, but he knows what to do. When she saved Angor's life, she never expected Angor to repay her kindness. She did not care about it at all. But she was very satisfied with Angor's gift. She could see Angor's brilliance. When she thought about Angor's incredible illusions and enchantment alchemy skills, she couldn't help but try to trick him a little. As for what I want, I'll tell you later. Now, let's talk about something else. I have a few questions about this music box. Can you answer them? Angor nodded. No problem. Does this music box have a name? Lady Mirror picked up the beautiful music box and asked. I don't have one. Can you give it a name, Lady Mirror? Lady Mirror considered for a moment. Let's call it Journey in the Sky. I like traveling in the sky with music. Angor nodded noncommittally. Tranquility Rune, City of Sky, and Melodious Illusion. The three elements are very harmonious. The Tranquility Sigil creates a state of mind, the castle in the sky calms the mind, and the Melodious Illusion leads the mind to walk. Each element requires a very high level of mastery and control. Not only did you do it, but you also combined them perfectly. What an enviable talent. Lady Mirror was very satisfied with Journey in the Sky. She was not stingy with her praise. Even though it was only a low-level alchemy creation, for a supernatural who had a long life ahead of her, it was her duty to pursue the truth. However, if she could have something to add to her long and lonely journey, it would be even better. To Lady Mirror, the journey in the sky was the embellishment of this dazzling brilliance. It was a form of spiritual enjoyment. I'm glad you like it, Lady Mirror. Angor smiled. He felt completely relieved when he took out the gift. Let's put aside the Tranquility Mageweth and Sky Castle for now. What I'm curious about is how you managed to construct this illusion. Lady Mirror was most curious about the floating island. It had given her too much shock. I chose these places as nodes, and when I heard the music, Angor was about to explain the nodes, Lady Mirror interrupted him. I'm asking about the strange feeling in the illusion. Reality is something that most illusionary adepts can achieve. I'm not just talking about reality, I'm talking about the feeling that can touch my heart and even evoke the emotions that have been dormant for many years. Angor was puzzled by Lady Mirror's description. He created the illusion according to his dream. What other feelings could there be? Lady Mirror saw Angor's expression and knew that it was difficult to get an answer. Still, she couldn't help asking, what were you thinking about when you created the illusion? Lady Mirror was very concerned about this illusion that could affect one's mood. The longer a wizard lived, the weaker their emotions would become. She had forgotten how long it was since she felt this way. What did I think about? I saw the clouds at the beginning of the illusion with my own eyes. I stayed on the cloud whale for a long time, and I liked to look at the clouds when I had nothing to do. Based on my memory, I created the first half of the illusion, Angor explained. What about the second half? That floating island, as well as everything on the island. Mirror Lady couldn't wait to ask. She was very curious about the island. Every mark on the island had a deep meaning. She even thought that even a rotten leaf or a broken tree had a story to tell. When I built this floating island, I saw. Angor tried to recall what he saw. The Nether City. Angor also thought about everything in the Nightmare Realm. When he was creating a bonfire on the island, he remembered a pair of tragic characters from the Nightmare Realm, a one-sided lover named Augustine and a beautiful girl named Margaret. Apart from the Nightmare Realm, he also thought about the metropolises he saw in movies back on Earth. Angor didn't know how to describe the Nightmare Realm or the metropolises back on Earth. He could only say Nether City in general. Nether City? I think I've heard that name before. Lady Mirror considered. You mean the Garden of Labyrinth? That ruin? Yes. Angor nodded. Lady Mirror's eyes glinted. You've been to Nether City in Nightmare Realm? Angor looked up and stared at Lady Mirror in surprise. Lady Mirror saw Angor's expression and knew she guessed right. She smiled. Sunders took you there, right? How did you know, Lady Mirror? Lady Mirror smiled mysteriously. Because Flora often came here to drink tea. She got Little Red from Nether City. It's no wonder that the floating island you built has a feeling of time being frozen. That's the property of the Nightmare Realm. Lady Mirror nodded. But you're able to show the characteristics of the Nightmare Realm and bring in more unknown emotions into your illusions. That's a little strange. Maybe it's the property of illusionists like you. I can ask the Elder of Books if he's here. Too bad he never leaves Cloud Library. Forget it. I won't ask him about it. Lady Mirror waved her hand and finished her tea. She lowered her voice and spoke to Angor in a mysterious tone. Now, let's talk about the surprise I want. Angor was still in a daze when he left Lady Mirror's room. The surprise Lady Mirror was looking for was too sensual. Not long ago, he was telling Lady Mirror that texture was more important than sensuality. But now, Lady Mirror had personally told him that she wanted both texture and sensuality. He had to have both, or she would refuse to accept him. About an hour ago, now, let's talk about the surprise I want, Lady Mirror said in a mysterious tone. Angor nodded seriously and waited for Lady Mirror to tell him what she wanted. Angor leaned closer and whispered into Lady Mirror's ear, "Have you heard of Phantom of Feast?" Phantom of Feast? Angor was puzzled. Is that a wizard's name? Of course not. Lady Mirror shook her head and gave Angor a sympathetic look. You're old enough to fall in love. How come you haven't seen the play before? Fall in love? What the hell? Angor suddenly had a bad feeling about this. You haven't been to Midnight Sovereign, have you? Lady Mirror asked. Midnight Sovereign was the capital city of Darkaville Empire, where Twilight Well was located. I haven't. But I'll go there this afternoon. Angor nodded. This afternoon? Oh, right. Twilight Well's mid-year auction is coming soon, right? When you go to Midnight Sovereign, you can go to the Xianxia Theater and watch it, Lady Mirror said. Enchanting Theater? Sounds like a theater. So, Lady Mirror, you mean Phantom of Feast is an opera? Angor asked. Lady Mirror nodded. Yes. It's an opera. Here, I have a picture of the opera from its heyday. Take a look. Lady Mirror took out a transparent, square-shaped crystal from a corner of the room. This is a transmitter made by Floating Mech City. It's much more human-like than a crystal ball. You're an alchemist, right? Next time you see Rhine, remember to tell him to change the style of his crystal ball. I've been looking at it for tens of thousands of years. I'm tired of it. Lady Mirror complained as she used her magic to operate the communicator. The Rain Kid mentioned by Lady Mirror had to be one of the few important figures in the southern region, Rain Mute, the silencer. He listened to Lady Mirror's complaints in silence. Lady Mirror was old enough to call Mr. Rain Kid and trade with him whenever she wanted. But he was just a nobody in the wizarding world. He did not dare to do anything in front of Mr. Rain. More importantly, he remembered meeting Mr. Rain in Sunder's mansion on Phantom Island not long ago. Inside Mr. Rain's natural silencing domain, he could not even speak, let alone do anything else. Lady Mirror quickly adjusted several images and showed them to Angor. The square-shaped images gave Angor a sense of familiarity. His hologram tablet screen was also square-shaped. The feeling only lasted for a split second. But when he looked at the images in the frame, all he could think of was ridiculous, absurd, and unsightly. The first image showed a brown-haired woman wearing a luxurious, tight-waisted, puffy dress. She was dancing in the middle of a feast, surrounded by nobles in formal attire. There was nothing special about the first image. Based on his experience as a noble, Angor could tell that the woman's hair was tied up in a bun, and her clothes were quite conservative. She must be the wife of a noble, or perhaps a noble himself. But when he saw the second image, his face reddened. This, Lady Mirror chuckled. What do you think? Are you still in love? Angor blushed again and did not answer. That noble lady, in the second image, had completely transformed into a thirsty woman. Half of her tutu skirt had been taken off, and her upper body was completely naked, revealing her fair twin peaks. A handsome man who was also half naked was holding the woman's waist, burying his head in her chest, and licking her smooth skin with his tongue. Behind the images, other nobles had taken off their clothes as well. Almost all of them were handsome men with strong bodies. Ah, I almost forgot. What's the point of talking about Phantom of Feast, Lady Mirror? Angor looked away from Lady Mirror. Lady Mirror snickered. Aren't you going to read the rest? There's another one. That's the most interesting one. Angor nodded stiffly and turned to the last image. The content was just as Angor expected. What would happen between a group of men and a woman? The rest of the text was completely indescribable. An adult drama like this was going to be played in a theater? And the main character was a traditional noble. Angor did not deny that there were many nobles who had unspeakable private lives. However, no matter how crazy a noble was in private, there were two things that they had to protect: their reputation and their foundation. Foundation was the reason why nobles were called nobles. Reputation was something that traditional nobles cared about the most. Angor remembered a viscount near Waterford whose coachman and gardener were secretly in love with each other. The two were caught having a private date, and their relationship was made public. Both of them were of low status, so their relationship did not attract much attention. However, one could never be too careful. To save his reputation, the viscount banished both of them and their families from his territory. Such a small matter showed how much nobles cared about their reputation. But this particular drama had a noble as the main character, and it showed the public promiscuity that traditional nobles would never commit. It was a total slap to the noble's face. Angor was confused. Could such a drama really be played in a theater? Angor remained silent. Lady Mirror answered Angor's question. I brought it up because I think this phantom feast is quite creative. Creative? Are you kidding me? If Lady Mirror wasn't standing in front of him, Angor would have already started talking about the rules of nobles. The surprise I want is to use Phantom of Feast as an opera. You can make me an alchemy item that combines illusion and music with the same method you used to make Journey in the Sky. Can you do it? Lady Mirror sounded like she was asking, but she also sounded a little threatening, which made it impossible for Angor to refuse. Angor felt a little awkward. His bad feeling came true. Of course, he could do it, but Angor took a deep breath and tried his best to put up a weak resistance. Lady Mirror, I can do it, but I've never made anything like this before. Didn't I tell you to go? You're going to Midnight Sovereign anyway, so you might as well check it out so that you don't know where the girl is going in the future. Angor blushed. But I don't have any experience. The illusions I create might not be as realistic as they seem. Oh, right. Sunders shook his head, but I don't have any experience. Lady Mirror touched Angor's cheek and praised his smooth skin. Who told you that? I don't want those dirty illusions. I want something like Journey in the Sky, something with a story and texture. Angor didn't know what to say. What kind of texture was that? Lady Mirror shook her head. The story of Phantom Feast is weak, but you need to draw inferences from it. I didn't ask you to make a music box for Phantom Feast. For example, you can add some handsome men on the floating island just now, or create a musical illusion of a queen ascending to the throne. A queen is surrounded by handsome men. Or, create a sad music to express the feelings of a handsome man who can't get what he wants. Angor understood what Lady Mirror meant. She wanted both sensuality and texture. The so-called carnal desire was to have a lot of beautiful naked men. Texture meant elegance without filth. The two were in conflict. How could they be combined together? Angor didn't know what to do. How about the illusion of Sky City? I'll add some people to the island? Lady Mirror considered. Sky City's music isn't suitable for what I'm looking for. So you know it's not suitable? Then why did you bring it up? Lady Mirror waved a hand. Just do whatever you want. Show me when you're done. If I don't like it, I'll do it again. We have plenty of time anyway. When I'm satisfied with your work, I'll consider you repaid. After a pause, Lady Mirror seemed to feel that it was a bit unkind of her to blackmail a young man. She said, when the time comes, I'll give you another opportunity as a reward. Lady Mirror waited for Angor's reply. Angor couldn't refuse at this point. He could only nod helplessly. Angor tried to think of a way to satisfy Lady Mirror's two extreme demands. Then, he asked something that he regretted for half a month. Can I use real people to create characters in the illusion? As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt Mirror Lady's entire body coming alive. Lady Mirror laughed. I wasn't wrong about you. You really are creative. Creative? Angor didn't know what to say. Creative? Lady Mirror suddenly moved closer to Angor. Have you seen your professor's naked body? Angor's eyes widened. He finally realized that he made a huge mistake. How could he say real person? He was digging a hole for himself. Angor quickly shook his head and waved a hand. No. TSK. That's a shame. Lady Mirror looked regretful. If you don't have a naked body, then forget it. Clothes will do too. I'm sure you can create a real one. After all, you're his student. Can I get someone else? Angor hesitated. Sure. How about you put yourself in it? I like your style too. Especially that swept-back hairstyle today. So cool. Lady Mirror covered her mouth and giggled. You know your own body. So don't make me look like you with clothes on. Lady Mirror, let's talk about how to make Professor Sunders more realistic. Angor cleared his throat. I'm sure he won't mind. She controlled a wooden basket with her mana and placed it in front of Angor. There were dozens of pieces of sandpaper rolled into cylindrical shapes inside. This is the portrait Polisa gave me. Take a look. Polisa. Angor never heard of this name before. But since Lady Mirror brought it up, she must be at least a wizard-level figure. Angor took out a portrait from the basket and slowly opened it under Lady Mirror's instruction. The portrait depicted a short-haired man wearing a strange metal armor and standing in the air with an indifferent expression. The background was a city filled with strange mechanical elements. That's Guardian number 37 from Grand Plains Mechanical Harbor, Rust Guard, Lady Mirror said. But he's only a half-soul puppet. He moved on to the next one, which was another handsome man. This is the scepter wielder of the Tower of Hurricane. He has a nice voice and a pretty face. Too bad he likes men, Lady Mirror said with a smitten look. Another portrait of a man. Lady Mirror continued, Platinum Enforcer from Shumi Plain. Too bad he's already taken. Angor did not look forward to the rest of the map at all. He continued with a cold expression. A red-haired man. That's Bogula from Floating Mech City. Too bad he's a pervert. Another red-haired man. That's the Whis from Goman Kingdom. TSK. He's handsome. Too bad he's hot-tempered. The Whis? Angor carefully observed the man in the portrait. His red hair contrasted strongly with the fluttering black cloak. You've heard of the Whis? Lady Mirror asked. Angor nodded. I've seen him before. I think he came to my hometown, the Old Earth, for a wanted poster. A wanted poster? Probably to catch Bloodstinger. That girl stole the Crimson Crown, the national treasure of Goman Kingdom. She caused quite a ruckus recently, Lady Mirror explained casually. Angor didn't think much of the Whis. Mara once told him that the man was famous for his hot-tempered temper in the south. Lady Mirror's comment was similar. Angor didn't even want to look at the next portrait. But Lady Mirror kept urging him, so he had no choice but to move on. This is Lord of Night Mudik. Too bad he's too cunning. This is an enforcer from Supreme Cult's Far East Conqueror Guild. Too bad he's dead now. This is Holy Light Walker Gandalf when he was young. Unfortunately, he didn't take good care of himself and is now old. All the pictures were of handsome men, but no matter how good-looking they were, Mirror Lady had a but for every one of them. He even found a portrait of Sunders. Lady Mirror blushed and said, yes, Sunders fits all my fantasies. But he's too cold. After looking through all the portraits, Lady Mirror concluded, although these people all have flaws, these flaws have made them who they are. For example, Bogula might be a pervert, but if he wasn't a pervert, he would look ordinary. Although Mudiko is sinister, it also contributes to his melancholic beauty. What do you think? Can you put all of them into your illusion? Lady Mirror smiled at Angor. Angor frowned. These people were all important figures who had lived for thousands of years. If Angor found out that he was using his illusion, he would be in big trouble. Angor almost burst into tears. He had to be tired of living to ask something as stupid as, can we use real people? Lady Mirror, you'll get tired if you put too many people in your illusion. How about just one teacher? I'm more familiar with his image, so it should be more realistic. The others all saw it from the portraits. Seeing it with their own eyes was the only way to believe it. Haha. Angor didn't care about selling his teacher anymore. As far as he knew, Sunders would only laugh at this idea. As for the others, he had no idea. Tired? What the hell are you talking about? What I want is the feeling that the Phantom of the Banquet gives me. Of course, I want to be surrounded by beauties, like the moon surrounded by stars. Lady Mirror grew impatient. Deal. Put all of them into your illusion. If they don't look real, make them again until I'm satisfied. But I've only seen their portraits. They can't express anything. Angor sighed. Are you questioning Police's painting skills? Lady Mira raised an eyebrow. Angor didn't know who Polisa was, but he couldn't admit it. He quickly shook his head. Lady Mira suddenly paused. You're right. Polisa is studying oil painting in Immortal School. She hasn't graduated after 10 years. It's normal that she can't grasp the essence of the painting. Angor clenched his fists inside his sleeves. He thought Lady Mira was just a love-struck idiot. He didn't expect her to be so mean. He wanted to cry. Angor felt wronged, but he still put on an expectant look. So. He didn't have to draw these important figures, Lady Mira considered for a moment. Ugh. I'll be more lenient when I examine them. I'll allow you to redesign your characters. Realism is a must. It'll be best if you can evoke more of my emotions like that floating island. Also, the texture must be the same as Journey in the Sky. Otherwise, I won't accept it. Angor felt like crying in his mind. In the end, he still had to reconstruct everything. It's a deal. Bring them to me when you're done. Lady Mira began to ask Angor to leave. Angor didn't dare to complain about Lady Mira's firm attitude. He could only comfort himself by thinking that he would just practice his illusions. He already had a topic in mind. He was going to call it How to Fill Illusions with Emotions. But what use was that? Angor picked up the wooden basket full of paintings and was teleported away with a miserable look. Luckily, Lady Mira was kind enough to send him directly to the mirror world without paying the teleportation fee. This was how Angor felt in the past hour. On his way home, Angor was still in a daze. His mind was filled with thoughts of sensuality and texture. Could these two be balanced? Maybe I can ask for help from the omnipotent hologram tablet. Angor thought weakly. But he still wasn't sure. Earth didn't have such a thing, right? But Angor didn't know that sensuality and texture were actually the difference between eroticism and eroticism. In the literary circles of Earth, all kinds of big shots had been toyed with to new heights. Literati would not be literati if they didn't write something with big breasts. Even a famous literary award winner from Earth would look like a *** if it wasn't because he won the award. If literati were already like this, then a director's film would play with sensuality and texture to an even higher level. If men and women didn't get together, there would be no beauty to it. Angor returned home with a sigh. The clock on the wall showed that it was 10 in the morning. There were still 4 hours before the airship took off. Angor decided to put aside his worries for now and think about it when he came back from Twilight Well. Lady Mira didn't give him a time limit anyway. Since he had some free time today, he decided to eat something outside instead of the rations. Of course, he couldn't leave Toby out. Angor went to the attic to ask Toby to come with him. But the place was empty. Toby was nowhere to be seen. The music box was gone too. Angor frowned. Did Toby go to see his unknown friend again? Before leaving this morning, he told Toby not to go out today. Why did Toby leave again? It seemed he had to talk to Toby now. At least, he needed to know what his friend was up to. Since Toby wasn't here, he had to go alone. Angor went to Barterfly Pub. The honeyed roast meat there was delicious. Since he had a lot of money now, he didn't mind spending a little. It was almost noon when Angor returned home. Toby was still nowhere to be seen. Angor sighed and went to the yard to meditate. A gentle breeze carried the aroma of mistletoe. Angor meditated for about an hour before he heard the familiar sound of fluttering wings coming from the forest in the distance. Angor opened his eyes and looked at the forest on the other side of the river. A pale green figure streaked across the sky and glided toward Angor's yard at great speed. When Toby landed on the mistletoe branch, Angor noticed that Toby was wearing a new set of vine clothes. Soft green vines were woven into a dress by someone skillfully. There were also some velvety tassels dangling on the leaves. Angor didn't ask where Toby went. Instead, he urged, "Why are you so late? Go get some clothes. We need to go now, or we won't make it in time." Toby was a little nervous at first. But since Angor didn't mean to blame him, Toby quickly went into the attic to look for clothes. 15 minutes later, Angor brought Toby to Prom's alchemy shop. Since Baron Milk was too famous, Angor didn't want to be recognized, so he stuffed Toby into his chest pocket. From outside, only Toby's little head could be seen looking around curiously. Angor. Over here. Angor saw Dave waving at him from afar. Hearing Dave's call, Prom also came out of the shop and nodded at Angor with a smile. Sorry, I'm late. Angor tried to apologize to Prom, but Prom just waved a hand. Let's go. There's still time, Prom said. The airship was docked at Windmill Town. Angor didn't notice that there was a giant hole on the other side of Windmill Town, which was connected to the deep pit where the mirror was. The airship was parked right beside the hole. The other side of the hole was a cliff. If the airship wanted to leave, it would have to take off directly from the hole. Angor left the underground world for the first time in half a year. Angor leaned against the railing of the deck and looked at the familiar highland and the crack in the ground. This was where he followed Ness into the natural chasm and saw the real wizarding world for the first time. It was only a few months ago, but when he looked at the desolate Parmagi Highlands, he felt like it was a lifetime ago. The steam-powered airship with black smoke billowing out of it flew into the distance, leaving behind a black line made of dirty exhaust in the sky with loud rumbling noises. At first, Angor stood on the deck, enjoying the breeze and reminiscing about the past. But soon, the black smoke from the burning fuel filled the air, and everyone on the deck quickly returned to the airship. Angor followed the crowd back to the airship. Prom returned to his own room, while Angor and Dave chatted in the hall. There was a circular transparent glass in the hall, which allowed them to see what was going on outside. One side of the airship was already covered by the black smoke. Angor looked at the black smoke. He could still smell its pungent odor. The floor under his feet was trembling, which made him feel that the airship was going to fall apart at any time. Dave saw Angor's worried expression and comforted him with a smile. Don't worry. The airship has been like this since we bought it. Big exhaust, weak maneuverability, and the engine keeps shaking. It'll be fine. But it's not as good as the Savage. Angor frowned. That's for sure. The Savage was ordered from Floating Mech City by our organization, while this airship was purchased by a private company. Both the price and the channel are much worse. Following Dave's explanation, Angor finally understood the difference between the Savage and this airship. Most of the airships at the port of Windmill Town were privately owned. The owner of this airship was a level 3 apprentice who bought it to earn money from the ticket price. The airship was not fast, so it only traveled short distances. Dave pointed outside the window. Look at those people. Angor followed the direction and saw several people flying across the sky. Some were using spells to fly, while others were riding on vehicles. Angor could see someone riding a familiar across the vast land. Those who can fly by themselves, or those who have vehicles can go by themselves, Dave said. Dave sighed. I'll go to the resource distribution hall and buy a flying vehicle as well. It's not fast, but it'll take less than a day to travel from Brute Cavern to Midnight Sovereign. It's much faster than a train. Why don't you try to learn flying? Angor asked. David shook his head. There's too much to learn. It'll take me years to learn from scratch. Also, spells are expensive. Before I become a rank 3 apprentice, I don't plan on learning flight. But you don't have to buy a flying vehicle. You can make one yourself. If you keep working on that propeller flyer of yours, it can be used as a flying vehicle, right? At the mention of the helicarrier, David blushed. That's just a mechanical device. It can't carry people. Let's take our time to study it. He was planning to study flying vehicles as well, but it was only an idea for now. He would have to read Collected Alchemy for details. There were several types of engines in the book, but he did not know how to use them yet. I also want to study it slowly, but the Frost Moon passage leading to the periphery of the abyss will close in 3 months. I have to go there before it closes, so I have to buy a flying vehicle. They chatted for a while before Angor turned to David. I worked all night yesterday, so I haven't slept yet. I'm going to take a nap in my room. We'll talk later. David nodded. All right. I'm impressed that you can sleep in this kind of environment. Angor stepped on the trembling floor and returned to his room, feeling a little dizzy. When he returned to his cabin, he sighed and took Toby out of his pocket and placed it on his palm. Toby flapped its wings and used its beak to comb its curly feathers. "Where's your music box?" Angor rubbed the bird's rough feathers and asked when the bird was moaning in comfort. Angor clearly remembered that he did not see Toby's music box when he went to the attic this morning. In other words, Toby left with the music box. When Toby came back at noon, he did not bring the music box back. Angor thought it was strange, but he did not ask about it. Now that he was going to have a good talk with Toby, he finally asked about it. Toby froze at Angor's sudden question. Toby turned around and blinked innocently, as if saying, "I don't understand." Toby decided to play innocent. They were different species, after all. If Toby did not want to talk, Angor could not force it. Angor tried to be polite. "I have a goal in mind, so I've been working hard toward it every day. Meditation, alchemy, studying. My time is all taken up by these things. I even eat dried food every day. You'll get bored if you keep following me around." "I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry for what Lady Greya asked me to do." Since Greya was mentioned, Toby no longer pretended not to understand. Instead, it uttered a soft coo with longing in its voice. Angor learned from Expedition into Endless Plains that something happened to Greya in Haunt World. Angor had been keeping it a secret from Toby, so he always felt sorry for what he did to Toby. Just like how he did not get angry when Toby went back on his word this morning. This was also the reason why he did not feel bad about it. "That's why I let you go out and I won't stop you from making friends." Angor paused a little before continuing, "But I want to tell you that even if mortals are bound by morals and laws, there are still plenty of bad people and evildoers out there, not to mention the wizarding world where there are no such rules. Most supernaturals are greedy. Even if they did not do anything evil, they are not necessarily kind either. And they're all cunning people from the bottom of their hearts." Angor continued, "You learned the sequence of gravity, so I'm not worried about your safety. But I'm worried that you might be used by someone else." Toby kept its head lowered and did not say anything. "You don't know much about the complexity of the human world yet. When we get home, take me to your friends and I'll help you decide. What do you think?" Angor felt that his fatherly education was working, so he tried to cajole her gently. "You don't know much about the complexity of the human world yet." Angor waited for Toby's response with a gentle smile. After a while, Toby raised his head, but his eyes were still filled with innocence. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Seeing this, Angor groaned and collapsed on the bed in the resting room in frustration. "Ugh. If you don't want to listen to me, so be it. I gave you the music box, so you can do whatever you want with it. I don't care if you throw it away, give it away, or do something else. But remember, you need to be careful with everyone. Don't trust anyone. It's for your own protection." Hearing this, Toby waved his wings and chirped a few words. "You're saying you only lent it to someone else?" Angor understood Toby's gesture. Toby nodded and chirped again. "And your friends will give it back to you when you get back?" Toby nodded again. Angor did not say anything. He did not have much confidence in this. The music box was nothing special, but it was at least a work of art. Even Lady Mirror, who stood at the top of the supernatural world, praised it. Angor's music box must have some value in circulation. In the world of adepts, where personal interests were paramount, would someone return something of value to you after obtaining it? Angor did not expect that at all. But he did not point it out. He nodded to Toby. "Good. I spent a lot of effort on your music box." Still, Angor decided to buy some echo flowers when they reached Twilight Well. After Toby was taught a lesson by the coldness of reality, he would make a new music box for him. As far as he was concerned, Toby was his closest friend. It was a good thing that a music box could teach Toby about the reality of the wizarding world. No matter what, Angor would not burst the bubble of a fairy tale himself. He hoped Toby could grow up on his own. At least he would not fail Greya's trust. His talk with Toby worked a little, but it was still a failure. Angor was not worried though. Many things could only be learned by experiencing it for oneself. No matter how others talked about it, it was useless. Time passed, and 3 hours later, the airship finally arrived at its destination when the distant horizon was filled with red. Angor rested for a while, so he felt much better when he walked down from the airship. The airship landed in the middle of a slope that was about 30 degrees. There was a wide, flat area, and the airship landed in the center. Angor did not feel anything when he was on the airship. But as soon as he got off, he felt a chill. It was the middle of summer, but Parmajai Highlands were always cold. Judging from the white snow on the hillside, it was already a good day. At least there was no snow. Angor noticed some round bunkers on the flat area. There were also 2 dark caves near the mountain wall, which were connected by a railroad track. David and Prometheus came up at this moment. It'll only take half an hour to reach Midnight Sovereign by train. Let's wait for a while. The apprentice in charge of the airship talked to Midnight Sovereign's train station. We've already landed, so the train should be here soon. Not long after Prom's words, a puff of smoke came out of the cave. Along with the smoke came the sound of wheels turning and a long whistle that sounded like the sound of boiling water being poured over a lid. The wheels rumbled with a fixed frequency as they drove all the way to the unknown depths of the Earth's core. As the train moved forward, Angor could see several candles flickering on the walls of the dark tunnel. Half an hour later, the train arrived at a large underground world. Angor was shocked by the sheer size of the place. He was surrounded by forests, streams, and wild animals. He couldn't even see the end of the place. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have realized that he was underground. Angor stuck his head out of the train window and looked up. He couldn't see the top, but everything was as bright as day. There are some plants at the top that are connected to the ground. They absorb sunlight from the outside and send it to the core. At night, they can also absorb some light from the moon and stars, bathing the world in starlight, Prom said. Prom sighed. Due to the brutality of the underground races, the people in Darkaville Empire are fierce and violent. Criminals from all over the world gather here. But I have to admit that the wonders of this dimension are a gift from the heavens to the underground humans. Subterraneans were actually called subterraneans, one of the branches of the Homo species. They were also called humans, but they were different from the sapiens species. From the naked eye, the height of the sub-Asians was lower than that of the sapiens. Although there were sub-Asians that were more than 2 meters tall, the average height of the sub-Asians was generally lower than that of the sapiens and the Caribits. Just like the sapien species, subterraneans had different personalities. Some were kind, while others were evil. However, most of them were evil. Besides, there were few resources underground, so they had to fight for them. This was why they were so fierce. As soon as Angor got off the train, he saw how fierce these people were. Someone knew that there were supernaturals on the train, but he still dared to steal from an apprentice. When he was caught, the apprentice burned him into ashes with a fire spell. Of course, there were only a few mortals who dared to steal from supernaturals. Most of the mortals would have respectful expressions when they saw superhumans and avoid them from a distance. The train station was located at the northern outskirts of Midnight Sovereign. Angor could see the outline of the capital city of Darkaville Empire from afar. The city covered a large area with various buildings. Angor couldn't see the edge of the city. He briefly compared the capital of Midnight Sovereign with the cities in China back on Earth. Midnight Sovereign's infrastructure, population, and size were nothing compared to the first-tier cities in China. It was probably a second-tier city at best. Even so, it was still one of the few huge cities in the southern region. The smell of oil and smoke came and choked him. He covered his nose and frowned. Only then did he realize that someone was burning some sort of flammable, dirty gas in the steam boiler in the train station. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that a thick layer of black ash could be seen on the leaves of the plants in the suburbs. The air was also filled with a large amount of dust. Ever since Irong's railway was built into Midnight Sovereign, the air quality in the core has deteriorated. Mortal vehicles can only travel by polluting the air like this. I have to say, they're short-sighted. Prom saw Angor looking at the boiler and walked closer to explain. At least we have better transportation, which makes economic exchanges easier, said Angor. This is one of the few benefits. Prom pointed at the city in the distance. Let's go. We'll cause a commotion if we stay in mortal territory. Let's go to Twilight Well first. At least the air there is better than here. Before Angor could understand what commotion meant, he saw a group of men and women dressed like nobles rushing to the train station with several children in tow. They were sweating profusely and panting heavily. When the group of nobles saw those who were dressed in shining clothes, they pulled their children and knelt in front of them. Then, they knelt down themselves and muttered, "Sir, please accept my child. Look at how fair and tender this child is. He will definitely grow up to be a handsome young man in the future. It would be good even if he could be a constable." Angor finally understood. They were here to ask for a teacher. There were dozens of apprentices in the train, but apart from Prom, all of them were below level 2. They probably wouldn't be able to make a name for themselves. Besides, becoming a supernatural wasn't something that could be done by fate. It required talent. Mortals didn't understand this. They only hoped that their children could become wizards so that they could protect their families for several generations. No wonder wizards would hide their talents even when they were mortals. Otherwise, they wouldn't attract so much attention. Prom's luxurious clothes made him the target of the nobles' worship. When Prom saw the group of people running toward him, he sighed and patted his sleeves, preparing to deal with them. If he didn't want to spend more time with Angor, he would have come here on his flying vehicle instead of being surrounded by mortals. Based on Prom's personality, he would have sent these mortals flying dozens of meters away before they could even get close to him. However, Prom had learned from Dave that Angor was a gentle person who treated mortals with kindness. So, in order not to offend Angor, Prom decided to talk to these mortals casually. Prom was ready to act like a master and wait for the mortals to kneel. However, before they could get close, he heard a loud noise coming from a boiler nearby. Did the boiler explode? Prom was surprised. Everyone looked at the boiler, including the nobles. Layers of thick, white smoke rose from the boiler and covered the entire train station in a few seconds. Faint murmurs could be heard from the surroundings. This smoke is too big. Mortal things are trash. Yeah, let's get out of here. Wait, I can't see anything. Let me use a wind spell to disperse the smoke. Wait. That's not normal smoke. Wind can't move it at all. Prom frowned. Before he could figure out what was going on, he felt someone patting him on the back. With that, all the smoke in front of him disappeared. The white smoke, the loud noise, and the explosion were all fake. There was still some smoke in the air, but he could still see clearly. Angor, next time you want to use an illusion, you should tell me in advance. You scared me. Dave walked over. If you didn't pat me on the back, I would have run away already. Prom finally realized that it was Angor who patted him. That's an illusion? Prom didn't notice it at first. Now that he thought about it, he realized something was wrong. An explosion shouldn't cause so much smoke, and the smoke was dispersing too fast. There were clearly so many inconsistencies, so why didn't he see through it earlier? Prom looked at Angor in shock. A simple illusion. Just in case those nobles come after us again. Let's go. Angor gestured to Prom. Prom nodded. As they walked out of the train station, they heard people cursing and swearing on the platform. Something's wrong, this isn't real fog. This is an illusion, someone is using illusions. F*CK, who's fooling around, using illusions here. How do we break this illusion? Shouldn't it disappear when we see through it? Why is the smoke still here? David turned his head and saw a group of level 2 apprentices performing a mime on the train platform. His heart flashed with a trace of shock. Did he just use an illusion to trap so many people? And there were so many people who were stronger than Angor. Luckily, Angor was Dave's friend. Dave believed that Angor would end up in the same situation as the people on the platform. Even if he noticed something wrong, he would not be able to do anything. What about them, Angor? Dave pointed at the apprentices who were still dancing around the train station. Angor shrugged. My illusion only covers a small area. They just need to walk out. Or if one of them finds the illusion nodes and breaks them, the illusion will also disappear. Then what about the mortals? The magic I used only lasted for 5 minutes. They'll be fine after that, Angor said. Prom also praised Angor. Your illusions are amazing. If you climb the tower now, you won't need to rely on your alchemy weapons or Toby. Angor waved a hand. If I use too many illusions, people will be wary of me. Besides, I don't have enough firepower, so I need to rely on my alchemy weapons. While they were talking, Angor sensed that the illusion behind him was starting to crack. Someone found the nodes. Angor raised an eyebrow. He was planning to find out who found the illusion nodes so quickly. But on second thought, he realized that he would be in big trouble if someone found out that he was the one who released the illusion. Forget it. Let's go. Not long after they left, a group of apprentices with dusty faces rushed out of the building. Which son of a bitch did this? Let's fight. I'm not leaving until I'm done with you. No matter how much they yelled, the troublemaker was already far away. Behind them, a woman who was covered in leaves and branches spoke to someone beside her in a soft voice. That illusion is called melodious illusion. I think you learned that cantrip before. Yes, melodious illusion. However, the person who set up this illusion technique was far more brilliant than I was. They used some unknown method to mask our sense of dissonance. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't continue to manipulate our senses, it would have been very difficult for me to break this spell technique. The person who spoke was a sexy beauty who wore a lustrous veil and only used a purple silk cloth to wrap around her twin peaks and perky buttocks. I dare say that the illusion just now was definitely set up by a real illusionist. Furthermore, it was definitely someone with an extremely high talent. That kind of feeling where even one's subjective judgment was blinded isn't something that just anyone can do. Someone from the School of Illusions. If I remember correctly, there are quite a number of people from the School of Illusions in the mystical realm. I wonder who did it, the woman in the leafy dress said in a low voice. No blood. Looks like the nobles are too annoying. That's why they set up the illusion. That's good. Not only did it scare the mortals, but it also showed those young apprentices who were always spoiled by mortals. She leaned on her friend's shoulder and said, "Oh, my dear Lady Daiquise, didn't you say you found a rare treasure? Why don't you show it to me later?" Daiquise shook her head. Don't even think about it, Anna. I'm going to trade it for an intermediate white orchid potion. If I show it to you, you're going to steal it. Anna pouted. What kind of treasure is that? I can't even look at it. Midnight Sovereign was one of the most prosperous cities in the world. After entering the city, Angor realized that he had underestimated the intelligence of mortals. Unlike Gold's Pink City or any other city Angor had visited before, Midnight Sovereign had a lot of unimaginable things built in its small space. For example, the most common building element in Midnight Sovereign was the aerial staircase. On the narrow street, which was about 3 meters wide at most, there were iron and wooden buildings on both sides. The aerial staircase was the only thing connecting the two buildings. The aerial staircase was only a small part of the city. The streets of Midnight Sovereign were not wide, but almost every street had an aerial staircase, which was decorated with flowers and plants, which gave the city a sense of security. Back on Earth, Angor saw similar structures, such as skybridges. Brute Cavern also had similar structures, such as the aerial corridor. However, the staircase in Midnight Sovereign was different from the ones above because it was usually very short and not enough to be considered a bridge. On the narrow streets, it was just enough to connect two buildings. Therefore, the requirements for architects were not high, and the technical requirements were also very low. But no matter how low the technology was, if the entire city was filled with stairs in the air, it would become another kind of wonderful scenery. For example, in the documentary One Man, One City, there was a quaint cathedral in a modern city. Angor glanced at it, but he did not feel anything special about it in a city with diverse architectural designs. Later, he saw a movie about a small town in which the buildings were all dome-shaped Byzantine buildings. The domes, spires, and delicate walls were placed among the lush greenery. The unified style of the buildings gave Angor a sense of wonder. Midnight Sovereign was the same. The aerial staircase in Midnight Sovereign was nothing special, but when Angor looked around, he saw many other aerial staircases. They all had different styles and materials. From time to time, people would come out of the staircases with washed clothes and hang them on the railings. When the wind blew, the colorful clothes looked like colorful flags from afar. Angor's first impression of Midnight Sovereign was that it was a prosperous city full of life. It was beautiful from afar, but when he looked closer, he would often see the filth under the beautiful surface. Angor's good mood when he stepped into Midnight Sovereign turned sour when he saw the citizens fighting each other over trivial things for the umpteenth time. As expected of the ferocious subhumans, conflicts were happening all the time. Angor didn't care about the argument between civilians. He simply sighed in his mind and followed Prom to Twilight Well. Along the way, Angor saw many interesting things about Midnight Sovereign. The subhumans were the true rulers of Darkaville Empire. However, there were also many strange races in the underground world. Some of them were even born with talents. Angor saw many strange-looking races. Some of them had humanoid forms, such as lion heads, human bodies, pink dwarves who were half his height, and some had long tails and long bones. They're only humanoids. They're still different from real humans, Prom said. I heard there are humanoids in other planes as well. Do you know what's the difference between them and the humanoids? Angor asked. Prom considered for a moment. I don't know much about that. But there should be a difference. Humanoids in the wizarding world are still condemned by the supreme cult, but they can still learn wizardry in certain places. As for the humanoids of this world, they are absolutely forbidden from learning any magus arts. I also heard that creatures from other planes will be rejected by the world's consciousness. Is that true? Angor suddenly asked. It's true. I once saw a creature from another plane. Because it was rejected, its flesh and blood dried up like a dried corpse. It looked very terrifying. Then, is there any way to get rid of the power that's rejected by the world's consciousness? Angor acted as if he was just curious, but his heart skipped a beat. Last time, he did not ask Sunders about it because he missed the chance. Now that he finally had the chance, he hoped to get an answer. Angor had high hopes. He believed that Prom, who had been in the wizarding world for many years, should know something about it. However, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Prom didn't even think about the question. He answered without hesitation. I don't know. Why do you ask? Angor forced a smile. I'm just curious. Prom did not mind. There should be a way. But I think only wizards know about such secrets. Apprentices can't possibly know about them. Angor mumbled something and did not say anything else. On his way to Twilight Well, Angor passed by a quiet alley when he suddenly felt something loosening around his waist. He looked down and saw that his money pouch was gone. He looked around, but there was no one in the alley. What's wrong, Angor? Dave asked when he saw Angor's serious expression. My money pouch is gone. Dave suddenly yelled, my money pouch is gone too. David's face turned ashen in an instant. Angor's money pouch only contained a small amount of magic crystals and a single-use space capsule. The real money was in his bone card. The bone card was in his chest pocket, and Toby was stepping on it, so Angor did not panic. However, Dave put both his bone card and magic crystals in his money pouch, which meant he was done for. The thief is still here? Angor heard Dave's voice and quickly placed grease on the ground. As expected, Angor heard someone yelling, shit. It's a wizard. A series of black footprints appeared on the ground, revealing the thief's location. Before he could take the thief down, he saw Dave unleashing a glint of metal from his fingertip at the thief. The thief was still invisible, but the footprints on his feet were enough to reveal his location. Dave's spell should be able to hit him, Angor thought to himself. However, what he didn't expect was that when his attack reached the thief, it went right through him and didn't hit the thief. He has no physical body? Angor wondered. As Dave attacked, Prom made his move as well. A large area of effect frost turned the ground into a cold white color. The sudden drop in temperature and the ice shards on the ground forced the thief to stop. The footprints also slowed down. Prom's next attack arrived as well. Several ice blades sliced at the thief, but just like Dave's attack, they went right through the thief's invisible body but failed to hurt him. Illusory body? Prom frowned. No, that's a wizard spell. If he's a wizard, he can easily crush us. Dave almost burst into tears when he saw the thief was about to leave the range of frost. Angor reached out his right hand and snapped his fingers. With a crisp snap of his fingers, a blizzard illusion was created based on Prom's frost descent. Angor pulled Dave and Prom out of the illusion and pointed at the footprints in the distance. He's trapped. For a single attack, he seems to be able to dodge it in a state similar to illusory body. Look, when you attacked him just now, the oil print on the ground disappeared for a moment, but it reappeared in the next second. So that state won't last for too long. As long as you continue to attack him, you can hit him. Dave also noticed the footprints on the ground and tried to attack the thief with spells. Angor stopped him. Don't waste your mana. He won't be able to escape the illusion. He won't survive the frost on the ground. Just as Angor expected, he heard someone crying in a trembling voice. I'm sorry, Mr. Wizard. Please let me go. I'll give you back your money. Please, let me go. As the voice faded, 2 money pouches appeared on the ground. Angor grabbed them with Hand of Spell. Dave checked the pouches and sighed in relief after making sure everything was still there. However, the thief didn't show up. He kept begging them to stop the illusion and the frost in his trembling voice. The 3 of them ignored him. After about 5 minutes, a figure in a long robe suddenly appeared, and then fell to the ground as soon as he appeared. I think he's frozen, Angor said. You showed up? I'll kill you for stealing my money pouches. Dave rushed to the thief, grabbed his robe, and flipped him over. When he saw the thief's face, his hand froze in the air. Angor and Prom joined them at the same time. A kid? But he didn't sound like one. Angor noticed that the pale face of the thief was a little boy who looked much younger than Salim. Angor estimated that he was only 7 or 8 years old. Dave wanted to kill the thief, but he couldn't bring himself to do it when he saw that the thief was just a kid. Dave was a cunning and stingy person, but since Angor was willing to befriend him, they shared certain values. At least Dave had his own bottom line. For example, he really couldn't kill a kid. After dragging the thief for a while, Dave sighed and brought him out of the range of frost. Fine, we'll get the pouches back. Whether he lives or not is up to fate. Dave didn't kill him, but he wasn't going to save him either. He tossed the boy into a corner and left. Some kids are even scarier than adults, Prom suddenly said. Because they don't know what's right or wrong yet. They don't know what's good or evil. Their evil is pure evil without any distracting thoughts. Angor didn't really care about what was pure evil and what was mixed with complicated emotions. What mattered was whether the evil could affect him or not. Angor glanced at the kid in the corner and saw a strange pattern on his neck. He moved closer to take a closer look, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Angor noticed that the pattern was similar to the one on the masks of phantom servants. A phantom servant, Prom said. He's a shadow servant with a special ability. Prom pointed out the shadow servant's identity. Prom's expression turned strange. The shadow servants are a native race of the Darkaville Empire. They're born with abilities and are usually in a leadership position. How did this kid end up as a thief? No wonder the kid was able to dodge our attacks. He must have a natural ability similar to Phantasm Body, Prom said. That's awesome. If he becomes a wizard, he'll have a wizard-level spell, and it'll be an instantaneous spell that doesn't require a spell slot. Speaking of natural abilities, Angor couldn't help but think of someone else, Sleeping Dripping River. She was born with the talent of water metamorphosis, which allowed her to freely modify the properties of liquids. This talent was just as powerful as Phantasm Body, and it was much more versatile. The most important thing was that Dripping River was a genius and had limitless possibilities in the future. Let's go. Good thing we found the money bag. Or I'll kill him no matter what. Dave thought about how he felt when he lost the money bag and wanted to slap the kid. Prom considered and picked up the frozen phantom servant. It seemed he was going to take the boy away. David asked suspiciously, Master, are you taking him away? Prom nodded. A phantom servant is a natural-born wizard. Rather than letting him steal, I'd rather sell him to a wizard or keep him by my side. Either way, he'll live a better life than this. Prom was planning to dissect the boy when he had the ability to study the secrets of his natural ability. He could also extract the boy's blood and sell it for some magic crystals. Still, he wouldn't say it out loud. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on Angor. Angor did not object to Prom's explanation. He did find it strange, but Prom was right. It was better to be a wizard's servant than to steal from a wizard. The boy was still young, and there was still room for improvement. Angor was glad to see it happen. Prom picked up Phantom servant Xianxia, and the three of them continued their journey to Twilight Well. Not long after they left, a phantom servant who looked like a noble appeared with a group of grey-robed thugs. The noble phantom servant sniffed the air. That brat was here. Not far from here. The noble phantom servant suddenly sneezed. Ha 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 ha. Why do I feel something cold in my nose? A grey-clothed fighter walked up to the noble's shadow servant and said, "Young master, look down and you'll know." Ever since the noble shadow servant appeared, he had been holding his head up high with an arrogant look on his face. When he heard the servant's words, he lowered his head to take a look. Huh? Why is the ground covered in frost? This was an adept passing by. Oh no, the brat couldn't have been taken away by other adepts, could he? After the noble phantom servant exclaimed, he ordered the others to search for him, leaving only the grey-clothed fighter who had reported to him earlier. When only the two of them were left on the street, the noble shadow servant slapped the grey-clothed thug's face. Were you mocking me for being arrogant and condescending just now? The grey-clothed thug covered his cheek where the handprint had appeared. He felt wronged and said, "Young master, I didn't." The noble shadow servant snorted and turned around to leave. "I'll forgive you this time. If you do it again, I'll kill you." "Eldest young master, where are you going?" the grey-clothed thug asked. "Go back and report to father. This is related to the agreement with Lord Red Lotus. We have to take it seriously." The noble shadow servant's voice came from afar. "Eldest young master." The grey-clothed thug called again. The noble shadow servant turned around impatiently. "What is it? Are you done yet?" The grey-clothed thug gulped. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. The noble shadow servant humphed and continued walking. He only took a few steps before he fell to the ground. The grey-clothed thug muttered to himself, "I just wanted to remind you to look down. You're stepping on frozen ground." "Here we are," Prom pointed at the white wall in front of them. The place where they stopped was the end of a deserted street. On both sides of the street were piles of junk. Boxes were piled up so high that they almost disappeared into the air. Right in front of them was a white wall. Behind the wall was a square iron building that occupied a large area. "That's Twilight Well?" Angor pointed at the iron building. Dave shook his head. "The white wall is the entrance. Wizard markets are rarely open. Most of them are in alternate dimensions. As for the building behind the wall, I think it's a theater. The Enchanting Theater. It's a wonderful place." Prom added with a mysterious smile. "So that's the Enchanting Theater?" Angor's eyes widened a little. "The plays at the Enchanting Theater. TSK. They're so beautiful. You're not kids anymore. You should go watch them when you have time. But let's go to Twilight Well first. I can't wait to see if there's a long-range weapon that can deal with undead creatures." Prom walked to the white wall and said, "Just use your spirit feelers to touch the wall, and the entrance will appear." As he spoke, his body slowly melted into the white wall. This entrance seems to be an illusion, Angor thought to himself. He followed Dave and went into the white wall as well. As if walking through a water curtain, Angor found himself on a strange and lively street. The people on the street wore different clothes, but they all had one thing in common: they were all releasing faint mana ripples to warn others to stay away. The shops on both sides of the street were all wizard-related shops. On the left, there was a shop selling magic plants with a sign written in a language Angor didn't recognize. On the right, there was a shop called Mysterious Sundry, which was covered by a black cloth. On the other side, Angor saw a shop called Lady's Juice, which was a branch of bliss. Almost every shop flickered with the light of a mysterious magic array. Firstly, it could be used for protection, and secondly, it could attract attention. As Angor ventured deeper into the wizard market, He noticed that the layout of the buildings here was very similar to Midnight Sovereign's. The streets were all narrow and disorderly, and he couldn't see anything far away. He could only see the occasional smoke coming from kitchen chimneys. Every few steps, he would see a red pattern coming out of a well. Behind the pattern, there was also a strange light. According to Prom, the pattern was the symbol of Twilight Well. It was a branch of a large magic array that could monitor the entire wizard market. It was controlled by several wizard families from Twilight Well, and it was used to prevent people from causing trouble. Following Prom, they arrived at a group of buildings with a tree-shaped emblem. This is Brood Cavern's base. We can stay here for free with our bone cards. Of course, we can only stay in a regular room. If you pay, you can stay in a courtyard protected by a magic array, Prom said. Prom chuckled. I'm always here to pick up my goods, so I've rented a place here for a long time. Why don't you stay here for a few days? You don't have to go to another room. Angor considered for a moment and nodded. He wasn't going to stay here for long anyway. There was no need to reject Prom's offer. Prom's smile widened. I've been learning some alchemy knowledge lately. We can talk about it together. Angor's eyes brightened up. Synthesis and enchantment were two completely different branches. Prom wasn't interested in enchantment, but Angor was interested in synthesis. Prom's talk was actually Prom's way of teaching Angor a lesson. Of course, Angor wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Angor already knew why Prom was being so nice to him. Still, Angor wasn't against it. An exchange of benefits was much better than an emotional exchange. Besides, Prom once saved his life. Even if Prom did it for the sake of profit, Angor still appreciated his kindness. Prom's place wasn't big. It was about the same size as Angor's house in Apprentice Town. It also had 3 floors. However, there was a lot of space underground. Prom used it as a storage space for all kinds of materials. Most of them were low-level materials. The more expensive ones were all sent back to Brood Cavern by Prom. If only I had a space storage, I could take them all back. I don't have to run around every time. Prom sighed and turned to Angor. Take whatever you want. It'll lighten my burden. Then I'll help myself. Angor chuckled. Take whatever you want. You can take them all if you can. Prom waved his hand like a rich tycoon. I don't need anything else. I just want some echo flowers. Echo flowers were cheap materials, so Angor would not feel guilty if he just took them from them. Echo flowers? I don't have any of them here. Prom looked a little embarrassed. Echo flowers are rarely used. There's a limit to how much they can record. They can record normal sounds. But they can't be used to create sound attacks. Currently, echo flowers are mostly used in the production of communicators. Never mind then. I'll go outside later, Angor said. After settling everyone down, Prom left in a hurry to find a weapon to counter undead creatures. Angor planned to go out and buy some materials as well. But it was already too late. He didn't sleep well last night, nor did he rest well in the afternoon. He decided to go to bed early and look around tomorrow. Both Angor and Dave lived on the 2nd floor, opposite each other. When Angor returned to his room, he saw Dave taking care of the young phantom servant in the other room. You're such a sweet boy, aren't you? Angor leaned against the door and joked. Dave pulled a long face. It's not that I want to take care of him. Master asked me to keep an eye on him so that he won't freeze to death. Then just cover yourself and leave. Why are you still here? That phantom servant's ability is too strange. I'm afraid he'll run away as soon as he wakes up. I have to watch him. Dave had a bitter expression on his face. He was a dignified supernatural being. If he could not keep an eye on a mortal, it would be too embarrassing. I see. Let me set you free. Angor rubbed his hands together and walked into the room. He used a basic illusion spell to set up the room, which immediately caused the space inside to be inverted. Dave watched Angor set up the illusion, but he was still a little confused when the illusion took shape. He was standing on his feet, but he felt like he was looking at someone upside down. That's not a basic illusion, is it? It can't change one's vision, can it? I think I'm standing upside down too if my head isn't filled with blood, Dave exclaimed. It's a basic illusion, but it only slightly obscures the perception of space. This way, even if he wakes up and realizes that it's an illusion, he won't be able to leave the room if his sense of direction and distance is wrong, Angor explained. Obscures the perception of space? Are you sure this is a basic illusion? I don't know any basic illusions like this. Angor tapped his head with a finger and raised an eyebrow. Maybe I've learned a lot recently. I can use illusions in a lot of different ways. With that, Angor tried to remove the illusion, but Dave stopped him. Don't. I'll find a way out myself. I can't break Melodious' illusion, but a level 0 cantrip can't trap me. Dave puffed up his cheeks. Angor covered his mouth and yawned. Do whatever you want. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Many things happened during the night. Angor was a light sleeper. He only heard people yelling and shouting around his ears, as well as the sound of things being smashed. The next morning, Angor woke up in a daze. He planned to go back to sleep, but the loud screams woke him up. The noise came from the room next door, but it wasn't Dave's voice. It was the phantom servant boy. Angor yawned and saw Toby chirping beside his bed. To other people, Toby's voice was nothing but noise. Only Angor knew that Toby was singing City of Sky. However, the song was tone-deaf, which made it sound unappealing. Angor helped Toby change into a fisherman's outfit and patted its feathers. This is the wizard fair. There are many wizards here, so you better stay in this yard. Toby nodded. Angor rubbed his eyelids and went to wash up. 10 minutes later, Angor stood in front of the door of the room next door. The illusion he set up last night was still working, and the nodes were not destroyed. The phantom servant boy's screams came from inside. Good morning, Angor. Dave walked out of the room while yawning. Good morning. Angor felt a bit better after washing up, but he still looked tired. Dave sighed when he heard Toby's screams. It took me half an hour to get out of the illusion. Your basic illusion is amazing. If you didn't tell me about it, I wouldn't have been able to tell where I was. I had to close my eyes and recalculate the layout of the room in my mind space, and I found out that the door is above the inverted world. You can just blast a hole in the wall to get out. My illusion isn't that big. I'll just fix the wall when I get out. Angor didn't deny it. Dave was surprised. You're right. Why didn't I think of this yesterday? I even foolishly calculated for half a day. Did you find out who he is? Angor pointed at the phantom servant who was still screaming inside the room. Dave sighed. I should have killed him yesterday. He lied to me. Lied to you? Yes, he's not a child at all. Listen to his voice, he doesn't sound like a child at all. Dave said angrily. He woke up in the middle of the night last night and started to cry and howl. I didn't go in and asked him some basic information outside the door, but that guy didn't say a word. Later on, perhaps she was tortured by your illusion for a long time before she cried and made a fuss. The two chatted as they walked down the stairs. He might look like a 7 or 8-year-old, but he's actually already 18. Ever since he awakened his natural power at the age of 7, he hasn't grown up. He didn't mention his name, nor did he say why he went to steal. He only said that he was looking for someone. At this point, David became even angrier. If I had known that he was 18 years old, I would have. They went to the kitchen. While Dave was still complaining about being cheated, Angor began to prepare breakfast. While cutting the biscuits and pouring the milk, Angor's mind was racing. Dave said that the phantom servant the young phantom servant, never grew up after he awakened his natural power at the age of 7. This reminded Angor of something Sunders once said: sometimes, those who are born with natural talents are not favored by the gods. Dripping River's lethargy and the young phantom servant's stagnant growth seemed to confirm Sunders' words. Just like the unspoken rule of the wizarding world, the principle of equivalent exchange. Everything had to be balanced. Some kind of law in the dark was faithfully carrying out the law of balance. Whatever it gave, it would take something back. And it acted like an abyss great demon, who would force people to buy and sell. No wonder Sunders said that those who were born with natural talents were not always favored by the gods. If Angor was given an illusionary body and had to deprive him of all his physical growth, would he be willing to do so? Angor would never do that. His knowledge would increase as time passed, but physical growth was still a necessary process. As he grew up, his body would secrete hormones to help him evolve from the inside. The waves released by the brain, as well as the frequency it received, would change with the growth of one's body. It was a process of evolution. In Angor's eyes, the phantom servant was already 18 years old. However, due to his stagnant growth, many of his internal organs could not keep up, so his mental age was probably still around 10 years old. Crying at the slightest disagreement was just like a child's nature. Being a Peter Pan for his whole life gave him a natural talent. At least in Angor's opinion, it was a win-win deal. If they lived in a peaceful world, Peter Pan's naivety might be a reason for people to protect him. However, in the wizarding world where people ate people alive, no matter how talented you were, you could not survive the arrows of human nature. Not to mention, Peter Pan was living in Midnight Sovereign, a place filled with evil. After breakfast, neither of them mentioned the young phantom servant again. They both had their own things to do, and they did not have time to pay attention to other people. Angor planned to go out to buy some materials, while Dave went to the underground warehouse to collect some materials to bring back to Brute Cavern. They parted ways. Before leaving, Angor took Toby with him. Toby was still hiding in the warm chest pocket and only peeking its head out to observe the situation. Toby did not object to this arrangement. It could fly away whenever it wanted, but it rarely had the chance to stay so close to its young master. Toby enjoyed being in the warm embrace of the little master. Angor had just reached the entrance of the building with a tree symbol when he saw Prom walking toward him with a disappointed look. Prom did not return home last night. Judging from his expression, Angor did not find anything. Angor approached him and asked. As expected, Prom shook his head in disappointment. I visited all the alchemy shops in Twilight Well. I even went to several private meetings. Nothing. There are some weapons that can be used to attack the undead at close range, but none of them can be used for long-range attacks. Even if they can be used for close-range attacks, the effect isn't very good. Prom sighed. I guess I'll have to go to Twilight Auction tonight and see if there's anything I need. But I've given up hope. Don't worry. You'll find it. Even if Twilight Auction did not happen, Angor would still draw Prelude to Elimination. Thank you for your kind words. Prom smiled wryly. Are you going out to buy materials? Do you need me to go with you? Some of the alchemy shops are well hidden. You'll need someone to show you the way. Also, you can find a lot of rare materials there. But when he saw Prom's tired face, he waved a hand and said, I'm only going to buy low-tier materials like echo flowers. I won't buy anything too rare. If I spend too much money today, I won't be able to find anything I want at the auction tonight. You're right. Keep the magic crystals for now. I'll show you the way tomorrow after the auction. Prom chuckled. If you need a lot of materials, you can hire mortals from Midnight Sovereign to help you carry them. Twilight Well allows mortals to come in. As long as they're guided by a guide, they can come in. Once they leave, they'll forget everything that happened here. At most, they'll have a vague impression of what happened here. The power of wizards is everywhere. He bade farewell to Prom and walked into the dark street. Prom watched Angor's back from afar until he was out of sight. In the center of Midnight Sovereign, in a noble's mansion near the palace, where the nobles lived. The proud young man walked in with his head held high. The elderly long-armed race's butler led him to the study room. Why are you here? Did you find Hobbiton? There was a middle-aged man from the shadow servant race sitting in the study. If one looked closely, they would find that he looked very similar to the young man with his head held high. Father, I smelled Hobbiton in a small alley, but it seems like he was taken away by a wizard. The young man lowered his head while talking to his father. Sir Magus? Tell me in detail, the middle-aged shadow servant said. The young man explained what he saw. The servant considered for a moment. The ground you saw was covered in ice. It must be frost. You don't know much about the wizarding world. That person isn't a wizard. He's just an apprentice. There aren't many wizards in the world. But even if he's an apprentice, we can't afford to offend him, the young man said. The servant sighed. We can't afford to offend an apprentice, but we can't afford to offend a wizard either. Lady Lotus wants Hobbiton, and we have to bring him to her. Otherwise, she'll burn down the entire city. He had to choose the lesser of two evils. This was the only choice the middle-aged shadow servant had to make. This was the tragedy of mortals, and of all shadow servants. Keep looking for clues about Hobbiton. Lady Lotus will be here in half a month. I'll let her know then, the middle-aged shadow servant said. The middle-aged shadow servant had a bitter expression. I hope that Lord Red Lotus can spare us on account of the fact that we used to serve our clansmen. Angor returned to Midnight Sovereign by following the same path he took yesterday. According to Prom, as long as you paid enough money, everyone in Midnight Sovereign would be willing to work for you, regardless of age or gender. Angor looked around and didn't see anyone. He could only hear people talking on the other side of the wall. Angor remembered that was the Enchanting Theater. Phantom of Feast was one of the repertoire of the Seductive Theater. Angor already knew that the show was going to be a good one, but he still wanted to watch it. Lady Mirror kept urging him to come, probably because she wanted to tease him, but there was also a part of her true intentions. Angor covered his mouth and cleared his throat. Then, I'll go with the spirit of learning. After making up his mind, Angor jumped over the wall using a box nearby. As soon as he landed, he saw groups of people rushing toward the front gate of the theater. Angor tidied up his clothes and followed the crowd. Angor was dressed like a typical gentleman. From his collar to his sleeves, from his nails to his eyebrows, everything was clean and tidy. He looked like a well-educated young master of a noble family. His attire made him stand out in the crowd of ordinary people who were covered in dirt. In other places, people would probably stay away from him to avoid trouble. But where was he? The capital of Darkaville Empire. The famous Midnight Sovereign. Whether it was the fierce subhumans or the criminals who escaped from other countries, they all changed the morals and customs of Midnight Sovereign to another extreme. Angor walked among the crowd. Not only did people not move aside, but they also kept trying to get closer to Angor. The theater was only 100 meters away from the wall where Angor landed. Angor quickly chased away several groups of thugs who tried to steal something. These thugs were not stupid. They smiled at Angor apologetically and backed away. Using his spirit feelers, Angor saw one of the thugs talking to a young woman behind a big tree with a bitter expression. After being chased away by Angor, several more groups of thugs came to the woman and reported to her. Without a doubt, this woman was the leader of the thugs. The women of Midnight Sovereign were not to be underestimated. Angor was wondering why only men came to steal money. It turned out that the women were all plotting behind the scenes. The entrance of Seductive Theater was crowded with people, blocking Angor's view. Before he could use his spirit feelers to see what was going on, a gentle voice came from behind. Young master, do you want to see the Phantom of the Feast tomorrow night? There's a Phantom of Feast tomorrow night? He turned around and saw the man talking to him was the leader of the thugs from before. Just now, he couldn't see clearly with his spiritual tentacles, but when he looked closely, he didn't say that this gangster leader was quite beautiful. Orange wavy hair, a petite face, gentle brown eyes, and a hot bra and hot pants. She was definitely a sexy stunner. As soon as he saw the woman, he recalled John's words. You're a beautiful woman, but why did you become a thief? He would never believe that such a beautiful woman was the leader of the bandits if he did not observe her carefully. That's right. You don't look like you're from Midnight Sovereign. The beauty smiled seductively. The Phantom of the Feast is a repertoire of the Meixiang Theater. It's only performed twice a year, at the middle and end of the year. Look, there are so many people here. They're all here to buy tickets. Angor nodded. This was exactly the same as the Twilight auction. Maybe this was how the show was arranged. Angor sensed the faint mana ripples coming from many people in the crowd. I see. Angor nodded in a serious manner. Young master, do you want to see the Phantom of the Feast? The beauty moved her finger in a circle and tried to touch Angor's chest. Angor frowned. He sensed a fierce aura coming from Toby's body. If he let this woman touch him, he would probably become a cripple for the rest of his life. Angor dodged the woman's hand and said, "Yes, I do want to watch." The beauty's eyes narrowed. "It's not good to watch this drama alone. Why don't I accompany you? I guarantee that this drama will be more exciting." Angor pretended to be innocent. "Who are you? Why do you want to watch it with me?" "Young master, you're so handsome, so I want to get closer to you." The beauty winked at Angor. "By the way, I'm Ananda, the daughter of the city guard captain." "Don't worry, I'm lying to you." Angor didn't say anything. He didn't believe the woman's words. She probably wanted to steal from him as well. "Young master, did you come to Midnight Sovereign alone? How about I become the local guard and show you the beautiful scenery of Midnight Sovereign?" Seeing that Angor didn't say anything, Ananda reached out her hand again and tried to grab Angor's left arm. At the same time, Angor sensed with his spirit feelers that a hoodlum was approaching him from behind. The hoodlum kept staring at the money pouch hanging on Angor's right waist. "So, they're here to distract us," Angor muttered to himself. Why were there so many hoodlums eyeing his money pouch ever since he came to Midnight Sovereign? It was one thing if they didn't work hard, but did all the people in Midnight Sovereign like to steal? Before the hoodlum could get close, Angor reached out an invisible hand of spell and grabbed his ankle. Ouch! The hoodlum tripped and fell to the ground. Angor turned around in surprise and tried to get rid of Ananda's hand. But to his surprise, Ananda's grip was too strong. He couldn't get rid of her hand. At this time, Ananda also saw the embarrassing appearance of her subordinate. She secretly gritted her teeth and angrily glared at that person. Angor was surprised by Ananda's strength. His eyes lit up as he smiled at Ananda. "There's no need to be a local security guard. I just want to buy something. Since you're so strong, why don't you work as my porter?" Ananda didn't know what to say. What did she just hear? How could a man ask a woman to be his porter when he went shopping? "You've lost your mind," Ananda was about to mock him when Angor took out 2 gold coins from his pouch. "Of course, I'll pay you." Ananda's eyes lit up when she saw the shiny coins. She quickly nodded and changed her mind. "No problem. Leave it to me. It's just carrying something. Let me tell you, I'm called Ananda, the strong lady in Midnight Sovereign. You don't have to carry anything. Just rent a cart and follow me." Angor nodded and pointed at a tree nearby. "Then you can wait for me behind that tree." Ananda looked at the tree and frowned. She had been hiding behind that tree all this time. It's fine. I'll stay here with the young master." Ananda hesitated. She remembered that the hoodlum climbed over the wall. She kept an eye on him all the way, so he shouldn't have seen her. It must be a coincidence, unless he had eyes on the back of his head. Angor kept smiling. "All right, I'll stay here with you. Tell your men to buy me a ticket." Angor took out 2 gold coins and tossed them to the hoodlum whose nose was bleeding from the fall. The hoodlum looked at him blankly and asked Ananda to move forward. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Ananda gulped. "You're not qualified to be a hoodlum leader. I already told you what to do. Shouldn't you try to fight me, then I'll teach you a lesson so that you'll listen to me? You didn't follow the script. What a bummer." Angor looked at the hoodlum who was still in a daze and sighed. "If you don't line up now, I'll get mad when you can't get a ticket." With that, Angor used Hand of Spell to pick up the hoodlum and threw him to the front of the crowd. Angor purposely avoided the supernaturals who had mana ripples and let the hoodlum land in a relatively empty spot. Still, the energy ripples caused by Hand of Spell still attracted the attention of many supernaturals. Surprisingly, none of them showed any hostility toward Angor. Instead, they all looked at Angor with a knowing smile and gave him a perverted look. A middle-aged female apprentice winked at Angor and sent him a voice transmission. "Hey, mister. How about we sit together tomorrow night and discuss the plot?" Angor didn't know how to use voice transmission yet, so he could only wave a hand awkwardly at the female apprentice, who rolled her eyes at him. Are you a wizard?" Ananda's mind raced when she saw her subordinate being knocked away by Angor's attack. She stared at Angor in utter shock. Angor nodded and turned around. "Let's go. I'll go buy something after your men buy the tickets." "Sorry to trouble you then." Angkor thought Ananda would restrain herself a little after knowing who he was. But he was wrong. Ananda did stop showing off her flirtatious side. She kept whispering in his ear, "Sir, can I become a wizard, sir? What's the requirement to become a wizard, sir? Can you be my teacher if I warm your bed, sir? Can you become my teacher if I warm your bed?" In the end, Angkor had no choice but to say, "Shut up. One more word and I'll kill you." Ananda stopped talking and looked at Angkor with an innocent look. From the moment she bought the tickets to Phantom of the Feast to the moment she entered Twilight Well again, Ananda did not say a word even though her eyes were wide open in surprise. Finally, Angkor had some peace and quiet. He noticed that Ananda didn't say anything, but she seemed to be trying her best to remember every detail of what happened inside Twilight Well. Unfortunately, her memory would be erased when they left. With the help of the workers, Angkor began to take Ananda on a quest. Angkor started buying basic materials according to his needs. Echo flower, magic lily of the valley, pale moonshine, moon-gazing scorpion's back, silk bear butterfly scale powder. Some of them were necessary for Angkor, while others he bought on a whim after seeing their effects. Angkor bought a cart full of basic materials in one shop. About half a day later, Angkor's shopping cart was fully filled. There were all kinds of odd-looking materials, including plants and minerals, as well as things in bottles and jars. Ananda had been pushing the cart. She thought Angkor would stop here when she saw the cart was full. But she was shocked when she saw what Angkor did next. Angkor took out a strange capsule and opened it. All the materials were sucked inside. "All right, let's keep going." Angkor spoke in high spirits. Ananda was puzzled. "Is that a space artifact? Why didn't you use it from the start?" He planned his purchases carefully. From music box crafting, weapons crafting, energy stabilizers, materials for space storage, and so on, he bought every material he saw. At first, some of the shop assistants wondered what Angkor was going to do with the materials. But when they realized that Angkor was buying everything, they gave up the idea. By lunchtime, Angkor had filled up 5 single-use space capsules. Since he bought a lot of useful and cheap alchemy materials, Angkor was in a good mood. During lunch, he answered several of Ananda's questions without hesitation. The most important one was about how to become a wizard. Angkor went straight to the point. To become a wizard, you need to have talent. Angkor did not know what talent was. He only said that a person with a spiritual power value above 10 would have the chance to become a talent. "Then do I have the talent?" Ananda hurriedly asked. Angkor shook his head. Seeing this, Ananda's face was filled with despair. "I don't know. My level is too low, so I can't see your spiritual power value directly. I don't have anything to measure it with me either, so I can't help you." So that was what Angkor meant. Ananda felt a bit of hope again. When Angkor was about to finish his meal, Ananda asked another question. She suddenly realized something and asked it out of nowhere. "So you can't become a talent if you don't have talent?" Ananda was glad that she didn't ask that question. Is it true that you can't become a talent without talent? Other apprentices would probably just nod and answer her question. However, Angkor had the potion of austere night in his soundproof room. He planned to give it to his brother. Besides, the mysterious wall in the nightmare realm could also increase one's spiritual power. Angkor misunderstood that there were many ways to increase one's spiritual power, so he did not give a half-hearted answer. "Not really. If you're lucky and find a way to increase your spiritual power value above 10, you can become a talent. For example, the potion of austere night can directly increase your spiritual power limit by 2 points. Ananda memorized Angkor's words in her mind. She even dipped her finger into the oil on the table and wrote potion of austere night on her clothes so that she would not forget. Angkor did not try to stop her. In the afternoon, Angkor continued shopping with Ananda. He already bought all the materials he needed to make the illusion music box and the energy stabilizer. However, he still lacked 3 auxiliary materials for space storage. They were the stone core of white dense stone, plain corrosion fragment, and plain breeding fragment. According to Material Synthesis and Illustrated Handbook of Alchemy Materials, these 3 materials were not rare. White dense stones were a material that could be found everywhere in vacuum plane. They were like weeds and flowers in the world of adepts. They could be found everywhere in vacuum plane. Plain dark erosion shards and plain chaos shards were materials with dark and chaos attributes found in plane passageways. Not only could they be found in large quantities in plane passageways, but they could also be planted in plane passageways by wizards. Therefore, although the price was slightly more expensive, it was still a common material. However, Angor could not find any of these materials anywhere he looked. When the sun went down, Angor thought to himself, maybe I'll have to go to those hidden alchemy shops mentioned by Prom. Since he couldn't buy these materials for the time being, the twilight auction was about to begin. With that in mind, he decided to rest for now and discuss with Prom about this matter. He bought a lot of materials during the day. Of the 10 space capsules he brought out, he only had one left. He was worried that he might not have enough space, so he decided to keep the last capsule for now. As for the materials on the cart, he would put them in Prom's villa and come back when he left Twilight Well. He asked Ananda to push the cart while he led the way. Ananda lived up to her title of Lady of Strength. She was exhausted, but she still had plenty of energy left. She could easily push the cart that weighed 100 kilograms. Prom noticed Angor as soon as he arrived at the courtyard. He came out from the gatehouse and glanced at Ananda to make sure she was just a mortal. You got a lot today, Angor. You can't even fit a single-use space capsule, can you? I used 9, and only 1 is left. I'm worried that it won't be enough, so I asked her to help me. Angor planned to ask Prom about the 3 materials, so he told Ananda, put this flower in my room. It's on the green doorknob on the 2nd floor. As for the rest, put them in the underground storage. The flower was a special type of magic plant that needed to be soothed with spirit power every few hours. Angor had to put it in his room. While Ananda was busy, Angor approached Prom and asked about the 3 materials he needed to make a space storage. Oh, these 3 materials. You want to refine a single-use space capsule yourself? Prom gave Angor a puzzled look. The 3 materials were auxiliary materials for single-use space capsules. Without gray space microbes as the main material, one would need the help of a space-manipulating wizard. Angor chuckled but didn't answer. Space capsules were rare and difficult to make. Angor didn't want to talk about them before he succeeded. Prom didn't hide his doubts. They're quite common, but it won't be easy for you to find them. They're mainly sold to wizards, and the alchemy shops that sell them are usually very secretive. They'll be more expensive than you think. As long as they weren't too expensive, Angor could accept them. Angor nodded. Thank you very much. They chatted for a while longer. Suddenly, they heard someone screaming from the 2nd floor. Let go of Ananda. Come at me if you want. Why are you doing this to Ananda? Hobbiton? Why are you here? It was Ananda's surprised voice. Prom and Angor exchanged a glance. Prom chuckled. I was going to use a spell to get the kid to talk, but I didn't expect your random slave to know him. What a coincidence. Angor didn't expect Ananda to know the young phantom servant. However, when he thought about Ananda's identity as a gang leader, in terms of profession, she complimented this shadow servant thief, so it was reasonable for them to be familiar with each other. Let's go and have a look. From Dave's explanation, Angor learned that the young phantom servant used some unknown method to break the illusion and tried to sneak away. Even Dave didn't notice that the person in the next room was already gone. When Ananda went upstairs to release the flower for Angor, the young phantom servant recognized Ananda and screamed, which alerted Dave. Angor shook his head after hearing the whole story. So his mind was affected by the fact that his body stopped growing. Shouldn't he try to hide when he escaped? Even if they met a friend, it would be fine to talk to them in a low voice. With such a scream, not only did it expose his location, but it also exposed his relationship with Ananda. Poor IQ. Is a phantom servant really suitable to be a wizard's servant? Angor thought about Butler Good. Butler Good was always elegant and graceful, which was typical of a wizard's servant. Angor went upstairs and saw the young phantom servant complaining to Ananda about how he was imprisoned. Angor chuckled. Angor chuckled and quietly set up an illusion on the corridor on the 2nd floor. He then changed the position of the exit and the window. Then, he calmly listened to the conversation between the two of them. Angor didn't get much useful information from their conversation, but he did know who the young phantom servant was. Hobbiton wasn't a thief as Angor thought. He was the son of Duke Tepiku, the most powerful man in Darkaville Empire. Hobbiton didn't explain how a duke's son ended up as a petty thief. Instead, he tearfully complained to Ananda about some unimportant things, such as how nervous he was when he was locked in the secret room, how scary it was when the illusion was turned upside down, and how his legs trembled so much that he couldn't even stand. Then, he hugged Ananda tightly and buried his face in Ananda's chest, rubbing his face against it. Still a pervert. Angor shook his head. As long as he knew who Hobbiton was, he could take his time to find out more information. The pleasant conversation ended here. Prom stepped forward and pulled Ananda away. He then looked at the angry Hobbiton. How dare you run away? Did you not learn your lesson? Prom reached out a hand to grab Hobbiton. Hobbiton screamed and used Phantasm to vanish from Prom's sight. Next, Hobbiton turned invisible and tried to run down the stairs. But it was too late. The staircase he saw was only an illusion. Hobbiton's nose turned red, his eyes turned red, his mouth foamed, and he fainted on the ground. Seeing this, Angor chuckled. Ananda rushed to Hobbiton's side, looking worried. She helped him up. Sir, Hobbiton is just a kid. Please let him go. Ananda looked at Angor with a pleading look. Among the three, Ananda was only familiar with Angor, so he was the only one she could ask for help from. Kid? Don't you know he's already an adult? David had the urge to go on a rampage when he mentioned this. I know. He was born in the same year as me. We were good friends when we were kids. But ever since he awakened his power at 7, Duke Tepiku has been keeping him at home all the time. He's just a kid, so please don't do anything to him. He's a poor kid, Ananda said. Do something to him? We wouldn't do anything to him if he didn't steal from us. David yelled. How dare he violate the dignity of wizards? We're already being merciful by not killing him. Angor really wanted to retort. Dignity of wizards? Since when did you become a wizard? But then again, this was the time to establish David's prestige, so it was better not to say anything. Ananda looked a little embarrassed when she heard that Hobbiton was caught for stealing money. Actually, I was the one who taught Hobbiton how to steal things. If you want to arrest someone, just arrest me. Let Hobbiton go. Ananda's mind was shaking when she said those words. Forget about capturing you. Tell me about Hobbiton. If you can tell us everything, we'll consider letting him go. Angor thought that Hobbiton, as a thief, could become Prom's servant. But if Hobbiton still had family members, Angor would change his mind. But before that, he still needed to ask for Prom's permission, so he gave Prom a quick glance before speaking. Prom only smiled and signaled Angor to handle it himself. Prom believed that Hobbiton was valuable, but Hobbiton's value was nothing compared to Angor. The opera Phantom of Feast was one of the repertoire of the Enchanting Theatre. Angor already knew that the content of the opera would be quite taboo, but he still wanted to watch it. Lady Mirror kept trying to get him to come. She was probably trying to make fun of him, but there was also a part of her true intention. Angor covered his mouth and coughed. Well, I guess I'll go with the spirit of learning. Having made up his mind, he climbed over the wall with the help of a nearby crate. As soon as he landed, he saw a large group of people heading toward the entrance of the Enchanting Theatre. He tidied up the wrinkles on his clothes and joined the crowd. Angor was dressed like a typical gentleman. From his shirt to his sleeves, from his fingernails to his eyebrows, everything looked clean and tidy. He looked like a well-educated young master of a noble family. He stood out from the crowd of ordinary people who were covered in dirt and dirt. If he was in any other place, the people would probably step aside to avoid trouble. But where was this place? The capital city of Darkaville Empire. It was the famous Midnight Demon. Whether it was the ferocious Asians or the fugitives from different countries, they all pushed the morals and customs of Midnight Sovereign to the extreme. Angor walked in the crowd. Not only did the people not move away from him, some of them even tried to get closer to him. The distance between the wall and the Enchanting Theatre was only about 100 meters. Angor had already chased away several groups of thugs who tried to steal his money. These thugs were quite shameless, so they smiled apologetically at Angor and backed away while apologizing. Next, he used his spirit feelers to observe that the thug was talking to a young woman behind a tree with a bitter expression after leaving the place. After several groups of thugs were chased away by Angor, they all went to report to the woman. There was no doubt that this woman was the leader of the gangsters. Women in Midnight Sovereign were not to be underestimated. Angor was wondering why only men came to steal money. So it turned out that all the women were scheming behind the scenes. The entrance of the enchanting theater was crowded with people, blocking Angor's view. Before he could use his spirit feelers to see what was going on, he heard a gentle voice from behind. "Young master, do you want to see the glamorous dance of the grand feast tomorrow night? Is there glamour of the grand banquet tomorrow night?" He turned around and saw that the person talking to him was the leader of the thugs from before. Just now, when he used his spiritual power tentacles, he couldn't see it clearly. Looking closely, this gangster leader was quite good-looking. She had orange wavy hair, a small and delicate face, soft brown eyes, and a hot bra and pants. She was definitely a sexy stunner. The first thing he thought of when he saw the woman was John's words, "You are a beautiful woman, yet you choose to be a thief." He would never believe that such a beautiful woman was the leader of the bandits if he didn't observe her carefully. That's right. It looks like the young master isn't from Midnight Sovereign. The beautiful woman smiled seductively. The Enchanted Feast dance is a repertoire of the Enchanting Fragrance Theater. It is only performed twice a year, at the middle and end of the year. There are so many people here. They're all here to buy tickets. Angor nodded. That was the same as the Twilight auction every year. Maybe the theater was arranged according to that. Angor could sense that many people in the crowd were releasing faint mana ripples. Angor nodded. I see. Young master, do you want to see the glamorous dance of the grand feast dance? The beautiful woman circled her finger and tried to touch Angor's chest. Angor frowned. He sensed a murderous aura coming from Toby's chest. If he let the woman touch him, she would become a cripple for life. Angor dodged the woman's hand and said, "Yes, I'm interested." The beautiful woman narrowed her eyes. "You can't watch this drama alone. Why don't you let me accompany you? I guarantee that you'll be able to watch this drama even more exciting." Angor feigned an innocent look. "Who are you? Why do you want to accompany me?" "I just want to get closer to you because you're so handsome, young master." The woman winked at Angor. "By the way, my name is Ananda. I'm the daughter of the captain of the city defense team. Don't worry, I'll lie to you." Angor didn't say anything. He didn't believe the woman's words at all. She probably wanted to steal his money as well. "Young master, did you come to Midnight Sovereign alone? How about I accompany you and show you the beautiful scenery of Midnight Sovereign?" Seeing that Angor didn't say anything, Ananda reached out her hand again and tried to hold Angor's left arm. At the same time, Angor used his spirit feelers to sense that a thug was quietly approaching him from behind, staring at the money pouch hanging on his waist. So they're working together to create a diversion, huh? Angor wondered why so many people were eyeing his money pouch ever since he came to Midnight Sovereign. It was one thing for them not to work hard, but was everyone in Midnight Sovereign a pickpocket? Before the thug could get close, Angor reached out an invisible hand of magic and grabbed the thug's ankle. Ouch! The thug screamed and fell to the ground. He turned around in surprise and tried to shake off Ananda's hand. But to his surprise, Ananda's grip was so strong that he couldn't shake it off. Ananda also saw how her subordinate fell on his face. She gritted her teeth and glared at the thug. Angor was surprised by Ananda's strength. Then he brightened up and smiled at Ananda. "I don't need local insurance. I just want to buy something. You're pretty strong. How about you work as my porter?" Ananda's eyes lit up when she saw Ananda's strength. Ananda froze. What did she just hear? A man shopping and asking a woman to be his porter? You're crazy. Ananda was about to say something when Angor took out 2 gold coins from his pouch. Of course. I'll pay you. Ananda's eyes lit up when she saw the 2 shiny coins. She quickly nodded and said, "No problem. I'll take care of it. I'm just carrying stuff. I'm telling you, I'm known as Ananda the strong woman in Midnight Sovereign. You don't need to do that. Just rent a cart and follow me. Angor nodded and pointed at a tree not far away. Wait for me behind that tree. Ananda's expression changed when she saw the tree. She had been hiding behind that tree all along. It's fine. I'll stay here with the young master. Ananda hesitated. She remembered that the man came from behind the wall. She had been watching him all the way, so he shouldn't have seen her. Unless he had eyes on the back of his head. Angor smiled again. Fine. I'll stay with you. Ask your men to buy me a ticket. With that, he took out 2 gold coins and tossed them to the thug who was bleeding from his nose. The thug stared at him blankly as Angor asked Ananda to move forward. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Ananda gulped. You're not qualified to be a gangster leader. I've already laid my cards on the table. Don't tell me you're not supposed to fight and kill me, and then I'll teach you a lesson before you'll listen to me obediently? You didn't follow the script. What a disappointment. Angor shook his head and sighed at the thug who was still in a daze. If you don't get in line, I'll get mad if you can't get a ticket. Angor used Hand of Spell to pick the thug up and tossed him to the front of the crowd. Angor purposely avoided the supernatural with mana ripples and placed the thug in a relatively empty spot. However, the ripples caused by Angor's Hand of Spell still attracted the attention of many supernaturals. Surprisingly, none of them were hostile toward Angor. Instead, they gave him a tacit look and smiled at him in a perverted manner. A middle-aged female apprentice winked at Angor and sent him a voice transmission. Mister, how about we sit together tomorrow night and discuss the plot? Angor had not learned voice transmission yet, so he could only wave his hand at the apprentice awkwardly. She rolled her eyes at him. Why, you're a wizard? Ananda stared at Angor in astonishment when she saw her hand being knocked away without Angor doing anything. She did not expect Angor to do anything at all. Angor nodded and turned around. Let's go. I'll go buy my stuff after your man buys the ticket. I'll be counting on you then. He thought Ananda would behave a little better after knowing who he was. But he was wrong. Ananda's flirtatious side was gone. Instead, she kept whispering to him, Sir, can I become a wizard? Sir, what's the condition? Sir, can you be my teacher if I warm your bed? Sir, can you be my teacher? Sir, can I warm your bed? Shut up. Say one more word and I'll kill you. Ananda shut her mouth and looked at Angor with an innocent look. From the moment she bought the tickets to Phantom of the Feast to the moment she re-entered Twilight Well, Ananda didn't say a word even though her eyes were wide open. Finally, Angor felt a little more peaceful. However, Angor noticed that Ananda did not say anything. Instead, she was trying her best to remember every detail of her trip. Unfortunately, her memory would be erased when she left. With that, Angor began to lead Ananda on expeditions. Angor first bought some basic materials according to his needs. Echo flower, demonic bell orchid, moonlight flower, scorpion flower, silk bear butterfly scale powder. Some of them were things he needed, while others were things he bought after seeing their effects. He went into one shop and bought a small cart full of basic materials. About half a day later, Angor's cart was filled with materials of various shapes and sizes. There were plants, minerals, bottles, and jars. Ananda had been pulling the cart. When she saw that the cart was full, she thought Angor was going to stop here. The next second, Ananda was stunned. Angor took out a strange capsule and opened it. All the materials were sucked into it. All right, let's continue. Angor said in high spirits. Ananda, on the other hand, was confused. Was this a spatial artifact? Why didn't you use it right from the start? Everything he bought was carefully planned. From making music boxes, weapons, energy stabilizers, auxiliary materials for space storage equipment, and so on, Angor bought everything that was related to the materials available in every shop. At first, some workers in alchemy shops wondered what Angor was going to do with the materials. But when they saw that Angor bought everything, they gave up. A moment later, he learned more about Hobbiton from Ananda. At first, Angor thought that Hobbiton was not treated well at home. Like most noble families, Hobbiton must have been a punching bag for the Duke family to vent his anger. That was why he ran away from the Duke family and became a thief. But he was wrong. The Hobbitons that Ananda mentioned were a family of peace and friendship. They were definitely the best among the nobles. Hobbiton was not an only child, but his elder brother did not turn against him. Hobbiton was still loved by his family. There was one thing that Ananda did not mention clearly. Ever since Hobbiton turned 7, Duke Tipiku forbade Hobbiton from leaving the house. It seemed like a strict rule, but Tipiku never forbade anyone from visiting Hobbiton. That was strange. Not allowing Hobbiton to leave the house, but allowing outsiders to see him? Why only half of it? The Duke family gave Hobbiton a way to see the outside world, but did not allow Hobbiton to interact with the outside world. Hobbiton was grounded for 10 years, and we thought there must be something behind it. But every time I went to see Hobbiton, I didn't find anything. Duke Tipiku was very kind to me. Apart from not allowing me to bring Hobbiton outside, the Duke would fulfill all my requests. He's much better than my father. Ananda paused. She still looked worried. Because of this, Hobbiton is almost 18 years old, but he hasn't seen the outside world for a long time. His mind and knowledge are similar to a 7-year-old child. In fact, he's still a child on the inside. Please forgive him. Angor didn't ask if he would forgive Ananda. Instead, he was curious about the strange family structure. Dave suddenly pointed at the clock on the wall. Angor, 8 o'clock in half an hour. The auction is about to start. Angor looked at Ananda and said, "Take care of Hobbiton for now. We'll talk about the rest when we get back." With that, he left the house with Prom and Dave. On their way back to the auction house, Dave asked in confusion, "Will the kid run away if we leave them here?" "It's fine. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. If I had known earlier, I would have beaten him up first. If he runs away, where am I going to beat him up?" David was still angry about the stolen purse. That's strange. Why do the people of Midnight Sovereign like to steal money? That Ananda girl must be from a family with a similar background to the Duke's mansion. Why would she do something like this? Angor shook his head. The attraction of the Twilight auction could be seen from the number of extraordinaires coming and going on the streets. Not only were the people on the ground crowded, but there were also sorcerers in the air rushing towards the auction house. Everyone was walking in the same direction. Angor felt like a group of soldiers who were about to step onto a battlefield. Every step he took seemed to pave the way for a future epic. Not long after, they finally arrived at their destination, the Twilight auction house. It was a square iron tower that looked like a metal ruin. There were several long staircases leading to the top of the tower from the surrounding buildings. Gray moon flags were hanging on the staircases at intervals, which added a sense of emptiness to the building. The iron tower was tall and wide. There were chimneys on each floor that spewed out smoke. The outer shell of the tower was undecorated. The iron sheets were mottled with brick-red rust. Occasionally, there were holes in them, which showed signs of patching with iron sheets of other colors. The whole structure looked a bit messy, but at the same time, it had the beauty of a ruin. Each side of the iron tower was dozens of meters wide, and there was a door on each side. There were a lot of people, but the place was not crowded. But Angor suddenly remembered something. "Master Prom, don't we need an invitation for the auction?" When Angor was young, he accompanied Old Pad to an auction in Waterford. He remembered that he needed an invitation card before he could enter. But he never remembered it until he saw the auction hall. Prom chuckled. "You didn't ask. I thought Dave already told you. Twilight auction house. Let's not talk about the usual rules. Every year, there are 2 big auctions, the outer hall and the inner hall. The outer hall is located on the first floor. You can see the inner hall through the central screen. Anyone can enter the outer hall, and you can also bid in the public auction area. However, you can only bid 3 times, and each bid will cost you 5 magic crystals as a service fee. The inner hall is open for bidding at any time. There is no limit to the number of times you can bid. This was a novel way of auctioning. The outer hall could only bid a limited number of times, so each bid had to be very high, so high that no one in the inner hall dared to bid. Otherwise, they would not be able to get what they wanted. There was a limit to the outer hall, but at the same time, the outer hall could avoid direct threats from wizards. It was a kind of balance. Do we need an invitation to enter the inner hall? Angor asked. Invitations are for private exchanges. There are so many people in the auction, so we can't give everyone an invitation, Prom said. Prom said, there are 2 ways to enter the inner hall. One is to be a VIP of the Twilight auction, and the other is to buy a ticket. So we're going to buy a ticket now? How much is the ticket price? Angor frowned. He was not going to bid for anything valuable, so he would not fight against wizards. Therefore, it was definitely more cost-effective to auction in the inner area. He was still a little reluctant to pay magic crystals in the outer area for every auction. Prom chuckled and shook his head. Dave quickly went up to Prom and flattered him. Don't worry, Angor. We don't need to buy a ticket. Master Prom is a silver VIP. Silver VIP? Angor remembered Greya's Barbie's restaurant, which was also divided into different levels. Did restaurants and taverns all use gold, silver, and bronze to divide their ranks? A silver VIP can bring 5 people into the inner hall. There is also a special section for silver VIP, so you don't need to worry about not having enough seats. It wasn't a simple matter to obtain a silver VIP card. You would have to spend at least 5,000 mana crystals in one go. The Twilight auction would also have to assess your personal ability and pass the review team before you would be issued a card. Usually, Master Prom is the only one who can get a silver VIP card among apprentices. David's tactfulness made Prom smile even more. At this time, if he were to explain that he had a VIP silver card and how precious the silver card was, how degrading would that be? Therefore, he had a tactful subordinate with him so that he could act cool without batting an eyelid. Oh, I see. Angor was shocked, but he did not feel anything inside. There were less than 20 minutes left before the auction began, and the hall was already crowded with people. Prom looked at the messy crowd and led Angor and Dave to the inner passage. Angor thought the section for silver VIP was a private room. But in fact, the section for silver VIP was located on the 2nd floor of the inner hall, where one could see the auction stage clearly from above. The seats were also scattered, so it was not too crowded. After they took their seats, Angor unbuttoned his coat to give Toby a better view. Angor finally had time to observe the inner hall of the auction. The inner hall was not as big as he expected, nor were there as many people as he expected. It was smaller than a concert hall, and there were only a few hundred people sitting on the 1st floor. Angor noticed that most of them were apprentices, but there were also a dozen or so of them who emitted powerful energy, which meant they were at the same level as Flora. Apart from the ordinary seats on the 1st floor and the silver VIP section on the 2nd floor, there were also gold VIP rooms on the 3rd floor. The rooms were all sealed, so Angor could not see what was inside. But he estimated that the gold VIP guests were all wizards. Angor looked around curiously, which attracted the attention of many people, including wizards. However, when they saw that Angor was just a young man, they all looked away. Prom began to explain the auction to Angor. Normally, the auction is divided into different halls, such as materials, potions, weapons, and so on. You can go to the corresponding area according to your choice. But the big auction every year is a comprehensive one, and there are no halls. Prom went on to talk about his experience as a silver VIP. About 5 minutes later, a strange horn sounded, and all the lights in the inner hall dimmed. It's starting. If you want to bid, just use your mana to input it into the transmitter beside your seat. Prom's voice sounded a little hoarse because of the dim lights. I am addicted to the trials of time, and I seek the eternal truth. But the path is long and arduous. Looking at the sky from the well, I see no dust, and only the rosy glow of the sunset will accompany my heart. A middle-aged woman covered in glittering spots slowly appeared from the illusion. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the auctioneer of Twilight Auction. I've forgotten my name, but you can call me Twilight. As she spoke, the glittering spots around her slowly dissipated. Her real face was revealed, which was an ordinary one. Let's cut to the chase. According to the review, there are 173 items available for auction today, and many of them are mystery items. Now, let the auction begin. Twilight's voice was simple and straightforward, but it still had a strange power that could affect people's emotions. The first item is a set of glowing velvet potion from Winter Snow's apothecary. There are 19 bottles in total. The starting price is 0, and each increment must be at least 30 magic crystals. The auction went on quickly, especially in the early stages. Most of the items sold were not worth much, and the auctions only took a few minutes. There were still people bidding for the first dozen or so items, but in the middle and early stages of the auction, each item was sold for more than 500 magic crystals. Since then, there were no more bids from the outside. During this period, Angor offered a gaseous material that could be used as a catalyst, but it was outbid by someone else. Since the material was not necessary, Angor did not buy it in the end. Prom spent 400 magic crystals on an alchemy pot, which Angor was interested in as well. But since Prom had already bid for it, he didn't want to compete with him, so he had to give it up. Since the beginning of the auction, everyone was still calm and rational. It was not until the 30th item that the auction reached its climax. It was an analytical formula about energy compression. When Twilight took out the booklet, all the wizards in the audience were shocked. Analytical formulas about energy compression were not considered valuable among the major wizard organizations. Even Angor's Encyclopedia of Basic Alchemy contained the alchemy blueprint of an energy compression device, which also recorded the formula of energy compression. The reason why it was so shocking was that this item had always been monopolized by large adept organizations. It was not easy for adepts without any background to obtain it. But not only did Twilight Auction get their hands on the formula, but they also put it up for auction. This was why everyone was shocked. Wizards on the first floor were all bidding for the item. Silver VIP area on the second floor and golden VIP rooms on the third floor did not bid. Angor even heard a woman's mocking voice coming from a room in the middle of the third floor. "You're selling trash like this? Twilight Auction standards are getting lower and lower. I guess I won't come again next time." Even Angor could hear the woman's voice, let alone the others. At the same time, several other VIP rooms on the third floor agreed with the woman's words. The adepts who were still bidding on the first floor all had awkward expressions on their faces. However, no one dared to object. Some of them even lowered their heads and did not dare to say a word. Twilight's expression was a little unnatural, but she didn't get angry. Instead, she waited until the energy compression formula was auctioned off. "Don't worry, Lady Red Lotus. I believe that today's auction won't disappoint you." The sorceress known as Her Excellency Red Lotus sneered softly. "Oh, is that so? I'll wait and see." Twilight felt suffocated. She forcibly shifted her attention away from the gold card VIP box 1 and moved on to the next item. When it came to the 44th item, Angor's eyes lit up. Finally, he saw something that caught his attention. It was a box of extremely rare, dark gold gargoyle's tongue blood. This was a very precious demon blood. Not only could it be used to cultivate dark gold blood demon ores, but it also had a strange effect on enchantment alchemists. He only needed to add some auxiliary materials to brew a special ink, gargoyle's blood ink. It was a rare type of ink that could be dipped in an engraving pen and used to inscribe runes. There was a chance that the ink could bring out the best properties of the material, or even generate special effects. For example, mithril, a metal ore, had an extremely strong conductivity of mana. Using mithril as a material to make alchemy products could achieve the final effect with very little mana. If gargoyle blood ink was used for enchantment, there was a chance that mithril could bring out the best properties of mithril in alchemy. The most important property of mithril was that it could conduct mana without any hindrance. It could also automatically absorb primal mana from the air and achieve 10 times the effect with only a tiny amount of mana. It was like using the mana of a level 0 cantrip to cast a level 2 cantrip. If mithril was used to its full potential, the benefits would be amazing. As for the chance to generate special effects, Angor didn't care too much about it. Compared to the chance to bring out the best properties of the material, the chance of generating special effects was shockingly low. Even if he didn't use gargoyle blood ink, he could still create special effects with special alchemy materials. However, Angor had never been so lucky in all his alchemy attempts. He would rather spend his time studying enchantment than rely on such a small chance. Since gargoyle blood ink was irreplaceable, Angor couldn't wait to place his bid when Twilight Yen announced the start of the auction. 500 magic crystals right away, which instantly dispelled the crowd's interest. Number 187 offers 500. Anyone else? Each increment must be at least 50 crystals. If no one wants it, we'll start the countdown, Twilight's voice echoed in the hall. The blood tongue of a dark gold gargoyle was most useful for enchantment alchemy, but it wasn't without other uses. For example, cultivating dark gold blood essence, extracting dark gold petrification virus, creating alchemy potions, etc. Therefore, he was still worried that someone would compete with him after he made his bid. 500, going once. 500, going twice. Twilight's voice was calm, but there was a hint of urgency in it. A number appeared on the screen in front of Twilight's eyes. She grinned. Number 35 offers 550 crystals. Number 35. That was the number of the VIP room, Angor frowned. Golden card VIPs were all powerful and wealthy wizards. Was he really going to fight them over a bottle of blood ink? Twilight began to count again. 500, going once, going twice, going thrice. Before she could make the final decision, Angor gritted his teeth and raised the price to 600 magic crystals under Dave and Prom's slightly pitiful gazes. Twilight raised an eyebrow when she saw the number change again. Number 187 is raising the price again. 600 magic crystals. Number 187, silver VIP area. Number 35, gold VIP room. For the first time, a silver VIP and a gold VIP went against each other in today's auction. Number 35's bid was soon displayed on the screen. Twilight raised her voice. Number 35 offers 750 crystals. Now that he had done something like this, he became bolder. Without hesitation, he raised the price to 800 magic crystals. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the price of the dark gold gargoyle's tongue blood, which was of little use to others, actually soared to 1,100 magical crystals. Number 35 tried again. Perhaps he wanted to break Angor's bottom line by raising the price to 1,500 crystals. 1,500 crystals. When Twilight announced the price, a wave of discussion broke out both inside and outside the auction hall. This was the highest bid in today's Twilight auction. If this item was something else, it wouldn't have attracted so much attention. However, this was not a mainstream item. It was extremely rare, but its price was only 1,000 crystals at most. Now, the price reached 1,500 crystals, which was the limit of this kind of item in Twilight auction. A gold VIP and a silver VIP are going against each other. Interesting. Whispers were heard everywhere. I'm confused. This blood of dark gold gargoyle's tongue is only useful for enchantment alchemists, right? So, 2 enchantment alchemists are fighting over it? As far as I know, there aren't many enchantment alchemists around Darkaville Empire. Angor began to seriously consider whether he should keep raising the price. 1,500 magical crystals was considered an extremely high price for an item like this. Even for enchantment alchemy, it was still too expensive. But it was only too expensive. If there was an alchemy item that could fully utilize the material's effects, it would still be a great deal. Angor was not worried about the price. He was more concerned about the attitude of the gold VIP. Forget it. It's too expensive. Dave also tried to persuade Angor. Prom also nodded. Angor, you need to think carefully. Betting on odds is always a bottomless pit. Angor agreed with them. He decided to give up. However, he was still unwilling to give up. Blood ink that could be used for enchantment was rare. Gargoyle's blood ink wasn't outstanding, but it was still of high quality. Dark gold gargoyle and tomb gargoyle blood ink were both called gargoyle blood ink, but dark gold blood ink was definitely better. As the audience waited for Angor to raise the price, an extremely creepy female voice suddenly came from room 35's gold VIP box. This box of blood of tongue is mine, no matter how much you bid. Hee. The people watching the big screen were still wondering why the people in the private room were all women. Meanwhile, the audience inside the box was shocked. Most of them were knowledgeable people. Plus, they could recognize the voice. How could they not know who room 35 was? I'm going to faint. It's that lady. How dare room 187 compete with that lady? Who's room 187 anyway? Who's that lady you're talking about? Some people failed to recognize room 35's voice. You can't even recognize her voice? You're so ignorant. That's the Blood Witch, Lady Flora, who is known for her bloodthirst in the entire southern wizardry region. Lady Flora's words are a clear threat. She's saying that even if room 187 wins the item, Lady Flora won't let it go. I just want to know how room 187 is feeling right now. He's probably trembling in fear right now. So what was room 187 feeling right now? Fear? Worry? Trembling in fear? Angor did not have any of those. But he still felt extremely conflicted. The one who competed with him for such a long time was Flora? If you told me earlier, I wouldn't have done it. Now the price was so high. If other people knew who he was, they would definitely turn against each other. Tomorrow, the headline of Twilight Wells Gossip magazine would be breaking news. Two beloved students of the god of slaughter in the southern wizardry domain are fighting each other because of him. Angor felt like crying. Dave and Prom did not know whether to laugh or cry. Dave pretended to be a mature man and patted Angor's shoulder. Boy, it's been hard on you. The most important thing now is to hide your identity and pretend you never came here. Room 187 is just a fleeting cloud. Angor nodded with tears in his eyes. How about we switch seats? Dave's expression changed. Nah. I've already asked a prophet to tell my fortune today. My luck is 186, and my misfortune is 187. For my bright future, thank you. Angor naturally gave up on bidding after knowing that room 35 was Flora. He did not expect Flora to show up at Twilight Auction after leaving Brute Cavern for almost half a year. If Flora was here, would Sunders be here too? Angor wondered out of curiosity. Since Angor gave up, Flora bought the blood of a dark gold gargoyle's tongue without much trouble. However, when Flora thought about how much she had spent to buy this item, she was furious. She couldn't help but snort coldly. Her snort echoed in the auction hall again. When Twilight was about to introduce the next item, a mocking laugh came from room 1. Since when did you learn to bully the weak, Flora? It was the female wizard referred to as Lady Lotus by Twilight. I was wondering who's been yelling. Oh, it's the horny Lydia. Flora giggled. How am I bullying the weak? Are you interested in room 187? Why don't we take him out for a walk and see if he suits your taste? Lydia did not get angry. She continued to tease, he's very loyal. Apart from Mr. Sunders, no one else is good enough for him. Maybe room 187 is my teacher himself? While mocking Lydia, Flora did not forget to drag room 187 into the mess as well. Angor did not say anything and shrunk his body even tighter. So you're not with Mr. Sunders? Then I have nothing to say. What a waste of my time. With Lydia's infuriating words, the battle between the two female wizards finally came to an end. However, Lydia did not stop there. This time, her target was Twilight. The auction has already started, and the item you said won't disappoint me hasn't appeared yet. Are you trying to make fun of me? A music box? And it's an advanced music box? Everyone could not help but mutter, which alchemist is so bored? In the silver card VIP area on the second floor, David also shook his head and sighed. Such a beautiful shape, it can be called a work of art. It's actually a music box? By the way, Angor, I didn't think someone would be as bored as you and upgrade his music box too. Dave was about to tease Angor when he saw the latter's gloomy expression and his hand pressing against his chest. Don't move. Calm down, Toby. Angor yelled at him. When he heard about the land on the cloud, he had a bad feeling about it. As expected, Angor was shocked when he saw the item. The design of the transistor, the exotic splashes, the patterns, the luster, and the illusion nodes all told him that the music box that Twilight put up for auction was his creation. Why would his music box appear at the auction? Before he could figure it out, he sensed something moving inside his chest pocket. A feeling of restlessness and uneasiness surrounded Toby. Angor quickly noticed Toby's strange behavior. The restlessness was growing stronger and stronger. Angor believed that Toby would lose his mind when the restlessness reached its limit. This was the inner hall of Twilight Light, where countless powerful wizards gathered. Angor would never let anything happen to Toby. He quickly covered Toby's mouth and kept yelling at him. Don't worry. The case isn't settled yet, so don't scare yourself. Angor quickly realized what Toby was thinking. Tweet, Toby's sad voice came from his chest pocket. Angor lowered his head and whispered into Toby's ear, you know, I made another music box yesterday morning. Maybe it's for Lady Mirror. Don't worry. Angor's gentle words calmed Toby down a little. But soon, Toby became restless again. From Toby's growls, Angor understood why the bird was acting up again. Toby sensed that the music box was contaminated with its pheromone. Without a doubt, the music box was the one Angor made for Toby. But even if he understood, what was the use? What was done could not be undone. It was an established fact. On the airship, when he learned that Toby had lent his music box to his friends, he was not afraid to speculate the outcome of the music box with the greatest malice. In fact, he had foreseen the bad result, but he thought that the music box wasn't too precious, so he didn't say it directly. Instead, he wanted to warn Toby not to trust anyone easily. He was already planning to teach Toby a lesson when he returned to Brute Cavern. But he didn't expect this lesson to come so suddenly. The timing wasn't right, and the emotions weren't good enough. Only Toby's lesson was more serious than Angor thought. Just the day before, Toby had happily shared his most precious music box with his good friend. The next day, he saw his true love on the ice-cold auction stage. Not only had its little friend betrayed it, but it had also lost its music box. What's more, the music box was going to be sold right in front of his eyes. This was such a cruel thing for Toby, who had always been optimistic. Toby was anxious, worried, and struggling. But he didn't dare to look at Angor directly. Angor understood Toby's feelings. He gave the music box to Toby, but Toby lost it in the end. How could Toby face Angor again? It's okay. I can make another one. The echo flowers aren't that expensive. I'll make one for you later. I'll make something better than this one. Most of the time, Angor and Toby talked in a low voice. David couldn't hear what they were talking about, but when he saw Toby's sad eyes, he remembered Angor saying, I made the music box for Toby. He likes music. David understood something, but he didn't quite understand it. Twilight continued her explanation, I'll show you the special features of this music box in a moment. Now, please look over here. Twilight pointed at the energy chamber and released a small amount of mana. In an instant, a calming aura spread out from the music box. Is that some kind of calming effect? Someone wondered. Tranquility rune. That's right. I saw something similar in Floating Mech City. There was a pillow with Tranquility rune on it. It gave me a good night's sleep. But it doesn't match. Tranquility rune is supposed to calm us down. What's the point of putting it on a crackling music box? Twilight nodded with a smile. That's right. This is Tranquility rune. As for those who don't agree with the music box, I'll show you later. Both David and Prone looked at Angor. They both knew that Angor was making a music box several days ago, and Angor told them that he was going to carve a Tranquility rune on the bottom of the box. Angor was probably the only one who could come up with such a strange combination. There was no doubt that the music box was made by Angor. But something strange happened. How did the music box he was working on 2 days ago suddenly appear at Twilight Auction? They had been with Angor for several days, but they never saw Angor showing up at Twilight Auction. Seeing that Angor and Toby had calmed down a little, David asked in a low voice, What's going on, Angor? Is that the music box you made? As soon as David finished speaking, Toby, who had calmed down, began to struggle again. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Angor had no choice but to try to calm Toby down. As a matter of fact, Toby could get rid of Angor's hand if he wanted to. But he didn't know what to do. What could he do with Angor? Toby's mind was in a mess, but he knew he did something wrong. He didn't want Angor to get angry. Angor didn't seem angry, which made Toby feel a little better. But he was still worried that Angor would ignore him. Toby began to struggle again, hoping that Angor would pay attention to him. Angor knew that if Toby really wanted to break free, he wouldn't be able to stop it even if there were 10 of him. Unless he could control the sequence of gravity in his soul. Toby was trying to blackmail Angor. It was like a child crying for candy. If Angor ignored it, it would keep crying until Angor paid attention to it. Angor understood Toby's helplessness. He didn't expose Toby's little trick. Instead, he tried his best to play along. While Angor and Toby were enjoying each other's company, David sighed and whispered to Prom, "I think there's more to this than meets the eye. I think someone stole the music box Angor gave Toby." Prom didn't say anything. Angor can tell us the story later. If he doesn't want to, we don't need to guess. Twilight is going to demonstrate the music box. Let's pay attention. I want to know what's so special about Angor's music box. Prom was an alchemist himself. He didn't follow the same path as Angor, but he was still secretly competing with Angor. He never showed it on his face, but he always felt a sense of superiority. It was probably because he followed the most orthodox path of synthesis, and he was the one who taught Angor everything. It was natural for him to think that he was better than Angor. However, even if Prom thought he was better at alchemy than Angor, Twilight Auction would still sell his products in regular auctions, rather than the grand auction held twice a year. But Angor's music box not only won the grand auction on its first day, but it was also placed at the back of the auction. More importantly, the auctioneer seemed to like the music box a lot. He even claimed that Lydia, the fiery lotus, would like it as well. Prom, who secretly thought that he was better than Angor, felt a little uncomfortable. He felt like he just got slapped in the face. This was why Prom wanted to know what was so special about Angor's music box. Twilight placed the music box on the stage and spoke to the audience. "The most important thing about a music box is the music itself. To protect the rights of the bidders, I will only play one part of the music. You can enjoy it for yourselves. As for whether you want to buy it or not, you can decide after you're done." The audience didn't expect much from the music box. Twilight's method was a little slow, but they still considered it as an intermission. Only Lydia, who was called out by Twilight, remained in room 1. She narrowed her eyes and stared at Twilight's every move. Twilight took out a piece of cloth that gave off a strange glow and covered the music box. She reached her hand into the cloth and twisted the spring. As the spring moved, the aura of the Rune of Tranquility was fully released and covered the entire room. The aura of the Rune of Tranquility quieted the room down. However, Angor's music and illusions were not released to the outside world. Clearly, they were all covered by the cloth. As time passed, everyone looked at each other. They had no idea what Twilight was up to. "What are you waiting for, Twilight?" Lydia asked in a sarcastic tone. "Don't worry, Lady Lotus. I've already activated the music box. But to protect the rights of the bidders, I've covered it up. I'll reveal it when the music box reaches the end, and you can enjoy the last part of the music." This was actually a kind of awareness to prevent piracy. The audience understood Twilight's intention and waited patiently. After being comforted by the Rune of Tranquility for about 5 minutes, Twilight stepped forward and announced to the audience, "The music has come to an end. Now, you may enjoy it." Twilight slightly lifted the black cloth, and a strange light slowly spread out from under the black cloth, accompanied by melodious music. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, ripples appeared in the air around the room. Huh? Someone's using an illusion? Some apprentices were already on high alert. However, most of the wizards did not move. Some of them even whispered in a mocking tone. The magic array didn't react. It's definitely not an offensive illusion. Why are you so nervous? When Twilight removed the black cloth, the water ripples around the room turned into a real illusion that covered the entire hall. At the same time, the perfect sound was also blended into the illusion, which shocked everyone in the hall. You can see music with your eyes? This was the question everyone had in mind. You can use a music box like this? Prom and the rest of the alchemists had the same question in their minds. The music was no doubt a masterpiece. It might not be a classic, but the peaceful and melodious music combined with the Rune of Tranquility worked well together. The Rune of Tranquility was the pinnacle of music, and the peaceful music was given new life thanks to the rune. Lydia was mesmerized by the music as soon as she heard it. She loved to listen to music and appreciate all kinds of styles. The melodious music was not the most beautiful one she had ever heard, but it was definitely the most beautiful of its kind. Together with the rune of tranquility and the cloud illusion. For the first time in the entire auction, Lydia wanted to buy it. On the other side, Flora was also shocked by the music box. However, she did not pay attention to the music. She was more interested in the illusion that covered the entire hall. As Sunder's student, Flora was not an illusionist. However, under the guidance of Sunders, she was quite experienced when it came to illusions. She could tell at a glance that the entire music box was set up based on the melodious illusion spell. The creator of this spell not only had a solid foundation in illusions, but also had excellent control over microscopic illusions. More importantly, the creator of this music box did not use any complicated illusions. Instead, he combined simple cantrips with music and enchantment alchemy as a novel idea. This was definitely one of the best applications in the history of melodious illusion. However, Flora did not praise the creator completely. The sky and clouds looked very realistic, but she could see some flaws when she looked down at the bottom of her feet. In the illusion, she could see a vast grassland and mountains when she looked down. She could not see clearly because she was in the air. However, it was precisely because of the distance that there were flaws in the illusion. At least, Flora was sure that the creator of the music box did not have much flying experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such an obvious mistake in his grasp of visual range. Of course, such a small flaw could only be noticed by someone like her who had a deep understanding of illusions. All in all, Flora's comment on the music box was that it had a certain function, and it was an excellent and creative alchemy work of art. The person who likes it will like it very much. Even people who didn't like the music box wouldn't have too many bad comments about it. That was Flora and Lydia's first impression of the music box. However, how could an illusion that even Lady Mirror praised be so simple? On the second floor, Pearl was also immersed in the misty illusion. The music was soft and soothing, and the illusion was warm and free. What a genius idea! What a genius! Pearl looked at Angor in awe. He knew he was not as good as Angor when it came to this music box. Dave's admiration for Angor was quickly replaced by regret. If he knew Angor's music box was such a masterpiece, he would never have rejected Angor's invitation. So far, the music box was receiving a lot of good reviews. Twilight stood on the stage and glanced at VIP room number 1. She grinned. Everyone was praising the music box, but the real show was just about to begin. When everyone thought the music box's potential had reached its limit, the illusion suddenly changed. Thick, dark clouds suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the sun and the sky. Lightning bolts danced in the dark clouds like snakes. "Looks like the illusion is going to cause trouble," someone whispered. Everyone noticed the change in the illusion, including Lydia and Flora. At the same time, in one of the VIP rooms, a figure hidden in the darkness raised an eyebrow. The music was still playing. When the self in the illusion plunged into the dark clouds with dancing lightning snakes, everyone showed a curious expression. Putting aside the adventure in the dark clouds for now, when the dark clouds came to an end, the illusion and music reached a wonderful harmony at this moment. There was a faint fog in front of them, and behind the fog, there seemed to be a faint black shadow. "What's that?" Someone pointed at the shadow and shouted. Following the rhythm of the song, the fog was slowly parted, and everyone saw the floating island behind the clouds. No wonder this music box is called Cloud 6. It turns out that there really is a floating island. Someone suddenly realized. What's so special about a floating island? You've never seen one before. Wait, that's... Someone was about to mock him, but suddenly, he saw the island clearly, and his thoughts seemed to have frozen at that moment. It was a floating island. But it wasn't just a floating island. Every mark, every detail, every piece of moss, and every tree on the island seemed to contain some kind of magic that people desperately wanted to understand. Time seemed to have stopped. Love. I remember now. It's the feeling of love. Someone wept. It's been decades. I've forgotten this feeling after she died. Why is it that an uninhabited island with a few extinguished bonfires can show me a love that I've missed? It's not just love. There's so much more. I can't see it clearly, but it's there. That scar seemed to let me see an incredible story. That steel building, how did it get dilapidated at that time? Wait, why am I asking this question? This is an island full of stories. The feeling of being frozen in time went beyond all senses and struck directly at the heart. The gentle music became a medium for the explosion of emotions at this moment. It murmured softly, telling people of the past at the end of the clouds. Lydia's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. The illusion reminded her of something from many years ago, a memory that had been forgotten by time. A moment later, Lydia took a deep breath and said, "I'm going to get Cloud 6. On the other side, Flora was also shocked. Others might not be able to see what was contained in the illusion, but she saw it clearly. This was not time being frozen. This was the feeling of the nightmare realm. Why did it feel like the nightmare realm? Aside from that, Flora was also shocked that her emotions were affected as well. Although she was still able to control her emotions, when she looked at the things on the island, even if it was just a stone tablet or a withered flower, her emotions would slowly rise and fall. Flora knew that these were not other people's emotions. They were still hers. She had been hiding these emotions for many years. Some of them were unbearable memories from before she was adopted by Sunders. But they were easily pried open just like that. The wounds that had been hidden for many years were soothed by the gentle music and the frozen time. Who made this? On the third floor of the inner hall, in a private room where no one spoke since the beginning, the figure hidden in the darkness suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Music, enchantment, alchemy, melodious illusion, nightmare realm, Augustine and Margaret. Also, those clouds, blue skies, and dark clouds. So, this is a cloud whale? The man's voice was deep and hoarse as he listed out all the elements he saw. He put question marks behind some of the elements. However, when the other elements were combined, the image of his cute little apprentice jumped out of his mind, unwilling to be left out. My emotions, which have been dormant for hundreds of years, are stirred up by these traces. So. Angor, is it you? Light flickered, and a handsome face with sharp edges flashed away. Angor, who was the center of everyone's attention, did not pay any attention to the emotions around him. He was using the effect of tranquility to gently stroke Toby's wings. Toby's anxious heart was given a hint of courage. Under the effect of the gentle music and the tranquility rune, Toby's restless heart slowly calmed down. Thank God I suddenly thought of embedding tranquility rune into the music box. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to end this. Angor sighed. He always trusted Toby and allowed it to do whatever it wanted. Toby's carefree behavior did make him feel at ease. But it was just like how a man who never cried couldn't end it once he started crying. Toby had been pampered since it was born, and everything went well for it. This was the first time Toby suffered such a double blow, so it was reasonable that it couldn't end it. At times like this, Angor needed a daddy to comfort it. When the music came to an end, the ethereal island once again disappeared into the clouds, and Toby finally calmed down. Angor even joked with Toby, and Toby responded timidly. Seeing this, Angor finally felt relieved. The illusion disappeared along with the music, and for the first time, the inner hall fell into a long period of silence. It was as if a piece of music was still reverberating in everyone's minds, as well as the island that was faintly discernible along with the music. I don't know how to describe my feelings, Angor, Dave sighed. Why do I feel like every day of your life is worth a year of mine, or even 5 or 10 years of mine? Are you still the Angor I met yesterday? Angor rubbed his forehead. I don't know who you are today. Good. At least there's another Angor I don't know. So the music box must be made by the Angor I don't know. Dave decided to comfort Angor by using his mental victory. Both Angor and Prom didn't know what to say. Prom also looked at Angor with a complicated expression. I think I have something to discuss with you tonight. Angor remembered the promise they made yesterday. He only nodded without saying anything. After everyone slowly recovered from their shock, Twilight smiled and said, You're right. As you can see, this is the effect of Cloud 6. It took them several minutes to demonstrate the item. There were still dozens of items left, so Twilight didn't want to waste any more time. Now, let's begin the bidding for the 100th item. The starting price is 1,000 magic crystals, and each increment must be at least 50 crystals. As Twilight's words fell, everyone fell silent. Twilight looked at the screen in front of her in confusion. Nothing happened even after several seconds. Twilight's expression was slightly awkward. Was no one interested in this item? That didn't seem right. They did a lot of calculations before putting up the item. The music box wasn't really useful, but it was still a rare creative item. Anyone who liked it should like it. Besides, they knew that Fiery Lotus would be here soon. She was definitely someone who was willing to spend money on music. Why wasn't she interested? Not only did Twilight feel awkward, but Angor also felt awkward as the creator of the item. But he wasn't the one who put up the item, so he remained calm. In the last row of the first floor of the inner hall, a woman wrapped in vines frowned and muttered to herself, "Why isn't anyone bidding?" The seductive woman beside her was still in shock from the illusion. Her eyes were still a little wet. Hearing her friend's words, she sighed softly and said, "This thing is really good. If it was placed in the prosperous inner land of the wizard world, there might be people who can recognize it. In this barren land, everyone values their magic crystals. They only want to spend them on the most important things. Everyone agrees that the music box is valuable, but the pragmatists won't spend money on it. Anna, would you buy it if you were in my shoes?" The woman in gauze was Anna, the one who broke Angor's smoke illusion at the train station yesterday. Anna pondered for a moment, and her eyes flashed with struggle. Finally, she shook her head and said, "I probably won't buy it. Before I become an official wizard, I won't spend magic crystals on pleasure." "You think the music box is for pleasure?" "I think the floating island isn't as simple as it seems. Maybe it can help a wizard's state of mind," Daikis muttered. "So what?" "I can't think that far now." Anna thought about the floating island and showed a complicated expression. But soon, Anna adjusted her mood and teased Daikis, "Why are you suddenly concerned about whether it can be sold or not? The Twilight auction isn't even in a hurry. What are you worried about?" Daikis let out a long sigh. "Because I'm the one who put this item up for auction," Anna's eyes widened. "This is the treasure you got?" Daikis nodded and rolled her eyes. "Otherwise, why would I be worried about whether it can be sold or not? Am I that bored?" While Anna and Daikis were whispering to each other, Twilight stood on the stage in a daze. About a minute later, no one made a bid. Twilight coughed dryly. "Since no one is bidding, this item will remain unsold." Angor sat on the second floor. When he heard that his music box might not be sold, he felt a conflicting sense of frustration. If the item failed to be sold, Angor could go back to Brute Cavern and confront Toby's friend. But if the item failed to be sold, he would be embarrassed as the creator of the item. As for buying the music box from his own pocket, he would never do that. The materials for making the music box cost less than 20 magic crystals. He would have to pay 500 times the price to make it. Dave patted Angor's shoulder. "It's not your fault. They don't appreciate it enough." As Dave spoke, Twilight suddenly saw the screen in front of her change. Her eyes glowed as she shouted, "Number 185 bids 1,000 magic crystals." Someone made a bid. It was not that the others didn't like the music box. They just didn't want to spend money on it. If they had extra money, they would have bought it too. That was why they kept quiet until someone made a bid. They began to whisper to each other and broke the long silence. Number 185. Dave was number 186, and Angor was number 187. Both of them suddenly looked at Prom. Prom smiled. "I really like this music box." Part of his words was to please Angor, but the other part was true. He really liked the music box, and he had extra money to spare. He could still study it after buying it. Why not? 1,000 going once. 1,000 going twice. Twilight sounded calm, but she was a little disappointed. They estimated the price of the music box to be more than 1,500 magic crystals. Too bad Lydia didn't seem interested in the music box. Twilight secretly glanced at box 1. At least she didn't say anything sarcastic. Did this mean she approved of the music box's value? Just as Twilight was about to announce that number 185 had obtained the land in the cloud, a dramatic scene took place on the battlefield. Within 1 second, the screen in front of her jumped 3 times. Number 35 bid 1,100 magic crystals. Number 19 bid 1,500. Number 1 bid 2,000, 3 times. And all at the same time. Twilight's pupils shrank. The 3 bidders were all VIPs from the gold VIP boxes. Twilight was overjoyed. She took a deep breath. Number 35, number 19, and number 1 bid at the same time. Number 1 is leading with 2,000 magic crystals. Twilight's words ignited the atmosphere in the room. 3 people bid at the same time? And they were all gold VIP boxes? More importantly, Lady Lotus, who had been mocking the music box all this time, bid as well, but the Blood Witch, who had always been Lady Lotus' rival, bid as well. Also, who was the person in room 19? Everyone was guessing, and the atmosphere in the room heated up. Twilight didn't know who number 19 was. But she remembered that number 19 didn't have anyone in the room. But that didn't matter. Lydia still bid and doubled the price of the music box, which was even higher than what they estimated. 2,000 magic crystals going once. Twilight shouted. I bid 2,100 magic crystals. At this time, a strange female voice overpowered Twilight's voice. Since when did you learn how to be a gentleman, Flora? Lydia's voice was always full of sarcasm. It was Flora who bid 2,100 magic crystals. She giggled. Don't mock me, Sister Lydia. I don't believe that you didn't see what was hidden in the illusion. So what? I'm more interested in the music. Lydia turned around and said, I'll pay 2,200 magic crystals. My master should be interested in studying the things contained in this illusory realm. 2,300 magic crystals. Flora wasn't going to be outdone. Why don't I give it to Mr. Sunders instead? Lydia didn't hold back. 2,500 magic crystals. Why are you competing with me, sister? 2,700 magic crystals. Competing? Only 2,000 magic crystals? What's that? The music box had been left unsold for so long, and now it was sold at such a high price? And what Flora said about the things in the illusion? All the wizards were dumbfounded. What was inside the music box? It was true that the illusion could affect one's mood, but it wasn't something to be proud of. What did you put in there, Angor? Dave looked at Angor with a puzzled look. A treasure map? Or the coordinates of a mysterious ruin? *T. It can't be. That island in the clouds is the location of a ruin, isn't it? Seeing Dave's shocked expression, Angor put a hand on Dave's forehead and mumbled to himself, Hey, you don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Could it be that there's something wrong with him? You're the one who's out of your mind. Dave pushed Angor's hand away. I'm asking you a serious question. Angor sighed. That's why I said you're out of your mind. Are you hiding something from me? I'm telling you now. Absolutely not. Then why did Lady Flora say that? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Angor sighed in his mind. What a mess today. Why did Flora have to go against him all of a sudden? He wasn't the one who put the music box up for auction, but if Flora wanted it, he wouldn't mind spending a whole day to make it for her. The competition between Lydia and Flora was getting more and more intense. The price was at 2,000 magic crystals a moment ago, and now it was at 5,000. Wizards didn't lack magic crystals, but this wasn't the right way to spend money. 5,000 magic crystals were enough to buy a mid-tier, or even a mid-tier or high-tier alchemy item. Even Angor felt sorry for Daisy, not to mention the others. Daiki's was the only one who was excited. She thought she wouldn't be able to sell anything today. She didn't expect the tables to turn. Now the price was at 5,000. She might even be able to buy a high-tier white orchid potion, let alone a mid-tier one. Anna was also envious. Getting rich in one day. I want to have a taste of it too. Daiki smiled. It's fate. Anna sighed. Her expression suddenly became gossipy. She reached out and put her arm around Daiki's shoulder. Tell me, where did you get this land on the clouds? Let me make a fortune too. Yesterday, Anna heard from Daiki's on the train that she found a rare treasure. She didn't ask where it came from though. Now that she knew the treasure was so valuable, she was a little tempted. Daiki's was still smiling, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes. She hesitated. It's a secret. The competition between Flora and Lydia was still going on. Both of them had their own excuses. Lydia said she loved music, while Flora said she wanted to give it to Sunders. But no one knew what they were really thinking. The two of them didn't even bother to pay attention to Twilight as they continued to bid for the items. Twilight didn't want to waste time either. No one else was going to, huh? Twilight suddenly saw several bids on the screen from different people. Twilight coughed twice and interrupted their competition. She then smiled and said, "Number 19 just bid 8,000 magic crystals. If you two still want to bid, you can start with 8,000 magic crystals." Section 267, Master Alchemist, 8,000 magic crystals? Almost all the wizards frowned. Living in a world of cannibalism meant that they were not the kind of people who would go with the flow. They all had their own opinions on everything. Please check it out. A novel. The music box was interesting. But was it really worth 8,000 magic crystals? Maybe it could be bought by someone who liked it. But at least they did not think it was worth that much. Even if they had extra money and were willing to buy the music box, it would not be worth more than 3,000 magic crystals. For wizards, the music box could only be used as a collection item or something to talk about at parties. What else could it do? Could it be that what Flora said was true? That the illusion contained something unknown to them, even if there were, with the calm and self-control of a wizard, they would not impulsively buy things like mortals if they did not understand. So, 8,000 magic crystals was already too much for them. Even Angor felt lucky that he was not the one who put the item up for auction, and no one knew it was him who made it. Otherwise, it would be like putting someone on a pedestal and then falling down again. Prom, on the other hand, did not think too much about it. He thought he could get 1,000 magic crystals for sure. But now, the price had risen to 8,000, and it might keep going. This was unbelievable. Who's number 19? Why did he make a bid without saying anything? Compared to whether the music box was worth 8,000 magic crystals or not, the audience was more interested in the identity of the person who was willing to pay 8,000 magic crystals for the music box. Even Lydia choked on her words. "Friend number 19, can you say something?" After a long while, there was no response. Lydia's expression darkened. "Are you trying to go against me?" Still, no one answered. Twilight looked at the backstage and sent a voice transmission to a man in a black robe. "Do you know who number 19 is?" At the beginning of the auction, number 19's room was empty. Twilight guessed that number 19 had entered halfway through the auction. After a while, a name entered Twilight's ears. She widened her eyes and lowered her head. She was going to help Lydia, but she did not expect number 19 to be that person. In front of that lord, she didn't even dare to say a word, let alone support him. But when she thought about the illusion nature of the music box and the identity of that person, Twilight understood why he would bid for it. Now that she knew who that person was, Twilight naturally sided with number 19. While Lydia was waiting for number 19's reply, Twilight's voice echoed in the hall. "Number 19 bids 8,000 magic crystals, going once, 8,000 magic crystals going twice." Twilight didn't ask for Lydia's opinion. She wanted to make the final decision as soon as possible. 8,100 magic crystals, Lydia said in a cold voice. She then looked at room 35. "Flora, do you still want to compete with me?" Flora giggled again. "If you like it, sister, you can have it." Lydia then looked at room 19. "Do you want it, number 19? If you want it, I can give it to you." To most official magi, 8,100 magic crystals was already a hefty sum. Number 19 still didn't answer. After a moment of silence, the screen on Twilight's screen stopped flickering. The numbers on the screen in front of Twilight no longer jumped. After 3 confirmations, Twilight announced, "The 100th item, the land in the clouds, belongs to your Excellency Red Lotus." Twilight congratulated Lydia with a smile. Not only did she stop Lydia from mocking Twilight auction, but she also sold the music box at a sky-high price. Even Twilight, who had always been a calm person, couldn't help but laugh out loud. She was about to call out the 101st item. "There's no need to rush," Lydia suddenly said. "Lady Lotus?" Twilight was confused. "I just want to know one thing. Who is the owner of this music box?" "I love this song so much that I want to know more about it from the owner," Lydia said slowly. "Lady Lotus, this is against the rules." Twilight's face turned cold. Lydia's question not only made Twilight's face turn dark, but also shocked everyone in the hall. Even Flora raised her eyebrows. She thought to herself, as expected of the lawless fiery Lotus. "If you really want to know the answer, you can discuss it with the Twilight auction house in private. They might give you some face." But Lydia just had to ask in the middle of the auction. No matter how shameless Twilight was, she couldn't just tear off her mask. In the last row of the hall, Daiki's face turned pale. "Against the rules?" Lydia smiled. "You're right. Then I'll change the question. Can the alchemist who made land in the clouds tell us?" Twilight's face relaxed a bit after Lydia's concession, but the next question was still difficult for her to answer. "Lady Lotus, please don't make it difficult for me." "Not even the alchemist?" Lydia suddenly laughed. "So you're only protecting the seller, not the buyer?" Twilight suppressed her anger. "We can ask for you in private, but we can't control whether they're willing to tell us." "All right, we'll do that." Lydia chuckled, but no one knew what she meant. She had always been a lawless girl. Twilight continued with the auction. Dave gave Angor a worried look when Lydia mentioned that she wanted to find out who made the music box. Angor didn't care. He wasn't the one who sold the item, so he had nothing to worry about. Next, Angor bought another item called Heart of Black Dense Stone. As mentioned before, Angor needed 3 auxiliary materials to craft a space storage item. One of them was the heart of a white dense stone, which was as common in Vacuum Plane as weeds in the wizarding world. However, Angor didn't find it in the wizard market. He planned to ask Prom to take him to the wizard-level alchemy shop tomorrow, but he didn't expect to see something even better in the auction. The heart of a white dense stone was one of the most common auxiliary materials used to craft space storage items due to its large quantity and ease of obtaining. However, because it was too common, there was no other material that could be substituted for it. The heart of a black dense stone wasn't a substitute either. Instead, it was a karmic process of the white dense stone turning from white to gray and then from gray to black after tens of thousands of years of transformation. The gray dense stone didn't have any other function, but the black dense stone had all the same functions as the white dense stone. It could also be used as a catalyst to craft space storage items, which would maximize the effect of a successful space structure. In other words, the main material Angor prepared could create a space storage item of 5 cubic meters at most. However, 5 cubic meters wasn't the average value. Normally, one would be lucky if they could make 3 cubic meters. However, the heart of a black dense stone could maximize the effect of a space structure, which meant it could reach the limit. Of course, Angor was happy about it. He spent 1,300 magic crystals to get the item, but it was well worth it. Prom, on the other hand, was getting more and more depressed as each item was brought to the stage. They had reached the 158th item, but there was no alchemy weapon that could be used against undead creatures. There wasn't even a melee weapon, let alone a long-range one. Angor wanted to comfort Prom by telling him that he might try to draw Prelude to Elimination. But before he could say anything, he was stunned by the next item. "The next item is the Horn of an Abyss Nightmare," Twilight said. "It came from the 3rd level of Abyss Plane, and I'm sure you all know how to use it, so I won't go into details. The starting price is 6,000 magic crystals, and each increment must be at least 1,000. The starting price and the subsequent increments indicated that the item was suitable for wizard-level items. No one made a bid after Twilight's announcement. Twilight expected this as well. The Horn of an Abyss Nightmare was a rare item. However, it was an alchemy material that could only be used by master alchemists. A true master alchemist had to be able to craft high-tier items at least. Unlike Prom, who was called a master alchemist, who was only an intermediate apprentice alchemist. If the item was sold in Floating Mech City, it could easily fetch tens of thousands of magic crystals. Twilight sighed. But this was the alchemy wasteland. If the horn of an abyss nightmare was a mystery material, it could fetch an astronomical price even in the wasteland. But it wasn't a mystery material yet. It was normal that it couldn't be sold in such an awkward situation. Twilight waited for another minute, but no one made a bid. She shook her head in disappointment. Everyone in the audience knew what was going on. What would a person who wasn't a master alchemist use such a material for? To use it as a decoration. That was why Twilight didn't feel awkward when no one made a bid on the item. Twilight had already sent a voice transmission to the backstage to prepare for the next item. Suddenly, she saw a small change on the screen in front of her. Behind the starting price of 6,000 magic crystals, there was a new number. She didn't show it on her face, but she was actually surprised. Is there really a master alchemist in the audience? Even in floating Mech City, there were only a handful of master alchemists. It didn't matter whether the person was a master alchemist or not. She would check it later. As for now, Twilight put away her calm expression and smiled. Number 187 bid 6,000 magic crystals. If no one else makes a bid, we'll enter the countdown. Someone bid for the horn of an abyss nightmare? Number 187? A dark light flashed in the eyes of many magi. They instantly recalled the items that number 187 had bid for. Gaseous materials, dark gold gargoyles tongue blood, chaos beast skin paper, and now the horn of the abyssal nightmare. All of them were alchemy-related items. Number 187 must be an alchemist. Or at least, he knew someone who was an alchemist. Now that he bid for the horn of an abyss nightmare, did it mean that number 187 himself, or someone he knew, was a master alchemist? What did it mean to be a master alchemist? Although everyone's expression did not change, undercurrents were quietly surging under the surface. Hermit Fox spoke. Thank you for your gifts. Congratulations, number 187. The Abyssal Nightmare's horn is won by buyer 187 for 6,000 crystals, Twilight announced and glanced at the silver card VIP section on the second floor. After confirming that he got the item, he broke into a big grin. Prom glanced at Angor in confusion. He couldn't understand why Angor would spend so many magic crystals on a wizard-level material. Just like the other wizards, Prom wondered if Angor knew a master alchemist. But when he thought about it, Angor only asked him questions about the most basic things. It didn't look like someone who taught him anything. Since Prom didn't want to ask Angor, he could only give Dave a look. Following Prom's confusion and his own curiosity, Dave asked Angor, Abyss Nightmare's horn? What's it used for? Why did you buy it? Angor didn't answer the question. It's very useful. As for what it was, Angor only smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything. An Abyssal Nightmare's horn? Angor chuckled in his mind. It was indeed an Abyssal Nightmare's horn, but it wasn't just an Abyssal Nightmare's horn either. Just like the black dense stone he bought before, although it was also a dense stone, it was much more superior than the white dense stone. But this Abyssal Nightmare's horn wasn't simple at all. Its real name was the Black Gold Nightmare's demonic soul horn. In a broad sense, the Black Gold Nightmare's horn was an Abyssal Nightmare's horn, just as Twilight said. But in a narrow sense, the Black Gold Nightmare's horn had something that other Abyssal Nightmares couldn't compare to. This was because it was even more special and even rarer. All nightmares were actually fallen warhorses in essence. Most of them died on the battlefield, corrupted by darkness and resentment, and eventually turned into nightmares. They were monsters that were born to be extremely powerful. Black Gold Nightmares, on the other hand, were unique among all nightmares. Before the Black Gold Nightmares became corrupted, they were a type of warhorse with a noble bloodline. There were many different types of warhorses, but as long as they had this noble bloodline and eventually fell, they were collectively known as the Black Gold Nightmare. The origin of this noble bloodline was the St. Giorgio Pegasus. In many places, the San Giovanni Pegasus was also known as the unicorn. Unicorns were super magical beasts that grasped the mysteries of life and death. Because they grasped the mysteries of life and death, they would never fall. As for the Black Gold Nightmare Devil, because it only had a little bit of the unicorn bloodline in its previous life, it was unable to comprehend the mysteries of life and death. In the end, it could still fall, but the chances were very small. Any magical beast that fell would be corroded by the aura of evil and death, and the black gold nightmare was no exception. However, because it once possessed the bloodline of a unicorn, the black gold nightmare had undergone a miraculous change. The aura of death and evil filled its body, but the aura of life and death of the unicorn that it once possessed was forced into the horn on its forehead. This meant that the black gold nightmare's demonic soul horn not only contained the most evil aura of death, but also an extremely weak aura of life. This was the difference between him and the other nightmares. However, the aura of life was extremely weak. It was only contained inside the horn, and it did not manifest as energy. Instead, it would form white, thread-like strips inside the horn, which were shaped like spirals. In other words, the reason why Angor could tell that the horn was a black gold nightmare devil's horn was because of the spirals. The reason why Angor wanted to buy this item was because it was the key to becoming an alchemist of the Death faction. Just as Twilight had said, it was an adept-grade material. Angor could not refine such a material at his current level. However, Angor did not need to refine it. According to a secret record in basic alchemy, the black gold nightmare devil's demonic soul horn did not need to be refined at all. For alchemists of the Death faction, the horn's real purpose was to be used as a mana conductor. Angor obtained the book from the Nightmare Realm. The book's description was almost identical to the one he recorded in Sunder's study, except for one thing. The only difference was the dark transformation technique. Blacken Spell was a unique spell used by Death faction alchemists, and it had no level restriction. Angor could use it right now. The only difference was that the amount of mana required would be reduced according to the amount of mana. Angor already learned Blacken Spell when he was studying alchemy some time ago. However, the final step, which was to blacken a material to create the 4 original elements, always failed. After reading the book carefully, Angor realized that the reason why he could not blacken a material was that he did not use a mana conductor. Death faction alchemists had many different types of mana conductors, but Angor needed to become a master alchemist to make most of them. However, there was only one type of mana conductor that could be used naturally without being refined, the Black Gold Nightmare Devil's demonic soul horn. The Black Gold Nightmare Devil's demonic soul horn contained the purest aura of death as well as a trace of life energy. Just based on its inherent attributes, it was naturally compatible with the alchemists of the Death faction. In ancient times, alchemists of the Death faction worshipped death and rebirth. Angor did not have a mana conductor before, so he could not use Blacken Spell, which had always been his biggest regret. Now that he found a Black Gold Nightmare Devil's demonic soul horn at Twilight Auction, there was no way he would let it go. Besides, an Abyss Nightmare Devil's demonic soul horn was worth more than 6,000 magic crystals, while a Black Gold Nightmare Devil's demonic soul horn was even rarer. Angor was lucky enough to get it at such a low price. One could only blame the Twilight Auction's appraisers for being too blind. Angor was so immersed in his joy that he did not notice that a strong undercurrent had appeared in the auction hall because of his purchase of a material that could only be used by master alchemists. Angor, who was in the middle of the undercurrent, did not notice it. The auction continued. The next 4 items continued in the style of the Twilight Auction, a comprehensive auction where everything was sold and everything was available. Item 159, Starry Night, Pheromone Potion. Item 160, Brain of a Domo Beast, used to modify human bodies. The 161st lot was a Cloud Whale Cub, a mount and vehicle. Item 162, Rainbow Pearl Necklace, a space storage. Angor was most interested in the Cloud Whale whelp. He lived on a cloud whale for a long time and knew how powerful an adult cloud whale was. However, it would take hundreds of years for a small cub to grow into a cloud whale that could cover the sky and cover the sun. The food of the cloud whale was not something he could afford. Most importantly, the price of a cloud whale cub had soared to 30,000 magic crystals. Angor would not have 30,000 magic crystals even if he sold himself, so he had to say goodbye to the cloud whale whelp reluctantly. The most expensive item was not the cloud whale whelp, but the rainbow pearl necklace. It was obviously a female accessory, but in the end, it was bought by a male wizard with 50,000 magic crystals. Angor knew it was a male wizard because Lydia and Flora teamed up to mock him. A man buying a female accessory? What a joke. Although the male magus was furious, he did not refute them. What they said was true, and it was the truth. However, he had been saving magic crystals for a long time just to wait for a space storage item to appear in Twilight Auction. There were no new space storage items in Twilight Auction for several years. This time, there was finally a space storage item, but it was a female accessory. He struggled for a long time before deciding to buy it. It was just a necklace anyway, and no one would see it if he wore it on his body. As they waited for the 163rd item to arrive, Twilight suddenly spoke up, "You're right. The next 10 items are reserved items of Twilight Auction. I believe you already know them, so I won't go into details." Twilight clapped her hands, and all the lights in the hall dimmed. Only the stage was illuminated by a spotlight effect. Angor heard the sound of iron wheels rolling on the stage. Soon, a row of iron cages covered with black cloth was pushed onto the stage. Angor was puzzled when a worker walked onto the stage and began to remove the black cloth from the cage on the far right. When the cloth was removed, Angor's eyes widened. He originally thought that the cage was filled with magical beasts, but he didn't expect that. It was filled with a mermaid with a naked upper body and a pink scaly lower body. It was a beautiful mermaid who was soaked in a transparent water tank. She had a frightened expression on her face and was constantly moving back and forth. However, the water tank was completely sealed, leaving only a small ventilation hole. She couldn't get out of the water tank at all. A mermaid caught 200 nautical miles away from Chambord Coast. She's from the Feg mermaid clan. Her lifespan is about 300 years. She's 16 years old now. She hasn't mated yet. By the way, she has a complete reproductive system. According to the test done by the appraiser, she's not isolated from human reproduction. But her offspring will be a humanoid, Twilight explained. She's probably a royal member of the Feg mermaid clan. She's born with talent. Whether you keep her for personal use or dissect her for research purposes, she'll be a great slave. Many men in the hall chuckled at Twilight's words. Angor frowned at the slave auction, but he did not object. There were slave markets in mortal countries as well. Many of the workers in Pat Manor were bought from slave markets. Most of the slaves in the mortal world were willing to be slaves. Since they did not have enough food to eat or clothes to keep warm, Angor did not think it was too cruel. However, the mermaid mentioned by Twilight was captured by them. This was the only thing that bothered Angor a little. Angor had learned a lot from John. Forcing others to lose their freedom for personal gain was against his values. But this was how the wizarding world worked. Strength was better than reason, and power was better than power. Angor had no choice but to accept this fact. He could not control other people's thoughts. With his current strength, the only thing he could do was to maintain his own values. The eyeless Manthmagus' teasing gaze scared the little mermaid so much that she began to swim around in the cramped water tank. Her panicked expression only made her look more vulnerable, which made the crowd even more excited. Angor simply watched on. The tragedy of mermaids lay in their beauty, but so did their beauty. Mortal fairies sailed across the sea, while mermaids used their beauty and gentle singing to seduce sailors, which eventually led to the sinking of their ships. From a macro point of view, no one was right or wrong. In the end, the mermaid was sold for 320 magic crystals. Immediately after, the black cloth of the second iron cage was also lifted. Inside was also a slave, but it was a dwarf covered in crystal scales. Crystal people from Grand Plain. They're born as craftsmen. They're the best helpers in building buildings and underground fortresses, Twilight explained in a casual tone. A humanoid from another world? No wonder I feel like it's being rejected by the world. Angor decided to buy it if it wasn't too expensive. Then he could use it as an excuse to ask how to prevent the crystal people from being rejected by the world's consciousness. In his mind, he even praised himself for his quick wit. However, the cruel reality slapped him hard in the face. In the end, the crystal people were sold for 1,500 magic crystals. Angor only had 600 magic crystals left after buying the Black Gold Nightmare's horn. He could only weep silently in his mind. One after another, the black cloths were lifted, revealing otherworldly beauties and local slaves. However, all otherworldly creatures were sold for at least 1,000 magic crystals. Angor couldn't even find a way to bid. He had heard people say that they could earn dozens of magic crystals by selling illegal otherworldly creatures to the adepts. He always thought otherworldly creatures were cheap, but reality was far from ideal. What Angor didn't know was that all the otherworldly creatures in Twilight Auction were carefully selected. They all had talents, and they entered the wizarding world through legal channels. The Supreme Cult couldn't interfere with this, so it was reasonable for them to be expensive. Soon, it was the last 3 items of the auction. Generally speaking, the last 3 items of the Twilight Auction were the most precious. But this time, it was a little strange. In the previous big auctions, the final 3 items were all real objects. This time, there were actually 2 iron cages left. In other words, there were still 2 slaves and an unknown item in the final 3 items? What kind of slave could be used as the last item? While the crowd was discussing, the black cloth covering the 3rd last item was lifted up. Angor raised an eyebrow. Another beautiful woman, but this time, it was a blonde woman with a pair of pure white wings. The woman's face was pure and holy, just like what John described as an angel. However, it was clear that she was not an angel. Even if she had the face of an angel and the holy temperament of an angel, her eyes could not deceive anyone. Her eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred. Almost all the slaves in the iron cage had hatred in their eyes, but this one was different. The target of her hatred did not seem to be anyone present. Furthermore, her treatment was different from the other beautiful slaves. She was dressed neatly and was not even chained up. She just sat quietly in the iron cage with her wide wings wrapped around her. Angor also sensed mana ripples coming from her. This was a supernatural being of the humanoid race. Twilight pointed at the woman in the cage. Her name is Gabriel. Angor noticed that many wizards were whispering to each other as if they were discussing something. Lady Twilight, you're talking about Gabriel? Which Gabriel is it? Twilight said, there is no doubt that she is the one you think she is, Gabriel Fodorasandra. The current saintess of the Parmagi Winged clan. The saintess of a clan? The saintess of the Parmagi Winged clan, who had a close relationship with the subhumans, everyone was shocked. The Winged clan's territory was the sky. However, one of their clansmen was persecuted by the Carabits and was forced to move to the underground world. After nearly 1,000 years of reproduction, the ancestors of the Featherman tribe had a very close relationship with the underground people. Later, this tribe of Feathermen settled on a floating island north of the Parmagi Plateau and called themselves the Parmagi Feathermen tribe. Lady Twilight, I don't think it's a good idea to sell the saintess of the Parmagi Winged clan as a slave, said a subhuman wizard who was born and raised in the underground world. The other wizards were already looking at Gabriel with lustful eyes, but they still nodded in agreement for the sake of their dignity. Gabriel smirked as she looked at the shameless behavior of the wizards below. She nodded to Twilight and closed her eyes. Twilight sighed inwardly. I'm sure all of you know who Gabriel is. She's the daughter of the Holy Feather, and we don't dare to sell her. She's willing to sell herself. Her only condition is to avenge her and kill the Lord of Night, Mudik. Twilight continued, as long as you can avenge her, she'll sign a contract and surrender herself to the Lord of Night. You can do whatever you want to her. Sarai the Holy Feather, the former saintess of the Parmagi Winged clan, was also a formal wizard and Gabriel's teacher. Unfortunately, she was killed by her husband, Mudik, 3 years ago. Mudik only admitted that he had killed Sarai. So far, there was no other news. Twilight didn't say anything about why Gabriel would rather surrender herself to the Lord of Night than kill Mudik. She just looked at the other wizards. There's no reserve price for this item. Anyone who's willing to accept the task can sign a contract with Gabriel. Following Twilight's words, the discussion grew louder. However, no one was willing to accept the offer. Mudik, the Lord of Night, was famous in Sleepless City. No one dared to offend him. Twilight glanced at box 19. If that person was willing to accept the task, perhaps Gabriel would have a chance at revenge. 5 minutes later, no one said a word. Box 19 didn't say a word either. Twilight sighed and announced that the item was not going to be sold. Gabriel didn't sit in the cage and wait to be pushed to the backstage. Instead, she opened the cage and bowed to Twilight. There was a trace of desperation and determination on her face. She flew down the stage and left the hall in front of everyone. After Gabriel left, the hall fell into silence. Lydia sighed. I hope the power of despair can give her the courage to go mad. She doesn't want to be a dependent woman. Men are always unreliable. After Gabriel left, there were only 2 items left on the stage. One of them was a slave in a cage. When the last black cloth of the cage was lifted, everyone frowned. It was a strange person. He was tall, with short gray hair, dark skin, a tall nose, and pale lips. He was wearing the uniform of a waiter, and his green bow tie was particularly eye-catching. Most of the descriptions were normal. However, there was one thing that made everyone frown. He had no eyes. He wasn't blind. His eyes were just bare skin. It couldn't be said that it was completely bald. At the very least, someone had used a paintbrush to draw a watery eye like a Barbie doll where the eyeless man's eyes should be. It was both cute and strange. What the hell is that thing? It's not rejected by the world's consciousness. It doesn't look like an otherworldly creature. Is it the Eyeless clan? Are there eyeless clans in the wizarding world? Why haven't I heard of him before? What kind of talent does he have? He's going to be the finale of the auction? Angor frowned and rubbed his temples while the others were still trying to figure out what was going on. What's wrong, Angor? Angor hesitated. I think I've seen this slave somewhere before. He looks familiar. Familiar? Really? Dave craned his neck to take a better look, but he couldn't find anything familiar no matter how hard he tried. Did he see it in the nightmare realm? That didn't sound right. Toby, who was nestled in his inner pocket, suddenly moved. Earlier, Toby was noisy because of the music box and fell asleep under Angor's coaxing. Seeing Toby awake, Angor no longer paid any attention to the auction slaves. Instead, he chuckled. 2 more items to go. You woke up just in time. Toby murmured lazily. Angor grinned when he heard what Toby was trying to say. After this nap, Toby's emotions had completely stabilized, and he even knew how to retort. Meanwhile, Twilight began to introduce the eyeless man in the cage. As you all know, there are 2 holy places for gourmet wizards in the southern wizarding region. One is Felicia's Butterfly Tavern, and the other is Greya's Barbie's Restaurant. Twilight's voice echoed across the hall, which surprised Angor. If you read the latest issue of Expedition into Endless Plains, Greya got into a fight with Granny Shikaku in Haunt Plain. Later, both of them were dragged into the Nightmare Realm together with Sprout, an expedition wizard. So far, Greya is dead, and her Barbie's Restaurant has fallen apart. Cold sweat dripped down Angor's forehead. He finally remembered who that man was. All of his employees are gourmet wizards. Apart from the ones who escaped to Candy House, the rest all went to different places. This is a former waiter of Barbie's Restaurant, captured by a wizard by accident. I'm sure you all know how valuable a gourmet wizard is. He's not a wizard yet, but his dishes are as good as alchemy potions. So, let's start the bidding. The starting price is 10,000 crystals, and each increment must be at least 5,000 crystals. Images flashed through his mind. Back then, he followed Mara and the others to Barbie's Restaurant for a meal. On their way, they met a lot of strange workers, such as Tom Weasel who loved to dance ballet, the ghost cleaner who talked nonsense, the sloppy and greasy supervisor Neo, and the eyeless waiter who hopped around stiffly. Inside the cage was the eyeless man Angor saw earlier. But Angor didn't have time to be surprised because the other side was already on fire. Toby was completely stunned when he heard that Greya might be dead. Before Angor could figure out how to comfort the bird, Twilight on the stage announced the price of the eyeless man again. Toby immediately flew into a rage. His emotions instantly reached the peak of anger. Toby's outburst this time was completely different from the music box incident. When the music box was put up for auction, Toby felt betrayed and was more afraid of Angor's scolding, so he tried to put on a show and asked Angor to comfort him. But this time, Toby didn't put on a show at all. He went all out. When anger rushed to the head, even mortals would dare to pick up weapons in the face of gods. Toby was even more simple-minded. Without hesitation, he used the sequence of gravity and dashed out of Angor's arms. There was a magic array in the hall that prevented people from casting spells. However, Toby's sequence of gravity belonged to him and was not affected by the magic array. Like an arrow leaving the bowstring, the car moved as fast as a shooting star, bringing with it a violent sound barrier as it crashed directly into the auction stage. Angor was terrified. This was a place where wizards gathered, and there were countless powerful figures. Toby was going to get himself killed. The intense sound of the sound barrier instantly attracted everyone's attention, including the eyeless man in the iron cage. The eyeless man had no eyes, but he was still an apprentice. The cage had anti-magic power, but it didn't stop spirit power. The eyeless man knew that he was going to be auctioned, and he lost all hope. When he heard the noise and the discussions around him, he reached out his spirit feelers out of curiosity. Then he saw a familiar figure, grayish-brown feathers, red claws, orange beak, green eyes, and unique clothes. Toby? The eyeless man muttered in surprise, "Why are you here?" At the same time, Flora raised an eyebrow in room 35. "Is that Toby?" 1 second was just a snap of a finger for mortals. But for wizards, their minds could move in circles countless times. Twilight, who was on the stage, naturally saw the uproar and the loud noise. She frowned and thought to herself, a bird that has comprehended the sequence of gravity? Gravity sequence? Brute cavern? Gravity garden? Sunders. Twilight's mind turned quickly. If Sunders was involved, should she stop the bird? While Twilight was still pondering, the workers beside the cage had already begun to respond. The stage was not covered by any magic array, so Angor could see the colorful ripples of mana coming from the auctioneer's body. Clearly, the auctioneer was about to cast a powerful spell. If Angor didn't want to get involved, the best solution was to stay put and pretend that he didn't know Toby. Had it been someone else, such as Dave or Prom, he would have chosen to wait and see what would happen. But today, it was Toby who started the riot. The one who rushed out was his closest friend. In the past 6 months, Toby had not only helped him a lot, but also saved him countless times. When Angor first came to a strange place, Toby was the one who gave him the courage to face it when he was at his loneliest and most lost. At this moment, Angor's mind was filled with images of his time with Toby. Toby's arrogance, Toby's mischievousness, Toby's cuteness, and the gentle times when they were together. Without hesitation, Angor rushed out. At this moment, he threw aside his rational thoughts, and his emotions and hot-bloodedness took over. Before Dave and Prom could react, Angor jumped down from the silver card VIP area on the 2nd floor. "Angor!" Dave yelled and ran to the railings on the 2nd floor. He looked at Angor, who was already on the ground with a terrified expression. 09 Little Saynet. On the other side, Toby's final target was the eyeless man in the iron cage. The staff on both sides were actually apprentices, so they didn't have any instantaneous spells. While they were preparing their cantrips, Toby had already rushed to the side of the iron cage and smashed a hole in it with brute force. Then he stopped in front of the eyeless man. "Toby." The eyeless man said hoarsely. The eyeless man had no eyes, but at that moment, his emotions were filled with excitement and shock. There was also a trace of disbelief and hesitation. "Toby." It was Angor who yelled this time. He tried to jump onto the stage but was stopped by the guards on both sides. Angor clenched his teeth, took out a golden revolver from his pocket, and fired several shots at the guard. "What? What's going on?" Angor asked. Because of the magic array, Angor's shots were only normal bullets. They couldn't hurt anyone, but they could interrupt their spells. Sound barriers, gunshots, and screams. In just a few seconds, the auction hall was thrown into chaos. The surrounding magi looked at this rare scene as if they were watching a show. How many years would it take for someone to go against the Twilight Auction Hall to show up again? If they didn't watch it today, they didn't know when the next time would happen. That would be such a shame. The silence of the onlookers was a stark contrast to the chaos on the stage. Twilight couldn't wait any longer. Whether the bird was related to Sunders or not, she had to do something. But the bird was a small problem. She had to get rid of this man first to prevent further trouble. Angor was just a beginner apprentice, so Twilight could easily take care of him. A beam of light shot out from her palm and dashed toward Angor like a bolt of lightning. Angor was blocked by several guards, and he couldn't use his mana because of the magic array, so he was hit by the beam without any resistance. The powerful impact carried a destructive force and sent Angor tumbling for dozens of meters before he slammed into the inner hall wall. The continuous tumbling and the final impact made Angor feel more pain. When he slowly fell down from the wall, the pain reached its peak. Angor almost lost all his senses. The only thing he could feel was the smell of rust, the ringing in his ears, and his pounding heart. Angor! Dave screamed in pain. Toby also looked back and saw Angor's miserable condition. His body was covered in blood. His shoulder blade was pierced through. His eyes were dazed. TSK TSK TSK. Such a handsome young man. What a pity. Lydia's sarcastic remark came at the right time. Ugh. He overestimated himself. It was Flora who spoke. She sat in the box and did not move at all. She did not even think about saving her little junior. She had enemies all over the world. She was even chased all the way to Brute Cavern. But Sunders just stood by and watched. In this world, one could not rely on anyone. One's own strength was the only thing that mattered. That was what Flora learned. If she wanted to help, she would only do something of equal value. In booth 19, a man in a gentleman's outfit looked up from the dim light and closed his eyes again. The only sound left in the small empty room was a long sigh. The big screen outside was also broadcasting what happened inside. In a corner of the hall, the white-robed young man was happily waiting for the auction to end so that he could collect the Azure bloodline. Suddenly, he was shocked as he looked at the man covered in blood on the big screen with horror. And in an Angor. Angor felt his soul trembling. When he finally calmed down, he found that he could not move at all. There was a hole in his shoulder blade. His hand was fractured. His leg was broken. There was not a single part of his body that was unharmed. Even his heartbeat was getting weaker. Angor mocked himself in his mind. How could an apprentice fight against a wizard? The difference in strength was like comparing a mortal to an ant. After dealing with Angor, Twilight was going to deal with the bird that broke the rules of the auction house. But when she looked back, she only saw the eyeless man inside the cage. The bird had already flown to the injured young man. So they're together. Let's get rid of them together then. Twilight did not show any emotion when she saw Angor's injuries. Only indifference and arrogance remained. Twilight lifted a hand, and another ray of light similar to the one that injured Angor came at Toby. Toby! Dodge! Angor shouted with all his might. Toby did not move. If he did, the ray would definitely hit Angor. Toby was already regretting his decision. When he heard about Grea's death, he was driven by anger and rushed out of the auction house. He failed to save the eyeless man and injured Angor badly. Angor could die at any time now. Dodge! Toby frantically activated the sequence of gravity. However, the ray of light did not seem to be affected by the material world. It hit Toby without any hesitation. Toby! As both Angor and the eyeless man screamed in pain, the ray of light went through Toby and hit Angor's arm. Toby's small body drew a parabola in the air and fell beside Angor's feet. Angor did not care about the wound on his arm. He could not move at all, but he was not blind. He saw Toby spitting out blood and trembling its wings. The bird looked at Angor with its beady eyes filled with guilt. It seemed that Toby was saying goodbye to Angor for the last time. Tears poured out of Angor's eyes. I don't blame you. It's all my fault. I knew Grea was in trouble. I shouldn't have hidden it from you. Angor's words were incoherent. Toby's eyes slowly lost their luster. No. No. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. 1 second, he was joking with Angor, and the next, Angor and Toby were dying right in front of everyone's eyes. What should I do? Dave panicked. He had no idea what he could do to help Angor. His eyes reddened as he turned to Prom. Prom closed his eyes and shook his head bitterly. A wizard is to an apprentice what a mountain is to a mound. I will never be able to shake him, and I can't save him. Angor, who was about to fall into the abyss of despair, suddenly heard footsteps coming from afar. He looked up and saw Twilight standing several meters away from him. Twilight stared at him with a cold expression. Speak. Why did you attack the Twilight auction hall? Angor did not say anything. It was their fault. But speaking of intentions, what could he possibly have? Toby was blinded by anger, and Angor couldn't help but save him. Impulsiveness was an original sin. This was Toby's fate. Angor's silence didn't affect Twilight's mood. She only looked at him with disdain. Angor kept looking at Toby, and Toby kept looking at Angor. Perhaps to both of them, this moment was the last scene of their lives. Don't say it. It's all about that eyeless man anyway. Whether you want to save him or not, the result is clear now. You're all going to die. With that, Twilight turned around and slowly walked to the auction stage. When Twilight turned around, she raised her hand, and a faint light appeared on her palm. You're so heartless, Twilight. Lydia's mocking voice echoed in the hall. Look at that bird and that handsome boy. What a beautiful show. I'm going to cry. It's even better than tomorrow's Phantom Feast. Lady Lotus, you like to see such a beautiful scene destroyed, don't you? Twilight spoke calmly. You know me so well. Lydia's voice suddenly changed, as if a gentle lover had turned into an evil witch. I like this kind of cruelty. It's better to see something even crueler. Ahahaha. Twilight didn't respond. Anyone who dared to cause trouble in Twilight Auction Hall was challenging the authority of Twilight Well. No matter who it was, they would pay for it. While talking to Toby, Angor suddenly thought of John when he was about to die. I can't die like this. He hadn't fulfilled his promise with John yet. He hadn't seen his brother get married yet. He hadn't seen the glory of the Pat family. He hadn't witnessed the glory of the Lionheart. There were so many things of a man. But under such circumstances, how could he not die, a wizard and a level 1 apprentice, Angor, of course, but a few. How could he survive, Angor's of his first thought. Who else could save him now, was it Flora? Angor looked at room 35 with a pleading look. He was sure Flora saw him and Toby, but she didn't do anything. Only a cold silence. When he jumped over the railing on the second floor and reached the stage, Flora complained about how he overestimated himself. Angor understood Flora's choice. He once said that he wouldn't leave his fate in someone else's hands. But at a time like this, he actually hoped that someone would save him. He was too naive. Why would anyone save him in the cruel wizarding world? Just like the saintess of the winged men, hoping for someone to avenge her was nothing but a pipe dream. Angor watched as the light in Twilight's hand grew brighter and brighter. He frowned. The only thing he could do was to save himself. However, he couldn't use spells in this place. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to last one round against a wizard. There were still so many Twilight adepts around. Why did he think he could escape from their encirclement? Was there nothing else he could do? Angor's mind began to spin wildly. All he could think of was a way to survive. No. He couldn't use spells, but he could use illusions. Didn't the music box trigger illusions? He didn't care whether the illusions would work or not. He decided to set them up first. Angor tried to set up a melodious illusion with the loud noise around him. However, reality always went against his will. He tried to release illusion nodes, but he couldn't release any mana from his body. The magic array was still working. At this moment, he remembered that the reason why the music box's cloud sky illusion worked was because it was opened on the auction stage, and there was no magic array there. Besides, the illusion wasn't offensive, which meant it wouldn't trigger the magic array's counterattack and cover the entire inner hall. Without illusions, his chances were even lower. What should he do? Angor's heart was pounding. He already knew that if he couldn't think of a way out, he would be killed by Twilight's light in the next second. Hearing his heartbeat, Angor's eyes suddenly brightened up. He remembered the melodious illusion created by Sunders using his heart, as well as the microscopic illusions he used to create the demon falcon ornament and the music box. Why do illusion nodes have to be outside my body? I'll do it inside my body. My organs will be the nodes, my brain will be the core, and my body will be the carrier. Angor didn't dare to waste any time. He quickly used his organs as nodes to set up illusions inside his body. When the first node was lit up, Angor felt extreme pain all over his body. But it was nothing compared to the pain he felt inside his heart. Angor didn't stop at all and continued to light up the next node. Sweat and blood oozed out of every pore on his body, from his forehead to the tip of his eyebrows and all over his body. Angor's movement didn't escape the eyes of all the wizards in the room, including Twilight. Twilight quickly saw through Angor's plan. He was setting up an illusion, and it seemed to be a melodious illusion. She didn't care about an illusion set up by an apprentice at all. Only the man in the gentlemanly suit in room 19 opened his eyes under the flickering light. What nonsense. Twilight didn't interrupt Angor's illusion. She even stopped sending energy into her palm. She wanted to see how childish an apprentice's final struggle was. Angor had completely forgotten about the others while he was setting up his illusion. Angor suddenly gained an understanding of illusions these days. He could even use illusions to fool other people's senses. But it didn't work on wizards, so he had to think of another way. He remembered Lady Mirror once said that his illusion contained a trace of the nightmare realm. As for why, Angor assumed it was because he was thinking about the nightmare realm when he was constructing the illusion. But that didn't explain why there was a shadow of the nightmare realm in the illusion. Was it because he was thinking about the nightmare realm, and even if he could create an illusion, could he really escape from a wizard? What should he do then? Even if the illusions were connected to the nightmare realm, even if he could affect other people's emotions, would he be able to escape from Twilight's clutches? Speaking of power, Angor suddenly thought of a person. If he could use the feeling he felt from that person, maybe he could buy some time. Whatever. While he was building his illusion, he thought about someone else. A woman who once gave him a scar. Using his own body as a medium to create an illusion. Looks like he's improved a lot. He's really good at creating illusions. But, using his own body? That's a bit ridiculous. Flora giggled. Then she frowned. But you can use this method to create an illusion in a situation like this. But even if you set up an illusion, do you have any other countermeasures? Flora floated in the air and giggled to herself. Suddenly, Little Red let go of Flora and held her head tightly with its bony hands, which were also skeletons. What's wrong, Little Red? Flora asked. Save him. The flames in the skull's eye sockets flickered as if they would go out at any moment. Save Angor? Flora pouted and humphed. Why should I? I had so many enemies after me, and my professor didn't save me. Little Red didn't show any more emotions to Flora. Instead, it held its head and looked like it was in great pain. Little Red? What's wrong with you? While Angor was building his illusion, wisps of white smoke were coming out of his body. As the smoke spread out, the room was filled with strange illusions of trees, strange animals, and back to reality. It looked like a montage of messy clips. TSK TSK TSK. Such a terrible illusion. What a spectacle. Lydia looked at the illusions that kept changing between normal and normal. Compared to the creator of the music box, Angor's illusion was like heaven and earth. Twilight also shook her head in disdain. The man in room 19 frowned as a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Enough of this farce. Twilight looked at the trashy illusion and raised a hand. A beam of light shot toward Angor. Before the beam reached Angor's forehead, the illusion suddenly changed. Billowing white smoke was released from Angor's body. Earlier, it was only a faint white smoke. Now, it was a thick white smoke that rose to the sky. As the white smoke soared into the sky, the scattered light actually disappeared. Twilight stared at Angor in shock. What's going on? How could an illusion resist her traceless light? At this moment, a strange sound of gongs, drums, and horns could be heard from the white fog. Everyone was blinded for a moment, and in the next second, they found that the environment in the inner field had changed, and they appeared in the hall of an extremely luxurious ancient castle. Looking back, in the corner of the castle hall, the young man who constructed the illusion was still emitting white fog. The white fog completely enveloped him, and only his blood-stained feet could be faintly seen. As the white fog continued to spread, it didn't take long for even his feet to be completely covered. Not a bad illusion. Considering this young man's age, the hall looks quite real. Lydia's voice came from behind. Everyone turned around and saw Lydia sitting in front of a luxurious round table. She was wearing a glittering jewel robe and sitting elegantly on one of the chairs. Lydia was a very beautiful woman. She was wearing a bright red robe, and her pink hair was tied up in a bun. Sitting in front of the luxurious round table, it was as if they were one with the extravagant style of the illusion. When the others saw Lydia, she saw them too. Lydia frowned. Huh? Even if it's an illusion, I should be in a private room. They can't see me. Lydia turned around and saw a white-haired old wizard standing in front of a mural, leisurely looking at the portrait of a person. Lydia knew this old wizard. He was one of the veteran wizards in the room next to hers. The old wizard seemed to have noticed Lydia as well. He turned around and smiled at her. According to the design of the VIP rooms, Lydia could not see the people in the other VIP rooms. But in this illusion, the walls between the rooms seemed to be transparent. Interesting. Lydia's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Lydia looked at the round table and the chair she was sitting on. She was originally sitting on the long sofa. Although she was still sitting on it now, the sofa was gone. She also noticed something else. Some of the apprentice adepts in the inner arena were in a complete mess. When the illusion was created, the stools they were sitting on had mysteriously disappeared. Is this some kind of illusion? Lydia once fought an illusionist wizard who was a master of illusions. His illusions were so realistic that he could turn a wand into a viper even if the opponent was holding it in his hand. Even if you knew it was an illusion, the snake could still hurt you or even kill you. This was one of the wonders of wizard-level illusions. How could a mere apprentice construct such an illusion? Lydia stood up and slowly approached one of the apprentices who used to stay in the inner hall. She was in a VIP room on the 3rd floor, while the apprentice was sitting on the 1st floor. If she wanted to talk to him, she would have to go around the wall of the room and cross the 3rd floor to reach him. However, after a few steps, Lydia found herself standing next to the apprentice. Is this really an illusion? Lydia was puzzled. This question was on the minds of almost everyone present. Are you sure this is an illusion and not some other space? Dave and Prom also landed in the hall. Before Dave could figure out why the stairs and height difference disappeared, he quickly ran toward Angor. Angor. Dave knew Angor's situation, so he didn't act recklessly. While everyone was distracted by the strange illusion, he quietly approached Angor. The white mist around Angor kept expanding. When Dave snuck into the mist from one side, the others did not notice him at all. Dave crawled to Angor's side and tried to touch him, but he heard Angor panting in fear. Dave. Don't touch me. Angor, are you okay? Dave was a little flustered. What should we do now? Can you get out of here with the illusion? Angor's mind was in a strange state. He saw the place and the creatures that once terrified him. He had a feeling that he must not disturb them. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, when David approached, he stopped him in a low voice. Don't worry about me. Take Toby away and ask Master Prom to save him. Angor breathed heavily. Tell him that if I survive this, I'll help him make a weapon to counter the undead creatures. I'll draw Prelude to Elimination. But tell him to save Toby. Make sure he doesn't let anything happen to Toby. Dave's face was pale, but he still obeyed Angor's order. He carefully picked up Toby and asked in a trembling voice, What about you? Don't worry about me. I have a plan. Under Angor's angry glare, Dave finally left quietly. After Dave left, Angor revealed a bitter smile. A solution? What could he possibly do? He couldn't even take care of himself. David put Toby in his pocket and carefully walked out of the white mist. Then, he snuck towards Prom. The others might not have noticed him due to the illusion, but Twilight did. She didn't do anything. She glanced at Dave and then looked at the mist again. The illusory realm constructed by this young man made her a little confused. Was it really just an illusion? Twilight felt a little regretful that she didn't stop Angor from creating the illusion. She wanted to see how ridiculous a level 1 apprentice's trump card was. However, her trump card didn't work yet, but she was already feeling uneasy. At this time, Twilight heard a commotion not far away. She turned to look. She turned around and saw a barefoot girl floating in the air with a gloomy expression. Twilight knew who it was. It was Flora, the Blood Witch. She was also a golden VIP of the auction and was sitting in VIP room 35. However, Flora looked a little strange today. It wasn't her expression or her clothes. It was because there was a skeleton clinging to her behind her back. Twilight took a closer look and did indeed see the shadow of a skeleton, but it was flickering in and out of existence, making it difficult for her to confirm. "Since when did you have such a strange hobby, Flora?" Lydia suddenly stood in front of Flora. Her fiery red robe contrasted with Flora's dark purple doll dress. "Strange hobby? You mean I like to drink blood and kill people, or cut them into pieces?" "Oh right, I like to kill women in red the most." Flora sneered. Lydia curled her lips. "Since when do you like to carry skeletons on your back?" "Skeletons?" Flora narrowed her eyes. "What did you say? You can see Little Red?" "Little Red? You mean the skeleton that's holding its head and howling in pain?" "What an old-fashioned name," Lydia said. Flora ignored Lydia and grabbed a random apprentice. "Can you see Little Red on my back?" She questioned him in a harsh tone. "Wha, Little Red?" "I can only see a vague shadow of a skeleton." Flora's frown deepened after she got her answer. She tossed the apprentice aside. She thought to herself, what's going on? What the hell did Angor do? Why can Little Red be seen by other people? Flora clenched her teeth and sighed. What a pain. She ignored Lydia's mockery and rushed toward Angor. While Twilight was still wondering why Flora was here, something strange happened again. Someone screamed in pain from the mist, which Flora recognized as Angor's voice right away. Along with this miserable cry, the faint sounds of gongs, drums, and horns that the others had heard suddenly became clear. Everyone was attracted by the scream and looked in the direction of the white fog. At this moment, a strange palpitation spread through their hearts. It was as if a deep terror was slowly approaching them. Twilight's brows furrowed as she felt her heart palpitate. Twilight's guards came and stood beside her. "Can you contact the backstage?" Twilight asked in a low voice. The guard captain shook his head. "Lady Twilight, we can't contact the outside world at all. This illusion seems to be a real space. The walls feel real to us. Currently, the only door is behind the white fog." Twilight's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the mist again and unleashed 10 beams of light from her fingers. Under everyone's gaze, 10 beams of light rushed into the mist, stirring up everything in their way. Twilight aimed at the spot where Angor was lying on the ground. However, she only received the sound of metal bouncing back. Under everyone's shocked gazes, all the light beams bounced back. Several missed their target, while 2 unlucky ones hit 2 people. However, they were 2 guards from Twilight. One of them was hit in the head and died on the spot, while the other had a hole in his chest. He didn't look like he was going to make it. Twilight's expression turned gloomy when she saw her men dying. It was a simple matter, and the troublemakers were only apprentices. But now, things turned out this way. Not only did the troublemakers survive, but they also lost their men. "It's my fault. I'll report it to the family." Twilight looked at the other guard who was about to die and spoke in a guilty tone. As Twilight spoke, a strange team of teacups stepped out of the white mist. Everyone frowned as they looked at the long line of strange music. They were all white porcelain teacups with heart-shaped symbols. They had thin arms and legs like matchsticks, and they were holding various musical instruments. Some were even floating in the air and playing the piano. Strangely enough, the music they played seemed to have materialized. Staves wriggled out of the teacups like wisps of smoke. The musical notes looked like tadpoles dancing on the staves. They looked like a dreamy band for young girls, but the music they played was eerie and creepy. "What's that?" Twilight was surprised. She launched several beams of light at the band. However, as soon as the beams touched the band, they were bounced back by the instruments. Twilight finally understood what was going on. It was the band's doing. But where exactly did this band come from? Twilight attacked the teacup band a few more times, but to no avail. Seeing this, the other wizards and guards began to attack as well. But they did not do anything to the band. "It's all that kid's fault. Kill him and it'll be over." With that, Twilight dashed into the mist and saw Angor lying on the ground, heavily injured. She snickered and reached out a hand. Her fingernails turned into sharp claws and stabbed at Angor's chest. Suddenly, an ear-piercing chuckle that sounded like a bell in the middle of a dark night came from inside his body. Hee 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 hee. Along with this terrifying laughter, the teacup band in front suddenly stopped playing and shouted in a strange voice like that of a child, "Queen Night Patrol." Before Twilight could react, her hand was grabbed by another hand. Twilight turned around and saw a black-clothed man standing beside her. "Mr. Sunders?" Outside the mist, all the wizards who attended the auction had gathered together. Some were curious, some were surprised, some were mocking, and most of them were terrified. An unknown aura was emitted from the white fog. This aura was like an aura of fear. Not to mention apprentices, even official wizards would feel a trace of fear. It was just like the aura of an oppressive level, oppressing everyone indiscriminately. Who's that young man? A level 1 apprentice could cause such a huge commotion? Even wizards were affected by the aura of fear. Instead of asking who that young man is, I'm more interested in this. Are we really in an illusion? Why can't I feel anything? His question was the same as everyone else's. Was this really an illusion? Why didn't they feel like they were in an illusion? It felt more like real space. Tell me. Who's that kid? A wizard from the Twilight Guards grabbed the eyeless man from the iron cage and questioned him with an angry glare. The eyeless man looked at the wizard with his ridiculous Barbie doll eyes. Crack. Crack. I don't know him. The eyeless man's limbs were stiff. Every movement he made would result in cracking sounds. Are you going to tell me or not? The wizard from Twilight Guards thought the man was being stubborn. I can read minds. Why don't you let me give it a try? The old white wizard in box 2 left a mural and came to the front of Twilight Wizard. Mr. Cooper. Thank you for your help. The old wizard named Cooper stood in front of the eyeless man for a long time while mumbling something in his eyes. Only then did he wipe the sweat off his forehead and slowly retreat to the side. He's not lying. He doesn't know that person. He only knows that bird. That bird used to be Grea's pet. Later, Grea gave it to someone else to take care of. Cooper paused and continued, he doesn't know who that person is, but he heard from Grea that she gave her pet to Mr. Sunders' student. Everyone was shocked when they heard Cooper mention Sunders' student. The Twilight Guards, in particular, choked on their saliva. The boy used an illusion spell, and Sunders was a phantom master. Was the boy Sunders' student? The bird's sequence of gravity, and Sunders' gravity garden, almost everyone assumed that the young man was Sunders' student. The captain of the Twilight Guard squad had an unsightly expression. Would there be repercussions for treating him like this if he really was that sire's disciple? More importantly, Sunders was there the whole time. Everyone looked at Flora. She was also Sunders' student, so she might know something about it. Flora shrugged. That's right. That little guy is the professor's new disciple. After Flora's confirmation, there was no mistaking it. I say, Flora, your little junior brother is being bullied, and you're having fun watching from the sidelines. It was Lydia who spoke. Flora said grumpily, why should I save him? Besides, I didn't save him, and he's still messing around with you. Hey, if you have time to mind our business, why don't you leave the Nightmare Domain first? Not only did the Twilight Union's people's faces stiffen, but the other wizards were also pissed off. They had tried earlier, but they couldn't leave this extravagant hall no matter how hard they tried. Even when they bombarded the walls, there was no reaction. Nightmare Domain? Isn't this an illusion? Cooper caught the key point in Flora's words. Flora didn't explain. She gave Little Red a worried look, then turned to look at where Angor was hiding in the white mist with anger and helplessness. The captain of the Twilight Guard squad felt uneasy after learning about the boy's identity. He grabbed a guard and whispered, go to the mist and tell Lady Twilight who that young man is. Come back quickly. As soon as he gave the order, everyone felt their hearts racing. An even more terrifying aura came out of the white mist. Hee hee hee. The terrifying laughter made everyone's forehead drip with a few drops of sweat. Who's laughing? That's scary. Even if Mr. Monkey is here, he shouldn't be laughing like this. The teacup band suddenly stopped playing. Instead, they began to shout in a strange, childish voice, "The Queen's Night Patrol." Inside the white mist, Sunders grabbed Twilight's hand that was attacking Angor. "Mr. Sunders?" Twilight exclaimed. "Don't attack him. Get out. I'll take care of him." Sunders looked at Angor, who was lying on the ground with a serious expression. You're giving me a headache." Twilight sensed the intimacy between Sunders and Angor, and her heart skipped a beat. "I don't know what you're doing. How did you create a nightmare domain? If that woman shows up, the entire underground world will collapse." Sunders was furious. Angor was seeking his own death because of his own teaching philosophy. Sunders did not want to care about Angor's life, but he did not expect the boy to learn some dirty tricks and create a nightmare domain. Sunders' illusions were the best in the entire southern wizarding region because of the nightmare domain contained in them. A nightmare domain was almost a real world. It also had the nightmare realm's property of projecting reality into illusion and creating reality, which was why it was superior to other illusions. However, a nightmare domain was a double-edged sword. The barrier between the nightmare domain and the nightmare realm was very small. Powerful nightmare monsters could easily tear through the barrier and enter the underground world. Because of this, Sunders had to use other methods to create his own nightmare domain and use it against his enemies. The area where Little Red was located was a part of the nightmare domain that was cut off from the nightmare realm. Angor had already created a nightmare domain. And now he even summoned a monster. Even though they were separated by the nightmare realm barrier, their laughter alone was comparable to the pressure of a legendary wizard. One could only imagine how powerful the demons behind them were. They were definitely stronger than the monsters outside the nightmare realm. So annoying. Sunders used his spirit power to yell at Angor. "Wake up, Angor." The strange frequency resonated with Angor's weak brainwaves and entered Angor's mind, which was about to collapse. Angor's exhausted mind suddenly felt refreshed. He felt like a traveler in the desert who was thirsty for several days, and someone poured a sweet spring water into his mouth. Angor's dried-up body was instantly refreshed. He slowly opened his eyes in a daze. In his hazy vision, he saw a black-cloaked figure standing beside him. He unconsciously grinned. Tutor, you're here? That's great. Hurry up and save Toby." Sunders was going to scold Angor for being ungrateful, but when he saw how weak Angor looked, he decided not to say anything. He only said with a trace of helplessness, "You really want to anger me to death." Twilight, who had been standing behind Sunders, was surprised when she overheard their conversation. This young man was Sunders' student. Twilight quickly gathered all the information in her mind and figured out the most important thing to do. She turned around and left without hesitation. Before she left the mist, she heard someone screaming. A member wearing a Twilight Guard uniform wanted to approach the white fog, but for some reason, he touched the materialized staff played by the teacup band. Then, the place where his leg touched the staff broke into two. Because of his broken leg, he lost his balance and fell forward into the teacup band. The staff and the tadpole musical notes chopped the Twilight Guard into pieces. His dirty organs scattered all over the ground. Twilight stared blankly at the scene in front of her. Another person had died. Her heart was filled with regret. If she had known things would turn out like this, she would have killed that stinking brat, so what if he was Sunders' disciple? The truth was on their side. Even if word got out, it wasn't their fault. Twilight clenched her fists. Her eyes were filled with hatred. He's just an apprentice, isn't he? There are plenty of chances to kill him. Just as Twilight was thinking this, another terrifying laugh came from the white fog. This time, it was even worse than the previous one. Earlier, it was just fear. This time, it was using its laughter to hurt people. Blood came out of the ears of all the apprentices. "That's enough to injure so many people," Lydia said with a grim look. "It's at least a level 3 wizard." Twilight's face paled. How could a young man do something like that? She needed to figure out how to deal with him first. At least, she needed to know more about him. Twilight lowered her eyebrows. Inside the mist, Angor heard Sunders' voice. When Angor woke up, he also heard the horrible laughter coming from Sunders' body. The sound did not harm him in any way, but it still gave him a horrible feeling. What the hell are you doing? Put away the nightmare domain or we'll all die when the monster comes out. Sunders yelled at Angor. Angor's wounds were mostly healed after Sunders' treatment. However, his broken bones still needed time to heal, so he couldn't move at all. I didn't do anything. I just used my organs as illusion nodes. When I was constructing the illusion, I thought about that woman. Which woman? Sunders frowned. The one who scratched my shoulder. Angor lowered his head in shame. I didn't know this would happen. It was too dangerous, and I didn't have any other choice. I wanted to create a powerful illusion with a powerful character. Otherwise, I would have died. At first, Angor only remembered a blurry face that was stitched up by needles. But as he continued constructing the illusion, he realized that the woman's face was getting more and more real. In the end, he even remembered what the woman looked like, what she wore, every move she made, and every word she said. Next, he felt something itchy on his back. Then, the illusion appeared again. Next, Angor noticed that his vision became strange. Half of his vision was real, while the other half was in another place where all kinds of strange creatures lived. While he was still trying to remember, he suddenly felt a numbing sensation, followed by a cloud of white mist coming out of the wound on his shoulder. In his vision, the other half of the strange creature suddenly went through a thin membrane and came to the left side from the right side. Angor watched as a row of rainbow-colored dragonflies flew out of the white mist, circled around his head twice, and rushed out of the mist. When the teacup band showed up, Angor was already dying, so he didn't see them. This was the first time he saw something like this, and it scared him out of his wits. In the vision, there were even more strange creatures that were walking in the direction of the membrane. At the end of the army, there was a stitched woman sitting on a throne of stars. When Angor looked at her, she also looked up and stared at him from the other side of the world and the countless soldiers in front of him. 8. Angor felt a chill running down his spine just by looking into the pair of crazed eyes. The red-haired woman with heavy makeup curled her lips into a maniacal grin. She laughed so hard that her black heart-shaped crown swayed back and forth with her movements. Ranger noticed that the woman's emotions were similar to those of the glutton flower lord. He could sense them, but he couldn't understand the complicated information behind them. It was like someone who only learned basic Chinese trying to read classical Chinese. He could recognize most of the words, but he couldn't understand them when they were put together. Rhe couldn't read her mind, but he sensed madness, frustration, and unparalleled murderous intent in her mind. Don't let her come out. Angor, find a way to get rid of the nightmare domain, Sunders warned Angor, find a way to get rid of it. The rainbow-colored dragonfly sent a chill down Sunders' spine. The teacup band was only a level 2 apprentice in the wizarding world. But the rainbow dragonflies had already reached the level of a half-step wizard. Moreover, there were no less than 100 dragonflies in that row. Even a wizard wouldn't be able to defeat them in a one-on-one fight. What's a nightmare domain? How do I end it? Angor asked anxiously. He had become a medium that connected the two worlds, so he could observe both worlds like a god. But he didn't know how to shut down the nightmare domain. The nightmare domain is the link between the nightmare realm and the real world. Only wizards with nightmare form can create it. The only way for monsters to leave the nightmare realm is through the nightmare domain. Sunders almost shouted. That woman you're talking about is at least a monster from the central area of the nightmare realm. She's definitely stronger than legendary. You can't let her enter the nightmare domain. Otherwise, not just us, but the entire southern wizarding region will suffer a great disaster. Sunders gave Angor a serious look. You said you met that woman in your home when you first entered the nightmare realm. Once she came out, it was very likely that the marginalized island would be massacred as well. So even if it's not for yourself, you have to do it for your family. You absolutely cannot let her out. What should I do? Angor asked anxiously. Close the nightmare domain. Don't let any monsters out. The monster just now was already half a step away from being a wizard. The next one will most likely be a wizard. How do we close the nightmare domain? I can't stop it, the owl is already out. Owls? Sunders didn't know what Angor was talking about. But in the next second, he saw a cartoon green owl flapping its fleshy wings and flying out of the mist. So it's a wizard-level monster. Sunders was alarmed when he saw the owl. You can see what's going on in the nightmare realm? Sunders suddenly remembered Angor's prophecy. You can see inside, I can see it, Sunders was surprised. He did not see the nightmare realm when he created his nightmare domain. But he didn't have time to think about these things. How many more monsters are there? He asked. Ranger looked like he was about to cry. Tons and tons. There are so many of them that I can't see the end of them. And that woman, she's sitting on a giant throne in the middle of them all. Sunders let out a long sigh. You're such a pain in the ass, what should we do now? Angor did not know how things turned out like this. He was worried about his own life just a moment ago, and now he had to take care of the entire southern wizarding region? Are you kidding me? I just created an illusion to save myself. Why does it feel like opening Pandora's box? Sunders gritted his teeth. You should be able to handle the nightmare domain when you become a wizard. But I have no choice now. I'll help you. Find a way to stop the monsters. Don't let any more of them come out, especially that woman. Before Angor could ask more questions, Sunders had already left. You're the medium between the two worlds. You must find a way to close that tunnel, or you'll die. Sunders warned Angor. Ranger did not know what to do. Find a way? What can I do? R. The green owl hovered in the air for a while and finally landed on Angor's head. It seemed the owl was a neat freak. When it saw the blood on Angor's hair, it breathed out some green mist, which seemed to have purifying and healing properties. Not only did Angor's hair become clean again, even the wounds on his head were healed. Ranger was still trying to figure out a way to close the passage, so he did not pay attention to the owl at all. Sunders said the owl was a wizard-level monster, but Angor did not feel any pressure from it. Besides, the shape of the thing was too deceiving. Angor was not afraid at all. But in his heart, he said bitterly, why do birds like to land on his hair? The owl did not try to avoid Angor's gaze. It stepped on Angor's soft hair and began to release a powerful aura. The magi outside the white fog could all feel this pressure. Some of them collapsed on the ground and gasped for air. The official wizards were fine, but their brows were furrowed. They didn't know what was going on. After the owl released its aura, the rainbow dragonflies that were wandering in the mist returned to Angor and lined up in front of the owl. A wave of green energy spread out from the owl's body and enveloped all the rainbow dragonflies, including Angor. Ranger sensed another emotion from the owl. But compared to the woman with the stitches, he was able to decipher the emotions of this toy owl. The general idea was for the rainbow dragonflies to pave the way for the queen to go on an inspection tour. Ranger guessed that the owl was referring to the woman on the throne. I wonder where exactly that woman is the queen of. Could it be the queen mentioned by the glutton flowers? Following the owl's order, hundreds of rainbow dragonflies flew out of the mist. When the others saw the rainbow-colored dragonflies, they all frowned. They keep appearing again and again. What kind of monsters are these? Why haven't I seen them before? Don't tell me it's that kid's illusion? A shameless-looking wizard mocked Twilight. You guys are just too overbearing. He's already heavily injured and can't move, yet you still want to kill a junior. See? You're the one who got the short end of the stick. Maybe this is Mr. Sunders' trump card for his student. Twilight was already furious, and the wizard's words only irritated her even more. However, she was the auctioneer of Twilight Auction, and it was her fault for causing this situation. She could only clench her fists and vent her anger on Angor. Lydia rolled her eyes at the shameless wizard and chuckled. Oh, my poor little Flora. Mr. Sunders is so biased. He didn't save you when you were in such a bad situation. But for the sake of this disciple, they actually stationed so many protectors. Lydia didn't forget to add, I feel sorry for you. Due to Little Red's low spirits, Flora's expression was still gloomy. The strange laughter from the mist made Little Red's eye sockets unstable. Despite Lydia's provocation, Flora didn't pay too much attention to Little Red. Instead, she spoke in a plain voice, do you think Sunders did this? My little junior is too much of a troublemaker, what's the point of saying that now? Let's think about those dragonflies first. They're not immune to attacks like those teacups, right? Twilight spoke up. A member of the Twilight Guards cast a cantrip at a rainbow dragonfly perched on a wall lamp. To his surprise, he saw a small hole on the dragonfly's wing. It worked? He yelled at Twilight in excitement. But the next second, Twilight used her spirit feelers to throw him to the other side. Then, with a rumbling sound, a small crater appeared where he had been standing. The rainbow-colored dragonfly was surrounded by elemental energy. Don't just stand there. These dragonflies are at least as strong as top-level apprentices. They're only one step away from becoming wizards, Twilight scolded. Since they could kill the dragonflies, Twilight ordered the guards to work together and began to wipe them out. Under the combined efforts of the wizards, more than half of the dragonflies were wiped out in a matter of minutes. Just as Twilight was about to continue, the rainbow-colored dragonflies suddenly began to glow. All of the dragonflies turned invisible in front of everyone's eyes. Someone used a delusion break spell and still couldn't see where the dragonflies went. However, they managed to kill several dragonflies with a wide area of effect, which meant the dragonflies didn't leave the hall. Fortunately, the dragonflies wouldn't attack people as long as they didn't attack them. It was strange, but it was still a good thing to avoid being attacked when they couldn't find the real dragonflies. At this moment, a wave of magical power surged out from the white mist. This is... Flora's eyes narrowed. She was confused. Professor's magic? Ras expected. Sunders walked out of the mist while casting some kind of spell. At the same time, he took out a strange object from his ear stud. It looked like a piece of glass, which he tossed out every few steps as a signal. Mr. Sunders? Huh? Why is Mr. Sunders here? So it's because his disciple was bullied that Saunders came to cause trouble? People began to whisper among themselves. Flora floated to Sunders and asked in a small voice, "Why are you here, Professor? Why is there a nightmare domain here? Did Angor do something? It's complicated. Let's not talk about it for now." Sunders put on a serious look. "Get ready for battle. If Angor doesn't close the passage to the nightmare realm, we'll have to escape through a plain passageway." "Really?" Flora frowned. Monsters far stronger than legendaries are already behind the plane barrier. BLP? RTS? V6? R? The others couldn't hear their conversation, but everyone saw the shock on Flora's face. That shocked expression was mixed with a trace of fear and incredulous shock. What was it that could make an official magus reveal such an expression? The adepts who had been leisurely watching the show suddenly felt as if a heavy weight had been added to their hearts. Sunders didn't respond to anyone's greeting. He ran to the edge of the mist and continued his previous action. He tossed a piece of glass and used it as a coordinate to accumulate mana. No one knew what he was doing, but Flora did. Sunders was going to cut off the nightmare domain. Without a doubt, Angor would be the one to inherit the domain. But could Angor make it through in his current condition? Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to handle a nightmare domain at his current level. These were all problems with unpredictable outcomes. Based on the habits of magi, they would usually deal with things with unpredictable outcomes as the worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario was that the monster would arrive at the nightmare domain, break through the barrier, and wreak havoc in the wizarding world. Other wizards wouldn't place their hopes on someone as insignificant as Angor. They would usually try to break through the plain passageway and leave. Even if the monster came, it would be someone else who would die. As long as I stay away, I don't care what happens. Also, according to what happened in the past, when a great demon from the abyss plane came to the wizarding world, the world's consciousness would definitely punish such a troublemaker. They only needed to hide for a few years until the monster was banished. Then, they would show up and be done with it. This was the best choice a wizard could make. Put your own life first, and don't leave your safety to others. Flora would do the same if she was in Sunders' shoes. However, Sunders didn't do that. He chose to trust Angor and let him do what he wanted. He even helped pave the way for Angor's future by cutting off the nightmare domain. Angor might not be strong enough to inherit the nightmare domain, but if he did, his future would be limitless. A level 1 apprentice with such a powerful weapon would be invincible among his peers. Flora looked at Sunders enviously. She recalled Lydia's provocative words. Sunders did treat Angor more gently than she did in the past. Angor, Angor. Flora closed her eyes and suppressed the unnecessary emotions in her heart. The situation was critical. She had to deal with the problem at hand first. Flora turned around. Her face returned to her usual calm and disciplined self. She was ready for any possible situation. In Angor's vision, he saw a strange-looking amusement park in the nightmare domain. It was a never-before-seen amusement park in the wizarding world. Colorful merry-go-rounds, thrilling high-altitude trains, shrieking pirate ships, roaring beasts, colorful circuses. Apart from those, Angor had only seen such rides in movies back on Earth. There was no such thing in the wizarding world. Apart from the amusement rides, there were also some things that had never appeared in the wizarding world before. For example, there was a team of poker guards near Angor's vision. They looked exactly the same as the ones Angor saw when he first entered the nightmare realm. The only difference was the weapons in their hands and the numbers on the cards. Poker cards were not something from the wizarding world either. The Pat Manor was popular for a while. It was an entertainment led by John. Angor found it strange that these things that did not belong to the wizarding world were gathered in the nightmare domain. Could the nightmare domain project things from Earth? But according to Angor's speculation, the laws of the wizarding world and Earth were very different. He assumed that Earth was in another universe. Could the nightmare domain project the civilization of Earth in another universe? That was impossible. Angor did not believe it himself. Then why did things that never appeared in the wizarding world appear in the nightmare domain? More importantly, Angor knew all of these things. Others might not know about them, but he did not see anything that was beyond his knowledge. That was strange. Angor's mind raced again until the team of poker card guards reached him. He suddenly remembered Sunders' warning. He must not let any monsters enter the nightmare domain. The team of poker card guards had already reached him. They walked with their heads held high. Their thin limbs were holding all kinds of weapons. Spears, shields, swords, axes. Angor did not see any of them holding guns. The gun's color was a little strange, but Angor realized that it was a revolver. And Angor had a revolver with him. Angor shook his head. He was distracted again. The most important thing right now was to stop them from going further. Sunders did not tell Angor how to close the passage between the two worlds, so Angor had to figure it out himself. He scratched his head for a while. When the poker card guards were about to step into the mist, Angor yelled, "Don't come here. Don't come here. Go back." The poker guard paused for a moment, as if it had heard something, but in the next second, it started walking again. Angor watched as the team of 5 poker card guards moved from the left side of his vision to the right. They crossed 2 worlds and entered the nightmare domain. White mist rose from the wound on Angor's shoulder. The 5 poker card guards stepped out of thin air and stood in front of Angor. Angor watched in horror as 2 of clubs, 2 of spades, 2 of diamonds, and 2 of hearts bent down and knelt in front of a card with strange patterns on its back. When the card turned around, Angor saw that it was a clown card, one of the 2 joker cards. The patterns on the other poker cards couldn't be moved at all, but the clown face on this clown card could move in the 2-dimensional world as if he was watching a 2D animation. The clown's expression was very lively. It bowed to Angor respectfully. Angor thought it was because of his domineering aura. But then he saw a green ripple above his head, which represented an emotion. Go. Expand the territory for Her Majesty. Angor was speechless. So it was the green feathered owl on top of his head. Angor remembered Sunders mentioning that the owl was as strong as a wizard. So what about these poker card guards? Angor tried his best to observe, but he could not sense anything. Not even a trace of mana ripple. He did not sense the aura of a superior being either. After receiving the owl's order, the clown card quickly fired a shot into the sky. The one with the revolver was the clown card. Bang! All the card guards rushed out of the white mist. Angor watched them disappear into the distance. "I'm sorry, Professor. The 5 card guards don't look that strong. I think it's fine to release them." Angor closed his eyes and kept thinking about how to break the passage between the 2 worlds. The stitched woman's throne was very high. She sat in the center of the amusement park. He knew that the woman was staring at him, but he did not dare to look into her eyes. As long as he looked at her, countless negative emotions would swarm into his senses. Brutality, cruelty, madness, bloodthirstiness. Every negative emotion Angor could imagine was displayed on that woman. She was like a combination of negative emotions, carrying a negative energy that could destroy everything. Unlike the stitched woman, the monsters in the amusement park were overwhelming. However, apart from their appearance, these monsters were not too scary. Instead, they were a little cute. Also, he didn't sense any negative emotions from the monsters. After the card guards, Angor saw something approaching him again. It was a team of toy soldiers. They were only about the height of an arm, wearing red uniforms and white hats. Their blank expressions made them look cute. Although it didn't seem to be very dangerous, God knows what level of monsters they were. His brain was spinning fast, thinking about how to stop them. Going back to the source, how did he create such a mess? Due to the threat of death and the unfulfilled wishes, he decided to create an illusion. He remembered Lady Mirror once told him that his illusion was special. It even simulated the feeling of frozen time in the nightmare realm. For this reason, he wanted to create an illusion that could intimidate wizards, then take Toby away from the auction house while the others were still in shock. As for how to intimidate them, Angor chose to create a character in the illusion so powerful that even wizards would be afraid of it. At first, he planned to create Sunders, but he later gave up after considering many factors. However, he did not know who else to create. Just in time, the image of the stitched woman appeared in his mind. According to Sunders, the stitched woman might be beyond legendary. If he could create something similar to her, even if it was just a tiny bit of her aura, he should be able to intimidate Twilight. So, he began to create the illusion. It was fine at first. Later on, when he recalled the feeling he got from the nightmare realm and the stitched woman, he found that the woman's image was becoming clearer and clearer. He even felt that the wound on his soul's back was reflected back to his body, causing him to feel itchy and hot. That itchy feeling seemed to be warning him of something. Should he continue? Angor thought about it for a second. But on second thought, he would die if he did not create the illusion. If he did, he might still have a chance. So, he did not stop. He allowed the itchy feeling to enter his mind and blossom into a flower of death that even Sunders felt powerless against. Next, Angor began to consider whether he could destroy the nodes of the illusion and close the passage between the two sides. Regardless of whether it worked or not, Angor decided to give it a try. Angor used his organs as nodes, but he did not need to destroy them. Nodes were only illusions. They were just a way to express mana. Even if he did not need to destroy his organs, he would still hurt himself if he tried to destroy the nodes. Since he was going to do it, he decided to destroy the core node of the illusion, which was located in his heart. Tuj Bardvergo hit a point of destruction, and an intense pain spread throughout the whole body. /Rit was his heart, after all. One wrong move and he would die. Besides, the heart node was the core of the illusion. Destroying it would cause the collapse of all the other nodes. Angor had to admit that he overestimated himself. Rhe thought he only needed to destroy a few clusters of mana, which wouldn't cause too much damage to his organs. But he was wrong. When the original magic was replaced by a new magic, it was impossible for the fusion of energy to be without loss. In other places, the loss would not be a big deal, but in this case, the illusion node was in his internal organs, and the loss would be a death sentence. Rhe felt a sharp pain in his internal organs. He felt nauseous and uncontrollably coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of flesh. His vision went dark, and he fell to the ground. /RA few minutes ago. Our people outside the auction hall began to realize that something was wrong. According to Flora, they were no longer inside the auction hall. Instead, they were in a place called the Nightmare Domain. Sunder's sudden appearance and Flora's serious expression made everyone feel a sense of danger. Sunders kept a straight face the whole time. Even when Lydia tried to talk to him, he didn't say a word. Sunder's forehead was covered with sweat, which showed how difficult his task was. I think we're in a terrible place. Old White Magus Cooper looked worried. What a mess. We don't even know when this will end. Yeah. We're here for the auction. How did we end up like this? We don't even know if we can get out of the nightmare domain. Lady Twilight, shouldn't you take responsibility for this? Our Twilight's expression had been gloomy ever since she learned that the young man was Sunder's student. She was furious, but she held it in, fearing that someone would use it against her. Now, someone finally spoke up. They didn't point out her wrongdoing, but they still blamed Twilight for it. Archie had to come up with a solution. Twilight considered for a moment. If anything happens to you after we leave this place, Twilight Auction will compensate you accordingly. But if you're fine, let's just enjoy the show. What do you think? In a law-abiding country, such a violation of personal freedom would be punished with a large sum of money. However, this was the wizarding world. Being able to protect oneself was already good enough. Asking for too much would not be good. Then it's settled. Let's watch this show. Our Twilight had to come up with a solution so that the auction wouldn't break their promise. Everything pointed to the young man in the mist. She had to go through Sunders first if she wanted to do anything to him. This plan was not feasible. She could only work on it from another angle. For example, the only exit in the hall was the door behind the white fog. Our Twilight waved her hand to summon a member of the Twilight Defense Squad. I'll use a telepathic link with you. Go to the door and see what's behind it. Remember, do not act rashly without my permission. The Twilight member nodded and prepared to step into the mist. Don't. No one is allowed to enter the mist until Angor is done with that thing. You will be killed. Sunder's cold voice echoed across the hall. This was the first time Sunder spoke since he showed up. But this time it was a threat. Are you? Twilight pointed a finger at Sunders in anger. But she didn't dare to say anything. She just glared at Sunders. Sunders gave her a cold glance. Try me if you want to die. No one dared to question Sunders' words. Lydia walked to the center of the luxurious hall and spoke in a flirtatious tone. Mr. Sunders, it's your disciple inside, and no one else is allowed to interfere. But you have to come up with a solution. Are we really going to stand here and wait for the show to end? Sunders looked around and saw hundreds of people trapped in the hall. He couldn't help but sigh. Angor is such a troublemaker. Let's do as Twilight says. Just sit back and watch the show. The outcome is already decided. Either nothing would happen, and everything would be fine. Otherwise, the southern domain would fall into chaos. Since it involved the nightmare realm, Sunders did not want to explain too much. He simply said those words and ignored everyone else. Everyone looked at each other. But since the strongest man in the hall had already spoken, they calmed down and began to enjoy the show. A while later, they heard someone shouting from the mist. Don't come. Don't come out. Go back. Before they could figure out what was going on, 5 strange-looking cards rushed out of the mist. They all held weapons and looked very strange. Another half-step wizard monster. But there are only 5 of them. We can handle them. Twilight ordered her men to kill the 5 card guards. Sunders didn't stop them. He only glanced at them for a moment, then shifted his attention to the gun in the clown's hand. The 5 card guards did a lot of damage to the Twilight guards. They were about the same level as the rainbow dragonflies, but they had weapons. Their swords, spears, and shields were tiered weapons at least. No one had seen the weapon in the clown's hand before. But they did see Angor using it to stop the Twilight guards from casting spells not long ago. The guards didn't think much of it, though. The clown's gun, however, was deadly. Every bullet carried an unparalleled amount of energy. In just a few seconds, another member of the defense team had been shot dead. Fortunately, although the other wizards said that they were just watching the show, they didn't really stand by and do nothing. The card guardian was quickly subdued and destroyed, but in the end, the clown card disappeared like the rainbow dragonfly. Only the other 4 cards were torn to shreds. At first, people were worried that the clown's gun would pose a threat to them. But just like the rainbow dragonflies, the clown didn't attack anyone after turning invisible. Could it be that these strange things don't want to fight us at all? Someone asked doubtfully. A few minutes later, they heard Angor's scream coming from the mist. Everyone except Sunders looked up at the mist. A few moments later, a group of toy soldiers walked out of the mist. They were tiny, and they stood in front of the teacup band. They didn't move forward or backward, and they didn't seem to be a threat. They just kept walking forward as if they were welcoming someone important. Flora frowned and sent a voice transmission to Sunders. Isn't it inappropriate to let Angor fight those monsters alone? If you're a villager who wants to cross the river, will you kill someone who's fixing the bridge? The sudden pain in his organs knocked him out. But he soon regained consciousness. He saw the toy soldiers entering Nightmare Realm from the Nightmare Realm, which meant he didn't lose consciousness for too long. How can you kill yourself? You're Her Majesty's hero. A voice came from above. It came from the green-feathered owl. It was flying in the air and glaring at Angor with its cute dolly eyes while spitting green mist from its beak. As soon as the green mist touched Angor's body, it turned into a soothing aura that seeped into his body and healed all his injuries. Even the injury to his heart was healed. Apart from his heart, Angor also noticed that all his limbs were rejuvenated. Rhee's arm and leg bones, which had been shattered into pieces, had now completely recovered. Angor tried to stand up. He didn't feel any pain. This green mist was too powerful. It actually healed all the wounds on his body, except for the hole in his shoulder blade that was emitting white smoke. Ranger was grateful that the toy owl saved his life, but he had never changed his mind about his current position. Ranger didn't care about the toy soldiers. The first thing he did when he woke up was to check if the illusion was gone. The illusion nodes were gone, but the Nightmare Realm didn't change. The tunnel was still stable. Not even destroying the nodes? Angor frowned. He didn't know what to do now. Ranger suddenly felt a familiar weight on his head. The owl was standing on his head again. Ranger rolled his eyes in his mind. Was his head some kind of rare treasure in the bird world? Why did every bird like to stay on his head? Even the dolls did the same. Can you go somewhere else, Mr. Owl? They've all gone out. Why are you still here? Angor asked. The owl didn't answer. He considered for a moment and used his emotion ripple to send the message to the others. This time, it was a lucky hit. The toy owl understood what he was saying, but Ollie's focus was wrong. I am the famous Master Ollie. How dare you call me Mr. Owl? That's rude. The toy owl began to peck at Angor's head with its beak. Although it was just a toy, it still hurt a lot. Angor kept apologizing. Mr. Ollie, I'm sorry. Stop. Stop pecking. Wrongly then did the toy owl shut its mouth and emit green ripples. Remember, I'm Lord Ollie. Don't call me by the wrong name. Her Majesty named me by herself. It's my honor. Okay. Angor quickly replied. After tidying up his hair, Angor saw two more creatures in his vision. A red fox playing a harp and a green frog singing an aria. A harp-playing fox and a singing frog? Since he was using emotion to talk to the owl, he subconsciously used emotion wave again when he saw what was happening in his vision. The owl doll said, Is it Fox and Froggy? Wonderful. The Queen's Night Patrol needs professional musicians to accompany her. Owl's words reminded Angor of a familiar name. However, he didn't think too much about it because he suddenly had an idea. Since the owl plushie could talk, could he get the method to close the exit from the owl's mouth? However, since their positions were different, it wouldn't be that easy to get the toy owl to tell him how to close the exit. So far, the owl did not seem to be hostile toward him. Maybe it was because he used his body as a bridge between the Nightmare Realm and the Nightmare Domain. Maybe he could use this little bit of friendship to manipulate the owl. Angor rolled his eyes. It's good to have musicians. A queen going on an inspection tour is a big deal. That's right. The owl doll seemed to agree. But if there's no dancers, the show will be a bit dull. Angor changed the topic. Of course there's no dancers. Just you wait, Commander Yelio will soon lead her ballet troupe to contribute to the Queen's tour. The owl said proudly. Captain Yelio? Angor quickly thought of the name. Maybe it was just a coincidence. There should be other performances besides dancers, right? It's such a big event, and you only have one dancer? That's so petty, Angor continued. Before the owl could answer, Fox, the red fox who played the harp, and Froggy, the green frog who sang an aria, traveled from the nightmare realm to the nightmare domain. Angor did not stop them this time. Instead, he greeted them in a friendly manner. Miss Fox, you play the harp so well. It reminds me of a party at sunset. Fox was wearing a skirt, so Angor assumed it was a woman. Froggy was wearing a suit and had curly brown hair. Although it couldn't hide the fact that he was a green frog, it was still possible that he was a man. Mr. Froggy's aria is like the moon that never falls from the sky. Brilliant and bright. Angor bowed to the two musicians with an expressive expression. He was glad that his body was repaired by the owl, which allowed him to roll his eyes while bowing. The two animal musicians enjoyed Angor's flattery very much. Mr. Shava, you're as good as ever. The fox zither player, Fox, was rocking back and forth with laughter. Her fiery red tail swept back and forth, and a burst of fragrance wafted over. Croak, that's right. Her Excellency Shava hasn't come to our opera house for a long time. I really miss the past. Croak, it's as if it was right in front of my eyes. Frog chanter Phalog praised the past with a rhythmic voice. The two animal musicians didn't use their emotions to talk to him. Instead, they simply spoke the common language of the continent. Angor didn't notice that. He was only shocked by what they said. Angor's smile froze. Her Excellency Shava? What the hell is this thing? He remembered that the green-furred owl was called Ollie. So this Shava was calling him? Shava seems to be a female name, right? Could it be that in this precious land, Shava represented a special meaning? For example, a distinguished guest. Still, he did not dare to ask directly. For the time being, he decided to keep the identity of Shava so that it would be easier for him to infiltrate their inner circle. Go, Fox and Froggy, and sing the praises of this boring land. Sir Ollie the owl spoke at this moment. Yes, Mr. Ollie. The two animal musicians bowed to the owl and slowly left. Angor watched the two animals leave and muttered in his mind, it's just two musical animals. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? I really want to keep listening. Such beautiful music, Angor went against his conscience and praised. Mr. Ollie, where were we? Angor pretended to think for a moment. Oh, right. Since there are dancers, there should be other performances, right? The toy owl said matter-of-factly, of course, with Minister Mana overseeing everything, everything is in order. Mana? Angor thought of a familiar figure again. Was this just a coincidence? What kind of performances are there? Angor put his hands on his chest and blushed unnaturally. Shava. Shava really wants to know. Feeling ashamed, he tried to use Shava to test the owl's reaction. Minister Golan's speech, Tamer Loki's fire ring, Magician Dink's card spell, Florist Flanders random arrangement, and Marionette Master Yorkshire's string pulling. Angor nodded. Angor nodded. As he listened to Ollie's complaints, Angor began to see different people in his mind. Golan the gardener, Loki the farmer, Dink the physician, Philando the shepherd, Yorkshire the mute servant. If you add the names that appeared before, Fox the scoundrel, Froggy the knight, Yelio the cook, Mana the head maid, and Ollie, others might not know who these people were, but Angor was very familiar with them. They were all from Pad Manor, so this was not a coincidence. So, the toy owl Ollie wasn't actually Ollie, but Ollie? Ollie was Angor's personal maid who took care of his daily life. Angor could not think straight. Why were all these people using the names of Pad Manor's servants? Was it possible that Angor, John, Angor, and Angor himself were also using the names of some monster from the nightmare realm? Also, who was Shava? There was no Shava in Pad Manor. But in Shava's adventures in Wonderland, Angor's favorite fairy tale, there was a heroine named Shava. Other than that, he also wanted to know what was the real name of the queen that all the monsters were talking about. Could it be the name of someone from Pad Manor? Angor felt that they were all puzzles that he could not solve, and the more he tried, the more puzzled he became. But now was not the time to think about it. He looked at Ollie, and said, so many performers are willing to contribute to Her Majesty. How loyal. Angor felt moved to tears. When he saw Ollie nodding, he quickly added, but the entrance is too small. Isn't it too slow for them to come in one by one? When is this going to end? I really want to see Her Majesty as soon as possible. Ollie looked at her dusty feathers and teared up again. Yeah. The moment I left Her Majesty, I felt like I was being corroded by the filth of this world. Even my cute feathers are getting dirty. Then we need to find a way to make the entrance bigger. Angor's eyes glowed. Mr. Ollie, do you know how to make the entrance bigger? Ollie remained silent. Angor continued, Xianxia really wants to see Her Majesty as soon as possible. Her voice and face are still echoing in Xianxia's mind. Ollie considered for a moment. Widen the entrance? Aren't you in charge of this? Don't you remember? I'm in charge? Angor did not know what to say. When he saw the owl's suspicious look, he quickly rolled his eyes. Xianxia. 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 I forgot, you forgot? That can't be. You're Her Majesty's most, Ollie frowned and muttered in a low voice. Angor felt cold sweat dripping down his forehead. According to Sunders, the owl was a wizard-level monster. Angor was already so weak when fighting against Twilight. There was no way he could escape from a wizard-level monster. Angor sensed something moving above his head. He used his spirit feeler and saw Ollie licking her knitted feathers. Just as Ollie said, the feathers were covered in a layer of dust. Angor's eyes glowed when he saw the dust. He quickly put on a sad expression. Mr. Ollie, don't you know? I don't know. Don't know what? Angor wiped away his non-existent tears. Xianxia has been preparing for Her Majesty's conquest outside. But, it's so dirty outside. I've been feeling so tired all the time. I forgot a lot of things. I only remember that I need to open a passage to welcome Her Majesty. And I can only be cleansed by Her Majesty's side. So Xianxia really wants to see Her Majesty as soon as possible. Angor felt that he was forced to do this. Anyone who knew Angor would think, is this the Angor I know, if they saw his performance. Angor used to be a terrible liar. But now, he had to put on a sad act that he always hated. Maybe this was what life and death forced him to do. Under such great pressure, he could do anything. Ollie listened to Angor's story and her eyes filled up with green tears again. Yeah. How could I forget about that? The air here is full of filth. You've worked so hard to not forget your goal. I've wronged you. I shouldn't have doubted you. Angor calmed down a little after hearing Ollie's words. Judging from the owl's tone, he managed to get away with it, right? Even the interlayer space here is so dirty. You can see how filthy the outside world is. It's normal for you to forget something when living in such a place. Interlayer space? The nightmare domain? Angor guessed. Then, how do we expand the entrance? Angor put away his exaggerated act and asked again. The amusement park. Croak. It's our home. The Queen is our pillar of support. Croak, croak. Our beloved Queen is the brightest star in the sky. Accompanied by the sound of fingernails scratching against iron, an aria full of gua-gua inadvertently entered everyone's ears. I can't. I'm going to die. I can't stand this sound. My heart is pounding. What's this again? I don't want to watch a show. I'd rather watch Phantom of Feast. You'd rather? Stop pretending. Just think about it and you'll surrender. When the fox musician and the frog singer appeared in the mist, everyone was surprised for a second before they burst into laughter. What a weird combination. Ha ha ha. Froggy felt like he was being laughed at. His eyes bulged as he yelled angrily, even Xianxia praised my voice. Croak. How dare you laugh at me? Croak, a green ripple spread out from Froggy's body. The next second, with the exception of a few adepts, everyone else froze in place. How dare you laugh at my voice? Xianxia praised it. You're all so weak. Fox musician Fox yelled and plucked a string. A red ripple spread out from her harp. Next, those who were frozen in place began to show their ugly expressions. Some were shivering, some were taking off their clothes, some were crying, and some were doing indecent things in front of everyone. Despicable bastards. Flora sneered with obvious sarcasm when she saw the ugliness of these people. Lydia raised an eyebrow. What a strange fox. She can see the darkest desires in people's hearts? That's similar to the demon god of Abyss, Ominous Trick. Ominous Trick was a demon god from Abyss Plane, also known as the demon god of desire. This demon god was born with the ability to capture and manipulate all evil thoughts and desires. He was one of the demon gods that wizards did not want to face. Under Lustful Trick's control, Twilight's expression darkened as she watched the apprentices' actions getting more and more out of hand. These were all potential customers of Twilight Well. She could not allow them to embarrass themselves here. This was not only about Twilight Well's reputation, but also about the reputation of her customers. Twilight gritted her teeth and muttered some strange words. Then, a pale blue light drilled out of her forehead. When the light illuminated the entire hall, even Sunders looked at it with a serious expression. Under the illumination of this dim light, all the non-magi level acolytes became sluggish. Their eyelids slowly drooped, and they gradually fell into a deep sleep. Only after all the apprentices had fallen asleep did the light slowly disappear. In the end, it turned into a tear-shaped pink crystal and went into Twilight's forehead. When the magi present saw the pink crystal, their eyes flashed with greed and desire. Feeler's necklace of eternal rest. Flora looked at the pink crystal disappearing into Twilight's forehead and uttered its name. What a shame. The chain of eternal rest has been destroyed in the long river of history. Without it, it should be called Frau's Tear now, Lydia added. Even without the chain of eternal rest, it's still a mystery item. Twilight put away Frau's Tear and spoke in a plain tone. Apart from Brute Cavern, this is probably the only mystery item in Darkaville Empire, Cooper commented. That may have been the case before today, but not after today, Twilight hinted. What do you mean? Cooper asked. Twilight was about to explain when Lydia interrupted. Enough digression. Where are those two weird foxes and frogs? Did any of you notice where they went? Everyone looked back and saw that the two animals had disappeared from the hall. They were attracted by Frau's tears and didn't notice the movement on the other side. Are they invisible like the monsters before us? Someone asked. That should be the case. Those dragonflies and clown cards have all turned invisible. I wonder what they're doing now. Just when everyone agreed with this answer, a slightly hesitant voice said, No, I've been paying attention to them. They went in the direction of the wall, and the wall seemed to have no effect on them. The two of them directly went through the wall and left. Leave through the wall? Not invisibility? Could there be a way to leave this place? Where did they leave from? Sunders suddenly asked. The wizard pointed in a direction and said, Look, it's over there. Sunders quickly approached the wall and placed his hand on it. He then released his mana ripples to the surroundings. A moment later, he opened his eyes. It's here. Did you find the exit, Mr. Sunders? Someone asked. I'm not talking about the exit. I'm talking about the weak point of the dimension. Sunders shook his head. Those monsters can leave through the nightmare domain as long as they're wizards. They're born with the ability to find the weak point of the nightmare domain. If you can't do it, you can try tearing open a portal here and force your way through a plain passageway. Force their way into a plain passageway? This was the last resort for wizards when facing an undefeatable enemy. Without a stable passageway, forcefully entering a plain passageway could result in one getting lost in the dimensional corridor, unable to find the exit, or being torn to pieces by the dimensional forces. Is it that bad already? Lydia frowned. We have to tear open a portal and enter the plain passageway? Lydia glanced at Twilight as if to say, You're the one who caused all this. Twilight's expression was dark all the time. Lydia's unfriendly glare only made it worse. Sunders nodded. The fox and frog had already reached wizard level. No one knew what level the next one would be. It was better to be prepared for a rainy day. Remember this portal if you don't want to die, Sunders said. As the wizards began to panic after hearing Sunders' warning, a terrifying aura emerged from the mist. None of the wizards dared to move. Even Sunders was taken aback by the aura. What the hell is that? Someone exclaimed. It's all your fault, Twilight. If you didn't kill Mr. Sunder's student, we wouldn't be in this mess, someone yelled. That's scary. Even scarier than before. It's like... Someone was surprised. It's like we're facing the world's consciousness. We can't move at all. Even the consciousness of a world's consciousness was nothing special. This aura was as powerful as the power of the world itself. The aura gathered in everyone's mind and turned into a thunderous roar. Shava! What are you doing? Who said that? Who's Shava? The wizards looked at each other in confusion. Sunders frowned. It was a man's voice, not a woman's. So the aura didn't belong to the woman with stitches on her face? It's definitely a legendary creature. Why is it here? I thought there were no more legendary creatures in the southern region? Lydia glanced at Cooper and asked in a low voice, "You're the most experienced one here. Is it really a legendary creature?" Cooper considered and shook his head. I think it's more than that. Maybe it's something beyond that. Maybe it's as powerful as the great demon god from Abyss Plane, a legendary creature? Cooper's words caused a commotion among the wizards. Where exactly were they in the middle of all this? How could there be a legendary creature here? They were just enjoying the show, but now, they began to worry about their own safety. Following the disappearance of the aura, another voice could be heard. Madam Olga, it was my mistake this time. To make up for my mistake, I'm willing to stay in this filthy world and explore the path for the queen. Don't worry about me. I'll be strong. The tone of this voice was sonorous and forceful. His words were filled with regret, and there was a trace of stubbornness amidst his regret. The voice was full of emotions, like a white lotus slowly rising from a muddy pond. People couldn't help but sigh in pity. Who's that? Everyone was confused. The voice didn't sound intimidating at all. Sunders and Flora didn't know what to say. The others didn't know who it was, but they could tell that it was Angwar's voice. Flora sent a voice transmission to Sunders. What's Angwar talking about? Why do I feel like he's in a stage play? His words are so exaggerated. Sunders was also puzzled. Did his student, Silence is Gold, really say something so exaggerated and dramatic? While everyone was trying to figure out what was going on, the white mist in the beautiful hall suddenly disappeared. Everyone watched as the white mist quickly disappeared like water from a bathtub whose drain plug was opened. The mist rushed into Angwar's shoulder wound and disappeared completely. Angwar even made a gesture of wiping his tears as if he was saying goodbye to an old friend. In fact, he really was saying goodbye. But he was saying goodbye to the green-feathered owl and the creepy amusement park. Angwar was about to cry when he noticed that Olga suddenly went quiet. He looked up and saw the white mist around him was gone. Everyone stared at him in a daze. Angwar's cheeks reddened. Did they all see his perfect crying act? Angwar felt like crying in his mind. Why did the mist disappear? Where would he put his face now? His image? Angwar? In the end, Flora broke the silence. She asked hesitantly, "What are you doing?" Angwar cleared his throat and stopped waving his hand. He straightened his back and put on a serious expression. It's nothing. Something possessed me just now, and I couldn't control my movements. I'm fine now, heh. He pointed behind him, trying to cover it up. Is that so? Hee hee. It was rare for Flora to laugh in a different way. Her tone was full of disbelief. Where did the mist go? Did you create those demons just now? Where did the legendary monster go? After a moment of silence, the wizards decided not to expose Angwar's poor performance. Instead, they asked more important questions. Angwar didn't know how to answer them. He mumbled for a while without saying anything. Twilight suddenly appeared in front of Angwar and reprimanded him with the aura of a formal wizard. Aren't you going to explain what you've done to everyone here? Angwar's legs began to tremble under the pressure. He looked at Twilight's dark eyes and recalled all the memories he forgot about because of the Nightmare Realm incident. What do you want me to explain? Angwar was lucky to be able to keep his voice calm under the pressure. Explain what? Where are we? What's with those monsters? Are you trying to kill us? Twilight's eyes flashed with mana. Words of truth was deployed without him noticing. Angwar was about to say something when Sunders yelled ha, and woke him up from his stupor. Next, Sunders walked to Twilight and spoke with an expressionless face, "Don't try anything funny if you don't want to die." Seeing Twilight's terrified expression, Sunders turned to the others. "Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. Let's just treat today's matter as a show, and forget about it." "A show? 3 of our guards died? How is this a show?" Twilight resisted the pressure. 3 people were killed? Angor glanced around and saw 3 corpses lying on the ground not far from them. "I didn't kill them. Don't blame it on me." Angor spat. "He just saved the world. He was a nameless hero. Besides, he didn't even know who those people were. It had nothing to do with him. The exorbitant compensation, where did those monsters come from? You dare say you didn't summon them?" Twilight questioned him in a serious tone. Angor hesitated. He didn't know where to begin, especially when it came to the nightmare realm. He didn't know what to say. "Like I said, don't ask about things you shouldn't know," Sunders spoke up again. Twilight had no choice but to suppress her anger. Then who's going to give Twilight an explanation for their deaths? "I didn't kill them. You can go find whoever did it." Angor hid behind Sunders' back and looked around to see where Toby was. "It's true that you didn't personally kill these people. But you were the cause, and they died because of you. You have to give us an explanation." Twilight's words were much softer than before. Sunders didn't say anything else. Angor was indeed at fault here. He was too impulsive and broke the order of Twilight Auction Hall. Destroying order was destroying a way of following rules that had been tacitly approved by history. Every wizard valued order and rules, which was why Sunders didn't say anything. The Phantom Island had its own rules, and so did the auction house. Anyone who disrupted the order should be punished. This was an unshakable rule in every auction hall. "I don't even know how they died. How am I supposed to answer to you?" Angor felt wronged. He saved everyone, but he had to become a nameless hero. "Angor, right? I'll answer for her." Twilight is too embarrassed to do so. Lydia, who was wearing a fiery red robe, approached them and stopped in front of Angor. "Thank you, Lady Lotus." It was Angor's first time seeing Lydia's face, but he was familiar with her voice because he saw Lydia arguing with Flora many times during the auction. "The way I see it, they deserved it." Lydia's words infuriated Twilight and the rest of the Twilight guards. "What? Do you think the 3 of them died for no reason?" "Humph. We didn't join the battle, but we're not blind. We can tell right from wrong." Lydia winked at Sunders. However, all her efforts were in vain. Sunders didn't even look at her. "Bastard." Lydia cursed in her mind. "How did they die?" "They were killed by the clown's guns. But if you don't attack them, do you think they will? Think about it. Again, how did these 2 people die? Their cause of death is even more ridiculous. They attacked the Teacup Band and got hit by their own attack. But the Teacup Band didn't do anything." Lydia pointed at the Teacup Band not far away. Perhaps because the tunnel connecting the 2 worlds was closed, the Teacup Band and toy soldiers were especially listless. The teacups were no longer playing the piano, and the toy soldiers were sitting on the ground dejectedly, looking sad and pitiful. "So you think it has something to do with our death?" "I don't think so. He might be the cause of their deaths, but they deserved it." The wizards nodded in agreement with Lydia's words. They had also suffered some minor injuries when they helped to fight the dragonflies and cards. But when they thought about it carefully, they realized that the monsters didn't want to fight them at all. Twilight was the one who started the fight. Therefore, their deaths were truly self-inflicted. Sunders also realized that he didn't know how they died in the mist. He thought they were killed in a fight, but it turned out they deserved it. "If that's the case, it has nothing to do with my student," Sunders concluded without giving Twilight a chance to refute. Twilight took a deep breath, and a trace of struggle flashed in her eyes. Okay. Let's say he had nothing to do with their deaths. But how should we deal with him for destroying the order of the auction? And how should we deal with him for wasting the time of all the wizards here?" Twilight decided to stop the wizards, but Lydia was the first one to step forward. "You said he broke the rules of the auction?" "We have nothing to say about that. But I don't think it's a waste of my time. I'm happy to watch the show. Those two handsome boys are so nice to watch. Lydia had completely forgotten how she supported Twilight's decision to kill Angor. Women could change their minds very quickly. The other wizards quickly followed Lydia's advice. We're not hurt anyway. It's a fun show. I won't mind wasting a few minutes. The old wizard, Cooper, nodded at Angor with a smile. The other wizards also agreed to let it go for Sunder's sake. Twilight clenched her fists tightly, but she didn't dare to show any signs of anger. These wizards were no weaker than her, and they were long-term customers of Twilight Well. She didn't want to offend them. Besides, Sunders was standing in front of that bastard, like a wall blocking all the wind and rain. I'll make him pay for what he did, Sunders spoke in a plain tone. What do you mean? According to the rules of your auction, he'll compensate you for your loss. 100,000 magic crystals, and I'll let it go, Twilight said after a moment of silence. 100,000? Why don't you go rob a bank? Angor poked his head out from behind Sunders' back. Sunders pushed Angor's head back. Fine. I'll have him send the crystals to you in half a month. That's all for now. Don't mention anything else. Angor's eyes were filled with tears. Where am I supposed to find 100,000? But, didn't I save? Angor mumbled in a small voice. Sunders gave Angor a cold glance. I'll talk to you later. With that settled, Lydia walked to Flora and teased her. See? The difference in treatment is obvious. Flora rolled her eyes in annoyance. Hey, the skeleton behind you looks a lot more energetic now, Lydia suddenly said. Flora turned around and saw Little Red looking much better than before. The flames in her eye sockets were squinted into the shape of crescent moons as she looked at Angor with a big smile. When Angor looked at it, Little Red took out a rose from somewhere and handed it to Angor with its trembling skeletal hand. Hey, Little Red. Angor greeted the creature happily. He ran to Flora and took the blood-red rose. Angor casually put the rose in his chest pocket and quickly ran to the side. He already saw Dave and Prone lying unconscious in a corner. Angor quickly found Toby, who was carefully held in Dave's hand. Angor checked Toby's body and saw that the bird's body was still warm, and the wound was already healing. Prome had already performed the initial treatment on Toby. However, Toby's injury was too serious. Angor was worried that something bad might happen, so he quickly ran to Sunders and asked for help. Sunders sighed. I wasn't going to save you, but you did something so reckless. Fine, I'll take the risk for you this time. But there won't be a next time. From now on, think about the consequences before you do anything. Sunders did not say anything else. He took Toby's body and cast a wizard-level healing spell on Toby. Under Sunders' treatment, Toby's wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Toby's heartbeat stabilized, Sunders handed it back to Angor. Toby's life was no longer in danger, but he was still unconscious. Angor sighed in relief. It was good that Toby was unconscious. He was worried that Toby would act recklessly again. Well, that was easy. The passage is closed? Sunders glanced at Angor's bleeding shoulder. Mission accomplished. Angor chuckled. Not only that, but I also lured the wizard-level toy owl back. By the way, where's Fox and Froggy? Angor explained to Sunders, the red fox who played the harp. Her name is Fox. And the green frog is Froggy. You know a lot about them, don't you? Sunders mocked. Of course I need to know their internal structure in order to sneak into them and find out how to close the passage. Angor recalled how everyone saw his act and felt terrible. They're gone. Sunders paused. I'm afraid they left the nightmare domain. I wonder if there will be any side effects. Left the nightmare domain? What about these? Angor pointed at the teacup band and toy soldiers. The teacup band began to wail in a timely manner. Queen, where are you? A childlike voice came from the teacup band. In the end, the teacup band was completely destroyed by Twilight and the other wizards. All power was useless against them, and they would even rebound. As for the toy soldiers, they were also immune to all energy attacks. They could also gather the energy from the attacks on their weapons and release it at anyone who tried to attack them. When no one had any ideas, Sunders made his final decision. Don't worry about them. I'll take care of them. The wizards were quite interested in the teacup band and toy soldiers. They all wanted to take one back for research. But since Sunders said he would take care of them, they had no choice but to give up. Mr. Sunders, how should we leave this place? Is there any danger? The white-haired wizard, Cooper, asked politely. No. We'll leave soon, Sunders said to Angor. You created the nightmare domain, so you have to bear it. Or we can't leave. Bear it? What do you mean? By taking over the nightmare domain, I mean that you're now in charge of the nightmare domain you created. So it's like a territory and a lord? Sunders nodded. You're right. Angor's eyes lit up. So I'll be in charge of this nightmare domain from now on? Just like Little Red's nightmare domain? Yes. Then it's like a sorcerer's garden, right? Apart from the fact that I don't have any laws, I can use the nightmare domain to store my belongings. I don't even need a space storage. Sunders chuckled. You wish. But I can't. Angor was disappointed. Don't compare a nightmare domain to a space storage. They're fundamentally different. Sunders sent a voice transmission to Angor. I don't know what a nightmare domain is because I'm the one who came up with it. You can think of it as a special illusion. Since it's an illusion, it doesn't exist in reality. It exists in an illusory world, or even in a dream. It's a concept of space, but not a conceptual space. Angor was even more confused. What's the difference between a concept of space and a conceptual space? One is real, while the other is virtual. Sunders tried to simplify it further. But I'm in a nightmare domain right now, right? I'm a real being. How can I step on a virtual being? Angor still couldn't figure it out. It's a little complicated to explain. Reality and illusion, time and space, all concepts are relative. Let me give you a simple example. When you went to Nether City, the time in the nightmare realm stopped, while the time in the wizarding world flowed. You made a round trip to the nightmare realm, but to outsiders, you never left. So the nightmare realm you've been to isn't real? This is an academic topic that is commonly discussed among adepts. If you are interested, you can read the 1,000-year-old revised version of the Great Warlock of Distortion, Bazer's Theory, Space-Time and Reality. Angor didn't fully understand what was going on, but he had a general idea. The nightmare domain was an illusory spatial concept that was closely related to the nightmare realm and had a series of nightmare realm properties. However, it did not belong to the nightmare realm. It was a mezzanine space. Since it was Sunders who first proposed the concept of nightmare domain, he did not know much about it. He only knew that nightmare domain was connected to the nightmare realm. He could create a nightmare domain, but he couldn't enter the nightmare realm from it. The monsters in the nightmare realm, on the other hand, could leave the nightmare realm and enter the real world. Therefore, whenever a new nightmare domain was created, it would attract many monsters from the nightmare realm, including some super monsters. The nightmare domain was a special illusion for Sunders. Combined with the concept of nightmare domain, illusions could reach unimaginable heights, which was why Sunders was the best illusionist in the entire southern region. However, the nightmare domain was connected to the nightmare realm. If they were not careful, the powerful monsters in the nightmare realm could easily enter the wizarding world. It was a double-edged sword for Sunders. It was a powerful weapon, but it also had serious consequences. In order to solve this problem, he researched for decades and finally got a hint of inspiration from plane fusion and plane splitting. After creating a nightmare domain, he could use a special method to sever it. By separating it from the nightmare realm and merging it with the wizard would be able to cast illusions without having to worry about the big monsters. This was the so-called taking on a nightmare domain. There were many benefits to taking on a nightmare domain. It could allow an illusionist to control illusions to an unimaginable level in an instant. However, there was a price to pay. Taking on a nightmare domain came with great risks. Nightmare domains shared the same characteristics as the nightmare realm. When a nightmare domain was combined with someone's nightmare domain, they could easily lose their sense of reality and illusions. Therefore, it was best to reach a certain level of mastery in illusions before one could take on a nightmare domain. Flora was a special case. She was not an illusionist, but she could take on a nightmare domain because of Little Red. This was an individual case, and it was Flora's own destiny. She could not provide a reference. I thought you could inherit the nightmare domain when you become a wizard and have a certain level of mastery in illusions. But now you've created a nightmare domain as a beginner apprentice, and you almost let that woman out. Sigh. Sunders put on an angry expression. He thought Angor was the least troublesome one among his 3 students. Angor might not be a wizard yet due to his foolish values, but he could always teach him something. Sunders would not mind even if Angor spent his life as an academic wizard. However, he did not expect Angor to be so bold as to poke a hole in the sky. If Sunders was not inside Twilight Well right now, the monsters from the central area of the Nightmare Realm would come to the wizarding world. The consequences would be unimaginable. Think about it, he had only taken a few steps out of the door when he met a legendary wizard who wanted to kill him. When Sunders finally found a quiet place to hide, a legendary being who was thousands of kilometers away could easily sink the entire continent with a single spit. How many people in the southern wizarding region could survive in such a situation? Sunders had no choice but to break his centuries-old principle and come to Angor's rescue to clean up Angor's mess. How could he not be pissed off? Not only did he have to solve the problem of the Nightmare Realm monsters, but he also had to give Angor a great destiny. He did not care about such benefits, but he was still pissed off when the person who destroyed the Nightmare Domain did not have to worry about it. What made him even angrier was that the person who destroyed the Nightmare Domain looked so innocent. He was waiting for Sunders to praise him with a smug look that said, "I saved the world." Sunders tried his best to suppress his anger. "You created the Nightmare Domain, so you have to bear it." Angor nodded. This was a great opportunity, and he could not refuse it. "If you don't, you'll die," Sunders reminded him. "I know. Thank you for your concern, sir." Angor gave him a "I understand" look. Sunders was speechless. "Who cares about you?" "Sir, since you're so concerned about me, I have a favor to ask." "May I ask?" Angor looked at Toby, who was still unconscious in his pocket, with a concerned look. Sunders looked at Angor and Toby again. He knew what Angor wanted to ask. Sunders sighed in his mind. Greya chose the right person for Toby. "Go ahead," Sunders said gently. Angor looked up with a pair of bright eyes. I really can't get 100,000 magic crystals in half a month. Can I borrow some from you, sir? I'll pay you back as soon as possible." Sunders clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. "Greya, you're wrong about him. This guy is an ungrateful bastard." "No." Sunders did not show any expression, but he forced the word out through gritted teeth. "Apart from the 100,000 magic crystals you owe Twilight, I'll pay you about 150,000 magic crystals for the materials you need for your Nightmare Domain. I'll give you 1 month, or I'll double the price if you miss it." Sunders did not plan to talk about the materials, but since Angor brought it up, he did not mind venting his anger. "What? Why was there another 150,000 magic crystals?" "Sir, I'm just a level 1 apprentice. I can't pay it back." Angor's eyes were filled with tears. Sunders spoke in a plain tone, "You did a good job with that music box. Keep it up." With that, Sunders turned around and left. Did Sunders want him to continue making music boxes to pay off his debt? But even so, he could not pay 100,000 magic crystals in half a month. He couldn't even gather 150,000 magic crystals in a month. The only thing he wanted to do now was to stop Sunders and tell him that he didn't make the music box. "Go check it out if you don't believe me." Sunders brought Angor to a corner of the auction hall to prepare for the Nightmare Domain. "Get ready. We're about to begin." "Wait. Will Twilight Auction continue when I'm in charge of the Nightmare Domain?" Angor asked worriedly. Sunders nodded. "Yes, if everything goes well." Angor did not know how long it would take, so he left his bone card with Sunders. "Sir, I'm number 187. If I'm not done by the end of the auction, please help me claim my items." Angor spoke in a serious tone. Sunders took the bone card and checked the balance. He grinned. "So you're number 187. Flora will be surprised when she finds out." Angor's forehead was covered in sweat. "All right. As long as you're still alive, I'll get them for you. Sunders was going to ask why Angor wanted to buy a material that could only be refined by a master, but he decided against it. Let's begin. Wait. Sunders frowned. Are you regretting your decision now? Are you worried about losing the nightmare domain? Angor shook his head and put on a pleading look. Sir, I have a very important favor to ask. Can I ask it? No. Sunders' expression darkened when he recalled Angor's request. I want you to buy the eyeless man for me, sir, no matter how much it costs. Even if it's only half a month, I'll find a way to pay you back, sir, Angor continued as if he did not hear Sunders' refusal. Sunders was speechless. Why are you begging me if you don't listen to me? In the end, Sunders decided not to ignore Angor's pleading eyes. Are you sure you're willing to pay any price? Angor nodded. Yes. I owe it to Toby. He already knew about Grea's whereabouts, but he did not tell Toby about it for various reasons. Toby had been helping him ever since he entered the wizarding world. As far as Angor was concerned, he owed Toby a lot. Sunders sighed. A gourmet wizard, even if you're just an apprentice. You can't imagine how much it's worth. Maybe more than all the magic crystals you owe. Are you sure you want to buy it? 200,000? That expensive? Angor looked up and quickly rejected the offer. Forget it then. Sunders was speechless. That's your decision? Professor, can you please remember who bought the eyeless man for me? Angor asked. You want to rob someone? Sunders would feel better if Angor really wanted to do that. Angor shook his head. I'll buy it from someone else when I have enough money. End of chapter 279. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.